In the 22nd year of the Hongwu era, the realm had attained a state of tranquility, with peace resounding throughout the four seas. Within the opulent palace of the great Xia, the melodies of songbirds and the graceful dances of courtesans intertwined, as the beauties of the harem vied to showcase their charms. Your Majesty, which lovely maiden do you intend to summon tonight? The enchanting imperial concubine, Yin whispered alluringly, her delicate form drawing close to Emperor Xiao Mu's ear. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Mu wrapped his arm around the slender waist of concubine Yin and declared, "Summon a maiden? Tonight, I shall indulge in 10. Let us begin with you, my little enchantress." Having weathered the trials of war, he now relished the fruits of his labor. 30 years had passed since his arrival in this world, transforming from a youthful 20-year-old into the emperor who unified the land. Xiao Mu had upheld the reputation of a time traveler, wielding steel and gunpowder as his instruments of conquest, and within just 9 years, he had emerged victorious from the chaos of the realm. This achievement, even when measured against the 9 years of compulsory education, was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, as he gazed upon the young maidens gracefully dancing in the grand hall, a subtle weariness crept into Xiao Mu's heart. Though the beauties were captivating, his body found it increasingly challenging to endure. Each of the newly arrived maidens possessed a beauty that could captivate any man, yet they also had the power to exhaust his very essence. Imperial concubine Yin suggested sweetly, "Your Majesty, why not take pleasure in those twin sisters? My jade palace could use a bit of liveliness, and they would surely attend to your Majesty's needs." Her heart yearned to secure the emperor's presence by her side, regardless of whether his body could withstand the demands. Just as Xiao Mu was about to acquiesce, a palace eunuch hurriedly burst into the hall, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, a celestial being requests an audience." A celestial being? Xiao Mu mused inwardly, likely just another charlatan. However, he reconsidered the harem was heavily guarded. What kind of trickster could easily infiltrate it? He scrutinized the eunuch before him, noting his vacant, soulless gaze, resembling that of a lifeless doll. At that moment, a fleeting white figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, accompanied by an ethereal voice. "Your Majesty wields considerable power, even driving away cultivators. Have you grown weary of the throne?" Before the words fell silent, a woman clad in a flowing white robe stood before the emperor. Her countenance shone as brightly as the moon, her eyes as cold as ice, exuding an aura of purity and elegance, her figure perfectly proportioned. Xiao Mu bellowed, "Seize her! Protect the emperor!" He turned to draw his sword, only to find himself weakened, unable to unsheathe even the emperor's blade. With a gentle wave of her hand, the white-clad celestial subdued Xiao Mu to the ground. She formed a mystical seal, her aura radiating a powerful, reverent energy. "Insignificant mortals, foolishly attempting to shake the tree," she scoffed, her tone imbued with an imposing authority. Then, she pulled Xiao Mu closer, allowing him to behold her breathtaking visage. "Forgive my ignorance, celestial being. I have never encountered a divine entity and was thus taken aback." Xiao Mu could only concede. He understood well that he was no match for a cultivator, and should he provoke her, he might lose his throne. The white-clad celestial haughtily proclaimed, "Since you are wise enough to recognize your place, I shall not make things difficult for you. I have come to inform you that from this day forth, the great Xia court shall be under the jurisdiction of my Xintian sect." With that, she released her grip on Xiao Mu. A jolt of shock coursed through Xiao Mu. He had clearly misread the script. He had presumed himself to be the protagonist of a tumultuous saga, yet here stood a realm of cultivators. He hastily inquired, "What would you have me do? What is the significance of the Xintian sect?" The white-clad celestial explained, "The land of Great Xia is but a mortal realm, merely a secret domain to the Xintian sect. Centuries ago, the gates of this secret realm closed, but now they have reopened, and the sect naturally seeks to select disciples with spiritual roots. Cultivators, too, originate from mortals. Selecting those with spiritual roots is crucial for the sect." Xiao Mu's eyes lit up at her words. "This is indeed fortuitous. Celestial being, could you discern whether I possess spiritual roots? If he could cultivate, he would truly become an eternal sovereign." The white-clad celestial chuckled softly and summoned a compass. The compass floated in the air, emanating a dreamlike glow. It was divided into 5 sections corresponding to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth surrounding it was a ring corresponding to the 5 attributes of light: wind, ice, thunder, and darkness. There are 10 types of spiritual roots. Place your hand upon it, she said nonchalantly. With eager anticipation, Xiao Mu placed his hand upon the compass, watching as its mystical light surged forth, gradually revealing a spectrum of colors. Chapter 2. The cost of mistakenly taking the wrong script. The compass illuminated with the brilliance of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements could have been cultivated. Alas, you have missed the optimal time for training, and it is now impossible for you to draw in qi for the rest of your life, the white-clad fairy stated dismissively. Her implication was clear. Was there no hope for cultivating immortality? What did she mean by missing the time for training? Xiaomu hurriedly pressed for clarification. After finally obtaining the sacred body of the web fiction, you tell me that cultivation is impossible? A cultivator's spiritual roots mature by the age of 12, the physical body completes its development by 18, and the prime phase for drawing in qi lasts until 36. You are already in your 40s or 50s. Cultivation is no longer feasible, the white-clad fairy explained bluntly. It's over. I'm doomed. There's no turning back. The cost of taking the wrong script is too great. Xiaomu's mind was already racing with thoughts of the Emperor of the Wasteland. When he was struck by this bolt from the blue, no, I absolutely cannot give up easily. I must fully cooperate with the fairy in recruiting disciples. If I can also become a cultivator, I will be able to serve the sect better. Xiaomu resolved to try a more roundabout approach. That makes sense. Furthermore, the Xintian sect is also in need of assistance. Although mortals have no means of defense, the Xintian sect is a reputable sect of the righteous path and cannot employ overly domineering tactics. Originally, with your aptitude, cultivating the 5 elements technique would have been feasible. However, it is now too late. How about this? I shall grant you a copy of the Great Compendium of Immortality. Your Majesty may very well be someone with a connection to the divine. The white-clad fairy barely contained her amusement as she pretended to take out a volume of techniques. This technique was something she had stumbled upon by chance, and it was not considered a breach of sect confidentiality. Rather than a genuine cultivation method, it was more akin to a collection of miscellaneous discussions among scattered cultivators. It was likely a collection of impractical fantasies devised by practitioners of unorthodox paths, encompassing a multitude of topics including meridian studies, cultivation experiments, and even grandiose imaginings of flying treasures fashioned into colossal ships. Thank you, fairy. Xiaomu was overjoyed, his hands trembling with excitement. It was indeed a jade slip, undoubtedly a genuine technique. Web fiction does not deceive me. Xiaomu caressed the jade slip, overwhelmed with excitement. The fervent display amused the white-clad fairy. Since I have come, I shall also assess the qualifications of your Majesty's concubines. The white-clad fairy shifted her tone. Xiaomu found it impossible to refuse her request, having just firmly promised to cooperate with the sect. Of course, you all line up so the fairy can assess your qualifications. Xiaomu, invigorated, hurriedly stowed away the jade slip. Within the palace, there happened to be over 30 beautiful maidens, all eagerly responding to the call. They were no longer afraid, having likely grasped the situation. The first to step forward was concubine Yin, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she eagerly extended her hand. The compass erupted with a dazzling blue light, completely enveloping the water attribute section. It turns out to be a water heaven spiritual root. My luck this time is quite good. The white-clad fairy exclaimed with delight. Does the fairy mean I can cultivate? Concubine Yin was overjoyed, nearly jumping with excitement. If one can cultivate, who would wish to engage in intrigue within the harem? Your water spiritual root has a perfect strength of 10, which qualifies you as a genius. The white-clad fairy explained with admiration in her eyes. Each spiritual root has a strength rating from 1 to 10, and a single spiritual root that reaches 10 is referred to as a heavenly spiritual root. Such cultivators can draw in qi rapidly, unhindered by other spiritual roots. Could it be that a heavenly spiritual root is the best kind? Xiaomu inquired, piecing together the information. Beyond heavenly spiritual roots, there exist spiritual bodies. If she possesses a perfect 10 in with spiritual roots as well, then she would have a waterwood spiritual body. Water nourishes wood, and they complement each other. The quality of a spiritual body surpasses that of a heavenly spiritual root. The white-clad fairy was in high spirits, her tone light and cheerful. In truth, a heavenly spiritual root is already exceedingly rare, and discovering such a promising seedling is indeed a cause for celebration. Therefore, is the spiritual body the strongest qualification? Xiaomu continued to press for information. Above the spiritual body is the divine body. If concubine Yin were to develop a perfect tin in an anomalous ice spiritual root, a water-ice integration would be termed a divine body. Such qualifications are 1 in a million, allowing for rapid advancement in cultivation. The white-clad fairy said with a charming smile, "Goodness, this is akin to a nested doll. One mountain is higher than the other. Above the divine body are the 3 sacred bodies, the 5-element sacred body, which consists of all 5 spiritual roots at perfect tin, the infinite sacred body, which has all anomalous roots at perfect tin, and the chaos sacred body, which has all tin roots at perfect tin." The white-clad fairy noted that the crowd was captivated and proceeded to elaborate further. With this, Xiaomu found himself invigorated. Who doesn't harbor dreams? I, too, possess 5 spiritual roots. Could I not aspire to be a 5-element sacred body? Xiaomu boldly inquired. Oh, ha ha ha. The white-clad fairy burst into laughter, nearly shedding tears from amusement. What are you thinking? Mixed spiritual roots are considered the worst type, and your best water spiritual root is only at 3/10 strength. One wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. The white-clad fairy finally ceased her laughter after quite some time. Spiritual roots affect one another. Single spiritual roots cultivate swiftly precisely because there is no interference from other roots. Those so-called spiritual bodies and divine bodies are all complementary spiritual roots. As for the 5-element sacred body, it represents the pinnacle of spiritual roots, capable of cyclical, unending existence. Mixed spiritual roots are of no worth beyond hindering cultivation. Her explanation left Xiaomu feeling thoroughly disheartened. During their casual conversation, all 30 or so maidens in the hall had their spiritual roots tested. Surprisingly, 8 of them possessed spiritual roots, an unexpectedly high probability. Could it be that spiritual roots are too easy to find? Xiaomu questioned, filled with doubt. You are mistaken. Those with spiritual roots are naturally beautiful and outstanding in appearance. Your Majesty has chosen only the most stunning maidens, so their chances of possessing spiritual roots are naturally very high. The white-clad fairy casually replied, I see. Xiaomu finally grasped the situation regarding spiritual roots. In simpler terms, it is not about high probability. The chance of mortals becoming cultivators is merely 1 in 10,000. However, the selection of maidens for the harem is tantamount to gathering stunning beauties. Women with spiritual roots are likely to possess exceptional beauty. Indeed, the next group of eunuchs was tested. Not a single one possessed spiritual roots. The white-clad fairy, disinterested, decided not to continue testing. I have explained sufficiently. In a month's time, someone from the sect will come to conduct the spiritual root tests. Qian Lu Yin, come with me. The rest of you may leave. The white-clad fairy spoke with a dismissive tone. From her tone, it seemed she was preparing to take her leave. Fairy, please wait. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Xiaomu felt compelled to ask. I am the Rain-Heart Real Person of the Xintian sect, and I take my leave. The white-clad fairy departed like the wind, and as soon as her words fell, she vanished with concubine Yin. As for the other maidens with spiritual roots, it seemed she regarded their qualifications as unworthy. Chapter 3. Cultivation requires long-term planning. After the Rain-Heart Real Person departed with Qian Lu Yin, Xiaomu felt a profound sense of loss. Concubine Yin, favored above all in the harem, had simply left without a second thought. After 3 years of companionship, one inevitably develops feelings. Cultivators possess immense power and longevity. Who would willingly let such an opportunity slip away? Xiaomu could empathize with Qian Lu Yin. Had he been in her position, he too would have acted without hesitation, even forsaking the throne. Before cultivators, mortal emperors have no pride to speak of. If a cultivator desires enjoyment, is it not merely a matter of command? I have left you the compass for testing spiritual roots, Your Majesty. You may proceed with the assessments, and when the sect's disciples arrive, it will save some trouble. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated within Xiaomu's mind. It was the Rain-Heart Real Person conveying her thoughts. It was truly astonishing. Although she had departed, her words felt as though they were spoken right beside him. Following this, a stream of light flew from the palace entrance, mysteriously landing in Xiaomu's hands. A storage bag. Xiaomu's mind stirred, establishing a connection with the storage bag. If this were discovered by close to science, they would need to film at least 7 or 8 episodes. Xiaomu quickly scanned the storage bag and found it contained 100 compasses for testing spiritual roots. The storage bag was roughly the size of a bedroom. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for acquiring a treasure." The eunuch who had conveyed the message, named Huayan, was Xiaomu's personal attendant, stepped forward with a grin to congratulate him. "Arrange for everyone in the palace to undergo spiritual root testing." After pondering briefly, Xiaomu resolved to plan for the long term. As the ruler of an empire, one must consider all aspects. Since cultivation is possible, it is essential to identify who possesses talent. Even if they cannot be of use to me, it is important to establish good relationships. One never knows when they may come in handy in the future. The immediate priority is to test the spiritual roots of my wives, followed by those of my children. "Certainly," Huayan eagerly nodded and promised to take action. Having issued this command, Xiaomu could hardly contain his anticipation as he made his way to the imperial study. Once alone, he carefully retrieved the great compendium of immortality. Whether or not he could cultivate depended on this technique. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, a surge of profound information flooded into his consciousness. His mind was immediately filled with knowledge of cultivation, nearly overwhelming him. Truly, it deserved the title of Great Compendium, as is well known. Any book deemed a compendium is usually extensive and boundless. The jade slip encompassed a vast array of topics, from meridian studies to insights on cultivation, and more. The first thing that caught his eye was the cultivation realms. The realms of cultivation are divided into Qi Drawing Realm, True Essence Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Immortal Origin Realm, and Creation Realm. Both the Qi Drawing and True Essence Realms have 10 minor realms. After the Foundation Establishment Realm, it is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Upon advancing to Divine Transformation, there are additional distinctions. The Divine Transformation Realm comprises the 3 major realms of refining infants into divine beings, refining the divine into emptiness, and merging emptiness into form. The Immortal Origin Realm includes the 3 major realms of crossing the tribulation to become Earth Immortal, Major Ascension to Celestial Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Creation Realm consists of the 3 major realms of harmonizing the path, Extreme Path, and Path Ancestor. The cultivation methods encompass the fundamental techniques required for practice. The cultivator's physique contains 360 meridian points, alongside 24 primary channels. If one were to calculate the total number of cultivation methods using permutations and combinations, the result would be a staggering 360 multiplied by 359, multiplied by 358, and so forth down to 3, then 2. The pathways along which these methods operate within the meridians vary significantly. The totality of cultivation techniques in the world is indeed astronomical, endless in its extent. This particular method only activates 3 meridian points. Could it be rather rudimentary? Xiaomu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an anomaly. The 3 points can form a triangle, which felt inherently peculiar. Unable to suppress his musings, Xiaomu muttered, "The meridian points of cultivators are fixed. If someone lacks points, they can deduce their locations through the void." This method could potentially reach its zenith, and opening all 360 points is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Great Compendium recorded a seemingly simple cultivation method, beginning with merely 3 points, yet confidently proclaimed it to be the greatest technique. It seems that the meridian points of cultivators are indeed fixed, thus precluding the formation of an infinite triangle. However, as a denizen of Earth, Xiaomu vaguely sensed something extraordinary. After all, during his time on Earth, no medical examination ever indicated the existence of meridian points or channels. Yet, traditional Chinese culture firmly asserts the presence of meridians and points within the human body. This method was rather intriguing. After pondering over the cultivation points for a considerable time, Xiaomu suddenly slapped his forehead. Odd changes yield constant results. Symbols reflect their quadrants. Wasn't this essentially trigonometry? By deciphering the angles according to the method, one could deduce the locations of all meridian points. Xiaomu experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder it felt so familiar. It was reminiscent of his mathematics teacher's instruction. "It appears I misjudged Master Uxian. She provided a truly profound scripture, and I mistakenly thought she was merely jesting." Feeling somewhat ashamed, Xiaomu resolved to take action. He took out paper and pen to begin solving the equations. It was not until the sun set the following day that he completed the method. Corresponding to all 360 meridian points, as for the other details, He could only set them aside for now and revisit them later. The modified technique had become exceedingly complex, yet Xiao Mu was filled with joy as he prepared to test it. The compendium clearly stated that even the mightiest Yuan Shi Jinjing could only unlock 330 points, and that required the Chaos Sacred Body. Let us give it a shot. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Opening all 360 points was unprecedented. Xiao Mu immediately sat down, and to his astonishment, the method progressed surprisingly smoothly. After completing 3 great circulations, a tremor resonated through all his meridian points. A sound emanated from the Qi point located in his dantian. Crack! The Qi point was opened, and he attempted to peer into it with his consciousness. Within the Qi, a swirling nebula spun gently. This indicated the successful attainment of the first layer of Qi induction. With the opening of the dantian's Qi, he officially entered the ranks of cultivators. Could this be true? Was it too swift? Xiao Mu opened his eyes in astonishment, glancing at the hourglass in the imperial study. Only half an hour had passed. The issue was that Master Yu Xian had emphatically stated that inducing qi into the body was as challenging as climbing to the heavens. She had just departed. And he had succeeded in qi induction. Such a feat seemed implausible. Xiao Mu began to feel uncertain, sensing that the path of cultivation might be a tad too facile. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say it was easy. Rather, it felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. It's best to study the great compendium of cultivation first, then continue my training. The pressing matter was to address the miscellaneous tasks at hand, particularly the root testing, which he would discuss with the Empress later. Why, and let us proceed to the Fengqi Palace, Xiao Mu exclaimed, bursting from the imperial study in a whirlwind of urgency. Soon, accompanied by a retinue, he arrived at the main hall of the rear palace. The joys of being an emperor are twofold. First, the power to command the realm. Second, an abundance of beautiful wives. The Xia dynasty employed a system of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with the Empress, Yen Susu, being his lawfully wedded wife. Flanking the Fengqi Palace were the Eastern and Western Palace Empresses. Following them were the 6 imperial concubines, of which only 2 remained in favor. With Yen Guifei having fled, only 1 was left. These women had accompanied Xiao Mu throughout his journey, and now they wielded considerable influence in the court. The Xia dynasty operated under a system of capitalist aristocracy, where women in the harem possessed remarkable capital. The primary empress, Yen Susu, was supported by the Yen family, which not only held the title of duke but was also among the largest capitalists. Thus, women in Xia were eager to vie for a place in the harem. Aristocratic capitalism, also known as nepotistic capitalism, was truly a fitting description, and the empress's connections were undoubtedly the most valuable. Chapter 4. Spouses are birds of a feather. Yen Susu was not only the empress but also the mother of the crown prince, having borne 4 sons. Xiao Mu had 7 children. 1 daughter, with the crown prince Xiao Jiahe being the eldest at 22 years of age. Your servant humbly welcomes your majesty. In the resplendent palace, a stunning noblewoman knelt in reverence. The scene was breathtaking, momentarily rendering Xiao Mu spellbound. Before him stood a woman of regal elegance. The empress's makeup concealed her charming demeanor. Her beautiful eyes remained strikingly radiant, with nary a wrinkle on her face at tea times. Xiao Mu wondered if the passage of time was a knife that only affected him while being exceptionally kind to Yen Susu. Be at ease, my empress, Xiao Mu said with composure, stepping forward to assist his first wife to her feet. Hee. Yen Susu smiled gently, gracefully linking her arm with his. Having been married for 25 years, she still possessed the grace of a young maiden, embodying the virtuous qualities of a noblewoman. Your servant anticipated your majesty's arrival at the Fengqi Palace and has prepared dinner, Yen Susu said with a playful smile. Well, Xiao Mu had initially intended to dive straight into the topic of dual cultivation, but since his wife had spoken, he could only take a seat at the dining table. Speaking of which, he was indeed hungry. Your majesty, please try the white lotus root soup. I personally simmered it, Yen Susu graciously offered, serving the warm dish. Serving her husband was merely a customary practice among women of ancient times. As the principle of placing the husband first was not mere rhetoric, however, Xia had grown more enlightened, and Xiao Mu was not without his own wisdom. Customs had generally become more humanized. As delightful as ever, I will never forget the year I sought your hand in marriage. That was when you had just come of age, gracefully emerging from behind the screen. First glance. I was utterly captivated. Xiaomu reminisced with deep emotion. Perhaps it was a sign of aging that one became prone to reflection. Yin Susu's position as empress was as solid as a rock. No matter how many beautiful women entered the harem, none could threaten her status. Even the favored Yin Guifei, despite all her efforts, posed no real challenge. To be favored by your majesty is a blessing I have earned through 3 lifetimes. Yin Susu said with a soft smile. Gazing at the virtuous and gentle empress, Xiaomu found himself puzzled. He increasingly struggled to comprehend her. In the fierce battles of the harem, was her affection genuine, or merely a facade? The intensification of aristocratic capitalism had exacerbated the competition within the harem. I recently obtained a compass for testing spiritual roots. Allow me to assist you in your assessment. Xiaomu suppressed his doubts, wearing a warm smile as he spoke. He then produced the compass, the very one used by Master Yu Xian, which was of the finest quality and had remained in his possession. Thank you, your majesty. Yin Susu elegantly extended her delicate hand, still as smooth as jade, with an exquisitely silky touch. As her small hand rested upon the compass, the magical light surged dramatically. Xiaomu was left astounded. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of his encounter with Yin Guifei. While the denizens of the harem praised Yin Guifei's extraordinary beauty, Xiaomu knew that the empress's youthful allure was even more remarkable. It seemed that individuals with superior spiritual roots exhibited discernible traits in their appearances. What is it, your majesty? Do I possess spiritual roots? Yin Susu inquired, her tone calm and unhurried. Her face radiated warmth. Yet Xiaomu dared not speculate on a woman's heart. After all, she had maintained her position in the harem for over 20 years without faltering. Judging by this alone, Xiaomu could vaguely sense that the empress's gentleness concealed a sharp edge. Does the empress wish to cultivate? Xiaomu sighed wistfully. Not only did she possess spiritual roots, but she was also blessed with the legendary ice spirit root. No wonder she had gathered countless spiritual energies in her youth. It turned out she was destined to be a celestial being. Are you concerned that I might join the Xintian sect to cultivate? Yin Susu replied in astonishment. After so many years of marriage, she knew her husband like the back of her hand. It had been a long time since she had witnessed him display such emotional vulnerability. The empress was a rare ice spirit root bearer, a qualification sufficient for her to be accepted as a direct disciple. Xiaomu pondered briefly before deciding to speak frankly. Although this could result in the loss of the empress for the empire, making stability in the harem a challenge, he felt it necessary to be honest. Since your majesty is worried, why reveal the truth to me? Yin Susu's eyes darkened as she weakly probed. I have promised to give you the best of everything. I have not forgotten that vow, Xiaomu said with a bitter smile. This was the vow they had exchanged upon their engagement. At that time, Xiaomu had been brimming with ambition, rising as one of the most formidable forces in the struggle for supremacy. The Yin family, a prestigious lineage, sought to ally with Xiaomu, a rising star, through a noble marriage. Many years had passed, yet that vow remained etched in Yin Susu's memory. Hearing her husband mention it again stirred emotions within her, and she could not help but become teary-eyed. I remember too. I will accompany you until we grow old together. You are the emperor, and I am the empress. I shall never join the Xintian sect. Yin Susu's voice quivered as she spoke. Having weathered the storms of life together, the couple had changed immensely yet remained steadfast in their promises. Xiaomu was moved as he held her small hand tightly. Cough. There is no need for the empress to be upset. I have acquired a cultivation technique, and we can cultivate together. Xiaomu exclaimed, seemingly reverting to the impassioned youth he once was. According to the Great Compendium of Cultivation, as long as one could determine the appropriate locations of the meridian points, it would be possible to reverse engineer the cultivation techniques to suit different individuals' talents. Though challenging, Xiaomu was determined to try for his wife's sake. Since it is a celestial technique, please allow me to learn from you. Your Majesty, Yin Susu said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Haha, there is no rush. Within 3 to 5 days, I shall provide you with the technique. Xiaomu was overwhelmed with joy, springing up like a youthful lad. That night, he took his rest in the Phoenix Nest Palace. The following morning, an exuberant Xiaomu was filled with surprise. His husband had grown younger. Yin Susu lazily rubbed her eyes and spoke, her voice laced with a myriad of charms, her expression alluring and affectionate. The celestial allure she possessed was undoubtedly devastating. She is so beautiful, it brings me to tears. Xiao Mu was nearly rendered speechless. The present empress was even more captivating than the beautiful maiden of yesteryears. She shed the aloofness of a noblewoman and transformed into a celestial being, both innocent and alluring. I enjoy you calling me husband. Let us not remain so distant henceforth. I shall also call you Susu. What do you think? Xiao Mu felt revitalized. He approached Susu's vanity mirror, where he beheld his long-lost youthful visage. For a moment, he was entranced. A cultivator at the spirit-gathering stage possessed a lifespan of 200 years. No wonder he had rejuvenated. This also indirectly confirmed that his cultivation had indeed succeeded yesterday. But hadn't he Master Yu Exine said that those with a mixed elemental affinity would have no hope in this lifetime? Master Yu Exine must have said that to spur me on. It must be so. Xiao Mu was filled with myriad sentiments, feeling that Master Yu Exine's words held profound significance. My husband has achieved success in his cultivation. I find it delightful, Yin Susu said in a sweet, coaxing tone. She was being coy. Xiao Mu felt a surge of emotions, having not heard the Empress's playful tone for many years. Chapter 5. Eastern Empress Murong Ziluo today. Fortune smiles upon us, and cultivation truly seems to be omnipotent. I shall meet my sons today, and Susu shall join us as well. Let us gather as a family and conveniently test everyone's elemental affinities. Xiao Mu eagerly grasped the fairy's little hand, inviting her with youthful enthusiasm. They rushed out of the palace, neglecting breakfast. The Hall of Rites was a bustling scene, with 5 concubines from the harem in attendance, along with 6 sons. I pay my respects to your majesty. And to her majesty the empress. The sons bowed, addressing their father and mother. The hall was filled with kneeling figures, their voices harmonious and resonant. In the imperial family, there are no bonds of father and son, husband and wife, but rather a hierarchy of ruler and subjects. Xiao Mu had once found this strange, but after experiencing numerous setbacks, he had come to a profound understanding. Rise. I have good news to announce today, Xiao Mu said with a smile from his throne. Only then did the gathered ladies take their seats, while the sons remained standing. Oh my! Your Majesty looks radiant. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. The exquisite young girl seated to the left spoke, her voice crisp and melodious, the echoes of her words lingering enchantingly. Whenever Xiao Mu beheld Murong Ziluo, his spirits would inexplicably lift. How could anyone in this world be so delightful? She was undeniably the mother of his second son, yet she still retained the youthful charm of a young girl, untouched by the ravages of time. As the Eastern Palace's empress, Murong Ziluo was also the mother of the second prince. This is what I wish to discuss today. I trust you have all heard that a cultivator has come to the palace. The fairy has provided me with a compass to test elemental affinities. And today, I shall test everyone. Xiao Mu glanced at the young girl, announcing with an affectionate smile. Xiao Mu greatly enjoyed visiting the Eastern Empress's Dream Cloud Palace. Whether it was intentional or not on Murong Ziluo's part, the palace was always filled with laughter and cheer. Even the maids and eunuchs were youthful and vibrant. Who could refuse such an enchanting little girl? Certainly not Xiao Mu, who relished teasing her. Especially in the bedroom. Hey, Your Majesty, look this way. I'd like to give it a try. Murong Ziluo stood up with a charming smile, playfully extending her little hand. Her movements were adorably mischievous, her coyness utterly natural. Xiao Mu, glancing at Yin Susu, discovered her poised and elegant demeanor, as if she had not heard the young girl's playful request. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. They had been competing for half a lifetime. The palace was a grand stage. If you have schemes, then bring them forth. Ziluo, come here. I wish to show you something. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, his smile radiant. These esteemed women of the harem were all exquisite gems gathered from the chaos of this world. In tumultuous times, not only heroes emerge, but also unparalleled beauties can rise to prominence. If these stunning women were born in times of peace, most would quietly marry, remaining unnoticed. This principle holds true in any world. The renowned beauties recorded in Chinese history, such as Diaochan and Shishir, all made their mark during chaotic times. Xiao Mu took Ziluo's delicate hand and led her behind a screen, gently placing her little hand on the compass. The 5 elements compass pulsed with vibrant light, red and green dazzling to the eyes. A wood-fire spirit body, truly deserving of the title of an exquisite fairy. No wonder someone once fought fiercely over her. ultimately allowing Xiaomu to benefit from the union with the Morong family. I shall discuss this matter with you tonight. My dear, remember to keep it a secret? Xiaomu startled, solemnly advising her. What a jest! Such a talent would surely incite contention among Section's husband. I'm just curious now. Ziluo, hidden by the screen, tugged at the emperor's sleeve, her lips pouting. She was sulking. Xiaomu, amused yet helpless, found himself at a loss. This matter is of great significance. I shall speak of it with you in private. Xiaomu's heart raced with fervor, hinting at the intimate nature of the conversation. I don't want to hear it. Morong Ziluo's face flushed, pouting in defiance. She understood perfectly. Every time such words were spoken, she would end up being teased by the emperor. She was delicate and soft, finding it difficult to withstand the emperor's affections. Xiaomu laughed, holding her little hand. Next came the other concubines, along with the princes and princesses. These women had been with Xiaomu for many years, all of whom had been taken by force, their beauty beyond question. Indeed, they all possessed elemental affinities, and Xiaomu was thoroughly satisfied with his discerning eye. He found himself reminiscing about the chaos of the past. Robbing wealth, grain, and women, such a life was exhilarating. The sons, however, were a dismal sight. The 6 of them could not muster a single elemental affinity. The chances of an ordinary person becoming a cultivator were 1 in 10,000. And no miracle had occurred. Apart from the second prince, who had been granted a fief, the rest of the princes had gathered. Once seated back on the throne, Xiaomu surveyed the room. His gaze finally settled on the face of his eldest son. Xiao Jiahe, that I have another important matter to announce. Xiaomu turned to look at the empress, proclaiming loudly, After discussing with my wife, we have decided that the crown prince shall act as regent and ascend the throne in a couple of years. With the arrival of the cultivator, Xiaomu had come to a realization. Besides dealing with sect matters, he must also focus on his own cultivation. The role of emperor was a challenging one, and he could only abdicate in favor of the crown prince. The crown prince was virtuous and capable. His ascension was only natural. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Morong Ziluo suddenly interjected, interrupting Xiaomu. Coincidence or palace intrigue? Xiaomu turned back in astonishment, gazing deeply at the young girl. Oh, Ziluo, please go ahead. Xiaomu managed to force a smile. Can we still play joyfully? The little girl was the epitome of a novice who loved to play. Having seldom won in palace schemes, I have good news, Morong Ziluo said bashfully. Her words sent shockwaves throughout the hall. Xiaomu furrowed his brow at the young girl, his mind racing. Once, Xiaomu had believed he could be a good emperor. Now, he felt increasingly uncertain. The women in the harem were as cunning as the depths of the sea. Even those closest to him, he dared not easily trust. Deaths occurred in the harem with alarming regularity. People could perish in wells, from trees, or even from foam mountains. It was truly terrifying. Oh, this is wonderful news. I have not received any joyous tidings in 10 years. Ziluo, you are indeed my lucky star. Xiaomu forced a smile. Regarding this matter, Xiaomu had consulted the imperial physician, yet found himself powerless. After all, it had been 10 years since a concubine in the harem had been pregnant. Yet Xiaomu did not take it to heart. Having fathered 7 sons and 1 daughter, he believed he had fulfilled his duty as emperor. Moreover, counting those who had passed away, the number would be even greater. Since this is a positive omen, let us have the imperial physician take a look, which may also ease the emperor's mind. The previously silent Yen Susu finally spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Casting a murderous glance at Morong Ziluo, the tension ignited. Xiaomu felt a headache coming on, caught between 2 women he cared for, unsure of whom to support. Huayan, why haven't you summoned the imperial physician yet? Xiaomu could only muster his imperial authority, pretending to command. Chapter 6. I predict your prediction, Your Majesty. Princess Wanrong also has good news. The imperial physicians have all gone to the princess's residence, and the physicians currently on duty may not be of much use. Huayan said, keeping his head down, observing with keen perception. As the emperor's only daughter, Princess Wanrong had enjoyed unparalleled pampering throughout her life. Now that she had married, the emperor's favor for her showed no signs of waning. Xiaomu looked at Huayan in shock. Send some congratulatory gifts to the princess's residence, Xiaomu said, his expression stern. The princess's residence is also in the capital. It can be reached in a few hours. Xiao Detzi, Xiao Lizi, hurry and get it done. Huayan, being a seasoned veteran, dodged the dangerous task. Pushing it onto others? Good heavens! Xiaomu glared, nearly laughing in frustration at the old rogue. This fellow had truly turned the harem into a survival game. In the current situation, the best strategy was undoubtedly to remain uninvolved. The Empress, the Eastern Empress, and Princess Wanrong were all women of immense power. For the eunuchs and maids, getting caught up in this storm could very well cost them their lives. Wait, I will have Physician Zhang on standby. No need to disturb Wanrong. Yin Susu played her trump card. The situation escalated. Xiaomu's lips twitched, his expression rigid as he watched the royal women battle wits. This preemptive move highlighted Yin Susu's strategic prowess. She was indeed the ultimate victor in palace intrigues. The atmosphere in the hall grew icy, the silence deafening. Moments later, a trembling Physician Zhang entered the palace. His face was ashen, resembling a walking corpse. Upon merely checking the pulse, that old man appeared to possess a determination akin to being laid to rest in a coffin. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Highness. Indeed, it is a joyous pulse. The great Xia is deeply rooted and flourishing. Its blessings enduring. Physician Zhang recited his lines mechanically, his face awash with an expression teetering on the brink of death. The television dramas are indeed far too conservative. Serving as a royal physician within the imperial palace is an exceedingly arduous task. It is one thing to lack the 5 insurances and 1 fund, but the real peril lies in the ease with which one can meet their demise. Encounter a temperamental sovereign, and one might find themselves as the scapegoat for the physician. Thank you for your concern, dear sister. Your Majesty, I wish to bear you a princess. Murong Ziluo jested, her smile radiant. Her acting reached a pinnacle of excellence, leaving Man Yu feeling embarrassed and Gongli in tears. But wait, my family has recently made the acquaintance of an immortal adept, renowned for nurturing vitality and safeguarding pregnancy. Since my sister carries Your Majesty's blood, it is quite timely to invite this esteemed figure to take a look. Yin Susu spoke with an unyielding demeanor, her expression cool. I have predicted your prediction. This move is astonishing. Murong Ziluo's face stiffened, her entire being unsettled, and no need for that. Cultivators can be quite intimidating. For such a trivial matter, how could one possibly require the aid of an immortal? Murong Ziluo fidgeted nervously, hastily declining. Even Xiaomu discerned her unease. He could not help but sigh in dismay. It seemed that the little girl had lost yet another round. He could only hope that this time, the harem would not be plagued by unidentified corpses, rendering the palace akin to a haunted abode. Quite unsettling indeed. Xiaomu discreetly cast a glance at Huayan, only to discover that the fellow had hidden himself within the crowd. Sometimes, the expertise of survival specialists is worth heeding. Xiaomu stealthily followed suit, wishing to conceal himself. However, Yin Susu had no intention of letting the matter rest, her gaze like a radar, precisely locating Xiaomu amidst the throng. Your Majesty has not fathered a child in over a decade. It is opportune for this immortal to take a look. Yin Susu spoke lightly, effortlessly drawing Xiaomu back into the palace intrigue. Haha, what else is there to see? I could simply close my eyes. I am hiding within the populace, yet they refuse to let me be. Xiaomu could no longer muster a smile, nodding in helpless laughter. Announce, Immortal Huairo seeks an audience. Announce, Immortal Huairo seeks an audience. The monotonous chants of eunuchs outside the hall soon echoed, and a middle-aged female cultivator entered gracefully. The newcomer appeared robust, her eyes exceptionally lively. A cursory glance revealed nothing of her true age. I am Huairo Daoist, honored to meet Your Majesty and esteemed ladies. The tone of Immortal Huairo was gentle, devoid of the aloofness typical of cultivators. Her initial presence instilled a favorable impression in Xiaomu. Individuals with power who remain humble undoubtedly possess commendable character. You need not stand on ceremony. I am elated to meet someone of divine stature. Xiaomu beamed with a smile as he responded. We, simple folk of the mountains, do not concern ourselves with empty formalities. Your Majesty need not be so polite. Huairo Daoist stated with genuine tact. No sooner had she spoken than she proceeded directly to the matter at hand, truly embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. She did not even feel the pulse. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes, and a profound, inscrutable smile graced her lips. Your Highness is not with child. Rather, it appears she has inadvertently consumed pregnancy spirit herb. This herb can regulate vitality, and while its consumption poses no grave danger, it may lead to false signs of pregnancy. Huairou Daoist's words were definitive. The hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Mu, most apprehensive of sudden quietness, awkwardly turned to Yin Susu with a forced smile. Truly, she is the woman I adore. How is it that she always triumphs? At least the little girl cannot best her. For years, it has always been the little girl who suffers. It appears the Murong family has also befriended cultivators. Why does my sister not mention this? Yin Susu's red lips finally curled into a playful smile as she teased. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The little girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, knelt on the ground in a display of contrition. It was a commendable admission of defeat. She accepted her loss without equivocation, yet formalities remained necessary. Xiao Mu's countenance darkened as he shot her a fierce glare. This time, the little girl had lost thoroughly, and it was clear she had an informant within her palace. Ultimately, the blame lay with Murong Ziluo. Quickly return to Yuming Palace. I shall address you later. Xiao Mu feigned fury as he bellowed. Yet, internally, he was deeply alarmed. With the opening of the secret realm, an increasing number of cultivators would emerge. The power of cultivators is uncontrollable, posing a substantial threat to imperial authority. To put it bluntly, should a rogue cultivator wish to toy with the beauties of the palace, they might infiltrate unnoticed. A jest turned grave. Before immortal beings, the strength of mortals is woefully insignificant. Wah! The little girl wailed, her face concealed in her hands as she fled. The Grand Empress Dong had her dignity thoroughly trampled this time. With such a farcical incident transpired, Xiao Mu's interest waned, and he waved away the others. Only Huairou Daoist and Yin Susu remained within the palace. It was time to uncover the truth of this world. Since this is a secret realm, what lies beyond it? Immortal, please take a seat. Xiao Mu graciously gestured for her to occupy the seat of honor on his left. Meanwhile, he and the Empress chose to sit at the right side, rather than on the throne. Power dictates dominance, and Xiao Mu was acutely aware of this reality. Chapter 7. The insignificance of the great Xia dynasty. Huairou Daoist exuded an aura of celestial grace as she casually took her seat. Cultivators are unrestrained in their demeanor. Xiao Mu now believed her assertion that simple folk do not concern themselves with empty formalities. May I inquire, Daoist, on which celestial mountain do you cultivate? Xiao Mu's tone was amiable. I am but a disciple of the outer gate of Xintian sect, having cultivated on the celestial mountain for a century, yet achieving nothing. I could only return to the mundane world. Immortal Huairou lamented with a hint of nostalgia. It was surprising that someone so ethereal was merely an outer disciple. The Xintian sect had regulations stating that if one could not advance to the true essence realm after 60 years of cultivation, they must ascend the mountain and return to the secular world. Is cultivation truly so arduous? Xiao Mu inquired, slightly astonished. It hardly seemed difficult. With minimal effort, one could reach the first layer of qi induction. Yet, she had spent her life achieving only that. Did he truly practice incorrectly? Even with a system, he wouldn't dare to think so, let alone without one. My aptitude is lacking. It took me a year to induce qi into my body, 10 years to reach the second layer of qi induction, and a lifetime to attain the third layer. I fear I shall only ever reach the third layer of qi induction in this life. Huairou Daoist sighed in melancholy. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Who wouldn't he wish to attain enlightenment and achieve immortality? To be candid, I also possess a mixed elemental root. Do you think I could induce qi into my body? Xiao Mu, of course, would not reveal his trump card, feigning curiosity. Your Majesty has surpassed the optimal cultivation age. To be frank, it is quite difficult for you to induce qi into your body in this lifetime. If you are exceptionally fortunate, you may only manage to reach the first layer. Huairou Daoist responded with a wry smile. It was evident she spoke sincerely. Now, Xiao Mu could no longer feel drowsy. This matter must remain confidential, lest he be treated like a panda for research purposes. I am rather uninformed. I am eager to learn about the esteemed Xintian sect. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly visit the celestial mountain. Xiao Mu shifted the conversation, discreetly clasping the Empress's small hand. United in purpose, Yin Susu's keen intellect immediately grasped Xiao Mu's intent. Naturally, she chose to remain silent regarding cultivation. The realm in which your majesty resides is known as Lingyun Realm, one of the 3,000 mortal realms in our Haotian world. In addition, there are 36 celestial cave realms, 10 nether realms, and the Haotian Great World. Huayro Taoist generously shared this information, explaining it in detail to the two. The so-called celestial cave realms are territories occupied by the top sections. For instance, the Xintian sect occupies 60 secret realms within the mortal realms. Lingyun Realm is merely one of the mortal realms, approximately the size of Earth. Xiaomu once dispatched individuals to map the territory, discovering that the location of Great Xia was a solitary continent, roughly the size of China. Sending people to sail north, one could uncover a snow-covered continent. Sailing south would reveal a vast tropical land devoid of human inhabitants, only teeming with primordial jungles. Circumnavigating eastward would confirm that Lingyun Realm is indeed a planet. Thank you, Taoist, for enlightening me. I wish to appoint you as the national master. Xiaomu, ever considerate, rose and clasped his hands in homage. Her return to the secular world, arriving in the desolate Lingyun Realm, surely stemmed from a desire for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Given the current strength of Great Xia, any cultivator arriving would be treated as an esteemed guest. The title of national master is merely nominal, perfectly suited for such cultivators to pass their days. I am grateful for your majesty's recognition. These small tokens shall serve as my humble offering. Huayro Taoist beamed as she stepped forward, presenting several sparkling jade stones. Could this be spiritual stones? Xiaomu cradled the jade in his palms, carefully examining it. He could sense the spiritual energy within. These are spiritual stones, used for trading goods in the cultivation realm. Your Majesty might attempt cultivation with these spiritual stones. Perhaps you may create a miracle, Huayro Taoist explained with a smile. Indeed, they were spiritual stones. Xiaomu accepted 3 of them, his spirit soaring. Yet, he was curious about the origin of these spiritual stones. Where do these spiritual stones come from? Xiaomu continued to inquire. Spiritual stones are mined from spiritual vein mines. Those blessed celestial caves can also produce spiritual stones during spiritual energy storms. Huayro Taoist replied with a gentle smile. She had long been prepared, aware that the mortal realm's knowledge was limited, especially since Lingyun Realm had been sealed for centuries. Upon hearing the Taoist's explanation, Xiaomu was filled with envy. Mining could yield spiritual stones. How utterly unfair. As for the so-called spiritual energy storms, they were a fantasy. The mortal realm only experienced typhoons, and it was impossible for spiritual energy storms to occur. Surely, our Lingyun Realm lacks spiritual vein mines, Xiaomu speculated. Even a single vein would suffice. If we could extract spiritual stones, future cultivation would be worry-free. Your Majesty, that is a grave misunderstanding. Every world possesses spiritual veins. Yet in the realm of mortals, these veins are deeply concealed. The Taoist nun Huayro remarked with a confident smile. She too yearned to uncover the spiritual veins, and it would be splendid if the court could assist in this endeavor. I shall shortly issue an edict to seek out the spiritual veins. Xiaomu grasped her insinuation and assured her with unwavering conviction. Your Majesty, are you aware of the secluded abodes of cultivators? In the Lingyun Realm, for centuries prior, cultivators have been seen coming and going. If we could locate the records left by the predecessors, we might just uncover the spiritual veins. Huayro Taoist spoke with astonishing revelation. The Lingyun Realm has been sealed for approximately 5 centuries, yet prior to that, cultivators frequently traversed its borders. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. The predecessors must have sought the spiritual veins long ago. If we can find their records, the spiritual veins shall naturally be revealed. The predicament lies in the fact that, following centuries of warfare, many ancient texts have been lost. It is akin to the vast collection of the previous dynasty. Hundreds of thousands of volumes, consumed by flames at the hands of traitors. Xiaomu felt a twinge of headache, uncertain of how to compile the history of the former dynasty. Various myths, legends, and unofficial histories have amalgamated into a chaotic mess. With the records of cultivators utterly vanished, does the national master know of any such records from cultivators? Xiaomu's eyes brightened as he turned to the Taoist nun in inquiry. Given that she broached this topic, she might possess precise information. Our sect maintains a registry of the cultivators entering and exiting. The sect's texts mention 2 predecessors of the true Yuan realm who took refuge in the Lingyun realm. One is the esteemed Qing Shu Taoist of our sect, while the other is a wandering cultivator who gained entry by offering spirit stones to our sect, known as the Xiao Yun Sanren. Huairou Daoist was well-prepared and spoke forthrightly. Xiao Mu's pupils contracted in surprise. Indeed, true Yuan realm predecessors. It is evident that their backgrounds are extraordinary. If found, one could amass great wealth. True Yuan cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years. By calculating the timeline, they must have long since passed. Does the national master know where Qingshu Daoist resides in seclusion? Xiaomu sensed her intentions and decided to pursue her thoughts. Qingshu Daoist once returned to our sect, leaving behind a message stating he had taken refuge in Qinfeng Ridge. Huairou Daoist said with a glint in her eyes. I see. Qinfeng Ridge spans over 100 miles. Without the court's assistance, seeking the hidden abode would be a fool's errand. No wonder she would express such sentiments. Xiaomu understood in his heart. Chapter 8. Negotiating with the young girl Xiaomu. Not only the founding emperor but also a remarkably decisive general promptly issued a decree, dispatching 10,000 soldiers to Qinfeng Ridge to seek the hidden abode. Might your majesty's chosen force be a tad insufficient? Huairou Daoist hesitated to inquire. When it comes to mobilizing troops, Xiaomu is far from troubled. Although these cultivators possess formidable powers, they lack understanding of military matters. What does a force of 10,000 signify? It is already a considerable army, requiring tens of thousands of civilian laborers to support them, with provisions and transport in the thousands. The national master worries unnecessarily. I shall also enlist the local villagers in the search. With too many people, it may hinder our efforts instead. Xiaomu could only respond with a chuckle. If that is the case, I shall await your majesty's good news. If there is nothing further, I take my leave. Huairou Daoist stood and said, cultivators do not concern themselves with formalities. Comings and goings are quite free. Xiaomu did not insist on retaining her, personally escorting her to the door. The couple then turned back, exchanging a knowing smile. My lord, after much contemplation, I implore your majesty to reconsider the notion of appointing the crown prince as regent. Yin Susu suddenly interjected. Having previously reached an agreement, she now sought to retract it. Did she not desire her own son to ascend? Xiaomu found himself perplexed by his wife's intentions, falling into a moment of silence. Have you ever considered? The crown prince might depart before us. What if, in the future, a cultivator is born? If we cannot secure a realm for Hier, I would rather not instill hope from the outset. Yin Susu explained with a bittersweet smile. Adopt this. Xiaomu's heart trembled as he finally comprehended his wife's meaning. Cultivators of the Qi refining realm can live for 200 years, yet the crown prince is unlikely to reach such an age. How could he bear this thought? If he were to pass away and abdicate the throne, who would succeed him? Just as Susu stated, should a descendant with spiritual roots be born, the throne might easily change hands. The likelihood of a cultivator producing offspring with spiritual roots is far greater than that of a mortal. For male cultivators, it is approximately 1 in 100. For female cultivators, the chances are even higher. Around 1 in 10. Now that they have successfully cultivated, the probability of having children with spiritual roots significantly increases. Alas. Susu, what do you mean? Xiaomu sighed in resignation, acquiescing to her thoughts. Fortunately, the young girl orchestrated a palace intrigue. Otherwise, it would be difficult to retract the words once spoken. Tonight, I cannot refrain from showering affection upon the young girl. Let us proclaim her as a king. I wish to request that my lord bestow upon me the title of King of Qin. Yin Susu's gaze darkened as she spoke. United in heart and mind, she naturally felt sorrow for Hier. Very well, he shall be titled King of Qin. Xiaomu replied in a solemn voice, nodding in agreement. Initially, Xiaomu was exceedingly cautious regarding bestowing titles of nobility. Even the second prince, who was the sole one to be granted a title, had no fiefdom or official establishment. Historically, having a prince govern a territory has often led to turmoil. Once I, the founding emperor, pass away, it would be peculiar if the prince did not rebel. Whether it be the 8 Kings rebellion of the Sima family or the Ming dynasty's Yin Wang's usurpation. These tribulations stemmed from the establishment of titles. However, times have changed. With the emergence of cultivators, the strength of mortals pales in comparison. Even if I, the founding emperor, were to perish, it is highly probable that the future inheritor of the imperial lineage must be a cultivator. Power will always be the foundation of governance. My lord, I am fearful. Yin Susu's tone shifted, her voice a gentle whisper. Only the wise would feel fear. Xiaomu understood her words. The Xuantiangong cultivators number in the tens of thousands. Even a few of them could easily bring down the great Xia. Fear is indeed a natural sentiment. We must hasten our cultivation to jointly protect the imperial lineage of the great Xia. Xiao Mu firmly grasped his wife's delicate hand in assurance. The enchanting beauty, both sweet and salty, ensnared Xiao Mu in her tender embrace. Who could resist such an innocent celestial being? Xiao Mu found himself unable to refuse. Yet tonight he must still indulge the young girl. After bidding farewell to his elder wife, Xiao Mu eagerly made his way to Yunming Palace. The atmosphere within the palace was heavy, the laughter and joy of your conspicuously absent. The adorable young girl knelt alone in the grand hall, appearing rather pitiable. Alas, the mat beneath her feet betrayed her. Much of her demeanor was merely pretense. "My lord has arrived. I truly know my wrongs. Please forgive me," the young girl pleaded, her voice filled with grievance. Were it not for the sight of her pouting lips, Xiao Mu might have almost believed her words. "This evening, if I do not properly discipline you, I shall not let this matter rest." Xiao Mu feigned a grave expression, unable to resist the temptation of her exquisite visage. The young girl kneeling on the mat blushed furiously, likely having understood the implication of his words. My lord's discipline often leaves her feeling utterly mortified. "It cannot be, absolutely not." The young girl exclaimed in surprise, rising to her feet with wide eyes in defiance. Today, she was prepared to resist. She would not allow her lord to impose his will without restraint. "In that case, you shall kneel and reflect first." Xiao Mu, perceiving her audacity, could only feign seriousness. The two fell into silence. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mu began to study the grand compendium of cultivation. If only we could inscribe array patterns onto arrows. It would significantly enhance their power. If the speed is sufficiently swift, the potency could be augmented in tandem. This compendium encompasses a vast array of knowledge, evidently the result of collective research. When it comes to military matters, Xiao Mu is far from troubled. If the inscriptions were to be placed on bullets instead of arrows, would the lethality not be tremendously formidable? The Great Xia is not excessively backward, even during Xiao Mu's founding of the dynasty. Firearms and explosives were already in existence. This direction is certainly worth exploring, particularly these array patterns. Cultivator Master, the times have changed, haha. Upon realizing this, Xiao Mu could not help but burst into laughter. "What is my lord laughing at?" the young girl asked, her expression one of confusion. This brought Xiao Mu back to the present. "It is nothing. I plan to prepare a set of cultivation techniques for you, but you must first apologize to the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, you may find yourself in the cold palace," Xiao Mu said with a mischievous grin. He did not believe she would refuse. Crony capitalism is essentially a colossal profit structure built around familial ties. Just as the Morong family, which stands behind her, controls the empire's steel and military trade, their interests are staggering. Should Morong Ziluo fall from grace in the harem, thousands would be unable to sleep peacefully. It is said that the Morong family expends as much as 100,000 taels of silver annually to maintain the youthful appearance of this noble lady. Every inch of Morong Ziluo's skin is a treasure nurtured by immense wealth. "My lord cannot deceive me." Morong Ziluo's expression softened as she hesitantly spoke. She was prepared to make a sacrifice. Ha ha ha. Having fulfilled his desires, Xiao Mu then lifted her into his arms, heading toward the palace chambers. Still holding her upright as if she were a girl. Chapter 9. Has she really reached the second layer of qi refinement? The following morning, Xiao Mu contentedly brought the young girl before the mirror. The couple enjoying an intimate moment. "My lord has truly become younger, and moreover, he is now a cultivator," Morong Ziluo exclaimed, flustered with excitement, her small hands cradling his face in delight. Last night, Xiao Mu had taken the time to cultivate for an hour, effortlessly ascending to the second layer of qi refinement. Today, he appeared even younger, looking scarcely over 20. If Li Ka-shing and the like were to learn of this, they would likely risk everything to cultivate. "Your talents must remain a secret, otherwise I shall be forced to punish you," Xiao Mu cautioned with utmost seriousness. The innate talent of the wood-fire spirit body is extraordinarily rare. Should other cultivators become aware, it could incite untold chaos. The most precious resources of the Great Xia reside within this palace. It is only natural for others to speak out. I shall feign ignorance and astonish everyone. Morong Ziluo, having fully reverted to her youthful self, declared with a hint of arrogance. Her melodious voice elicited a warm smile from Xiao Mu. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her delicate face. So smooth, so tender. I have numerous matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Xiao Mu said, reluctantly. The cultivators have begun to make contact with the noble families. It is evident that Xintian sect seeks to dominate the great Xia dynasty completely. If a few flower thieves were to emerge, even the royal palace would be at risk. The immediate priority is to secure 1 or 2 formations to fortify the palace, and thereafter, to rapidly elevate my cultivation to possess the means to contend with the cultivators. Inside the imperial study, as Xiao Mu stepped into the room, he summoned Huai and what of the spiritual root testing within the palace. Xiao Mu inquired directly. Reporting to your majesty, 83 concubines possess spiritual roots, with the finest being a single spiritual root at 90%. Additionally, there are 2 eunuchs with spiritual roots, Huaiyan reported succinctly. This data was not far from Xiao Mu's expectations. It seemed the officials responsible for selecting candidates for the harem would be well rewarded. The chosen were all exceptionally beautiful women endowed with spiritual grace. Convey my imperial decree. All concubines with spiritual roots are to remain, as well as those who have flattered me with their talents. Those nameless beauties shall be sent out of the palace, Xiao Mu decisively commanded. Is it wise to leave the harem so sparse? Huaiyan cautiously asked. In truth, Xiao Mu was a rare benevolent emperor, ensuring the people feasted well, while the palace had once been quite frugal. Despite the current abundance of stunning women, most had been selected in recent years. Previously, Xiao Mu had only a mere dozen women in the harem, which hardly befitted an emperor's status. To summarize, it could be expressed in 3 statements: questioning King Zhou, understanding King Zhou, and ultimately becoming King Zhou. Before surpassing King Zhou, the cultivators had already arrived. What was missing? For so many years, the numbers remained the same. Well, let us not speak carelessly. Being the emperor of Great Xia is no simple feat. Each beauty could only be summoned 4 times a year. And are 83 extraordinary beauties not sufficient? Xiao Mu remarked nonchalantly. The emperor's heart is inscrutable, and Huaiyan was taken aback. Your majesty is wise and mighty. My admiration for you is as boundless as the ocean, ever flowing. Huaiyan skillfully flattered, his praises flowing smoothly. Enough. Spare me this flattery, Xiao Mu chuckled, lightly nudging him. This interruption halted the torrent of flattery. Your majesty, there is still one person in the harem whose spiritual root has not been tested. Huaiyan's eyes darted as he continued. Another one? Even without Huaiyan mentioning her name, Xiao Mu knew precisely who it was. Who but Yu Guifei, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the emperor, would dare to openly defy him? That woman, Xiao Mu had not visited in a decade. From once being the most beautiful woman in a time of chaos to now a reclusive, resentful figure. Yu Guifei had long been a thorn in the emperor's heart. Her beauty was undeniable, but so too was her animosity. Most of the foolish things Xiao Mu had done in his life were, more often than not, in the name of Yu Guifei, including but not limited to drinking away his sorrows and confessing his feelings under the rain. Summon Taoist Gu Feng to the palace. Xiao Mu decided to sidestep this topic. Taoist Gu Feng was a cultivator revered by the Morong family, the one who had provided the pregnancy spirit grass that set off this palace intrigue. Surprisingly, he insisted on an audience with the emperor. For the moment, Xiao Mu was reluctant to offend the cultivators, so he resolved to meet him. Upon entering the grand hall, Xiao Mu expected to encounter a figure of ethereal grace. Unexpectedly, Taoist Gu Feng appeared somewhat lecherous. If this man were to act in a Hong Kong film, he might even boost the box office of a gangster movie. As they took their seats, Taoist Gu Feng exuded an air of grandeur, truly befitting one nurtured on celestial mountains. Xiao Mu feigned compliments, but to his surprise, Gu Feng seemed to relish the flattery, believing himself to possess an extraordinary aura. I wish to request the position of national master, Taoist Gu Feng stated bluntly. This approach was far less subtle than that of the gentle Taoist who first sought to achieve merit before gaining the emperor's favor. However, Xiao Mu, seeing through the facade, maintained a smile and nodded amiably. As you wished. Dare I not ask? Xiao Mu played along, readily acquiescing. After all, it was merely a nominal position. He could appoint as many cultivators as national masters as he pleased. Last time, I provided the pregnancy spirit grass to Lady Ziluo, yet I have yet to meet her in person. I wonder if your majesty would be willing to introduce me. Taoist Gu Feng's words were shocking. This declaration left Xiao Mu's smile frozen. Did this man truly dare to speak so? The beauties of the harem were not something one could simply request to meet. Moreover, with that lecherous visage, he hardly appeared virtuous. Some matters Xiao Mu might permit Ziluo to handle, but he would not allow an outsider to impose upon her. By chance. Ziluo is currently observing a period of fasting and prayer. She is not meeting outsiders at this time. Xiao Mu tactfully declined, suppressing his inner thoughts. He could not discern what intentions lay behind Gu Feng's request. It appeared quite bizarre. Oh, then we shall speak again at a later date. Taoist Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of insistence. This cultivator was evidently difficult to deal with. Xiao Mu's gaze darkened slightly. I wish to seek the National Master's guidance regarding formations. Might you possess any usable formations? Xiao Mu addressed the matter directly. Logically, as the emperor offering the position of National Master, Gu Feng should reciprocate. However, it was clear that he was oblivious to the nuances of courtesy. There are formations, but your majesty certainly cannot afford them, Gu Feng replied disdainfully. The conversation had reached an impasse. Xiao Mu's lips twitched. He felt an urge to kick him out. What is the price of the formations? Xiao Mu, with remarkable patience, held back his frustration. What else could he do? Without the strength to fight back, everything was mere talk. The cheapest 5 elements defensive formation costs 200 spirit stones, Ji Yufeng stated haughtily. 200 spirit stones was an astronomical figure for Xiao Mu, who had only 3 copper coins on hand. The thought of purchasing a formation was akin to dreaming. I merely asked out of curiosity. Do not take it to heart, National Master, Xiao Mu replied with a playful tone. Having perceived Gu Feng's character, it seemed not all cultivators were amiable. This man was evidently a worldly individual. It was understandable. Once power was unrestricted, many would aspire for wealth and luxury, while those content with a carefree life in the mountains would be the exception. Given your role as National Master, I wish to establish a residence in the capital. I hope your majesty can assist me with this request. Ji Yufeng spoke with an air of arrogance, looking at the emperor as if he were an ant. Hearing this, Xiao Mu's fists clenched. Yet he remained expressionless as he sent this pestilential figure away. Gu Feng departed. Huaiyan anxiously approached the emperor. Your majesty, Empress Dong wishes to see you, Huaiyan said nervously. The urgency of this summons suggested a significant matter. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow and made his way to the harem without hesitation. Soon, he arrived at Yiming Palace, where Murong Ziluo, who had been smiling brightly moments ago, was now in tears. Your majesty has arrived. Please, I implore you to save the Murong family. That Taoist Gu Feng is utterly inhumane. He has violated my brother's concubine, Murong Ziluo cried, her voice choked with despair. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu was left in shock. Such a scandalous occurrence truly existed. Fortunate that he had just declined Gu Feng's request to meet Ziluo. What transpired? Xiao Mu asked gravely. That old beast is insatiable. Upon entering the Murong family, he demanded beautiful women for his pleasure. Insisting on nightly indulgences with 9 women. Last night, emboldened by lust, he violated my brother's beloved concubine. Your majesty, what shall we do? Murong Ziluo, obviously unaccustomed to encountering such a terrifying individual, was distraught, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite her quirky charm, she was, at her core, a traditional and conservative woman. Apart from the bullying she suffered from Xiao Mu, other men found it challenging even to catch a glimpse of her. Such an event would be a thunderbolt to any woman of the ancient era. Uncertain of Gu Feng's cultivation level, Xiao Mu knew this matter could only be temporarily soothed, with the opportunity to eliminate this scoundrel arising later. His eyes narrowed slightly, the thought of vengeance brewing within him, and a wonder cultivators were revered for their strength. Those with might had the final say. I have heard from my family that he is at the 4th level of Qi induction. He is surely formidable, Ziluo explained nervously, her countenance dimming. The level of cultivation was secondary. Xiao Mu was confident he could attain the 4th level within 10 days. The issue lay in lacking spells and artifacts. Mere cultivation without practical application was futile. Currently, Xiao Mu felt an immense surge of energy coursing through him, yet he could not channel it into spells. Do not panic. Let us wait 10 days or half a month. The sect cultivators will soon arrive, and I shall report this matter. Furthermore, we must accelerate our training to ensure we can stand against him, Xiaomu reassured her hastily. This situation had escalated significantly. If Gu Feng were to harbor lustful intentions and sought to enter the palace for his pleasures, it would pose a serious problem. Dio not assume he would hesitate. For cultivators, many common-sense notions were difficult to gauge. What if something goes awry in the palace? Ziluo asked timidly. This statement struck a chord with Xiaomu, leaving him momentarily speechless. I shall assign some highly skilled warriors to enhance the palace's patrols. Qi induction cultivators are not vastly superior to ordinary folk. With enough numbers, we shall surely manage, Xiaomu resolved. Previously, the palace had only relied on the inner guards for protection, which was clearly insufficient now. After becoming a cultivator, Xiaomu felt the weight of the world. Qi induction cultivators were still mortal beings, and mortals could indeed defeat them. Upon leaving Yumeng Palace, Xiaomu immediately began to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the effects were strikingly evident, as I successfully ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi induction realm. This progress left Xiaomu somewhat uncertain. As his cultivation journey had been remarkably smooth, far from the arduous tales recounted by other cultivators, upon introspection through my divine consciousness, I could distinctly observe the vast starry nebula swirling within my Dantian's Qi Si. There was no doubt that I had indeed reached the 5th layer of the Qi induction realm, a result achieved despite engaging in various other endeavors. Xiaomu's gaze fell upon the firearms on his desk. Lost in contemplation, the hand-operated rifle, accompanied by a dozen bullets, bore intricate engravings on its casings, occasionally shimmering with the glow of array patterns. This rifle represented the latest model from the Great Xia Empire. A testament to its industrial prowess, as I attempted to infuse the bullets with true essence, the array patterns illuminated with vigor. I raised the rifle, aiming at a shield. Boom! The bullet collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion of true essence. The shield shattered into countless fragments, far exceeding the destructive potential of a mere bullet. The fantasies of a group of rogue cultivators were transformed into reality by Xiaomu. It was at this moment that he began to comprehend the origins of the cultivation compendium. In essence, it was the work of a peculiar group within the cultivation world, who deemed themselves geniuses and reveled in the study of obscure knowledge. From acupoints to formations, there were even those who aspired to construct flying treasure ships capable of carrying thousands. A band of madcap cultivation scientists left behind what many deemed the ravings of lunatics. Occasionally, the esteemed Rain Xian obtained this tome, only to dismiss it as worthless chatter, thus benefiting Xiaomu. With the acquisition of a magical firearm, he had gained the means to confront Gu Feng. Elated, Xiaomu finally arrived at the main hall. It had been many days since he last attended court. The indulgence of being a tyrant was indeed delightful. Report. Your Majesty, the army searching for Daoist Qing Shu has located the destination. Huayan entered with a beaming face. So soon? Xiaomu was taken aback, as it had only been 10 days at most. Judging by the pace of their march, they must have only just begun their search yet stumbled upon it inexplicably. Where? Xiaomu inquired, filled with joy. This was a serendipitous opportunity. If he could learn even a fraction of Daoist Qing Shu's techniques, subduing Gu Feng would be a mere trifle. After all, that individual was a true practitioner of the true essence realm, rendering those of the Qi induction realm mere trifles in his presence. The esteemed National Master Huai Rou is accompanying the expedition, and the location is said to be in the very canyon where the army has arrived. Huayan explained mysteriously, I see. The Qin Feng Ridge is divided into eastern and western ends, with a canyon running through the middle. How fortuitous. No, the army must have commenced their search from the canyon. Hence their swift discovery. Chapter 11. My lord, times have changed. A eunuch rushed in, breathless. Your Majesty, National Master Gu Feng requests an audience. The eunuch's face was filled with urgency. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It was evident that this old rascal had caused no small amount of trouble for the gatekeepers, leaving them in a state of distress. Announce him, Xiaomu replied calmly. He had long wished to meet this individual, if only to ascertain his intentions. Otherwise, venturing to the secluded abode of the elder would leave him uneasy. I have arrived. Gu Feng swaggered into the grand hall, exuding an air of arrogance, clearly dismissing mortals with contempt. National Master, please take a seat. Xiaomu extended his hand nonchalantly. Before he could even settle, Gu Feng eagerly began. Last time I sought an audience with Lady Ziluo, I pondered long and hard. I truly wanted to see her in person. If the spirit-nurturing herb were to yield any adverse effects, how could I bear to see such a lovely lady suffer? He he he. If Xiaomu could not discern Gu Feng's intentions by this point, he hardly deserved to sit upon the throne. Such brazen lust was audacious in the extreme. The great Xia dynasty was renowned for its artistic prowess. Surely this fellow had glimpsed a portrait of a young girl from the Murong family and was utterly captivated. Driven by a desire to indulge in her beauty, his thoughts had compelled him to the imperial city, utterly disregarding the authority of the great Xia emperor. National master, why not speak plainly? We are all men here. No need for subterfuge. Xiaomu seethed internally, yet maintained his composure. He eagerly awaited Gu Feng's next words, contemplating how to swiftly end this farce. Women are like garments. Brothers are akin to flesh and blood. Mortals are but ants. To be favored by me is their fortune. I shall not take advantage of women without recompense. I am willing to offer 2 spirit stones to enjoy her for a month before returning her to your majesty. Gu Feng declared boldly. Such unabashedness astonished Xiaomu. He could not help but marvel at Gu Feng's brazen candor. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaomu retrieved the rifle from beneath the throne. National master, please rise, he said with a pleasant demeanor, unconcerned that Gu Feng might recognize the true nature of the firearm. Jiu Feng, elated with the prospect of his desires being fulfilled, assumed the matter was settled. He had no intention of paying. Once he had his fill, he would simply depart without a second thought. What could mere mortals do to him? Then please lead the way, your majesty. Ha ha ha. Gu Feng laughed triumphantly. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The rifle erupted in a fiery blast. With only 10 meters separating them, it was impossible to miss. Bang! The bullet struck its mark, resulting in a resounding explosion. To Gu Feng's astonishment, a protective barrier of true essence flared around him, yet he was still sent hurtling backward. What the hell is this? Gu Feng exclaimed in horror, glancing down to find a gaping hole in his chest. Despite the formidable resilience of a cultivator's body, such a grievous injury was overwhelming. You insolent fool! This is your ticket to the afterlife, Xiaomu roared, raising the rifle for a frenzied barrage. My goodness! Gu Feng was paralyzed with terror, summoning a silver shield in haste. The shield expanded rapidly, soon reaching the size of a person. The hall echoed with explosions as Xiaomu, a cultivator himself, possessed remarkable acuity of perception. Even as Gu Feng evaded with haste, the rifle's bullets continued to strike the shield with unerring precision. Die, you lecherous scoundrel! Xiaomu was in a frenzy, savoring the thrill of this cathartic assault. He continued to fire until the magazine was empty. Jiu Feng was left in a pitiful state, drenched in blood, with shattered arms and a grievous wound to his chest. Just as Xiaomu ceased fire, Gu Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward, shield in hand. Before he could reach, a flying sword darted forth, swift as lightning. Xiaomu was quicker still, rolling on the ground to evade the blade effortlessly. You too are a cultivator, Gu Feng bellowed, spitting blood in indignation. Bang! Xiaomu's powerful fist struck the shield, sending both man and shield flying across the hall. Damn it, the 5th layer! Gu Feng felt despair wash over him. How could this so-called mortal have surpassed him in cultivation? The audacity of this young man, deceiving and ambushing an elder cultivator, left Gu Feng utterly defeated. He could no longer rise, the shield had been sent flying, and he struggled to retreat upon the ground. Forgive me, fellow cultivator. I have learned my lesson, Gu Feng pleaded, his demeanor shifting completely as he groveled. Pfft! Xiaomu picked up the fallen flying sword and decisively severed Gu Feng's head. Exhaling a sigh of relief, having slain a cultivator felt quite satisfying, rekindling the sensation of supremacy over the world. Huayan, dispose of this old wretch and feed him to the dogs, Xiaomu commanded grandly. Not out of vengeance, but rather to obliterate any evidence. Picking up the storage bag from the ground, Xiaomu's face lit up with glee. This old scoundrel had amassed a considerable fortune. Over 100 spirit stones? A set of formations, several sets of immortal robes, a dozen talismans, a flying sword, and a damaged shield. Your Majesty, your wisdom and martial prowess are unmatched, capable of slaying even immortals. My admiration for you is boundless. Enough of your flattery, go and do your job. Xiaomu interrupted the sycophant's prattle with irritation. He then retrieved the formation plate and core. Jiu Feng, it seemed, was indeed a harbinger of wealth, as whatever he lacked, he had now obtained. The formation was a simple 8 gates golden lock formation, likely effective only against lower-tier Qi induction realm cultivators. Though small, it was complete with confinement, illusion, and killing arrays. This would suffice. As the entities entering now were merely castaways from various sections, Xiaomu wasted no time, immediately initiating the formation's refinement. He then set up the formation throughout the Imperial Palace, with a particular emphasis on securing the inner quarters. It was not until the following morning that he ventured to the Phoenix Nest Hall, revitalized. His primary wife had just awakened from her meditation. Although she had yet to enter the Qi induction stage, the cultivation method had already been tailored to her ice-type spiritual root. Why, dear? What brings you here? The celestial maiden smiled softly, her tone gentle, as expected of a woman who had stood by him for many years. She immediately sensed something amiss. I have laid down a formation to protect the imperial city, and I wish for you to hold the formation plate, Xiaomu stated candidly, smiling as he presented the plate. The core had already been established. Aside from Xiaomu, no one was aware of its existence. The formation plate was embedded with a spirit stone. Once infused with true essence, it could activate the killing array. Considering that his primary wife was not a cultivator, Xiaomu thoughtfully left her a talisman. By tearing the talisman, she could similarly activate the killing array. Are you planning to journey far, my dear? Yin Susu discerned the underlying implication. Such an astute and understanding beauty brought a smile to Xiaomu's face, almost causing him to laugh like an ant. He nodded, initially expecting her to plead with him to stay or express reluctance. Instead, the Empress's response was astonishing. My dear, do remember to return safely. I shall wait for you always. Yin Susu gently approached, adjusting her husband's attire. SSSS. Such a wonderful woman left Xiaomu completely entranced. Chapter 12. Setting out with the troops to seek treasure. The distance from the imperial city to Qinfeng Ridge was approximately 600 miles. Xiaomu led a contingent of elite guards, covering the journey in just 2 days on horseback. This formidable team was equipped with array-imbued firearms, boasting astonishing combat prowess. Even should Yin Shuangying arrive, he would surely return with a few bullet holes. Since your majesty has arrived, let us commence the treasure hunt. Huai Rose smiled, her demeanor warm and inviting. The woman exhibits remarkable patience and displays no desire for personal glory. So far, Xiaomu holds her in high esteem. With a puzzled expression, Xiaomu gazes upon the so-called secluded abode before him. What lies ahead is a small valley, where a dilapidated courtyard stands solitary on the mountainside. One can only say that Taoist Qingshu truly knows how to relish a life of simplicity. Could it be that reclusive masters share this peculiar penchant? Raising his brow in surprise, Xiaomu inquires. Hee. The Taoist Huairo smiles silently, stepping forward to summon her true essence. The formation plate in her hand radiates magical light. The scenery before them transforms dramatically. The crumbling courtyard morphs into a grand residence adorned with azure bricks and black tiles, appearing quite splendid, far from the simplicity one would expect. This is an illusion, meant to deceive the mundane folk, Huairo Taoist explains with a smile. Xiaomu is filled with envy at this display of magical prowess. Finding it utterly mesmerizing, alas, he possesses no such skills himself. That tome, the great compendium of cultivation, is indeed remarkable, yet it fails to record any spells. The national master is truly a celestial being, Xiaomu exclaims in admiration. Such a display is astonishing. The allure of cultivation is undeniable. I have a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Huairo Taoist suddenly murmurs, generally speaking, such words should be taken as a certainty. The Taoist reassures him that it is permissible to speak freely. Xiaomu adeptly continues the conversation as they walk, soon entering the courtyard. The arrangements made by Taoist Qingshu are imbued with elegance. The small yard is filled with numerous flowers and plants. The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafts through the air, though their specific varieties elude Xiaomu's discernment. Instead, he turns his attention to Huairo Taoist's expression. And indeed, he notices a glimmer of surprise on her face. Observing her demeanor, Xiaomu deduces, Your Majesty has perhaps been barren for many years. This is likely due to the consumption of golden dragon grass. For Your Majesty embodies a mortal vessel, unable to withstand excessive supplementation. Such spiritual herbs should be used sparingly, Huairo Taoist kindly advises. So it is. Xiaomu finally comprehends. Ever since over a decade ago. In pursuit of indulging in revelries with beautiful women, he had indeed consumed dragon grass for its vitality-enhancing properties. Night after night of merriment. Little did he anticipate the serious repercussions, leading to significant depletion of his health. It seems he must reprimand a few imperial physicians upon his return, as they have been woefully vague in their counsel. Thank you, Taoist, for your enlightening guidance. What might these spiritual herbs be? Xiaomu bows in gratitude. Casting a glance toward the herbs in the courtyard, merely trifles of little value. Your Majesty would find no use in them. Huayro Taoist replies nonchalantly. It appears she intends to hoard this batch of spiritual herbs. Is it not unfair to take advantage of an honest man? Let us first investigate the relics of Taoist Qingshu. Xiaomu tactfully shifts the topic. This is the crux of the matter. In truth, Xiaomu desires nothing but to acquire the tomes of spells. Ideally, he seeks texts on weapon forging and alchemy for future scientific endeavors. Although the rifles are crafted from high-quality steel, to manufacture even more powerful firearms, materials of a magical artifact grade are essential. To his surprise, the room is utterly barren, devoid of any items. Your Majesty need not worry. Most cultivators are engrossed in their secluded practices. Huayro Taoist mysteriously smiles. With that, she summons her true essence, conjuring a cloud of white mist. The mist rolls along the ground, swiftly locating a fissure to burrow into the earth. Cultivators possess quite an array of minor techniques. Clang! Huayro Taoist lifts a stone slab from the floor, revealing a dark underground passage. This place is fraught with danger. If your Majesty trusts me, it would be prudent for you to wait above. She advises, her gaze darkening. Astonishing. This woman is truly perplexing. Not only does she wish to monopolize the spiritual herbs, but she also seeks to seize the opportunity for herself. One can easily surmise that if she descends, she will hoard the spoils and subsequently offer only scraps to the rest. Given the dangers, how could I allow the Taoist to venture alone? I shall accompany several soldiers to assist. Xiaomu resolutely declines. Your Majesty is welcome to come as you please. Huayro Taoist responds non-committally. Yet, as she turns away, a flicker of malice glimmers in her eyes. The mundane cannot fathom the darkness of the cultivation realm. The group swiftly traverses the passage into the cavern. It is remarkably spacious, with the main hall spanning several hundred square meters, its walls of rock exceptionally well formed. The ground is covered with polished jade stones, a sight that could only be described as extravagantly opulent. What are your guards brandishing? Huayro Taoist inquires, puzzled by the peculiar appearance of their rifles. Oh, they are merely for show. I instructed everyone to carry ceremonial staffs, which can serve as a defense in case of danger, Xiaomu explains without a hint of hesitation. Pfft. Huayro Taoist is amused by the folly of mortals. Just as she chuckles, a glint of cold light flashes in her hand as she unsheathes her flying sword. Having slain countless mortal insects, she is unperturbed by the loss of a few more. This opportunity is far too valuable for a true essence cultivator to squander. In ambush, raise your guns and fire. Xiaomu, having anticipated her intentions, swiftly conjures a silver shield. This artifact, procured from Gufeng, is still serviceable. Bang! The shield expands dramatically, successfully intercepting the lethal strike from her sword. You are indeed a cultivator, Huayro Taoist exclaims in shock. Bang, 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 bang. The soldiers fire without hesitation, bullets inscribed with formations whistling through the air. They are so swift that countless rounds immediately strike Huayro's protective true essence. Sour-radished, filthy wretch, playing tricks on me. Prepare to die, Xiaomu roars, leveling his rifle and firing. Huayro Taoist is riddled with bullets, her body spattered with blood. Yet her protective true essence proves effective, as the bullets merely pierce her magical body without causing hollow damage. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. The combined firepower of 7 or 8 rifles is overwhelming. Taoist friend, spare my life. Huayro Taoist cries out in a panic, crawling on the ground, drenched in blood. Such brutality. She never imagined that these ceremonial staffs would possess such terrifying strength. How unfortunate. Had the roles been reversed, you would not have spared us. Ha ha. Xiaomu draws his flying sword and approaches her for a swift end. Ha ha ha. Cultivators are no more than this, General Liu. Leading the troops, laughs heartily. All gaze in admiration at their sovereign. This man is the god of the army. The founding emperor was indeed formidable, and the battles fought by Xiao Mu have long become legendary. Brothers, be cautious. This place holds a sinister aura. Xiao Mu gestures, stepping forward to retrieve Huiro Daoist's storage bag. Chapter 13. The puppet mural reveals its threat. The cavern comprises 4 chambers and 2 halls. And Xiao Mu explores each corner. At last, he discovers a pile of bones in the cultivation room. Daoist Qingshu must have entered a state of meditation, peacefully passing away on the mat. There appears to be no significant opportunities surrounding him, save for the conspicuous ring on his finger, a storage ring. Indeed, a superior item far more potent than a storage bag. Today, I have been fortunate enough to inherit the legacy of a predecessor. I shall ensure he receives a grand burial. Xiao Mu approaches respectfully, bowing deeply. Then, he steps forward to remove the storage ring from the deceased's finger. After erasing the spiritual imprint, Xiao Mu eagerly glances inside the ring. His heart sinks in disappointment. Daoist Qingshu's storage ring possesses a space of approximately 100 square meters. Inside, there are merely 100 spirit stones, along with personal trinkets, the majority being books. Moreover, they are not on cultivation techniques or spells, but rather historical anecdotes, travel logs, and the like. There lies a premium-grade flying sword, 2 binding immortals ropes, and a high-tier array formation. It is evident that he was aware of his impending demise, prompting him to return to his sect. The items within the storage ring were likely already gifted to the younger generation of the sect. These belongings were merely kept for personal use. Insights on earth fire weapon forging and essentials of alchemical cauldron formation. However, Xiao Mu soon finds himself beaming with joy, for it turns out that Daoist Qingshu was a master craftsman. The books contain a wealth of weapon forging knowledge, which is more than sufficient. These materials will certainly warrant study. It would be best to collaborate with a few scholars to create magical firearms. There is no rush. Xiao Mu carefully stows away the storage ring before exiting. Inside the hall, the soldiers are gathered around a mural, curiously pointing and discussing. What captures their attention? Xiao Mu, intrigued, approaches to investigate. He soon discovers that the mural is quite extraordinary. The depicted scene is simple. A small clay figure sits meditating in the courtyard. The clay figure occasionally stirs, creating an aura of enchantment. In this era before the invention of cinematic technology, the soldiers are utterly awestruck. Suddenly, the mural emits an unusual sound. The clay figure abruptly opens its eyes, which blaze with fiery red light. Be cautious. Xiao Mu can only manage a warning in time. The clay figure bursts forth from the mural, rapidly expanding in size to over 2 meters, wielding a magical long sword in each hand. Ah! General Lu cries out in horror, cleaved in 2 by the long swords. This entity can move. It must be a mechanical puppet. Attack! Xiao Mu bellows, raising his rifle first. The hall erupts in a flurry of bullets, all directed at the puppet. Clack, clack, the puppet, perhaps encountering a malfunction, moves with surprising stiffness, unable to advance. Bullets explode against its form, showering sparks everywhere. Boom! The puppet, unable to withstand the onslaught, soon collapses, enveloped in black smoke. Xiao Mu charges forward, severing its arms to ensure it no longer poses a threat. However, General Lu has already succumbed, half of his body twitching on the ground. What final words do you have? General Lu? I shall fulfill any request within my power, Xiao Mu says, supporting his neck, his tone heavy with sorrow. He fell in battle here. Even if it is not a matter of saving the sovereign, it can be deemed as protecting the sovereign. Out of respect and duty, he must acknowledge this. Have a eldest son. General Lu struggles to articulate. Rest assured, I shall take care of your family. Your loyalty will be honored across the realm. Xiao Mu assures him. Xiao Mu, however, understood and assured with unwavering conviction. In the Great Xia dynasty, military achievements were the only means to attain nobility, and the treatment of the soldiers was exceedingly benevolent. Thus, the warriors were willing to risk their lives, as every valiant man aspired to make a name for himself. Thank you for your profound grace. General Lu finally breathed his last, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. A true man indeed. Convey my imperial edict. Tio grant General Lu a grand burial. Relocate the remains of Daoist Qingshu and ensure a proper interment, Xiao Mu commanded. After the body of General Lu was laid to rest, Xiao Mu slowly approached the puppet once more. It seemed to have exhausted its spiritual energy, which prevented it from moving. The methods of cultivators were truly beyond comprehension. After some contemplation, he decided to store the puppet within his storage ring, envisioning its future transformation into a magical weapon. Relay my military orders. Instruct the soldiers to guard this cave and search the surroundings for spiritual veins, digging a well every 10 zhang. Xiaomu thought of the spiritual veins and promptly added another command. If a spiritual vein could be located, cultivation would become a trivial matter. The beauties in the harem, with their excellent talents, had been progressing slowly in their cultivation. Perhaps they could rely on these spiritual veins to forge an imperial dynasty of immortals. Having arranged everything, Xiaomu then departed with his attendants, hastening back to the palace overnight in the Fengqi Hall. Upon seeing His Majesty's return, Yen Susu hurried forward to greet him. The couple's minds were in sync, and Xiaomu immediately sensed something amiss. Could it be that something significant had occurred? A sudden alarm gripped his heart as he inquired. His first wife, always meticulous and composed, rarely displayed signs of anxiety. During Your Majesty's absence these past few days, the palace's formations have been repeatedly triggered. Yen Susu spoke with urgency. These scoundrels, among the cultivators, there are many unscrupulous individuals eager to steal and plunder. Now that the secret realm has opened, disciples from various sects, including outer disciples and servants, are flocking in to squander their days. It is evident that the Xuantian Gong does not manage its disciples well when they descend to the mortal realm. But have any succeeded? Xiaomu pressed on. Failing to make an example of them would be unwise, but fortunately, we have established a formation. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation is quite effective. I suspect these petty thieves are merely small fry and will struggle to breach it. Yen Susu reassured softly. In due time, the sect's recruitment of disciples will commence. Many of those rascals possess late-stage qi-gathering cultivation, rendering the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation somewhat unreliable, Xiaomu pondered. His thoughts racing. Should the palace be robbed, it would be a devastating blow. More critically, if the sect discovered the hidden talents within the harem, and if Yen Susu and the others were captured, this emperor would lose all face. Does Your Majesty have any clever plans? Yen Susu, as the astute first wife, had already discerned her husband's confidence. I have acquired a high-tier formation that can repel cultivators below the true essence realm. Xiaomu replied with a smile. Seizing the moment while Yen Susu was distracted, he wrapped his arms around her waist, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that she had entered the qi-gathering stage. Susu has also become a cultivator? Xiaomu exclaimed joyfully, hastily asking for confirmation. The stunning beauty before him nodded. I just entered the qi-gathering stage today. Your Majesty is truly perceptive, Yen Susu replied with a smile. Her eyes sparkling. With 2 cultivators now in the harem, Xiaomu felt a renewed sense of security. I am indeed fortunate. Tonight, I shall savor the delights of an immortal. Xiaomu could not help but tease. As the words left his lips, he noticed the flush on his first wife's beautiful face. How could he resist? With a swift motion, he swept her into his arms and carried her to the chambers. Chapter 14. The melodrama of the great Xia dynasty's beloved wife in the Fengqi Hall's chambers. Before the vanity, the couple engaged in a tender display of affection. It's over. We're doomed. Our Susu has transformed into a beautiful fairy. Xiaomu marveled, tenderly caressing her delicate face. So stunning. Upon entering the qi-gathering stage, Yen Susu's beauty had returned to its pinnacle, even surpassing her most radiant days. The body of a cultivator was now more refined and smooth, illuminated by the essence of the Tao, making her beauty seem otherworldly. The reflection of the enchanting beauty in the mirror could captivate any soul. Her age appeared to regress to around 18, her face brimming with youthful collagen, innocent and alluring. If you continue to tease me with such strange words, I truly might die of embarrassment, Yen Susu said, her face flushed, her tone sultry. The stunning beauty was clearly not inclined to leave any room for Xiaomu's advances. It nearly compelled him to return to bed and continue his playful torment of this little enchantress. I'll come back to deal with you tonight, Xiaomu whispered suggestively in her ear. It was evident that his first wife's cheeks were ablaze. The beauty, now nourished by love, became even more enticing. Xiaomu had to suppress his desires and rise. If he lingered any longer, he would have no reason to go anywhere else. Before long, they arrived at the Hall of Diligence. Xiaomu, with an air of authority, sat upon the imperial throne, observing the young man and woman kneeling before him within the palace. The young man possessed striking features that bore a resemblance to General Liu, while the young woman was breathtaking, her large eyes filled with sorrow and unease. With a perfect oval face and a delicate, well-defined nose, she appeared to be of marriageable age, her figure slender and graceful. The heavy court robes could not conceal her enviable long legs, which showcased a perfect body proportion. Pure, shy, with hair cascading down to her waist, she would undoubtedly be a campus belle if she were to set foot on Earth. Able to stir up a tempest in any university. I, Lu Jiyu, pay my respects to your majesty. I, Lu Chan'er, pay my respects to your majesty. The two siblings performed the traditional kneeling and bowing, fulfilling the court's formalities. Once they rose, Xiao Mu let out a deep sigh. Your father was loyal to the throne, and I mourn the loss of a great general. You must take care to mourn accordingly, Xiao Mu said. His tone imbued with solemnity. An emperor must possess some theatricality. The respect due must be accorded. It was an honor for my father to serve your majesty. Surely, he must be smiling in the afterlife. Lu Jiyu declared, his eyes reddened, speaking with fervent passion. The implication was clear. However, he was still young, and a premature promotion would not be prudent. I shall arrange for you to serve in the Imperial Guards. Starting as a junior officer. Once you have matured, I will assign you further duties. What say you? Xiao Mu did not reprimand the loyal minister's offspring, but instead offered him a promising path. If all goes well, in 3 years, he could rise to the rank of captain, with a bright future ahead. The proposition was left open, allowing him room for negotiation. I am willing to serve your majesty on the southwestern front lines. I shall not diminish my father's reputation, Lu Jiyu unexpectedly proclaimed. The Great Xia dynasty conferred no titles without military merit. The Liu family had recently emerged as a military force, replacing those pivotal generals from the founding era. Those legendary generals of the founding era either saw their status diminish or return to their hometowns. Xiao Mu had not executed his meritorious officials. Those who surrendered their military power had almost all been ennobled. Military authority was firmly in the emperor's grasp. To achieve nobility and recognition, Lu Jiyu would have to head to the front lines, and currently, only the southwest remained embroiled in conflict. Young and ambitious, Xiao Mu resolved to send him to the southwestern frontier. Starting as a logistics officer, after some thought, he decided to support Lu Jiyu's fervent aspirations. I thank your majesty for your profound grace. I have one more humble request, and I beseech your majesty to grant it. Lu Jiyu knelt before the emperor, pressing his forehead to the ground. Such impudence, repeatedly bringing matters before the emperor. Oh, speak. Then, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, his tone frosty. Why, Sister Chan'er has just reached marriageable age. Last year, she was meant to enter the palace for the selection, but her youth delayed that. I wish to send my sister to the palace and humbly request your majesty's acceptance, Lu Jiyu unexpectedly requested. Good heavens! Xiao Mu cast a glance at the pure campus belle, finding it difficult to voice a refusal. The Great Xia dynasty was a realm of nepotism, with military power held by the emperor. It was essential for him to have allies in the harem. Chan'er, would you be willing to enter the palace? Instead of giving an immediate answer, Xiao Mu turned his gaze towards the stunning beauty. Unable to resist, he felt compelled to accept. Her tearful demeanor only intensified his desire to protect her. I would be honored to serve. Lu Chan'er finally mustered the courage to gaze up at the emperor. Initially, she had harbored concerns, having heard that the emperor was already in his 40s or 50s. Although the emperor was a hero of unparalleled might, what young girl does not dream of a dashing young man? Yet, upon locking eyes with him, Lu Chan'er felt a spark of admiration. The emperor was extraordinarily handsome. Then it is settled. Return home to honor your father, and next month, you shall enter the palace to meet me. Xiao Mu cheerfully accepted the stunning campus belle, fulfilling General Lu's loyalty and providing the Lu family with an opportunity to rise. Though the Great Xia dynasty was not built upon filial piety, following a father's death, one could not immediately remarry. Thus, the matter was settled, and the two siblings soon took their leave. Without delay, Xiao Mu summoned the scholars from the Imperial Academy. The court placed great emphasis on education, essentially promoting a modernized educational system. The Imperial Academy was the court's most trusted scientific institution, with each scholar having dedicated a significant portion of their lives to study. Coincidentally, this batch had coincided with the founding of the dynasty and was thus particularly favored. I, Niu Dun, pay my respects to your majesty. I, Ai-in, Pay my respects to your majesty." The two middle-aged men greeted the emperor with a formal bow. To demonstrate his esteem for the scientists, Xiao Mu even permitted them to rise without kneeling. "Rise. How have you fared with the tasks I assigned?" Xiao Mu inquired kindly. "I have conducted research on magical artifacts. According to the hierarchy in the cultivation world, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and the strength of magical artifacts surpasses that of any steel in Great Xia." Niu Dun adjusted his glasses, speaking slowly and methodically. "I estimate that the strength of a low-grade magical artifact is approximately 5 times that of cutting-edge steel. Is there a method to forge magical artifacts?" Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, eager for an answer. If this could be accomplished, the military might would ascend to new heights. The current patterned rifles were prone to barrel explosions. I have delved into the musicians' miscellany and discovered that inferior magical artifacts are predominantly crafted from the mysterious iron of spiritual veins, a substance that typically emerges in conjunction with these veins. If we could procure the materials, combined with the intense heat of the earth's fire, we should be able to forge them in bulk using a steel furnace. Niu Dun expressed his uncertainty, pondering aloud. The information he possessed had been meticulously organized and provided to him by Xiao Mu, and he had never encountered this mysterious iron before. As for the spiritual veins, it was unavoidable to seek them out. I have also come across additional texts. I urge you to study them thoroughly. This puppet should be considered a material for magical artifacts, and we can commence our experiments with it. Xiao Mu summoned the text from Daoist Qing Shu, along with the puppet. Chapter 15. The Technological Tree of the Great Xia Dynasty. Your Majesty, I am pleased to report that the Gatling gun research team I lead has finally achieved a breakthrough in key technology. We have successfully manufactured 12 units in the laboratory, including both 12mm and 20mm calibers, ready for inspection by the Imperial Guard. Niu Dun suddenly shifted the topic. The Gatling gun had been a long-cherished aspiration of Xiao Mu, and after over 20 years of development, it had finally come to fruition. This news was exhilarating. Can we inscribe array patterns upon it? However, Xiao Mu's expression remained subdued as he contemplated. With the emergence of cultivators, conventional machine guns would struggle to inflict substantial damage. Inscribing array patterns necessitates the infusion of true essence, the power derived from a cultivator's transformation of spiritual energy. This process is exceedingly intricate and currently relies solely on cultivators for inscription. Niu Dun mused. This conclusion aligned with Xiao Mu's own thoughts, and he did not hold Niu Dun accountable for the inconvenience. It would merely require him to inscribe them personally. How goes Dr. Ein's research on TNT explosives? Xiao Mu inquired, not wishing to dwell on the previous topic. The advent of such explosive material would signify true military modernization, yet gunpowder still lacked sufficient lethality. We have conducted numerous experiments, and we can now reliably ignite it using detonators. However, I recently discovered a remarkable application of spiritual energy. If TNT could detonate within a container infused with spiritual energy, its destructive power could be amplified by several dozen, or even hundreds of times, Dr. Ein proclaimed astonishingly. This revelation invigorated Xiao Mu. At last, the presence of cultivators bore some tangible benefits. Are there any further challenges? Xiao Mu eagerly pressed for more information. If such a device exists, low-tier cultivators may become obsolete. The primary hurdle remains the storage and extraction of spiritual energy. I have considered the technology behind storage bags, but extracting spiritual energy still requires time. Dr. Ein lamented, his brow furrowed. He was the epitome of a bookworm, often drifting off even when conversing with the emperor. Fortunately, the emperor was a wise ruler who never held such lapses against him. I shall provide you with a storage bag and 3 spirit stones for your research. The funding will be directly allocated from my treasury, expedited for your efforts to yield results promptly, Xiao Mu declared, slapping his thigh and granting privileges without hesitation. This antiquated world of cultivation, having languished for millennia, remains entrenched in ancient societal norms. They should not blame me for eschewing martial ethics, for I intend to astound you with a modicum of technology. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mu couldn't help but beam with joy. I have another suggestion. Why not establish a cultivation department at the academy, gathering exceptional scientists to expedite breakthroughs? Niu Dun's thoughts became increasingly agile, and his speech more coherent. His high emotional intelligence and strong organizational skills affirmed his position as the academy's president. Not only shall I establish a cultivation department, but from this day forth, every university shall also institute a cultivation division. Xiaomu readily agreed, his face alight with satisfaction. Given a few decades, the rapid advancement of technology might allow us to rival the Xintian sect. It is merely unfortunate that the cultivation realm is so antiquated. Even the rogue cultivators compiling the Great Compendium of Cultivation find no acceptance. In retrospect, the cultivation world is even more stifling than the feudal society of Huaxia. After bidding farewell to the two scientific luminaries, Xiaomu eagerly made his way to the Dragon Breath Palace. It was time to cultivate some practical spells. From the relics of Gufeng and Huairou, he unearthed many foundational spells: water condensation technique, fire condensation technique, body protection true essence, and the methods for cultivating spiritual awareness, among others. His primary interest lay in the cultivation of spiritual awareness, enhancing reflexes and perception. However, cultivating spiritual awareness proved far more complex than anticipated. Compared to practicing techniques, this endeavor was considerably more intricate. After half a day of cultivation, his sea of consciousness finally stirred, creating ripples. As night fell, Huayan finally entered the Dragon Breath Palace. "Your Majesty, which consort are you visiting tonight?" Huayan inquired with a playful grin. Logically, he should seek out the young maiden, yet an extraordinary beauty unexpectedly flashed through his mind. "Let us visit consort you," Xiaomu resolutely declared. Huayan looked up in shock, convinced he had misheard. It had been a decade since the emperor last sought out consort you, seemingly having forgotten that woman. Yet, Huayan knew all too well that she remained the emperor's enduring sorrow. For 10 years, the harem had treated consort Yu with utmost care. Even the Yu family had not fallen from grace, indicating the emperor's lingering attachment to the enchanting beauty. "Are you deaf? I said we are going to see consort Yu," Xiaomu added irritably. Smack! Huayan lightly slapped himself, reverting to his playful demeanor. "I deserve this punishment. I shall lead the way to the Miao Heart Palace." Huayan hurriedly prepared the ceremonial retinue and took the lead. The procession made its way to the entrance of the Miao Heart Palace. However, Xiaomu suddenly hesitated, feeling a wave of trepidation. "Is she well? It is truly astonishing that we have shared the same roof for a decade without seeing one another." The palace was in disarray. "Consort, please rise. I implore you. It is a rare occasion that His Majesty has graced us with his presence. Allow me to assist you in your makeup." The chaos prevailed, and within the Miao Heart Palace, there were scarcely 8 servants to attend. Sitting on the couch, the consort appeared as indifferent as a marionette, her expression as cold as ice. She disregarded the servants' pleas, treating their words as mere whispers in the wind. "Please rise. I have already informed Miao Xian that we shall forego such formalities," Xiaomu said with an awkward smile, attempting to provide her an out, though she appeared disinterested. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the once breathtaking beauty, now marked by the signs of time, with crow's feet beginning to form. A bewitching enchantress capable of inciting chaos in the realm seemed utterly unconcerned with maintaining her appearance. Showing no desire to vie for affection, Xiaomu's heart ached at the sight. It is said that love does not bring pain, but the one most loved often inflicts the deepest wounds. In the tumultuous era of yore, many sought to possess Yu Miao Xian, yet ultimately, Xiaomu outmaneuvered them all. The alluring figure of the demoness remained captivating. Her alluring curves and slender waist could easily captivate any man's gaze. Her proportions were almost surreal, her long, comic-like legs accentuating her enchanting allure. Those large, fox-like eyes seemed to possess a voice of their own. Alas, those once lively eyes now appeared dulled, devoid of spirit, as if she had become a soulless puppet. "Are you well?" Xiaomu's voice trembled slightly. "I am well, Your Majesty. Please take your leave," Yu Miao Xian replied coldly, offering no regard for the emperor. The awkwardness hung in the air, leaving Xiaomu with a bitter smile. After dismissing the servants, the room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. "I have come to test your spiritual roots. Perhaps Miao Xian could become a cultivator." Xiaomu forced a smile, attempting to break the ice. Perhaps his words struck a chord, for Yu Miao Xian finally lifted her gaze, studying the emperor intently. After years apart, the emperor appeared remarkably youthful. As though he had reverted to a 20-year-old boy, his aura even more compelling than before. "Your Majesty wishes for me to cultivate? Do you not fear that I may one day take your life?" Yu Miao Xian's words were audacious, delivered with a nonchalant demeanor. Chapter 16. Once the vast sea, difficult to regain water. The relationship between the two was akin to that of adversaries. However, no matter how Xiao Mu tried to explain, he could not thaw her icy heart. Regarding the past, it was not I who killed Tang Minghai. He was mistaken for a soldier's victim. Having provoked the brutes in the barracks, Xiao Mu felt compelled to revisit the old tale. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stunning beauty reacted instinctively, rising in fury. He was once my betrothed, and you stole him from me. That would have sufficed. But why did you murder him in a fit of rage? Kicking his head like a ball? Yu Miao Xian cried out in anger. Unsurprisingly, the conversation fell into yet another stalemate. In truth, Xiao Mu understood her well. Yu Miao Xian did not love that man, but rather mourned the tragic demise of Tang Minghai. The Tang and Yu families were long-standing allies, and the pair had grown up together. As the most beautiful woman of the Yu family, she became the greatest liability amidst the chaos. Eventually, when Xiao Mu began his campaign of conquest, he sought out the Yu family to propose marriage. Under such circumstances, the Yu family had no choice but to rescind their engagement with the Tang family, marrying their unparalleled beauty to Xiao Mu. After several years of marriage, Yu Miao Xian had unwittingly fallen for Xiao Mu. Yet, the unfortunate twist was that Tang Minghai could not forget her and sought Xiao Mu out in the barracks. Ultimately meeting his end outside Xiao Mu's tent, Tio claimed that Xiao Mu had not slain him would be a stretch even for Xiao Mu himself. I am willing to allow you to cultivate. If you truly have the ability to slay me, then give it a try, Xiao Mu said bitterly. This woman had accompanied him for 20 years. If he did not dare to offer her a chance, it would be too cowardly. His forthright tone inexplicably stunned the heartbroken Yu Miao Xian. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Sigh. Xiao Mu sighed in melancholy, reaching out to grasp her small hand, gently placing it upon the compass. Soon, the compass began to tremble violently, emitting blinding white and blue light that nearly overwhelmed the eyes. Xiao Mu widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at her face. The frost god body, truly worthy of being the world's most beautiful woman. Her talent left commoners feeling ashamed. She indeed possessed the potential to slay Xiao Mu, her divine body exuding extraordinary power. I will prepare a cultivation technique for you. Strive to live well. Xiao Mu resolved to set aside his errant thoughts. Choosing not to mention her talent, the once dazed Yu Miao Xian finally regained her composure, returning to her previous state of irritation as she sat back upon the couch. Your Majesty should take your leave. Yu Miao Xian's demeanor grew cold once more. I refuse to go. Today, in your palace, Xiao Mu found himself amused by her anger. The two resembled petulant children, indulging in their whims. Xiao Mu navigated around the screen and truly began his meditation. He understood his own woman well. Xiao Mu firmly believed she was incapable of regicide. As he meditated, he initiated the cultivation of his spiritual awareness. Soon, silence enveloped him, while a tempest brewed within his sea of consciousness. Being a Na'vi youth, Xiao Mu miscalculated this time. When one's heart is unsteady and emotions fluctuate wildly, it is an unsuitable time for spiritual cultivation, such as the consequence of lacking a master. Thud! During his practice, Xiao Mu collapsed to the ground, even causing the screen to shift. Yu Miaoxin, who had been seated, hurriedly stood and turned around the screen. The emperor lay unconscious on the floor, his life hanging in the balance. Her expression fluctuated between despondence and fury, and suddenly, a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she seized a pair of scissors from a nearby table. Yu Miaoxin's heart raced violently. She, who had never taken a life, found herself contemplating murder today. Just as the scissors were poised to draw near the emperor's neck, clatter, Yu Miaoxin abruptly broke down, flinging the scissors away. The unparalleled beauty, the epitome of grace, wept as tears fell upon the emperor's face. You truly deserve to die, you wretched scoundrel. Yet, I cannot bear it. I love you, you great villain. She sobbed uncontrollably, tenderly caressing the emperor's visage. After a long while, she ceased her weeping, gently resting her head against Xiao Mu's chest. Are you going to die? Very well. Then let us die together, Yu Miaoxin murmured. Perhaps this was the best conclusion. Her hatred had finally found release. You cannot die, my woman, you must not die. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in sudden clarity. Responding in a dazed, Yu Miaoxin, startled, quickly rose to her feet, her heart pounding as she gazed into Xiao Mu's unusual eyes. Having faltered in his spiritual cultivation, Xiao Mu's consciousness lay unguarded, rendering him akin to a marionette. Thus, any question posed to him would elicit an honest response from the depths of his being. This strange state left the ordinary Yu Miaoxin utterly astonished. She suddenly perceived a shimmering light emanating from his forehead. Slowly, she leaned in closer, her mind inundated with a tumult of thoughts. His spiritual awareness overflowed. However, since Xiao Mu's cultivation level was merely at the qi gathering stage, physical contact was essential to access his consciousness. As Yu Miaoxin pressed her forehead against his, she unwittingly glimpsed his memories. She could distinctly sense his current thoughts, why heart by desire you. Within the depths of Xiao Mu's consciousness, his thoughts were intensely lascivious. Having just accessed his memories, Yu Miaoxin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she witnessed scenes of Xiao Mu's fervent admiration for her body, each evening devoted to her entirely. What were you doing when Tang Minghai died? A sudden insight struck Yu Miaoxin. This was a perfect opportunity to uncover the truth of that fateful day. If the emperor truly had a hand in Tang Minghai's demise, she would never forgive him. The mere thought of her childhood companion being treated like a mere ball by Xiao Mu shattered her. That day, I was studying military strategy. The days Xiao Mu began to recall the memories from that day. At the time, the struggle for supremacy was nearing its conclusion, with the majority of the realm falling under Xiao Mu's dominion. While studying military strategy in his tent, Xiao Mu was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Tang Minghai, brimming with rage, barged in. Xiao Mu. Return Miaoxin to me. Tang Minghai, seemingly intoxicated, stormed in, shouting. Thud. Xiao Mu nonchalantly tossed his military texts onto the table, glancing at him with disdain. Are you seeking a fight? Yu Miaoxin is my woman, and she is already with child. You come to demand her back? Xiao Mu retorted with a cold smirk. Go be fair. Although Yu Miaoxin had been taken from him, Xiao Mu had protected her during the chaos, establishing a sort of pact, as the Yu family was also willing to unite through marriage. Miaoxin does not love you. Forcing her is akin to making a cow drink water against its will. Tang Minghai bellowed in a frenzy. That captivating beauty, once seen, was impossible to forget. Noble scions rarely fell in love, yet for Tang Minghai, she was irreplaceable. Without Miaoxin, he would rather perish. Chapter 17. Why kill in a chaotic world? The woman you cannot let go of, I have already taken. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Xiao Mu's mouth. Taken. This statement sent Tang Minghai into a frenzy, enraged like a bull. I'll have it out with you, Tang Minghai shouted, charging forward with a fist aimed squarely at Xiao Mu's face. Child's play. Xiao Mu couldn't even be bothered to evade, effortlessly countering with a powerful blow that sent Tang Minghai stumbling back several paces before crashing to the ground. In tumultuous times, a scholar's prowess was of little use. You wait. Tang Minghai, eyes bloodshot, struggled to his feet and departed. Until he exited the tent, Xiao Mu remained unfazed. However, a nearby soldier could no longer stand idly by. General, should I have him? The soldier made a slashing motion across his throat, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Enough. A scholar's rebellion is futile. If I were to kill him, Miaoxin would loathe me for eternity. Losing the support of the Yu and Tang families would be a grave mistake. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, dismissing Tang Minghai entirely. The winds of fate were unrelenting. Within the tent, Xiao Mu resumed his study of military strategy when 2 hours later, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. General, Tang Minghai has been killed, the soldier exclaimed breathlessly. What did you say? How did this happen? Xiao Mu's demeanor changed, concern etched across his face as he pressed for details. The scholar was drunk, taking out his frustrations on the soldier's provisions. Those hardened warriors could not tolerate his antics, and they swiftly took his life. The soldier elaborated hastily. It turned out that the aggrieved Tang Minghai had gone drinking. In his inebriated state, he had provoked a group of deserters. These soldiers, ruthless in the chaos, had only followed Xiao Mu for his rising power. They cared little for military law and simply executed Tang Minghai, using his head for sport. Where are those soldiers? Xiao Mu was aghast. If this situation could not be clarified, it would not only offend Miaoxin but would also jeopardize the support of the Yu and Tang families. The military police attempted to apprehend them, but those ruffians had already fled, with some of our men chasing after them. The soldier continued, indignant. Killing one's own in the camp was a breach of military law. Ultimately, the military police caught up with the deserters. But those desperate men fought fiercely and were all slain on the spot. With no witnesses left, Xiao Mu was left to bear the blame. Within the palace, Yu Miaoxin nestled in her husband's embrace. Having wept until she was nearly unrecognizable, "I am sorry, my husband. I was foolish, misunderstanding you all these years," sobbing. Yu Miaoxin's voice was choked with tears. After some time, she regained her composure, only to find Xiaomu still in a deep slumber. She forced herself to remain calm, adjusting his sitting posture before resuming her meditation on the mat. Few within the palace understood the intricacies of cultivation. She could only beseech the heavens not to take her husband away. Xiaomu's inner turmoil raged like a tempest, his true essence spiraling out of control. Yet, miraculously, upon resuming meditation, the techniques from the cultivation scriptures proved formidable, regardless of how chaotic his true essence became. All meridians and acupoints could accommodate it. After a considerable time, Xiaomu gradually regained a semblance of consciousness, beginning to guide his true essence back to his dantian. Once tranquility returned to his body, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was the breathtaking beauty kneeling before him, her face streaked with tears. She was heartbroken, and with just one glance, Xiaomu felt a pang of sorrow. The emperor's heart is inscrutable. No one could fathom who his most beloved was. Yet, Xiaomu was clear that the enchanting figure before him was his heart's desire, fulfilling nearly all of a man's fantasies, making one wish to perish in her alluring embrace. "What troubles you? Do not cry." Xiaomu quickly approached her, soothingly. Had she truly come to a realization? That would be splendid. He had awaited this moment for far too long. "Please, Your Majesty, grant me the death penalty. For so many years, I have misunderstood you." Yu Miaoxin wept. In that instant, she wished to slap herself twice. This misunderstanding had cost her her entire youth. Was there anything more foolish? "How could I ever blame you? If you can forgive me, that is the greatest joy." Xiaomu replied with a beaming smile. "The clouds have parted, revealing the moon at last. This day has finally arrived. It was worth it. Tang Minghai's drunken demise has nothing to do with Your Majesty." To Xiaomu's astonishment, Yu Miaoxin even volunteered to defend him. "As long as you believe it," Xiaomu said, filled with excitement as he pulled her into his embrace. After a long separation, her soft form felt like a precious treasure in his arms. The blushing enchantress smiled shyly. "The woman you cannot let go of. I have already taken." "What does that mean? Why did Tang Minghai get so furious upon hearing it?" Yu Miaoxin inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity as she gazed up at her husband. The warmth of his embrace was intoxicating. Yet, Xiaomu felt a wave of embarrassment. It was entirely normal for women of ancient times to misunderstand, especially since Miaoxin, with her mature beauty, had a rather simple mind. A classic case of large chest, empty head. Her sudden understanding of that phrase made Xiaomu realize the implications. With a sudden flourish, he swept her into his arms, striding toward the royal chamber. "I shall now explain to you what it means to be taken," Xiaomu replied, his face unapologetically bold. Even if she was a simpleton, this phrase should have been comprehensible. Whoosh! Yu Miaoxin's face turned beet red as she finally grasped the meaning behind taken. "I do not want to doubt Your Majesty. Let go of me." After a prolonged drought of affection, Yu Miaoxin shyly protested. However, at that moment, Xiaomu was ablaze with desire, unwilling to release the unparalleled enchantress. For 5 consecutive days, Xiaomu remained within her palace, never stepping outside. At last, he had completely alleviated the torment of longing. During these days, he also assisted her in organizing her cultivation techniques, helping her channel energy into her body. It was only when he had to depart that Xiaomu reluctantly took his leave. The sensation of being a despotic ruler was indeed delightful. Early in the morning, Xiaomu resolutely rose from his bed and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Your heart grows ever younger and more beautiful. I am quite fond of it," he remarked with a beaming smile. Truly, she was a frost-divine body, and in just 3 days, she had successfully channeled energy into her body. Was this the life of a favored child of heaven? Xiaomu left with a heart full of satisfaction. However, on the bed, Yu Miaoxin suddenly emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her expression turning sorrowful. Young and beautiful. This term had strayed far from her reality. Could it be that His Majesty was mocking her waning youth? Yu Miaoxin anxiously leaped up and rushed to the mirror. A single glance left her momentarily speechless. The mirror reflected an unparalleled beauty, appearing no older than 18, precisely at her most radiant. Becoming a cultivator had extended her lifespan, and her appearance had rejuvenated as well. How delightful! Yu Miaoxin dreamily caressed her face, her smile enchanting enough to captivate a nation. Heaven had been exceedingly kind to her, restoring her youth precisely when she needed it most. Elated, she lifted the hem of her skirt and joyfully twirled within the palace, her laughter echoing throughout the halls. Chapter 18. The sect's recruitment of disciples. Since the departure of Master Yusin, it had only been a little over 2 months, yet a substantial number of cultivators from the sect had finally arrived. Testing spiritual roots was merely a mundane task for the sect. The cultivators present were all at the Qi gathering stage. They were reluctant to descend into the mortal realm, merely seeking to earn some sect points. In the Hall of Diligence, the leading disciple of the sect carried himself with arrogant pride, neglecting to even cast a glance. Let me be frank. The court must fully cooperate, and there must be no negligence. Should I require anything, I will not hesitate to summon you, Zhang Renjie declared haughtily, his nostrils flaring with disdain. His utter disregard for the emperor was evident, as he spoke with no regard for decorum. Not only was Xiao Mu's dignity at stake, but the faces of all the civil and military officials present also bore the weight of humiliation. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to matters concerning the sect. The immortals will be testing their spiritual roots, and the court shall undoubtedly cooperate fully. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips. These scoundrels were not yet in a position to turn against him. With several hundred disciples from the sect in attendance, including numerous inner disciples, it was said that there were dozens of late-stage Qi gathering cultivators among them, an overwhelming force that the court could hardly contend with. It would be best if you thought so. From today onward, the Eastern Palace will be thoroughly cleaned. My fellow disciples shall reside and conduct their affairs there. Zhang Renjie smirked condescendingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How can this be tolerated? This group of scoundrels displayed no respect, their tone brimming with arrogance. Their manners were decidedly lacking. The Eastern Palace, connected to the Imperial Palace, was now enveloped by an array. This formation, known as the Eight Gates Locking Heaven Formation, was acquired from the esteemed Qingshu. Although similar in name to the Eight Gates Golden Lock Formation, its power surpassed it by leaps and bounds. The Eastern Palace is too cramped. It hardly befits immortals. I have prepared a residence in the eastern outskirts, where the scenery is lovely and one can reside more comfortably. Suppressing his inner fury, Xiao Mu's tone softened considerably. While cultivators were indeed powerful, they had yet to navigate the intricacies of the emperor's machinations. Moreover, Xiao Mu was undoubtedly the finest among rulers, an exceptional individual whose qualities as a transmigrator were unmatched. If you can be so understanding, then all the better. Ha ha ha. Zhang Renjie laughed derisively. It was clear that, in his eyes, mortals were akin to ants, conversing with them when in good spirits but capable of snuffing them out at a whim when displeased. In that moment, Xiao Mu gained profound insight. The world of cultivation had remained unchanged for centuries, with millennia of civilization still ensconced in feudalism. These lofty cultivators were the root of the problem. It was reminiscent of the era of the Huaxia Empire, where royal kin and powerful families held dominion over productive resources. They had no inclination to enhance productivity or advance technological progress. Why toil at research and development when one could simply reap rents from fields and shops? The cultivators were similarly inclined, their lofty pride rendering them incapable of finding ways to assist mortals in leading better lives. The court had already made substantial preparations, with every province willing to cooperate fully. Their forces had long since begun mobilization, simply waiting for the immortals to arrive. Xiao Mu extended warmth and encouragement. For the emperor's heart was inscrutable, a truth that also applied to cultivators. Regardless, Zhang Renjie perceived no anomaly, believing instead that this mortal was utterly subservient. Has the emperor's harem undergone testing for spiritual roots? Let us see all the beauties with spiritual roots. We wish to inspect them personally. Zhang Renjie suddenly spoke with a suggestive tone. You despicable wretch! Even if this remark was meant in jest, it was far too excessive in the presence of so many. Did the emperor have no regard for his dignity? The notion of inspecting the beauties of the harem would certainly become the subject of scandalous gossip among the populace. Immortals, please conduct yourselves with decorum. I have already tested for spiritual roots and inquired about the preferences of the harem's beauties. Those willing to ascend to the immortal mountain for cultivation shall not be obstructed. Xiaomu firmly countered. Point one should either remain silent or, once spoken, firmly establish one's boundaries. Indeed, his words rendered Zhang Renjie momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to respond. In that case, let us proceed as such. Zhang Renjie's complexion darkened, yet he made a slight concession. After all, they had only just agreed upon cooperation. To turn hostile now would be unseemly. Is there a time limit for the sex recruitment of disciples? Xiaomu exhaled deeply, his tone shifting back to a gentler demeanor. It must be completed within 3 months. Let us be on our way. Zhang Renjie instructed coldly, his expression grim. The 7 or 8 cultivators who had accompanied him began to prepare to leave. Rising from his throne, Xiaomu proclaimed, I bid farewell to all the immortals. He extended ample courtesy, leading the officials to see off the cultivators. Only after all the cultivators vanished beyond the city gates did the officials breathe a collective sigh of relief. The silence in the hall was deafening, as all present recognized the emperor's growing helplessness. Xiaomu, feeling disheartened, casually waved his hand. You may disperse. There will be no morning court tomorrow. With a tone devoid of warmth, Xiaomu issued his command. This farce had finally come to an end. However, before Xiaomu could return to the harem, Huaiyan cautiously approached. Your Majesty, the immortals demand lavish feasts and a supply of several hundred beautiful maidens for their enjoyment. Huaiyan reported, trembling with trepidation. Expecting the emperor to erupt in fury, he was taken aback when Xiaomu burst into laughter. As an emperor, one feared those without weaknesses. If these scoundrels were truly devoid of desires, the emperor would have no means to contend with them, since they relished beauty and luxury that made matters simpler. You shall procure the finest courtesans from the capital and gather beauties far and wide. Ensure the immortals are thoroughly pleased, Xiaomu stated confidently. Were the court to seek beautiful women, it was a matter of mere moments. The Ministry of Rites, brothels, and even various clandestine channels were all within the court's grasp. They also desire a few untouched maidens. Huaiyan did not immediately take action. Instead, he continued, quaking in fear. This is rather problematic. Such demands are rather excessive. What respectable family's daughter would engage in such transactions? Xiaomu sighed. You may withdraw 1,000,000 silver from my treasury to facilitate this matter. The anger that Xiaomu had managed to suppress surged forth once more, manifesting only as a long sigh. Money could procure many things, including intact maidens. Yet, such matters were inherently vexing. Understood. I shall take my leave. Huaiyan clasped his hands and hurriedly distanced himself from the emperor, eager to evade his wrath. Chapter 19. Cultivators stirring up trouble. In just a few days since the arrival of the cultivators, the atmosphere in the capital had shifted dramatically. Particularly among the prominent families, tension ran high as they anxiously feared disturbances in their households. Young ladies of noble birth dared not step outside. Despite their vigilant precautions, disturbances still emerged. Reports flooded in from within the capital's elite circles of young maidens falling victim to heinous acts. Priceless heirlooms from various prestigious families began to vanish mysteriously, and even complaints were lodged. However, the court found itself powerless in the face of such turmoil. The methods of the cultivators were enigmatic and unpredictable, making the apprehension of culprits akin to climbing the heavens. Xiaomu, feeling overwhelmed, arrived at the Phoenix Nest Palace to visit his first wife. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his sister-in-law and the empress weeping inconsolably, clearly having been engaged in a lengthy discussion. What has transpired? Xiaomu inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. The empress, known for her resilience, crying in such a manner indicated a grave matter. Your Majesty, it is a private matter of mine. I have disturbed you, and for that, I deserve death. His sister-in-law sobbed. Having come this far, he could not refrain from inquiring further. What exactly has happened? Xiaomu pressed, his voice stern and commanding. The emperor's inquiry demanded a response. Thud! The sister-in-law dropped to her knees, gathering the courage to speak. My youngest daughter, yet unripe for marriage, was assaulted by a rogue last night. When I saw her this morning, she was barely clinging to life. Please, Your Majesty, grant justice for my daughter, she wept, her voice choked with sorrow. WTF. Xiaomu's composure shattered. The Yin family was of noble lineage, a distinguished marquis family. With such a prestigious background, they had still fallen victim to vile acts. One could only imagine the plight of others. Did she survive? Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy as he pressed for details. The audacity of such a rogue to inflict such suffering was unforgivable. In answer to your majesty, my poor daughter suffered for half the night, before finally succumbing, his sister-in-law lamented, tears streaming down her face, her words barely coherent. As she hesitated to continue, Xiao Mu understood. The wretched flower thief is deliberate in his actions, leaving the young maiden with just a breath, subjecting her to further torment and humiliation. The impact of such deeds on blossoming young girls is indeed profound. Rest assured, the court shall spare no effort in uncovering the truth behind this matter. Xiao Mu pondered momentarily before speaking with deep sorrow. This is merely the beginning. I once believed that cultivators were reclusive sages, unbothered by worldly affairs, but it appears I was mistaken. The vast majority of cultivators are, in fact, ordinary mortals at heart. They wield powers beyond the reach of common folk, yet their ambitions and desires may spiral out of control. After bidding farewell to his sister-in-law, the couple exchanged silent glances. The Empress, as always, was gentle and considerate. Having prepared lunch, it was not until Xiao Mu was about to leave that Yen Susu finally broke the silence. Your Majesty must not allow this incident to unsettle you. The stability of the court and the imperial lineage of the great Xia rests firmly in your hands. Her voice was chillingly calm. If we cannot fight back, then all is in vain. Much like Liu Bang, who, when his family was captured by Xiangyu, could only bitterly accept a share of the spoils. Fear not, I shall not engage in a battle without certainty of victory. These scoundrels will not flaunt their arrogance for long. One day, they shall reckon with their deeds. Xiao Mu took a deep breath, gently caressing her delicate face. A once glorious dynasty, now irrevocably lost. The seeds of capitalism had already begun to sprout. In a mere century or two, we would have entered the modern age. Troubled, Xiao Mu walked back to the hall of diligent governance. After a prolonged wait, Huayan approached once more. Your Majesty, Miss Chonner from the Liu family has entered the palace. Would you like to meet her? He reported unexpectedly. Could it be that another incident has occurred? With the recent passing of Liu Chonner's father, protocol dictates that no joyous events take place within 3 months. It has barely been a month since his death, yet she has been sent to the palace. Something seems amiss. Summon her, Xiao Mu commanded in a low voice. Shortly thereafter, Liu Chonner appeared, adorned in ceremonial robes. Her youthful beauty radiating even amidst her evident concerns. She knelt before him, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Xiao Mu discerned the underlying issue. There is no need to rush into the palace. Has something happened in the Liu household? He bypassed the riddles. Addressing her directly, it was agreed that she would enter the palace in 3 months. Sending her here prematurely is illogical. As a lady of a noble family, she would not misinterpret such etiquette. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was originally observing mourning at home. However, a cultivator came to visit, insisting that he would take me as his wife. With my safety at the Liu residence in jeopardy, my brother had no choice but to send me to the palace early. Seeking your protection, Liu Chonner explained, her voice filled with vulnerability. Indeed, trouble had arisen. These cultivators behaved like wild dogs, rampaging through the capital of Great Xia, even daring to set their sights on the Emperor's women. It was an unprecedented audacity, though not worry. From this day forth, you shall remain in the palace. Xiao Mu's eyes turned cold, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his features. If he could not protect his own, the court would ultimately fall apart. Speaking of which, these cultivators were quite adept at seeking out beauty. They had barely arrived, yet they seemed to have a clear understanding of where to find lovely women and treasures. It was uncertain what means they employed. However, upon reflection, it was not particularly difficult. With even a simple charm, they could unearth the secrets of mortal hearts. Noble ladies rarely ventured out. Did their servants not do the same? Your servant humbly thanks your Majesty for your grace. Liu Chonner sighed in relief, cautiously adjusting her address. The distinction between your servant and this humble servant signified a difference in status for women. Huayan, please prepare the Miaolian palace for her. Let Chonner stay there temporarily. Xiao Mu, noting her fright, intended to provide her with a suitable place. The Miaolian palace was the residence of the favored concubine. It felt excessive to accommodate a newcomer there. Your servant dares not, Liu Chonner replied, merely a naive girl caught off guard. Women entering the palace typically held the status of beauties, as a loyal minister's daughter. She was granted special favor, and upon entering the palace, she would be elevated to the rank of a beauty. After gaining favor, her status would rise further. Nevertheless, residing in the Miaolian palace felt inappropriate. "Fear not. This is merely to ensure your peace of mind," Xiaomu replied with a charming smile. "The palace is currently rather empty. The Shuxiu Palace is nearly unoccupied." "Your servant thanks your majesty for your kindness," Lu Chan'er said, her cheeks flushed with surprise and joy. Such treatment upon entering the palace was extraordinary. Even Yin Guifei, the most favored concubine, had not received such honors. Chapter 20. The Dreamer of the Beautiful Maiden in the Miaolian Palace. Under the romantic glow of candlelight, Xiaomu dined with the enchanting school beauty. The age of electricity had yet to dawn, creating a unique atmosphere. Lu Chan'er displayed remarkable elegance as she ate. Her movements barely perceptible to it was evident she had received a fine upbringing, a true daughter of a noble family. The tenet of silence during meals was an ancient principle, yet Great Xia did not strictly observe this etiquette. There is no need to be so restrained. The palace is far more open than the outside world. Xiaomu chuckled softly, easily recognizing the innocence of the young maiden. This was likely her first meal with a stranger. "I have heard of your majesty's benevolence and valor, and your concern for the world," Lu Chan'er replied, smiling as her nervousness finally began to dissipate. "Have you reached the age of maturity this year?" Xiaomu inquired, shifting the conversation gently. According to the customs of the Lingyun realm, a girl reaches maturity at the age of 15. After this age, she is eligible for marriage and childbirth. After the establishment of the Great Xia, Xiaomu had specifically decreed that the age of maturity be raised to 16. "Your Majesty, I shall reach maturity next year," Lu Chan'er responded, her heart fluttering again. She had wished to enter the palace the previous year, but her youth had held her back. Now, with the Emperor's inquiry, she feared he might deem her too young. "I have a fondness for beautiful maidens," Xiaomu teased, unable to resist a playful remark. The exquisite school beauty before him blushed a deep crimson. Her delicate lips trembled slightly in anxiousness. She was utterly adorable. "A hero of your caliber, your majesty, would surely attract the attention of maidens across the land," Lu Chan'er said, her heart racing as she offered a timid compliment. This was not mere flattery but a truth rooted in reality. Beyond Xiaomu's legendary tales of conquest, another significant reason lay in the system of nepotism. Without penetrating the core circles of royal capital, one could hardly be recognized as a top noble in Great Xia. "I believe you may be overstating matters." "Ha." Xiaomu laughed heartily, understanding the sentiments of the young girl. Unexpectedly, the stunning school beauty set her utensils down, her gaze fixed earnestly upon him. "Your servant would not dare to lie. I am well acquainted with the tales of your victories, from the 12 lords rallying to the king's cause, capturing Lu Zhigao thrice, to your strategies that have led to countless victories. Your stories are as vivid to me as if I had witnessed them myself," Lu Chan'er said with utmost seriousness. These tales represented Xiaomu's moments of glory, mythologized by literati. To be candid, when it came to embellishment, Xiaomu had mastered the art. Many battles had taken on a legendary hue. "Oh? It seems you know history better than I do," Xiaomu teased, finding joy in the admiration of the beautiful maiden. Protecting one corner of the land, riding across the battlefield, invincible in the face of adversity. "To win a heart, one lets the horses roam freely on the southern mountains." Gazing upon each other's ethereal beauty, "The grandeur of your majesty's ambitions is etched in the hearts of the people," Lu Chan'er recited softly, her cheeks flushed. Especially that line, "To win a heart, one lets the horses roam freely on the southern mountains." Gazing upon each other's ethereal beauty, it enchanted women across the realm. Ahem, that is all in the past. Dinner is finished. "You should rest early," Xiaomu said with an awkward chuckle. He had not anticipated that the frivolous words spoken in pursuit of affection would now be regarded as classic quotes. After all, in his quest to win Yu Miaoxin's heart, he had toiled to compose such verses. The results? One could only say they were better than nothing. After bathing and changing, Lu Chan'er emerged gracefully from behind the screen, a vision of breathtaking beauty. Even the battle-hardened Xiaomu was nearly rendered speechless. Her purity and beauty soared as she shed her ceremonial attire. Her long, alluring figure exuded an innocent charm, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated purity with each blink. Her exquisite features and skin, as delicate as jade, captivated him completely. "Did you study some history at home?" Xiaomu initiated a conversation. Your servant has just begun attending the Royal Academy of Arts. And I have learned a bit of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Lu Chana replied, her red lips parting gracefully. Education in Great Xia had become quite advanced, though fairness was still lacking. Young ladies of her status were exempt from examinations and could directly enroll in noble universities. I possess a spirit root testing compass. Now that you have entered the palace, I shall help you assess your spirit root, Xiao Mu said, clearly pleased with her. As he spoke, he retrieved the compass and extended it towards the beautiful maiden. She blushed once more, trembling as she extended her delicate hand. It was evident that a rosy hue graced her flawless skin. The compass glowed brightly, confirming the presence of a spirit root. Water and wood spirit roots were common, with the finest wood spirit roots possessing only 60% aptitude. However, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow slightly as the compass emitted a pinkish light, indicating her unique constitution. Pure in body. This extraordinary physique was particularly suited for dual cultivation. You shall cultivate according to the water and wood spirit roots. I will prepare the techniques for you, Xiao Mu stated, concealing her uniqueness with a calm demeanor. The best way to keep a secret was to limit the number of those who knew it. A sheltered noble girl like her could easily be coaxed into revealing the truth one day. However, the pure in body was too valuable to waste. It was time to prepare some dual cultivation techniques. Can I really cultivate immortality? Lu Chana finally dispelled her shyness, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course you can. Now rest early. I shall take my leave, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Xiao Mu was amused by her. Smiling affectionately, such a pure and innocent maiden, it is hard to bear the thought of taking advantage of her. Her demeanor is one that invites admiration from afar, but forbids any form of impropriety. Your Majesty, I am terrified, Lu Chana bravely spoke, her voice as faint as a whisper, almost inaudible even to herself. The implication was subtle, yet Xiao Mu understood. Even her inadvertent glance towards the matron beside her did not escape his notice. This sentiment was clearly prepared by her devoted servant. I will accompany you, Xiao Mu shrugged, a somewhat ambiguous smile playing on his lips. The two, feeling a tad awkward, made their way towards the sleeping quarters. Lying back on the opulent bed, Lu Chana was too shy to utter a word. After a long pause, she finally opened her eyes to gaze at the drapery above. Your Majesty, does this mean I have served you? Am I now your woman? Lu Chana dared not look at him, her voice trembling with uncertainty. How could one be so naive? Xiao Mu chuckled softly, turning to admire her elegant swan-like neck. That doesn't count. Let me show you how to truly serve. With a mischievous grin, he finally turned over to her. Night descended. Chapter 21. The rogue intrudes upon the palace in the dead of night. Xiao Mu awoke suddenly, clutching the jade-like figure beside him. Indeed, there were audacious thieves who dared to infiltrate the palace. Stay inside. I will go investigate, he said, his tone serious. The formation had been disturbed, and he could sense that the intruder was formidable. Your Majesty, be careful, Lu Chana managed to exclaim before Xiao Mu dashed out. Just having transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, her heart was full of thoughts of the gallant emperor. The two spent nearly the entire night awake, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Such tender exchanges held an undeniable allure for a young maiden. In the imperial garden, a shadow darted swiftly, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. The guards stationed within the palace were oblivious to his presence. For cultivators, humans were but mere ants. You have overstepped your bounds. Xiao Mu's acute senses quickly pinpointed the figure of the cultivator weaving through the garden. His thunderous shout brought the reckless flower thief to a halt. The man did not even bother to cover his face, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Cultivators have long lifespans, so despite his youthful appearance, he was likely in his 60s or 70s. Hand over Lu Chana, and I promise not to disturb you. The male cultivator spoke coldly, his words blunt. How audacious! He treated the palace as his own home, coming and going at will, so you are the rogue. Chana has entered the palace to escape you, yet you still pursue her. Xiao Mu found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. The feeling of being regarded as an insignificant insect was far from pleasant. Humph! This woman is mine for the taking. If you wish to avoid death, hand her over quickly, the rogue sneered, his arrogance palpable, dressed in blue. The insignia of his sect was unmistakable. Xiao Mu recognized him as an outer disciple of the sect. Disciples were categorized as inner, outer, or servant disciples, with servant disciples not truly belonging to the sect but rather in an employment relationship. The earlier deceased Gu Feng was a servant disciple, and the sect had shown no interest in the matter. Let alone investigating his disappearance, I advise you to conduct yourself with decorum. If you leave now, I will pretend you never came, Xiao Mu warned coldly, affording him one last chance. If an outer disciple were to perish within the palace, it would necessitate an explanation, both morally and logically. Under no circumstances should a conflict with the sect arise at this moment. A mere insect daring to flaunt its prowess, ha 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 ha. The rogue laughed in rage, his maniacal laughter drawing attention. From the direction of the concubine's quarters, Lu Chon'er unexpectedly rushed over, unsteady on her feet, still being supported by a matron. Her delicate demeanor, like a frail willow swaying in the wind, incited the rogue's fury. You dare approach my woman, I swear I shall slay you, insect, he bellowed, resembling a mad bull, his threats echoing ominously. Such breathtaking beauty was rare even amidst the assembly of female cultivators at Xintian's sect. He had envisioned the perfect approach, only to be outmaneuvered, igniting his rage to a boiling point. You could be my grandfather. I beg the immortal to spare me, Lu Chon'er pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Women in love often exhibit a double standard. To be fair, Xiao Mu's age could indeed be that of her father, yet she had no qualms about it. The thought of her beloved goddess discontented sent the rogue into a frenzy. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu seized the opportunity amidst the rogue's fury and took the initiative. The situation had escalated to the point of no return in combat among cultivators. A calm mind is paramount. Both anger and ecstasy can disrupt one's focus. Clang! The rogue casually deflected the flying sword. You too are a cultivator? He exclaimed in astonishment. According to his understanding, the Lingyun realm had been closed off for centuries, and no cultivators had been seen. Yet here in the palace, hidden talents were revealed. Upon engaging, the rogue could distinctly feel that Xiao Mu's cultivation was no less than his own. Both were at the 6th level of qi refinement. Humph! Xiao Mu caught the returning sword without a word. The sword lunged forth again, aimed for a swift assault. Seizing the opportunity, he formed a seal with his hands and activated the 8 gates locking heaven formation. If a real battle ensued, Xiao Mu was no match for the rogue. Despite his formidable cultivation, his understanding of spells was limited, and his swordplay was straightforward, lacking finesse. This was akin to a strongman on the battlefield, who may not necessarily be a competent soldier. Whether faced with arrows or seasoned blades, the strongman's life could easily be claimed. What kind of formation is this? The rogue exclaimed in panic. His voice rising, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and a vague killing intent surged forth. Clang! The rogue again deflected the flying sword, but this time it failed to return to Xiao Mu's grasp. Nonetheless, it mattered little. 8 beams of sword light emerged from all directions, converging upon the rogue in a state of utter confusion. The rogue could only summon a silver shield, which proved utterly ineffective. With a brief, piercing scream, his limbs and head were severed, his body torn asunder by the formation's terrifying might. Even Xiao Mu was taken aback by the potency of the formation. Lu Chon'er felt darkness descend before her eyes. Her face drained of color. Fortunately, the matron beside her caught her, preventing her from collapsing. Xiao Mu had no time to attend to her as he stepped forward to retrieve the rogue's storage bag. The Imperial Guard soon arrived, and the aftermath would not require the Emperor's direct involvement. It was only then that Xiao Mu approached Lu Chon'er, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. You are safe now. No longer will the rogue harass you, he stated with a confident smile. Startled, Lu Chon'er gradually regained her composure. She felt an inexplicable sense of happiness, instinctively leaning into the Emperor's embrace. This embrace was the very place she had fantasized about since she became aware of the world. The Emperor was even more valiant and charming than she had imagined, exuding warmth and consideration. I was worried about your safety, Your Majesty. That is why I did not heed your words and came to warn you. Lu Chon'er said, her heart racing. Before she could finish, her cheeks flushed crimson. She felt somewhat frivolous being carried so boldly by the imperious emperor. I understand. I will never blame Lu Zhaoyi. Xiao Mu discerned the young maiden's feelings. His smile gentle. For women, first love is a matter of great significance. A woman in love is simply delightful. Congratulations, Zhao Yi. Congratulations! The matron exclaimed joyfully, realizing that the emperor had indeed conferred a promotion. Following an evening of service, Lu Chan'er was expected to be granted the title of Jieyu, but now she had ascended even higher. Lu Chan'er looked up in surprise, just in time to catch a glimpse of the emperor's perfect jawline. So handsome. In that moment, it felt as if time stood still, etching itself into her youthful heart. Chapter 22. The Xintian sect presses and the death of a cultivator within the palace would be difficult to conceal. After much contemplation, Xiao Mu decided to feign ignorance about the incident. If the sect did not inquire, there was no reason to escalate the matter. However, contrary to expectations, it was not long before Jean Renjia arrived with his entourage. It turned out that the disciples were all equipped with heart connection talismans, capable of sensing one another within a certain range. When the rogue was slain, the talismans had dimmed immediately. For the sake of confidentiality, Xiao Mu summoned Jean Renjia and others to the imperial study. A disciple from the outer sect has gone missing in the palace. Is your majesty aware of this? Jean Renjia questioned bluntly. His first words striking with accuracy and assurance. It was clear he had a strong grasp of the situation. Indeed, a rogue intruded upon the palace and was slain by the formation, Xiao Mu decided to confirm, reasoning that it would be better to admit it than face future accusations. Acknowledging the formation's role in the rogue's death would not reveal his true strength. Oh, how did your majesty acquire this formation? Jean Renjia's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of danger. Since the emergence of cultivators, the Daxia court had been walking on eggshells. Do you know the Taoist Hiru? She is the national master of Daxia. Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly. The longest road in the world is the emperor's intricacies. Hiru was dead beyond resurrection, and it was inconceivable for her to emerge to discuss the formation. Furthermore, Jean Renjia's dismissive expression indicated he had already concluded that the palace was merely a formation of 8 gates locking heaven. The 8 gates locking heaven formation and the golden lock formation were quite similar, yet their powers were worlds apart. I have indeed heard of that person. Where is Taoist Hiru? Jean Renjia pressed on. Unwilling to let the matter rest so easily, that Xiao Mu appeared troubled. The immortal travels the world, seeking spiritual veins. I, too, am perplexed by the matters of cultivating immortality. I can only hope for her swift return. Xiao Mu has completely absolved himself of responsibility, closing the logical loop. Jean Renjia was left at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, a disciple of the Xintian sect has perished within the imperial palace, and His Majesty has issued a self-reproach edict to proclaim to the world. Jean Renjia brazenly declared, disregarding any semblance of reason. A self-reproach edict. This is intended to let the entire Daxia know who holds the reins of power now. Such a trivial matter, yet it demands a self-reproach edict. It truly feels disconcerting. Xiao Mu was rather unconcerned. After all, the populace knows who treats them well, rather than being swayed by empty titles. In the 22 years since his ascension, the Daxia dynasty has undergone remarkable transformation. The population has doubled, and every household enjoys ample food and warmth. Such an emperor is truly unparalleled. The self-reproach edict must be timed, as the immortal suggested. This matter shall proceed accordingly. Furthermore, I discovered this pouch from the immortal in the palace, and I shall return the immortal's belongings to the sect. Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Theo put it simply. It was merely a tactic of delay. The self-reproach edict would never be issued. What these scoundrels truly desire is merely opportunity. Xiao Mu had already pilfered half of the items within the storage pouch, and what remained would suffice to reassure them. Oh, hand it over. Jean Renjia did not even feign pretense, snatching it outright as for the so-called self-reproach edict. He was indifferent. Go be frank, it was all for the sake of spirit stones. Observing how understanding the Daxia emperor was, he could not be bothered about that unfortunate soul who had fallen. As for any potential corruption, Jean Renjia had not the slightest doubt in this mortal realm. Devoid of cultivators, one cannot even open a storage pouch. The testing of spiritual roots must be expedited. Should there be any delay, the Daxia court is not obliged to bear the surname Xiao. Jean Renjia huffed disdainfully. This is outrageous. Xiao Mu barely contained his temper, ready to unleash a formation to obliterate him. Yet, this was not merely an empty threat. The Xintian sect indeed possessed such capabilities. A mere true essence realm expert could leave the court baffled. Not to mention those foundation establishment and golden core experts, who could easily obliterate the Daxia with just a word. The mortal dynasty is also a resource, and many cultivation families are eyeing this lucrative prize. I bid farewell to all esteemed immortals. As Xiaomu perceived their intention to depart, he rose respectfully to see them off. He had never felt so constrained even during the tumultuous battles for supremacy. Now, he could comprehend the grievances of Han Xian. Moreover, one more thing, send more beauties to the palace. The brothers have not enough to share. A few more maidens would suffice. Zhang Renjia ordered imperiously. They must certainly please the immortals. Xiaomu responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Ha 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 ha. A group of cultivators laughed recklessly as they departed. Only after they disappeared beyond the palace gates did the smile fade slowly from Xiaomu's face. Replaced by a rising intent to kill, Huaiyan, who followed closely, could not help but tremble. Having served the emperor for 20 years, he had long understood his majesty's temperament. As an emperor, concealing one's emotions is fundamental. Huaiyan, make haste to ensure this matter is handled well. We must certainly satisfy the immortals. After a moment of silence, Xiaomu turned with a smile and spoke. Yes, this servant shall attend to it immediately. Huaiyan's heart raced, and he quickly bowed to take his leave. Wait. If funds are insufficient, draw from my treasury. Xiaomu appeared in a good mood as he casually instructed. This declaration startled Huaiyan greatly, awakening the instinct of a survival expert within him. This servant vows to see this matter through to success. Huaiyan assured resolutely. The evening sun shone upon the emperor's face, which appeared as steadfast as rock. His gaze penetrating into the distance. That visage seemed eternal, having withstood the trials of war and intrigue. Yet, it seemed that heaven had no intention of granting Xiaomu respite, for he was about to face even greater trials. Xiaomu waved dismissively, sending away the attending eunuch. Then, without looking back, he made his way to the Fengqi Hall. The nepotistic nobility of Daxia had formed a military-industrial complex. The Yin family controlled steel and coal, making them one of the mightiest war machines. The Murong family held sway over weapon manufacturing and transportation, while the Yu family was the largest shipbuilding giant. All these enterprises had the royal family as one of their largest shareholders. This is the secret of Xiaomu's governance, utilizing financial capital to maintain control. Within the Fengqi Hall, the empress remained as dignified and graceful as ever. Upon Xiaomu's entrance, he waved away the attendants. I wish to eliminate these cultivators and seal the secret realm once more, Xiaomu stated forthrightly. The empress paused briefly while pouring tea, a hint of a smile gracing her red lips. This was the emperor she understood, the man she loved dearly. I shall heed your majesty's wishes. The Yin family will certainly devote themselves to serving you with utmost loyalty. Yin Susu replied without hesitation. The couple exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 23. The watchful eye on abundant prey. A wise woman neither inquired why nor made any excuses. The primary wife remained silent, yet Xiaomu felt inclined to clarify. What is the most crucial element in the world of cultivation? Xiaomu's expression softened, his tone gentle as he spoke. It is, of course, talent. Yin Susu, being his confidant, hit the nail on the head with her words. Indeed, no matter the world, talent reigns supreme. The population of Daxia is its most vital resource, especially the newly selected disciples with spiritual roots, whose numbers are substantial. It is estimated that this time, Daxia could uncover nearly 20,000 cultivators with spiritual roots, among which there are over 1,000 with exceptional roots. Should they all flock to the Xintian sect, Daxia would lose any hope of resurgence. Xiaomu explained earnestly. The demographic structure of Daxia is remarkably youthful. Following the ravages of war, most of the population has been born in the last 20 years. This cohort, should they join the Xintian sect, would surely unite, forming a formidable force. Those cultivation families reliant on the Xintian sect would all seek a share of this new power, aiming to gain complete control. Thus, Xiaomu remained inactive, merely awaiting his demise. Once any cultivation family set their sights on this, a change of dynasty would be inevitable. Therefore, our only avenue lies in eliminating this batch from the Xintian sect and sealing the secret realm once again. Leaving these cultivators for our use, Yin Susu gracefully continued the discourse. This woman is undoubtedly the emperor's favorite, never revealing her capabilities yet accomplishing her tasks flawlessly. Otherwise, the Xiao family would surely lose the throne, and families like the Yin and you would fall from grace. The Daxia populace, who had finally begun to live happily, would once again be trampled into mere ants. Xiaomu explained with a bitter smile. It is unclear when the burden of the empire and its people became a weight upon his shoulders, sometimes suffocating him. Perhaps this is the price of being a good emperor. So the question arises. Your Majesty, do you possess confidence? Yin Susu gazed submissively at her husband's face. These colloquialisms were all learned from him, and she was the quickest to grasp them. The two conversed without any barriers. I have instructed the Tai Academy to research volatile spiritual energy explosives, hoping to seal the entrance to the secret realm. As for Zhang Renjia and his ilk, it would be best to lure them into the palace, relying on formations and Gatling guns to eliminate them. Xiaomu's tone wavered slightly. These two tasks must be accomplished simultaneously. Failure in either would lead to total loss. The Xintian sect, such a colossal entity, could easily overwhelm Daxia with just a couple of true Essence Realm cultivators. Moreover, it is rumored that a Transformation God Realm cultivator oversees them. Do you still recall the year we burned our boats? That year I had just turned 18, anxiously watching the forces of Chen Yuanan encroach. Your Majesty wielded merely 30,000 elite troops to utterly crush the greatest adversary. From that moment on, I was convinced that there is nothing beyond Your Majesty's capabilities. Yin Susu's eyes sparkled, gazing at her handsome husband with admiration. Facing 30,000 against 200,000, that battle was exhilarating. Recalling the past, Xiaomu felt a resurgence of long-lost ambition. This path is arduous and painful. Yet he has persevered. Cultivators are but another Chen Yuanan. For you, I shall vanquish them. Xiaomu declared with grandiosity. Upon finishing, he casually took hold of the elder wife's delicate hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. The more he looked, the more beautiful she became. This is something modern women could never achieve. It seems contradictory. Women in the populace regard Xiaomu as a savior, significantly enhancing their rights to existence. Yet, the one he loves most is the traditional woman. Ahem, I have recently devised a dual cultivation method. Susu, why not give it a try with me? Xiaomu, feeling a surge of desire, shifted the topic abruptly. The transition came too swiftly, catching Yin Susu off guard. Her face flushed, she shyly lowered her head. Tio gain a heart. Let the horse roam the southern mountains, gazing at each other's snow-white hair. Yin Susu timidly recited this famous verse from Daxia. This created an awkward moment. Xiaomu chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to continue. This line was originally penned for you, Miaoxin, yet reality is often fantastical. Both Yin Susu and Murong Ziluo believe this verse was written for them. Meanwhile, the daydreaming maidens all assumed the emperor had not attained one heart. Just like Lu Suner, who had just entered the palace, feeling that the emperor's words awaited her, I come to see your heart. Xiaomu could only ambiguously concede. Should the elder wife learn the truth, it would be hard to guarantee she would not explode in anger. After uttering this, he disregarded the elder wife's protests. Embracing her as he headed towards the sleeping quarters, the sky had not yet darkened. Early the next morning, Xiaomu personally visited the Tai Academy. Regrettably, the scholars did not show much regard, as the top scientific minds arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the emperor waiting, they displayed no signs of anxiety in matters of human relations. The Tai Academy could be said to possess almost none. It is indeed rare for Xiaomu to possess such a broad-minded disposition. Never once troubling these scientific luminaries. How is the research on the entrance to the secret realm progressing? Once everyone had arrived, Xiaomu finally inquired with a smile. He exerted no pressure, allowing them to express themselves freely. According to my deduced cosmic model, the Lingyun realm aligns with the four-layer universe's 3 theorems. Ein mumbled in an almost mystical manner. Xiaomu found himself lost in confusion, merely nodding along politely. Pretending to comprehend. To put it simply, the entrance to the Lingyun realm is merely a teleportation array. Through spatial folding technology, it can lead directly to the cave world where the Xuantiangong resides. Regarding the research on the teleportation array, I would like to invite Dr. Yang Zhan to provide some additional insights. Ein finally concluded his lengthy discourse, gesturing towards a young man behind him. In the realm of genius, the ordinary cannot grasp the intricacies. This Dr. Yang Zhan solved a mathematical conundrum that had plagued the Taishue at the tender age of 18, and by 22, he had perfected an entire system of matrix equation theorems. Genius is merely the threshold of his capabilities. Mathematical problems that confound others for a lifetime, he can resolve with ease in just a few hours. Now, entrusting the study of the secret realm's entrance to him is truly a case of utilizing one's talents to the fullest. According to the physical law of cosmic entropy, the spiritual energy across various worlds should be evenly distributed. However, the Lingyun realm has devolved into a realm of mortals. Dr. Yang Zhan adjusted his glasses. Launching into another of his theoretical monologues, it was only when Xiaomu nearly drifted off to sleep that he finally delivered a shocking conclusion. The Xuantiangong has been extracting spiritual energy from all major mortal realms through the array, which is why it has achieved its cave world status. The Lingyun realm, suffering from spiritual impoverishment, has thus completely degenerated into a realm of mortals. Dr. Yang Zhan's words were nothing short of astounding. What? Xiaomu shot up, staring incredulously at the young mathematical prodigy. Chapter 24. The unfeeling Tao preys upon mortals. The Tao is indifferent, and mortals are mere prey. In the hierarchical world of cultivation, practitioners are inherently superior. Beauty, strength, power, and even memory can overshadow that of mere mortals. In such a context, equality is but a beautiful dream. To rephrase, the cultivation world consists of 3 tiers: Ant Realm, Taoist Friend Realm, and Senior Realm. The 60 mortal realms are all but ants drained dry by the Xuantiangong. Are you suggesting that the closure of the secret realm's entrance is related to the Xuantiangong's extraction of spiritual energy? Xiaomu finally grasped his meaning. Indeed, if my mathematical model holds true, the last closure of the secret realm's entrance was likely due to the Lingyun realm's spiritual barrenness causing the array to collapse, thereby sealing the entrance. Yang Zhan stated confidently. Talented individuals earn respect, wherever they may be in his field of expertise. Xiaomu would rather believe in the improbable than doubt his conclusions. After centuries of cultivation, the spiritual energy of the Lingyun realm has somewhat recovered, which is why they have restarted the teleportation array. Xiaomu realized with clarity. Following this trajectory, the Lingyun realm is destined to revert to its former state, once again becoming a provider of spiritual energy for the mortal world. I trust the sect has reinforced the array. Yang Zhen asserted emphatically. Is there any way to close the secret realm's entrance once more? A sense of hope surged within Xiaomu as he inquired. Either by continuing to cut off the supply of spiritual energy, although the sect might replace it with spirit stones, or by destroying the array's core, fundamentally severing access to the secret realm. Yang Zhen spoke in a calm tone, laying out his reasoning. Cutting off the supply of spiritual energy is impractical. It is obvious that the sect would surely substitute it with spirit stones. Thus, the only remaining course of action is to destroy the array's core. The teleportation array operates bidirectionally. As long as the core on the Lingyun realm side is destroyed, those on the other side cannot traverse the starry expanse. How goes the research on explosive spiritual energy? Xiaomu turned to Dr. Ein, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. At last, a glimmer of hope. The experiments have been exceedingly successful. With storage pouches and spirit stones, we can upgrade TNT explosives to spiritual energy explosives, significantly enhancing their potency by over 10-fold. Ein declared with certainty. TNT has long been developed. We are merely incorporating spiritual energy now, making the progression seamless. It is time to deliver a jolt to the cultivation world. Then I must ask for your esteemed assistance. Xiaomu replied earnestly. In the realms of physics and mathematics, they are akin to divine beings, deserving of utmost respect. Upon returning to the Hall of Governance, Xiaomu's emotions fluctuated. While one can only plan, the outcome lies in the hands of fate. All he could do was provide resources for the Taishue. And beyond that, he had to trust in their talents. There remained a crucial task to attend to immediately: gathering intelligence on the enemy. The Xuantiangong does not come with good intentions. After waiting in the Hall of Governance until the afternoon, he finally spotted Zhan Renjia arriving late. Tio arrived late for an imperial summons speaks volumes about the attitude of a cultivator. Your Majesty, what is it that you seek? Zhan Renjia asked indifferently. I merely wish to inquire if the immortals are satisfied with the court's arrangements. Xiaomu replied with a pleasant demeanor. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Zhan Renjia begrudgingly accepted the emperor's tone. Yet his pride remained unyielding, viewing such gestures as mere niceties befitting mortals. It is acceptable. Many of my fellow disciples have already dispersed, recruiting disciples across various counties. There are plenty of women available. Zhan Renjia stated cavalierly. That is good. I was somewhat anxious, fearing that the immortals might be displeased. Xiaomu feigned a sigh of relief. After the initial pleasantries, it was time to probe into the other party's intentions. Before Xiao Mu could take the initiative, Jean Renjie could no longer contain himself. "I have a matter to discuss with your majesty. Our Jean family is a prominent lineage, well regarded within the Xuantiangong. My family's ancestor was a Yuanying master who spent considerable time cultivating there." Jean Renjie opened with an air of superiority, showcasing his family's status. The art of deception is a common tactic. A faint smile tugged at Xiao Mu's lips as he discerned the underlying motives of the other party. The cunning and treachery of a power struggle are far more intricate than this. "Oh dear, I am most humbled. I had no idea the immortals were of such great stature." Xiao Mu quickly rose, expressing utmost respect. If one does not cooperate, how can one expect them to divulge further details? In truth, Xiao Mu had already heard whispers of this information. It is no exaggeration to say that the women assigned to the cultivators are all Xiao Mu's informants. They do not need to collect intelligence meticulously. Whatever they hear, they report. The general situation of the Xuantiangong has already been gleaned. Women will forever be a man's Achilles heel, and male cultivators are no exception. Your Majesty commands the Daxia court, and the Zhan family intends to ally through marriage. I trust your Majesty would not be averse to granting a position of Empress. Jean Renjie continued, brimming with pride. He believed this to be a monumental favor. Surely, such a triviality could ensnare mere mortals? Mortals, having never tasted the finer things in life, would prostrate themselves before a celestial maiden. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken. Xiao Mu, having indulged far too well, found it hard to believe that even the most exquisite beauty could surpass the peak of Yu Guifei. To be favored by an immortal is a stroke of fortune. I shall undoubtedly bestow her the title of Empress, Xiao Mu expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Everything appeared to unfold as Jean Renjie had anticipated. This fool swelled with pride, his confidence radiating from every pore. If granted a feather fan, his demeanor might rival that of Zhuge Liang. "I have but one request. When my sister marries your Majesty, should she bear a child with spiritual roots, he must be named heir apparent." Jean Renjie finally revealed his true intentions. Practitioners have a far keener sense of time than mortals. Waiting for the heir apparent to ascend the throne is a matter of decades, which is but a fleeting moment for a cultivator, just as I suspected. Xiao Mu internally scoffed, already deducing their ulterior motives. Their aim was simply to usurp the Daxia court and reduce it to a vassal of the Zhan family. It stands to reason, as a mere mortal, if I could bear a cultivator's offspring, what could be better? Xiao Mu readily agreed. "Ha ha ha." Jean Renjie laughed until tears streamed down his face. His gaze towards the emperor was akin to that of a man observing a foolish beast. The emperor's reverence for cultivators is all the more beneficial than my sister is a paragon of beauty, truly a boon for you. Jean Renjie lamented, his tone oddly peculiar, and no matter how beautiful your sister may be, what more can you do? Xiao Mu felt a surge of murderous intent. Engaging in conversation with this fool ignited his anger thrice over in mere moments. I am indeed a fortunate man. Xiao Mu suppressed his rising agitation, pretending not to grasp his sarcasm. The two parties reached a preliminary consensus. Matters were becoming increasingly arduous. Dealing with cultivators proved to be no easy task, especially with the Xuantiangong lurking in the shadows. Like a thorn in his side, leaving Xiao Mu feeling restless. Chapter 25. The Lingyun realm's earthly Xidagarba spiritual vein at last. The plague god has been sent away. Huai hurriedly rushed in. Leaning close to the emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, there are promising leads regarding the search for the spiritual vein." Huai reported, suppressing his excitement. During the previous expedition with Taoist Huai Ro to locate Taoist Qing Shu's cave, Xiao Mu had ordered the soldiers to excavate nearby in search of the spiritual vein. These hermetic practitioners surely possess a source of spiritual energy. Now, over a month has passed, and good news has finally arrived. Splendid! I shall set out immediately for Qin Feng Ridge, Xiao Mu exclaimed eagerly. Here comes the opportunity. Is this not a case of a timely arrival? Just as explosive materials require spiritual energy, the soldiers have diligently located the vein. If we can discover spirit stones, the prospect of sealing the secret realm's gate becomes quite hopeful. Go inform the Empress of this development. I shall depart at once. As for my seclusion and cultivation, I shall attend to that upon my return, Xiao Mu instructed Huai before hastily exiting the palace. Although cultivation was pressing, it was preferable to delay it for now. Ideally, he would elevate his cultivation to above the 7th layer before confronting the practitioners. A late-stage chi manipulation practitioner can manipulate arrays with far greater finesse. Yet compared to the significance of the spiritual vein, matters of cultivation could be postponed. On the following day, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Xiao Mu had already arrived at Qinfeng Ridge. The soldiers had constructed a fence, encircling the location where the spiritual vein was discovered. Upon entering, a wave of tranquility washed over him, invigorating his spirit and even making his pores feel exceptionally refreshed. The area was rich in spiritual energy. All soldiers who had contributed to the discovery of the spiritual vein were to be rewarded. Filled with elation, Xiao Mu issued his orders with grandiosity. The soldiers around him beamed with joy, their faces alight with smiles. "Your Majesty, we have only dug down a yard deep," and immediately spiritual mist began to rise. The brothers did not continue digging but expanded the pit's circumference instead. Reported the leading general. Since Xiao Mu commanded the search for the spiritual vein, the soldiers had worked tirelessly day and night, excavating a large pit every 10 yards, nearly scouring the entire vicinity of 10 miles. "Well done. I shall go and take a look," Xiao Mu said, unable to contain his excitement. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to descend. This caused great alarm among the nearby soldiers, and the leading general hastily reached out to stop him. "I volunteer to be the vanguard, to scout the path for your Majesty," he implored fervently. "Your loyalty is commendable, but mere mortals have their limitations," Xiao Mu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry. "You all rest that when I was conquering the world, you didn't even know where you were." Xiao Mu laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted around them. For a war deity like their sovereign, every soldier believed in his inevitable success. History had already mythologized him, and countless tales of his near-divine exploits circulated within the army. With the soldiers pacified, he bravely ventured into the pit, though a few loyal guards followed closely behind. Which he did not deter. At the bottom of the pit, a dark cavern revealed itself, sloping downwards into obscurity. The rich spiritual energy was visibly emanating from the cave. Torches and luminous pearls illuminated the cavern. After descending for several dozen yards, the space opened up magnificently. They entered a vast grotto, measuring several dozen yards across. A thin layer of spiritual mist carpeted the ground, and on the opposite side of the cavern, a passageway could be seen. The spiritual energy surged forth from this passage. The soldiers wished to advance further, yet Xiao Mu halted them, observing their pale faces, many unable to stand steadily. "If we proceed any further, mere mortals will not withstand it. For the remainder of the journey, I shall go alone," Xiao Mu commanded with authority. The soldiers could only nod in agreement. The passage was exceedingly long, stretching over 100 yards. The deeper Xiao Mu ventured, the denser the chilling spiritual mist became, seeping into his bones. Suddenly, he stumbled into a puddle. The spiritual mist had coalesced into a spiritual spring, flooding the passage ahead. Good heavens! How rich is this spiritual vein? Xiao Mu could hardly contain his exhilaration as he hurriedly rifled through the great classic of cultivation in his mind. Spiritual veins are categorized from 1 to 9, with 1 being the highest. Ascending leads to the Earth Store spiritual vein and the Celestial spiritual vein. Every world possesses at least 1 Earth Store spiritual vein. The spiritual energy from the Earth Store spiritual vein permeates the heavens and earth, nourishing all life in a cycle. The great classic of cultivation provided a detailed account of the classifications and characteristics of spiritual veins. Only veins of the 6th tier and above potentially yield spiritual stones. The outcome hinges on this. Heaven, grant me a spiritual vein of 6th tier or higher. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Mu mused aloud. Given the current circumstances, it undoubtedly seemed to be of 6th tier or higher. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mu submerged himself in the water. Cultivators can hold their breath for an extended period, and Xiao Mu had previously tested it, easily managing over half an hour without needing air. In the spiritual spring, it was a trivial matter, and he hardly felt any discomfort. After swimming for about a quarter of an hour, he surfaced at another end. Huff, huff, as he stood up, he was nearly blinded by the dazzling sight before him. The ground was strewn with vibrant spiritual stones, and the air itself swirled into a tempest of spiritual energy. This was an immense cavern, with a central opening leading deep underground. Spiritual energy gushed forth like a fountain from this opening. with spiritual springs and mist surrounding the area. An earth store's spiritual vein. It was indeed an earth store's spiritual vein. The great classic of cultivation had not deceived me. Every world indeed possesses one. The walls of the cavern were riddled with countless passageways, guiding the spiritual energy in all directions. One passageway, in particular, was exceptionally well constructed. Judging by its excavation, it appeared to be artificially made. This passage functioned like a siphon, drawing all the spiritual energy from the earth store's spiritual vein. In a wonder, not much energy was visible on the surface. It turned out the real treasure lay below. Xiaomu intended to investigate further. However, the tempest of spiritual energy made movement nearly impossible. After only a few steps, he could no longer endure it, even causing his nose to bleed. Reluctantly, he decided to retrace his steps, casually collecting several spiritual stones along the way. As a cultivator with heightened senses, Xiaomu felt the position of the sun's star in his mind, confirming the direction of the artificial passage. After noting the direction, he resurfaced. Soon, he reunited with the soldiers. "Generally, heed my command. Starting today, you shall expand the pit and begin mining for this type of ore. If you perform well, I shall reward you," Xiaomu ordered without hesitation, even promising generous rewards. Those in the army of the Great Xia were well aware of the challenges in earning merit. "I shall not fail you," generally replied, overjoyed to the point of tears. Chapter 26. The Legend of the Bottomless Pit. After arranging the mining operations, Xiaomu led a small contingent of soldiers in search of the passageway he remembered. After traveling for about 20 to 30 miles, they arrived at a small town. Heishui town was quite diminutive. With a population of just over 1,000, upon seeing the imperial troops arrive, the town erupted in celebration and a warm welcome. The royal army graces Heishui town. The elders and villagers are honored beyond measure. The elderly town mayor personally came to greet them, speaking with a degree of eloquence. Glancing around, one could see that the townsfolk lived quite well, each household appearing healthy and prosperous. The taxes of the Great Xia were remarkably low, typically at a 10% rate. "Elder, please rise. I have come to inquire about certain matters." In service of His Majesty, Xiaomu concealed his identity to avoid alarming the villagers. "Oh my!" The elder's face flushed with excitement. Upon hearing the words "Your Majesty," he seemed to regain 10 years of youth. "Since it is the Emperor's decree, I shall devote myself entirely." The elder trembled as he attempted to kneel, his voice choked with emotion. Historically, if Xiaomu were to claim the title of second emperor, none would dare to claim the first. Every household had enough to eat, and year after year, they could save money. It would not be an exaggeration to say that throughout the land, there were altars dedicated to Xiaomu, with offerings more fervent than those for deities. It is not so grave. I merely wish to ask the elder if there have been any peculiar occurrences nearby, such as particularly lush vegetation or unusually spirited animals. Xiaomu inquired somewhat vaguely. Spiritual energy is a wondrous thing, capable of nourishing all life. If the energy from that passage were to overflow, it would surely lead to the emergence of spiritual herbs, plants, or even mystical creatures. Could it be that His Majesty has heard of the legend of the bottomless pit? "Oh my! Your Majesty is truly omniscient and omnipotent," the elder exclaimed excitedly, bowing towards the capital. "The bottomless pit? This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. Where is it? Can you take us to see it?" Xiaomu immediately took note, eagerly pressing for details. "General, you may not be aware, but this bottomless pit has existed since ancient times, and no one can accurately explain its origin." The elder led the way while recounting the legend of the bottomless pit. According to his tale, the pit was indeed quite extraordinary. Firstly, its depth was unknown. Villagers often tossed rubbish into it, and after hundreds or even thousands of years, it had never filled up. When stones were thrown in, no echo of their landing could be heard. There were also those who had attempted to descend, but even with ropes of over 100 yards, it proved futile. The bottomless pit was located just a few miles outside the town, and it did not take long for them to find the entrance. Xiaomu estimated the entrance. It was circular, with a diameter of about 3 yards, roughly 10 meters. Looking down, the light gradually faded, and the depths of the pit were shrouded in darkness. Could it be that the spiritual energy was directed here, flowing down into the bottomless pit? Who was it that created such a pit? And for what purpose? Is there anything else peculiar about this bottomless pit? Xiaomu inquired with a slight frown. sensing that the energy passageway might indeed be related to the bottomless pit. The common folk once had a dog, a rather large black dog. When it passed away, I couldn't bear to eat it, so I threw it down there. A nearby sturdy man stuttered as he recounted his tale. After the dog was thrown in, just a few days later, he unexpectedly encountered it in the wild. The dog, which had clearly died, appeared to be alive again. My dog Wonkai, upon our reunion, did not recognize me. The man sighed heavily. Revived from the dead? The soldiers listened in astonishment, unable to believe such a thing could be true. Pillar, do not speak nonsense. One must not throw dead creatures in there. That is an ancestral rule. The town mayor interjected hastily, his expression alarmed as if recalling some dreadful memory. Could it be that someone threw a corpse in there before? Xiaomu immediately sensed the implication and asked in shock. Revived from the dead? Not even mortals, let alone cultivators, would dare to wish for such a thing. Alas! The town mayor sighed in resignation. Indeed, according to the ancestral tales, those who were thrown in would transform into vengeful spirits. And Heishui town once experienced a severe haunting. The mayor hesitated before continuing. Such reasoning is indeed quite rational. Although the realm of cultivation does not permit resurrection from the dead, the art of corpse refinement is remarkably prevalent. As for transforming into malevolent spirits, that possibility cannot be dismissed either. This abyss has been requisitioned by the court. Henceforth, without the court's permission, no one is allowed to approach it recklessly. Xiaomu pondered for a moment. Deciding to temporarily set this matter aside, it would be best to entrust the investigation regarding the disappearance of spiritual energy to the Academy of Supreme Studies. The Lord possesses extraordinary dignity. But could he be a general from the imperial court? The town chief nodded vigorously, yet his tone shifted as he inquired. The Daxia dynasty has an open-minded culture, and there would be no such thing as a literary inquisition. Thus, the common folk speak boldly, and even if they slander the emperor, the worst that may happen is receiving a whipping. Indeed, I see His Majesty every day, Xiaomu teased with a smirk. Little do they realize in their dreams that this young general is none other than the emperor himself. Contemplating this, he felt a swell of pride. That is splendid. The commoner has prepared a letter of gratitude from the populace, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to present it to His Majesty. Could the Lord assist in delivering it to the Holy Emperor? The town chief, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down to plead. Such a thing exists. Xiaomu inexplicably felt a sense of pride. This is undoubtedly a far greater affirmation of the emperor's value in life than any indulgence in wine and meat. I shall ensure it is delivered. I believe His Majesty's decree will soon reach Heishui town. Xiaomu, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to help the kneeling elder to his feet. Before long, several robust men arrived in earnest, carrying a lengthy petition from the populace, a genuine expression of gratitude from the people, devoid of embellishment or self-aggrandizement. Xiaomu cherished it dearly, personally placing it upon his steed. On the way back, he occasionally stroked it, marveling at its preciousness. Shaoli, am I a good emperor? Xiaomu, in high spirits, found his tone light and buoyant. However, generally did not dare to jest with the emperor, maintaining a formal demeanor as he clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty is a timeless sage, I don't know. Your Majesty is the greatest sage of all time. I would willingly lay down my life for Your Majesty, even without a reward. The people cannot do without Your Majesty. Nor can the soldiers of the three armies, General Li solemnly declared. His heartfelt words moved Xiaomu, who felt a surge of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, this journey had taken them so far. The spirited youth who once dreamt of indulging in beauty and wielding power now stood at a height he scarcely recognized. Facing the setting sun, Xiaomu suddenly felt a sense of intoxication. Chapter 27. Scientific speculations on the abyss. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Xiaomu immediately sought out Dr. Yang Zhen. He recounted his observations of the abyss in meticulous detail. Yang Zhen frowned deeply as he listened. I have always believed that the pinnacle of physical science leads to myth. Considering the records in the classic texts of cultivation, this abyss is highly likely to connect directly to the 9 netherworlds, serving as a passage to the realm of the dead. Yang Zhen pondered for a long while before speaking. The Haotian Great World encompasses 3,000 mortal realms, 10 netherworlds, and 36 celestial caves. The netherworld is indeed the realm of reincarnation, and it is said that the 10 netherworlds can interconnect. Therefore, The black dog that has returned from the dead has likely been transformed into a zombie by the ghostly energies of the underworld. Xiaomu ventured a guess. Zombies are quite common in the realm of cultivation. Practitioners can achieve this through the art of corpse refinement. This is not surprising. What is perplexing is how the black dog ascended from the Nine Abyss. Yang Zhen continued to contemplate. Indeed, the Nine Abyss is unfathomably deep. Logically, once cast down, it should not be able to re-emerge. The Xitigarbha's spiritual vein represents the very essence of a world. If the Xintian sect truly employed a formation to siphon spiritual energy, this passage was likely constructed by the ancient Xintian sect. The spiritual energy flows through the netherworld, ultimately converging in the Xintian sect's celestial realm. Yang Zhen formulated a scientific hypothesis, logically closing the loop. That passage bears signs of artificial excavation, and the Nine Abyss can interconnect. The formations used by the Xintian sect to draw spiritual energy may very well return these deceased beings back to the surface. Is there a way to dismantle the formation that siphons spiritual energy? Xiaomu inquired urgently. The realm of cultivation is indeed stratified. The drought-stricken perish, and the flood-drenched also meet their end. With the celestial realm already so affluent, they still seek to steal from the mortal world. From a structural mechanics perspective, an unfathomable cavern cannot exist. Gravity would swiftly cause the cave to collapse unless a maintenance formation is set in place. Yang Zhen's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly. Indeed, you are a prodigious talent. This reminder sparked clarity in Xiaomu's mind. The Xintian sect's actions to siphon spiritual energy are inherently defiant against the natural order. As long as we dismantle the formation maintaining the cavern, the abyss will naturally collapse. I entrust this matter to you, my esteemed teacher. Xiaomu exclaimed with unrestrained joy, hastily assigning this important task. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force and is applicable even in the realm of cultivation. After bidding farewell to Dr. Yang Zhen, Xiaomu returned to the rear palace in high spirits. It was time to enter seclusion and elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of the qi refinement stage. Every increment in his cultivation would provide him with greater self-defense in the future. Before he could reach the Fengqi Palace, he encountered a familiar and stunning figure at the entrance to the Imperial Garden. Lu Chon'er, adorned in a dopamine outfit, with long hair cascading down to her waist, shyly stood in the path he must traverse. It was evident she was waiting for His Majesty. The youthful and breathtaking beauty had surprisingly learned the art of palace intrigue. One could not help but wonder which fool had taught her such things. It must be admitted, however, that her attire was undeniably alluring. Clad in a fitted pink garment, her youthful figure was accentuated. With curves clearly visible, the Daxia dynasty's liberation of women's rights had allowed young maidens to bloom with exquisite beauty. "Why are you waiting here for me?" Xiaomu hastily took her hand, leading her into the secluded imperial garden. "If Yin Susu sees this, she will surely make your life difficult. The authority of the queen consort is unquestionable. Suppressing a young girl like her is merely a matter of a single word." "I have not seen your majesty for a long time," Lu Chon'er said softly. Her large, innocent eyes gazed up at her beloved, the embodiment of her dreams. Her first love was a momentous affair. Yet Xiaomu felt a headache brewing. This child truly had no experience in palace life. Continuing like this would not bode well, however. Gazing at her innocent and yearning face, he found himself unable to voice any admonitions. "I missed you too. I will visit you tonight. Be obedient and return to the palace first." Xiaomu tenderly stroked her hair and whispered. The words of a lover made her blush deeply, her eyes brimming with youthful innocence. So adorable! Seizing the moment when no one was around, Xiaomu suddenly embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. The bold act nearly caused her to lose her balance. "Your Majesty, please spare me." Lu Chon'er almost pleaded for mercy, wishing to vanish into the ground in broad daylight. She had never imagined being playfully teased by the emperor. However, this thrill awakened something deep within her heart. Subconsciously, she found herself enjoying this excitement. "Do not wait for me here in the future. If you miss me, just have a maid seek out Huai and Dio, you remember," Xiaomu softly cautioned. She was so innocent that it was heart-wrenching. With such naivety, how could she compete with Yin Susu? He genuinely wished for her to heed his words. "I understand my mistake," Lu Chon'er replied, her cheeks flushed, nodding obediently. Though timid, she was simply too infatuated. "I have a little gift for you. Do not tell anyone else." This is our secret. Xiao Mu, embodying the persona of a romantic, secretly handed her several spiritual stones, whispering in her ear. Got it? Lu Chan'er beamed, her exquisite face blooming like a flower. She'll feel the emperor's affection was the greatest reward for her. A pure-hearted young girl is easily satisfied. Xiao Mu could only smile wryly as he watched her sneak away from the imperial garden. Alas, he sighed with a sense of longing. If this matter were to reach Yin Susu's ears, Lu Chan'er would surely face dire consequences. Within the harem, the three empresses hold absolute power, making it exceedingly difficult for even the emperor to intervene. Am I a foolish monarch? Xiao Mu chuckled bitterly. Slap. Huaiyan, who had just appeared, startled himself with a self-inflicted slap. If your majesty is a foolish monarch, then history has no wise rulers. If your majesty dares to utter such words. I cannot bear to listen. Huaiyan, a survival expert by instinct, spoke with great trepidation. Xiao Mu could only chuckle helplessly. In terms of governance and martial prowess, the founder of the Daxia dynasty undoubtedly stands as the foremost figure in history. However, when it comes to matters of the harem, Xiao Mu vaguely understood his own shortcomings. He was undoubtedly a foolish monarch. The role of emperor is one that only those with a naturally cold and ruthless disposition can be considered truly wise. Will your majesty be visiting concubine Yu tonight? Huaiyan cautiously jested. He had discerned that the emperor's mood was quite favorable. That of course, I shall be going to Lu Jiaoyi's palace. Xiao Mu replied with a proud smile. To be admired by a transcendent beauty, no man could escape feelings of elation. After all, men remain youthful at heart until the end. The master and servant exchanged light-hearted banter as they made their way toward the Fengqi Palace. Chapter 28. The common malady of extortionate ants. The emperor's affairs are indeed demanding. Just as Xiao Mu's seclusion plan was about to commence, he was compelled to meet with Zhang Renjia. They had previously agreed upon his marriage to Zhang's sister, and today was their only opportunity to meet. Moreover, in the eyes of cultivators, mere mortals like ants have no right to refuse in the Qingning Hall. Only the two of them remain. Wai's sister, named Yun Ran, has already hurried over from the Xintian sect. Zhang Renjia stated directly. It was curious. His surname was Zhang, yet his sister bore the surname Yun. Nevertheless, Xiao Mu, with a heart as steady as an old dog, feigned ignorance of this trivial detail. How fortunate I am. I eagerly await her arrival. Xiao Mu feigned impatience, eliciting a derisive laugh from Zhang Renjia. According to the customs of the immortal cultivation realm, the bride price must be accounted for. The Daxia dynasty is wealthy enough to afford a sum of 1,000,000 taels of gold. Without a doubt, Zhang Renjia proclaimed with audacity. 1,000,000 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver. This amounts to over 100,000,000 taels of silver, which is a substantial fortune even for Daxia. It seems these cultivators have not been idle. During this past month, they have all been focused on amassing wealth. The king may be easy to approach, but the little demons are troublesome. When Master Yusin came here, she never once mentioned any extortion. This led Xiao Mu to misjudge, thinking that most cultivators were of a celestial demeanor. The celestial beings were misled. Daxia is merely a realm of mortals. Where could such wealth come from? Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he feigned difficulty as he spoke. In truth, Xiao Mu was wealthier than one could imagine. By market estimates, the royal family's assets exceed 10 billion taels. I am not here to negotiate with you, but merely to inform you. Bargaining with the cultivators could lead to you not seeing the light of day tomorrow. Zhang Renjia, lacking even the pretense of civility, openly threatened him. This is outrageous. Xiao Mu could hardly contain his fury, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Extortion is a common ailment in the realm of cultivation. For the lofty cultivators, the power they wield is their greatest bargaining chip. They rob you and expect you to kneel in gratitude. This is the essence of the immortal cultivation world. It is not merely about extorting mortals. Cultivators even rob and kill their own kind. 1,000,000 taels of gold, valued at 100,000 spirit stones, is also a considerable sum for cultivators. Celestial beings, calm your wrath. Such a vast sum requires time to gather. It would take at least 6 months, but I assure you, it will be delivered. Xiao Mu surprisingly regained his composure, pretending to be respectful and fearful. Since he intended to pursue an irreconcilable conflict, there was no need to haggle. Regardless of victory or defeat, the dead have no right to negotiate. Ants must recognize their status. Our Zhan family can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Do you understand? The fact that we can offer you an unparalleled beauty to entertain you is already the greatest favor. Do not overstep your bounds. Zhan Renjie mocked with an air of invincibility. How reasonable. After a calm assessment, Xiaomu found himself in agreement with his words. Given this, he could not allow Zhan family's people into the Lingyun realm. The celestial being has spoken candidly, and I shall not hold back any longer. Once I marry Fairy Yunran and bear descendants, I will transfer the kingdom to her and her child. I only seek to live a peaceful life. Xiaomu displayed a facade of weakness, responding respectfully, ha 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 ha. A child worth teaching. Zhan Renjie laughed heartily as he exited. This made Xiaomu's fists clench tightly. This fellow truly treats others as insignificant. Zhan Renjie returned to the imperial residence. Stepping into a lavish palace, inside stood a breathtakingly beautiful enchantress. With a youthful face and ample bosom, she radiated allured. At first glance, this woman provoked primal desires. She need not entice. She effortlessly ignited the passions of men. With a perfectly proportioned figure and delicate, flawless skin, she seemed to exist solely to satisfy men's desires, effortlessly capturing attention simply by standing there. You little vixen, you possessed the very essence of seduction. Zhan Renjie cursed as soon as he laid eyes on her. Yet his gaze seemed to evade something, hastily darting away from the enchantress. Brother, do you desire me? What are you pretending for? Hypocrite! Yunran taunted seductively. Slap! Zhan Renjie, ablaze with anger, stepped forward and struck her. Having his hidden thoughts exposed left him humiliated. Yunran was his half-sister, and even in the indulgent realm of cultivation, he could never entertain such a relationship with her. You are just like your licentious mother, a shameless harlot. Zhan Renjie spat through clenched teeth. Strictly speaking, Yunran's mother was a furnace. The realm of cultivation harbors many inhumane practices, and dual cultivation with a furnace is one of them. As a furnace cultivator, one suffers a fate worse than that of a slave. Not only must they indulge others in bed, but they must also sacrifice their own cultivation to nourish others. The old beast of the Zhan family captured my mother. He is despicable. You little beast are no better, a true heir to his legacy. Yunran spoke with a teasing tone, unabashed and unrestrained. Unsurprisingly, she received another slap. Do not blame the Zhan family for not providing you with a way out. Once you marry that foolish monarch, you must bear a daughter, that time. The Zhan family will naturally ally with the Xiao family, thereby rightfully taking over the Daxia court. You will be able to live out your days in Daxia. Zhan Renjie sighed with satisfaction, threatening her in a sinister tone. He was a true disciple. A status even more esteemed than that of inner disciples. Coming to this desolate place was not just about earning sect points. It was more important to secure this mortal dynasty for his family. The Zhan family is a powerful lineage within the Xintian sect, wielding significant influence. However, no one would ever disdain their own power. Once they take control of the Daxia court, the cultivators emerging from here will naturally integrate into the Zhan family circle. Is the old beast truly afraid of my potential? Do they wish to suppress me in the realm of mortals? Ha 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 ha, they are all cowards. Yunran spoke with increasing audacity, showing no fear of the more powerful Zhan Renjie. Ultimately, she had grown tired of life. A tiger does not eat its young. You should be grateful for your Zhan bloodline. Zhan Renjie could hardly muster the energy to retaliate, replying coldly, What if I cannot bear a daughter? Yunran responded with bitterness. Whether you can or cannot, it matters not. The Zhan family can easily secure a nominal daughter. Zhan Renjie scoffed. The power of mortal ants is negligible. Deceiving the heavens is far too simple. Even if they cannot be deceived, it matters not. The Zhan family can make mortals submit in the blink of an eye. Get lost, Yunran, furious, pointed at the door, her eyes red with anger. Zhan Renjie was unfazed. Shrugging as he walked out the door, the matter had been settled. Chapter 29. An explanation for protecting one's heart within the Miaoxin Palace. The couple harmoniously played music and shared tea, enjoying each other's company. Xiaomu never discussed serious matters with Yu Miaoxin, primarily because she lacked interest and often could not comprehend many topics. Everyone in the palace knew that Yu Guifei was stunningly beautiful yet somewhat simple-minded. Your Majesty, look at me. Yu Miaoxin, in high spirits, pointed to her own face with pride. After successfully drawing in energy, she regained her youth. The radiance of the ice-frost divine body made her beauty almost otherworldly. Just a glance could ensnare one's soul. The lotus flower you painted is exquisite, Xiaomu patiently praised, though his gaze inevitably drifted downward. Her enchanting figure was simply irresistible. Your Majesty is too perfunctory. What I painted is not a lotus, Yu Miaoxin pouted, playfully accusing him. Her alluring body quivered enticingly, a sight too captivating. Xiaomu felt a rush of warmth to his face, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. How tempting! It is, in fact, a peony. Xiaomu finally discerned the makeup on her brow, awkwardly correcting himself. Truly, she is my beloved. I cherish her naive and romantic demeanor deeply. Only Xiaomu understood how simple and pure her nature truly was. She bore the appearance of a seductive enchantress, yet was as innocent as a blank slate, showing no desire for wealth or power. Even her cultivation was encouraged by Xiaomu, and only then did she begin to take it seriously. Your Majesty, my heart aches. Why Yu Miaoxin suddenly changed the subject, insinuating ambiguously. That timeless verse. To guard one's heart, the horse rests in the southern mountains, gazing at each other's snow-white hair. Originally, it was a love poem penned by Xiaomu for her. But Yu Miaoxin interpreted it far too superficially a hymn. Allow me to examine your heart, beloved consort. Xiaomu eagerly approached. Theo guard one's heart. This is how she understood it. I originally intended my heart to shine upon the moon. Yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. Thus, Xiaomu found himself helpless. The effect of this verse could only be described as marginally better than nothing. In the Miaoxin Palace, he stayed for an entire month. Aside from indulging in his beloved consort's company, the primary focus was on cultivating his techniques. The higher one ascends, the slower the pace of cultivation becomes. It took a month to advance to the 6th layer. And now, advancing to the 7th layer would require a month of arduous practice. Once he stabilized his cultivation, Xiaomu knew he had to leave. If he lingered any longer, his first wife would surely become displeased. The last favored consort was Qian Luyin, who had caused quite a stir at the time. Only Xiaomu knew that Qian Luyin bore a resemblance to Yu Guifei, which was why she received such treatment. After sending away His Majesty, the love-drunk Yu Miaoxin was overjoyed, even humming a tune. A nearby handmaiden, Yulan, approached, stifling a laugh. My lady, do be mindful. His Majesty has been with us for a month. It would be wise for you to pay a visit to the Fengqi Hall to apologize. The handmaiden, Yulan, felt compelled to offer this considerate suggestion. Perhaps in all the world, only she could vaguely guess that His Majesty's timeless verse was written for this extraordinary enchantress. Thus, regardless of the challenges, she remained steadfastly by Yu Guifei's side, never contemplating treachery for personal gain. Finally, the clouds parted, revealing the moon. The palace is not devoid of clever individuals, and she undoubtedly ranks among them, that old hag Yansu. I am not afraid of her. I shall do as I please. I have no shame to lose. Why Yu Miaoxin responded dismissively. Alas! Yulan sighed inwardly, feeling forlorn. Her master harbored no complex thoughts, while she worried endlessly. It was no wonder His Majesty had placed her in the position of Guifei. He must have recognized her simple nature. It had been years since her master last met with the Empress. It was high time for a reunion, sharing a husband in harmony. Yulan could only subtly coax her, saying, the palace has long been rife with rumors. Yu Guifei is favored above all. Isn't this akin to slapping the face of the primary consort? To speak candidly, within this palace, the one she fears the most is Yen Susu. Unfortunately, her master, in blissful ignorance, has always had His Majesty to shield her. So be it. Let her witness what it means to be breathtakingly beautiful. To embody an unparalleled beauty. Why Yu Miaoxin's eyes sparkled, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Her confidence was genuine. She has always been self-assured regarding her looks. She has an affinity for beautiful things, insisting that even the palace maids and eunuchs must possess good looks. Indeed, perhaps the consort should adopt a more understated elegance when meeting her, lest others accuse her of bullying. Yulan was taken aback, but dared not directly advise her. This remark struck a chord with Yu Miaoxin's competitive spirit, and she nodded with a beaming smile. Soon, the grand procession of the favored consort made its way toward the Phoenix resting palace. The primary consort sat majestically on the queen's throne, engaged in a casual conversation with the Eastern Empress. A youthful beauty, the hall was filled with chirping maidens, all there to pay their respects to the queen. Upon hearing the layered announcement, everyone looked up in astonishment. Having been sisters for many years, they rarely encountered this favored consort. His Majesty had long since decreed that Yu Miaoxin should enjoy a life of freedom within the palace. On most days, the majority within the palace seldom catch a glimpse of this legendary consort. What a lively scene! Before she even arrived, the sultry and flamboyant tone of her voice wafted in. Yin Susu and Murong Ziluo exchanged startled glances at the stunning beauty stepping into the light. Such a breathtaking woman, her appearance exuding an aura of fierceness. The flamboyant and confident demeanor of this elder sister could easily leave others feeling inadequate. Yin Susu's heart sank. After years apart, this woman had remarkably regained her peak beauty, perhaps even surpassing it. Yin Susu was vaguely aware of the foolish actions His Majesty had committed in the past. This woman was incomparable to any other. Sister Miaoxin, please take your seat. Yin Susu quickly regained her composure and greeted her with a radiant smile. Gesturing towards the empty seat of the Western Empress, had it been anyone else, they might have felt overwhelmed with trepidation. However, Yu Miaoxin, oblivious to such trivialities, boldly took her seat. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around her. The ladies and beauties all silently lowered their heads. His Majesty has spent a month in Miaoxin Palace, thanks to my sister's attentive care, Yin Susu remarked graciously. She was clearly hinting that she was the legitimate consort. A point that was unmistakably clear. His Majesty is currently cultivating. There's no hardship involved, Yu Miaoxin responded nonchalantly. The atmosphere inexplicably eased. Even Yulan, standing behind her, couldn't help but exhale in relief. Such is the favored consort. She easily endears herself to others. Even if she wishes to show off, it often results in her efforts being in vain. Heaven is particularly fond of her, quietly bestowing upon her protection. Chapter 30. Compensating for the insufficient in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed since the selection of Spirit Root disciples, and good news poured in from every corner of the empire. Just after concluding his retreat, Xiaomu received an astonishing piece of news. Huayan rushed in, nearly breathless. Your Majesty, in Chunan Prefecture, a Wujing sacred body has been discovered. The sect members are ecstatic and have already gone to retrieve the individual. They are expected to arrive in the capital today. Huayan reported, panting heavily. It was evident that he was anxious to deliver this news. Even before arranging the spirit root tests, Xiaomu had made preparations. All spirit roots tested would be reported to the court. Wujing's sacred body. Are you certain? Xiaomu nearly leapt from his throne, incredulously asking. The probability of a sacred body appearing is astonishingly low. The Wujing sacred body possesses the 5 mutated spirit roots of light, wind, ice, thunder, and darkness, all at full strength. If a heavenly spirit root is a rare gem among cultivators, then a 5-element sacred body is a treasure among a billion. The Wujing sacred body is even rarer. Appearing once in 10 billion, and the chaotic sacred body is a phenomenon that occurs once among countless cultivators. For a colossal entity like the Xintian sect, a Wujing sacred body might only manifest once every century. Alas, Your Majesty, how could this old servant dare to deceive you? Huayan hastily apologized. The news of the spirit root selection has been remarkably favorable. Just from the divine bodies, 3 have emerged, and today, the legendary sacred body has also appeared. The small Lingyun realm seems to be teeming with hidden talents. Xiaomu recalled a phrase from the grand ceremony of cultivation. Heavenly Tao reduces the surplus to supplement the insufficient. After enduring centuries of turmoil, there seems to be a predetermined fate. Perhaps heaven is compensating for the past. Quick, let us go welcome the sacred body, Xiaomu decisively declared. Cultivators possess communication talismans, allowing for swifter dissemination of news. The court's swift horses had already relayed the news several days late. What is most important in the cultivation world? Certainly, it is talent. These geniuses are treasures of the court. Losing them would be akin to losing a piece of Xiaomu's heart. Soon, Xiaomu, accompanied by the imperial entourage, appeared grandly outside the palace. After a short wait, a dark cloud swiftly approached from the skies. It turned out to be a flying treasure. Those in the Qi-gathering realm are unable to fly using swords or control flying treasures. This dark cloud was propelled by a formation, provided by the sect for the convenience of its disciples. Jean Renjia, in his eagerness, had even brought out flying treasures for the sake of the sacred body. As the dark cloud descended, Jean Ringier emerged with 3 young men and 1 young woman from the flying treasure. Ha ha! Please, let us. From now on, we shall be brothers and sisters in the sect. Jean Ringier seemed transformed, speaking with warmth and friendliness, particularly towards the young woman, exuding a hint of deference. At first glance, Xiao Mu was taken aback by the girl's appearance. It wasn't that she was overly beautiful. Rather, her visage was startling. The child was marred with scars, timidly glancing around. Is this the Wujing sacred body? Surprisingly, she lacked extraordinary beauty, which was unexpected. Is this truly a genius of our great Xia dynasty? I am most pleased. Xiao Mu smiled warmly and approached. Jean Ringier's lips twitched, nearly wanting to reprimand this insignificant being for meddling in matters of cultivators. Commoners bow before your majesty. However, the children were quite understanding and all performed deep bows. Everyone stood in reverence, showing overwhelming respect for the emperor. Rise. We, cultivators, do not kneel before a mortal emperor. Jean Ringier scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Even the children could comprehend such blatant mockery. These super talents, once they reach the Xintian sect, will undoubtedly soar to great heights. No one understands this better than Jean Ringier, who had once walked the same path. Yet, his own aptitude pales in comparison to these divine and sacred bodies. Come now, rise, children. Xiao Mu, of course, would not act pretentiously, speaking with a gentle demeanor. His kind tone felt incongruous with his handsome appearance as he personally helped the talented youth rise. Your Majesty, if there is nothing of importance, please return on your own. From now on, they shall be disciples of the Xintian sect. Jean Ringier remarked, neither here nor there. He hoped to curry favor with these geniuses, hoping to tie his family to them in the future. Discovering such talents would surely be rewarded handsomely by the sect. I certainly have matters of importance. These children are the geniuses of Great Xia. I wish to invite everyone to a feast. Xiao Mu boldly stated. Jean Ringier was about to interject, but the children all bowed respectfully. We will abide by your Majesty's decree. The children all agreed wholeheartedly, none rejecting the emperor's invitation. This is the essence of prestige. Xiao Mu felt emotional, finally realizing that years of being a good emperor had yielded rewards. In that case, my junior brothers and sisters, do return swiftly. Jean Ringier frowned, suddenly feeling relieved. He saw no need to contend with a mortal over such trivial matters. These children would soon depart from the Lingyun realm forever, leaving behind some memories. Wasn't such a bad idea. Xiao Mu personally escorted the children onto the imperial carriage. Such treatment was reserved for only a few founding heroes. The children were astonished, excitedly gazing at the splendor of the capital. Soon, they entered the imperial palace. The queen personally orchestrated the preparations in the imperial kitchen, which had been bustling for half the day, presenting a sumptuous feast. 108 dishes, not one missing. You are all the geniuses of Great Xia. His Majesty has been in high spirits all day in anticipation of your arrival. Yen Susu said with a gentle smile. The ethereal beauty of the queen left the young men in awe. They hurriedly clasped their hands in gratitude. Only the scarred young woman remained silent, nervously clutching her bowl as she ate, her manner quite uncouth. I don't yet know the names of the esteemed geniuses. Would you be so kind as to introduce yourselves? Yen Susu giggled, covering her mouth in amusement. I am a commoner, Yu Haoran, and this wild girl hails from Chunin Prefecture. The leading young man in white spoke confidently. From the small Chunin Prefecture emerged both the thick earth divine body and the Wujing sacred body. Yu Haoran possessed both the earth spirit root and the dark spirit root at full strength, a legendary thick earth divine body. Strangely, the girl with the Wujing sacred body had no name. Everyone simply called her the wild girl. You bear the surname Yu. Could it be that you are from the same Yu family as the favored consort? The queen inquired with a smile. Initially, it was a casual question, as many in Chunin Prefecture bore the surname Yu. To her surprise, Yu Haoran nodded affirmatively. The favored consort is a distant aunt of mine. Yu Haoran replied, nodding vigorously. Joy welled up. Xiao Mu beamed with delight, realizing they were indeed relatives. This was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 31. The hope of the empire. The meal was a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests. Yen Susu led the wild girl into the Phoenix resting palace, preparing to give her a splendid makeover, while the young men followed Xiao Mu. His Majesty the Emperor personally escorted them to examine his own armor and weapons. Such an attitude is akin to that of a devoted father with his son. Was it with this very spear that your Majesty, in days of yore, made his resolute stand? Yu Haoran inquired excitedly as he approached the long spear on the weapon rack. Every young man harbors similar dreams, envisioning a glorious life on the battlefield, a notion that occupies their thoughts even in slumber. The educational system of the Great Xia is remarkably successful. The aspirations of its youth are often lofty, grounded in a profound loyalty to their sovereign and homeland. Why not give it a try? Xiaomu gently encouraged. Ding! Yu Haoran indeed took down the weapon, wielding it with impressive finesse. It was evident that he was a young noble, cultivated through the teachings of a prestigious family, possessing both literary and martial prowess, exuding calmness and composure. When you become cultivators in the future, it will far surpass the life of a general. Xiaomu suggested tentatively. However, his words elicited scoffs from the three young M.E.N.A.S. commoners born in the Great Xia. We owe our lives to our parents and the education imparted by the court. Even if we ascend to the immortal mountains for cultivation, we shall always wish to return and repay our debts of gratitude. Yu Haoran responded respectfully. A true man ought to be so. Xiaomu held great admiration for these youths, their purity unmarred by the corrupting influences of the cultivation world. You are truly commendable sons of the Great Xia. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the empire. Xiaomu laughed heartily. We dare not. The three young men replied, bowing in unison. It is growing late. You may rest in the outer hall. Haoran, accompany me. I wish to pay a visit to your aunt. Xiaomu said, thoroughly pleased, a smile gracing his face. It was time to foster familial bonds. If these extraordinary talents were indeed taken by the Xintian sect, the future of the Great Xia would be bleak. Though 2,000 cultivators might be selected this time, only a little over 1,000 possess exceptional spiritual roots. Yu Haoran, filled with reverence, followed the emperor into the side hall. Yu Miaoxin had long received the imperial edict and awaited them in the chamber. Upon seeing the emperor bring in this young lad, Yu Guifei's eyes sparkled. Is this my nephew? He looks remarkably valiant. Lift your head. Let your aunt take a good look, Yu Miaoxin warmly urged, having not seen her kin in quite some time. Previously indifferent, now she was simply too busy to meet. Nephew, did I pay my respects to aunt? Yu Haoran stammered, his gaze fixed upon Yu Guifei, the allure of her beauty undeniable. Even after 20 years, the legends of her beauty in Chunan Prefecture persisted. Folklore whispered, could anyone be more beautiful than Yu Guifei? Come, we are all family here. Let us sit and converse. Xiaomu beamed, inviting the youth to take a seat. Laughter soon echoed through the hall. In the Fengqi hall, Yin Susu gazed contentedly at the wild girl fresh from her bath. Though her face bore scars, the empress showed no sign of disdain, her demeanor unchanged. What happened to those scars? Yin Susu inquired softly. The wild girl visibly tightened her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of bitterness. The scars that marred her body were a constant reminder of her suffering. From childhood, she had been labeled a monster. With few willing to approach her, I was born this way. Even my biological parents deemed me undesirable, sending me to an orphanage at the age of 1, the wild girl spoke in a low, deliberate tone. Her tragic background left her feeling unworthy, even dogs would shy away from her. The infinite holy body is the epitome of talent. The concept of extremes begetting opposites holds true. Such a potent spiritual root has left her scarred. Poor child, Yin Susu said gently, her voice laced with compassion. However, the beauty's sympathy moved the wild girl deeply. Such a stunning figure in the imperial harem did not turn away from her. I am not pitiful. I owe my life to the care provided by the court. The orphanage was established in your majesty's name, and I am eternally grateful, the wild girl expressed, her words becoming more fluid as she bowed in thanks. The welfare institutions of the Great Xia were indeed founded under the emperor and empress's names. Once you cultivate, these scars shall vanish. With your brilliance, the orphanage has not been in vain, Yin Susu remarked, smiling in delight. Might I trouble your majesty to bestow upon me a name? The wild girl asked hopefully. I can read. Yet names are typically granted by sovereigns or mentors. This simple wish had been awaited for over a decade. Does the orphanage not provide education? Yin Susu asked, taken aback. According to the emperor's educational policy, Nearly every child in the Great Xia was required to learn to read. Even the poorest families ensured their children received at least 3 years of schooling. The teachers at the orphanage were not her mentors. They taught according to the emperor's directives, the wild girl hesitantly explained. Such details were unknown to the empress. From now on, you shall bear my surname. Your name shall be Yin Yizhen. Yin Susu contemplated and ultimately chose a gender-neutral name for her. Yin Yizhen, the wild girl repeated in astonishment. And no sooner had she uttered her name than she knelt, performing the traditional reverence. Yin Susu hurried forward to assist her. You are to become a cultivator. There is no need to bow to us mortals. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Yin Susu's eyes as she probed. However, the wild girl remained resolute, determined to observe the full ritual. The emperor once proclaimed himself both sovereign and father. Children without parents could regard him as such. As the empress, she is the mother of all orphans. It is only natural that a commoner pays respects to their parents. Yin Yizhen spoke with surprising eloquence, her initial nervousness dissipating, revealing her inherently bold and stubborn nature. What a good child, Yin Susu exclaimed. Filled with delight, she felt as though she had discovered a treasure. United in purpose, she understood her husband's intentions. Cultivating relationships with these exceptional talents was crucial for the Great Xia. Once your scars fade, you will undoubtedly be a great beauty. Yin Susu affectionately caressed her cheek. So gentle. Yin Yizhen felt herself almost enchanted. Who would not cherish the affection of such a beauty? If I could possess even a fraction of your majesty's beauty, I would die without regret, she stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. That may not necessarily be the case. Once your scars heal, you shall be even more beautiful than I, Yin Susu replied, her smile radiant, her tone increasingly tender. The palace was filled with warmth and joy. Chapter 32. The ambitious designs of the Zhan family. The children had spent 2 days in the palace, and their relationships blossomed rapidly. Just as Xiaomu was about to express his joy, troubling news arrived in swift succession. The Xintian sect had actually dispatched a true essence master, reportedly named Zhan Daoqing. Just hearing the name indicated the involvement of the Zhan family. The sect's emphasis on the divine and holy bodies was evident. Xiaomu, in Miaoxin Palace, felt a tumult of anxiety. What troubles your majesty? Yu Miaoxin asked innocently, smiling brightly, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The true essence master possesses keen senses. I fear that when Zhan Daoqing enters the hall to meet me, he will discern my true cultivation level, Xiaomu lamented, sighing heavily. This was no mere paranoia. Even outward appearances posed a challenge. While Zhan Renjia might be easily misled, a true essence master would see through such ruses. Possessing vision far beyond that of ordinary mortals, able to clearly discern a cultivator's age. What ordinary man in his 40s or 50s could maintain the appearance of someone in their 20s? What a trivial matter. I am well versed in the art of makeup. Allow me to assist your majesty in a disguise, and we shall successfully deceive him, Yu Miaoxin suggested nonchalantly. Makeup. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiaomu's eyes, and a smirk crept upon his lips. Unable to resist, he embraced the beauty, planting a hearty kiss on her. You are truly my lucky star. Let us proceed as you suggest. Xiaomu, overjoyed, found her idea promising. The beauty giggled incessantly, unwilling to leave the emperor's embrace. The couple intimately applied makeup, achieving an appearance that suggested an age of around 30 or 40, effectively making him look a decade younger. This was a clever ruse. In the Qingjing Hall, the Xintian sect arrived fully prepared, with Zhan Renjia wisely taking a back seat. The leader was a middle-aged male cultivator, his gaze piercing and his aura overwhelming. A true essence master stood at a significantly higher level than the Qi induction realm, incomparable. As Xiaomu exchanged glances with him, he felt as though the man's gaze was a blade, effortlessly penetrating his innermost being. May I inquire how old your majesty is? Zhan Daoqing asked abruptly, his words both unexpected and impolite. Forgive me, I have reached the age of 48, Xiaomu replied awkwardly, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in feigned dismay. Maintaining one's health is the true path. Youth cannot be forced. Zhan Daoqing scoffed derisively, realizing the emperor had resorted to makeup to appear younger. Mistakenly believing Xiaomu was attempting to seem youthful, little did he know, Xiaomu had deliberately aged himself. The teachings of the immortals are etched in my heart, Xiaomu said respectfully, presenting himself as a fitting aunt. Where are the divine and holy bodies? I have been commanded to escort them, Jean Douching stated bluntly, showing little interest in engaging in idle conversation with someone he regarded as an aunt. Soon, Xiao Mu summoned the children to appear. After 2 days in the palace, they had transformed, adorned in lavish attire that exuded nobility. Is this the infinite holy body? I hear you have yet to receive a name. Jean Douching inquired, his demeanor shifting as he approached with enthusiasm. What a remarkable transformation! His ability to change his demeanor is akin to a chameleon. This man is indeed exceptional. I am Yin Yizhen, the wild girl declared confidently, raising her head and speaking boldly. Yin Yizhen. What a splendid name, and no wonder Jean Renjia has been so preoccupied with thoughts of you, Jean Douching replied with a mysterious smile. He did not mind that the wild girl had taken a name, nor did he pay attention to such trivial details. However, this statement caused Xiao Mu to widen his eyes in astonishment. These shameless individuals were actually coveting Yizhen. Theo, speak frankly, with Yin Yizhen's appearance, what about her was truly unforgettable? This statement carried immense implications, directly exposing the wolfish ambitions of the Zhan family. Yet, Yin Yizhen remained oblivious, looking bewilderingly at his majesty on the throne. How old is Yizhen this year? Xiao Mu was compelled to speak plainly, lest they truly lose all sense of shame. I am 13 this year, Yin Yizhen replied, still in a daze. However, how could shameless people easily relinquish their desires? In our Dongtian realm, one can indeed be betrothed at the age of 13. What do you think of our Jean Renjia? Why not let me take charge and arrange a betrothal for you? Jean Douching encouraged with a smile. If Xiao Mu had been unaware of the value of the saint body before, he had now come to fully appreciate it. These beasts were willing to stoop to such depths, merely to secure the saint body for themselves. Yin Yizhen, feeling at a loss, glanced anxiously at Xiao Mu. In her innocent heart, only the sovereign could protect her. In our Daxia dynasty, a girl comes of age at 16 and can marry at 17 or 18. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and replied, presumptuous, did I ask you a question? What status do you have to contend with a cultivator? Jean Douching bellowed in fury, reprimanding him face to face. A palpable pressure enveloped the room. Xiao Mu, seated on the throne, instinctively leaned back against his chair. Indeed, the true Yuan realm was formidable. What you say is true. I have no desire to marry, but I thank the senior for your kind intentions, Yin Yizhen said with a frown, firmly rejecting the proposal. The young maiden, still naive and innocent, hardly understood the complexities of love, let alone harbor feelings for someone as much older as Jean Renjia. Nonetheless, Jean Renjia was indeed a handsome lad. Yet the beauty trap he laid was of no effect on the saint body. This matter could afford to wait. There was plenty of time ahead. Jean Douching pondered in response. He had merely intended to arrange a betrothal. As marriage would naturally take place years later, the primary concern was the immense value of the saint body. No one wished to relinquish such a prized possession. Since the senior has come to escort them, the few geniuses may go along with the senior. Once the spiritual root test is completed, I shall see them off. Xiao Mu sighed in relief. That is splendid, Jean Douching replied. I have one more matter to discuss with your majesty. Yet, Jean Douching did not rush to depart. Changing the subject, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Xiao Mu squinted slightly, feeling a chill run down his spine. Please, speak freely, senior, Xiao Mu said with a composed smile. Since the Zhan family has allied with the Xiao family, we also wish to request a title. How about granting a title of Jinwang with territory in the eastern suburbs of the capital? Jean Douching declared imperiously. Who dares to demand a princely title so audaciously? A flash of murderous intent flickered through Xiao Mu's mind as he pierced through the Zhan family's ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, they aimed to firmly control Daxia and might even station cultivators in the future. Once Yun Ranbear's offspring, Xiao Mu's reign as emperor would come to an end. As for whether he could meet a good end, that would depend on the whims of the Zhan family. That sounds splendid. I was worried the immortals might look down upon us. Xiao Mu replied flippantly. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the grand hall. Xiao Mu appeared foolishly amused, while the Zhan family members laughed at him, deeming him a simpleton. This group of scoundrels was becoming increasingly intolerable. Chapter 33. The Abyssal Cave Sect Formation. Yet, who would be most suitable to bestow the title of Jinwang upon? Xiao Mu did not take it to heart. Continuing to probe. Let us bestow it upon my nephew. Jean Douching pointed nonchalantly at Jean Renjia. Their concern was not for the title itself, but rather to seize the lucrative Daxia dynasty. Eventually, all the spiritual roots of Daxia would align with the Zhan family, and they would siphon the taxes of Daxia dry. Although the cultivation world traded in spiritual stones, gold could still be exchanged. 10 taels of gold equated to 1 tael of spiritual stone, roughly the value of 1 spiritual stone. Everything shall be done according to the will of the immortals. Xiao Mu agreed without showing any signs of concern. That moment, a commotion arose outside the grand hall. 2 elegantly dressed cultivators soared in on their swords. They entered without even announcing themselves, marching straight in. Those capable of sword flight were undoubtedly above the true Yuan realm. Xiao Mu felt his heart sink. This could be troublesome. If dealing with Qi induction realm cultivators had some feasible methods, handling true Yuan realm cultivators would drastically lower the success rate. The 8 gates celestial lock array of the palace. While indeed a true Yuan realm formation, was far beyond Xiao Mu's capability, a Qi induction realm cultivator's control over the formation would be severely diminished, and they would certainly be no match for a true Yuan realm practitioner. Alas, yet again, an immortal descends, illuminating our humble abode, illuminating our humble abode. Xiao Mu hurriedly donned a look of delight, welcoming them warmly. Humph. The 2 true Yuan realm cultivators who followed paid no heed to his greetings. Their arrogance palpable. Brother Zhan, have you finished your private matters? We should hasten to inspect the abyssal cave. We must report back to the sect after our business is concluded, the lead male cultivator coldly replied. Entirely ignoring the emperor's words, "Oh, it is the abyssal cave." A glimmer of dark intrigue flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes. It seemed that the formation guiding the spiritual energy indeed originated from the Xinyan sect. Their primary purpose for this visit was likely to inspect the formation. Uncertain if any other immortals had arrived, he thought to extend his hospitality. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Xiao Mu continued to inquire with a smile. "Just the 3 of us. Your Majesty need not trouble yourself." The leading male cultivator replied with a frigid tone. The distance between them was unmistakable. He genuinely looked down on mortals, thus disinterested and engaging. "The abyssal cave you speak of, is it not the cave in Heishui town? The court knows a thing or two about this matter. That abyssal cave is quite sinister," Xiao Mu said, his heart stirring with a resolve to test the waters. Only by leveraging the terrain could he hope to resolve this enormous dilemma. "Oh, you actually know of this matter? That makes things easier. Please guide us." The male cultivator finally expressed surprise. At last, he spoke some human words, for he had a request of his own. After centuries of change, the maps preserved by the sect had become somewhat inaccurate. If he could strike straight at the heart of the matter, it would save him considerable time. The immortal commands, "I shall personally guide you." Why not set off the day after tomorrow? Does that sound agreeable? Xiao Mu pondered before asking. Arranging explosive spiritual energy requires some time. Why the day after tomorrow? Wouldn't today be just right? The male cultivator reprimanded with evident displeasure. This matter was hardly something Xiao Mu needed to concern himself with. Zhan Daoqing had already stepped forward. He is the emperor, and he has matters to attend to. There are still half a month until the disciples' recruitment ceremony concludes. 2 days are inconsequential, Zhan Daoqing remarked in support. His intent was not to consider Xiao Mu's interests, but rather to serve the Zhan family's agenda. Bestowing titles and arranging marriages were pressing matters. Humph. Your Majesty, be cautious, the male cultivator retorted, flicking his sleeve as he turned away to soar off on his sword. A true Yuan realm cultivator can fly 1,000 miles with their sword. Their speed, while not particularly fast, is still around 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. With the interrupter gone, those within the palace returned to the crux of their discussion. I shall take these geniuses away. Be prepared for your Majesty's betrothal gift tomorrow, Zhan Daoqing smirked disdainfully. Having dispatched this troublesome group, Xiao Mu hurried to the Royal Academy. The survival of the empire hinged on their research outcomes. In the hall, Dr. Ein maintained his eccentric, bookish demeanor. Your Majesty, the chain reaction of the explosive is exceptionally perfect. Mixing TNT and spiritual stones in a 1-to-1 ratio can trigger an exponential increase in energy. Dr. Ein began with theories that Xiao Mu could scarcely comprehend. Xiao Mu quickly raised a hand to stop him, fearing the delay. What are the experimental results? I urgently need several explosive devices. He pressed eagerly. Xiao Mu had invested considerable effort into this project. Merely acquiring storage bags had required discreet dealings with various esteemed families to procure from cultivators. Often, several thousand taels of gold would only yield a single storage bag. This was already several times, even tenfold, the price in the cultivation world. In the cultivation realm, a storage bag typically cost merely 100 spiritual stones. The storage space is comparable to that of a shipping container or a bedroom. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Both experimental bombs detonated successfully, with a power level equivalent to 100 tons of TNT, Dr. Ein reported with enthusiasm. Based on these calculations, the formal bombs would reach a power level of 1,000 tons of TNT, approaching that of a small nuclear bomb. Excellent. Once verified, the Royal Academy shall surely be rewarded with extra portions, Xiaomu exclaimed, elated, nearly moved to tears by the achievements of science. The cultivation world, with its thousands of years of reliance on spiritual energy, still engaged in senseless slaughter, never considering the potential of such advanced technology to benefit humanity. I have also discovered several properties of spiritual energy. Firstly, it can break through the constraints of gravity using formations. Secondly, when combined with steam engines, it can provide hundreds or even thousands of times the thrust. Dr. Ein continued, growing increasingly animated, his words tumbling forth. Incredible, anti-gravity technology. This was a long-sought dream of humanity, yet the cultivation world had already realized it. No wonder these imbeciles could pilot massive vessels weighing thousands of tons. However, this epic-making technology was squandered on violence. One could not help but conclude that the cultivation world was beyond salvation. If you fall behind, do not blame others for hitting you. Xiaomu grinned triumphantly. And there's the teleportation array, actually a form of spatial folding technology. The Empire's interstellar navigation finally sees a glimmer of hope. Dr. Ein continued to prattle on. He was genuinely excited. Years of fantasy were nearing reality. Extra portions, all around. With a grand gesture, Xiaomu laughed heartily, exclaiming that the cultivation world was utterly lowly. The technologies capable of transforming humanity had all been squandered on ostentation. If that were the case, he would not hold back in delivering a modicum of shock to them. Wow! Ha ha ha! Chapter 34. The annihilation of true essence practitioners in Heishui town, at the bottomless pit. A substantial force from the court had already encircled the area, with dozens of Gatling guns set up nearby. Xiaomu had arrived at the bottomless pit early, and after a brief wait, he spotted 3 true essence masters flying in from the horizon. Sheathing his sword and landing gracefully, his movements were undeniably impressive. Greetings, esteemed cultivators, Xiaomu said, his eyes lighting up as he approached with earnest respect. The 3 true essence masters glanced at the bottomless pit before surveying their surroundings. What are these bizarre contraptions? Zhang Daoqing cast a casual glance at the Gatling guns and asked nonchalantly. The atmosphere grew tense. Fear not, esteemed immortals. They are merely decorative items, part of our great Xia's ceremonial procession, Xiaomu explained, his expression unflinching. Ceremonial procession? The 3 exchanged bemused glances, their expressions revealing their skepticism, yet they chose not to pursue the matter further. I shall descend with junior brother Wang. Senior brother Zhan, you might as well oversee from above, the leading male cultivator stated directly. The teleportation array had not been operational for centuries. Their purpose this time was merely to scout. If they could activate the array, it would be a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, they might need to summon an array expert for further examination. As Zhang Daoqing prepared to nod in agreement, Xiaomu hurriedly interjected. This bottomless pit is quite perilous. Esteemed immortals must exercise caution. If one is not an extraordinary master, descending there might lead to certain doom. Xiaomu audaciously employed a tactic of provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Daoqing's composure faltered. He suddenly realized that all the soldiers around were looking at him, their gazes seemingly mocking, as if he were a novice. Not a problem. I shall descend with you. This mere mortal realm poses no challenge to us. Zhang Daoqing proclaimed, prideful and unable to bear such insolence. Very well. The more hands, the greater the strength, the leading male cultivator replied without further ado, leaping into the bottomless pit. The other 2 followed suit. Unwilling to appear cowardly, the surrounding soldiers rushed in. Xiaomu watched as several soldiers cautiously approached, carrying 2 massive explosive packages. Each package was tethered to a storage bag, connected by a single wire stretched over a distance of approximately 20 zhong. Will 2 bombs suffice? Xiaomu asked, his heart racing with anxiety. Rest assured. Each is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. The one below will detonate first, and the one above will explode a breath later, compressing the energy downward into the pit. Even immortals would have to kneel, Dr. Ein declared confidently. Xiao Mu and the others hastily withdrew, leaving behind a burly man prepared to launch the explosives. As soon as he threw them in, he galloped away at breakneck speed. The bombs fell for about 30 breaths of time before the earth suddenly trembled violently. The brave warrior who had thrown the bombs leaped into a pre-prepared bomb shelter. Boom, boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions resounded. A mushroom cloud billowed into the sky, and the violent detonation caused the ground to quake. The force was utterly devastating. Above the bottomless pit, a gaping hole with the diameter of several dozen zhang was created, shrouding the sky in dust. Good heavens, such power! Xiao Mu exclaimed, rising from the shelter and gazing at the colossal mushroom cloud several miles away. I've long said that even immortals cannot survive this. Dr. Ein chuckled triumphantly. We have truly achieved something remarkable. However, before the two could revel in their success, a figure suddenly soared out from the swirling black mist. Clang! A shattered golden bell fell to the ground, and the shadow ascended several dozen zhang into the air. Who the hell caused this explosion? I swear I will end you. Zhan Daocheng roared in fury, his voice laced with true essence energy, resonating with such intensity that it could be heard within a 10-mile radius. It turned out that he possessed a treasured defensive artifact, the Golden Bell, along with protective true essence and life-preserving talismans, which enabled him to survive. However, his appearance was ghastly. Both legs were broken, and his body was nearly charred beyond recognition. The vitality of a true essence practitioner was astonishingly resilient. Brothers, eliminate him, Xiao Mu bellowed, swiftly raising the Gatling gun. Da-da-da-da. Orders rang out like thunder, and dozens of Gatling guns fired in unison. The dense stream of bullets seemed poised to slice through the sky. Hundreds of array-patterned bullets swiftly struck Zhan Daocheng, whose expression changed dramatically as the protective true essence around him began to falter. He now realized that this ceremonial procession was far more formidable than he had anticipated, capable of threatening the lives of true essence practitioners. Panicking, Zhan Daocheng attempted to elevate himself to dodge the oncoming bullets, a noble thought. But reality was harsh. It was only at this moment that he discovered his true essence was already in disarray, and his meridians were in utter chaos. Your Majesty, let us negotiate. Zhan Daocheng's face paled as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Go negotiate with your ancestors in the underworld. Open fire, Xiao Mu roared, straining his voice to issue the command. Countless bullets struck Zhan Daocheng, and his protective true essence finally shattered. His body was torn apart in an instant, reduced to mere fragments by the relentless barrage of bullets. Ha ha ha, even immortals are nothing more than this. Bah? Let that be a lesson. Our sovereign is a war god, and cultivators are of no consequence. Long live the sovereign, hail to the sovereign. The soldiers erupted into thunderous cheers. Xiao Mu laughed heartily, striding forward to pick up the storage ring from the ground. The bounty was substantial, a tangible fortune from a true essence practitioner. Regrettably, the storage rings of the other two fallen practitioners would likely be lost. However, Xiao Mu's immediate concern was to locate his talismans. The means of practitioners were notoriously treacherous. Heart-binding talismans and life and death talismans could sense one another's fates. Fortunately, no such talismans were found within Zhan Daocheng's storage ring, which Xiao Mu had anticipated. High-level practitioners would never entrust heart-binding talismans to low-level ones. They stood on an entirely different plane. However, it was possible that life and death talismans from lower-level practitioners could be found among high-level practitioners. Your Majesty, have there been any gains in artifact forging or alchemy? Dr. Ein inquired excitedly, approaching eagerly. These materials are urgently needed by the Academy. We shall discuss them after we return. You have all earned your accolades, Dr. Ein. Await your title, Xiao Mu replied with a confident smile. He then glanced at the soldiers, his gaze resting on the brave warrior who had launched the explosives. All of you shall be recognized for your great contributions. Await your rewards. Long live! The jubilant cheers resonated through the skies. At last, Great Xia had rid itself of a lingering burden. Next, it would be time to deal with Zhan Renjie and his band of miscreants. Chapter 35. The first intimate encounter at the entrance to the secret realm. The explosives detonated almost simultaneously. The means of the cultivation world were unfathomable. Had there been soul lamps or similar devices, it would have been disastrous. As it was, they decided to completely seal off the passage. Fortunately, good news soon arrived. Just as Xiaomu returned to the palace, he received word that the formation at the entrance to the secret realm had collapsed. This time, they were finally considerably safer. Huaiyan, tidy up. We must hasten to the palace to propose marriage, Xiaomu said, in good spirits as he prepared for the final strike. According to their agreement, the wedding would be simple, much to the satisfaction of both parties. However, despite the dowry being settled, the two newcomers had yet to meet. It would be remiss not to pay a visit today in the palace's inner hall. Xiaomu, accompanied by Huaiyan, arrived to meet Zhang Renjie. The latter sat with an air of nonchalance, not even bothering to rise upon the guest's entrance. He was quite pleased with the outcome of the recent expedition to the secret realm, having enjoyed both the thrill and the rewards. May I inquire where Miss Yunran is? Xiaomu asked, a smile plastered across his face. Before Zhang Renjie could respond, a rustle came from behind the screen. A graceful figure could be glimpsed moving behind it. As a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, Xiaomu immediately recognized that the woman concealed behind the screen possessed an astonishing figure. Well, it seems I've seen her today, the woman behind the screen said languidly. Her voice sultry and alluring, exuding the charm of a mature woman. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood and strode directly into the inner hall, clearly indifferent towards the groom. Xiaomu's lips twitched, wishing to reprimand the woman, not mind the details. In any case, my sister is set to marry tomorrow, so just prepare to be the groom, Zhang Renjie said, his face reddening with embarrassment. Xiaomu, of course, didn't mind. He would prefer this significant inconvenience to remain outside the palace forever. However, he could not express that sentiment outright. Very well. A touch of mystery adds to the allure. I have come not only to meet Yunran, but also to invite all esteemed cultivators to the royal wedding. Xiaomu said, managing a polite smile despite the awkwardness. It would be best if everyone could attend. We must capture them all in one net. If even a few slip away, Great Xia will face endless troubles. Zhang Renjie replied casually, we cultivators have grown accustomed to our carefree existence. A mere secular wedding may not entice many fellow practitioners to witness it, he added nonchalantly. But the court's test of spiritual roots has concluded, and the last batch of disciples will arrive tomorrow, providing an excellent opportunity for the court to bid farewell to the esteemed immortals, Xiaomu calmly explained, having prepared his reasoning. With both public and private motives established, he believed any reasonable person would likely attend. It would also serve as a farewell banquet, as many practitioners would probably wish to return to their sects afterward. Good idea. I never expected you, a mere mortal, to be so thorough in your arrangements. Zhang Renjie laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the suggestion. This is insufficient. Xiaomu intends to escalate his efforts. The court of the Great Xia has prepared 100 taels of gold for each cultivator, along with beautiful maidens from the imperial harem to provide entertainment. Please, esteemed immortals, do honor us with your presence, Xiaomu said in a tone of flattery. Money and women. If they do not come, it can only be said that their fate is not yet sealed. Excellent, excellent. This arrangement pleases me greatly, Zhang Renjie remarked, his mood considerably brightened. Without further ado, he produced a heart unity talisman and transmitted the message through the talisman. By tomorrow, the Great Xia shall be entirely within the grasp of the Zhang family. As long as the immortals are satisfied, I shall take my leave. At dusk tomorrow, I shall surely come to escort Miss Yunran, Xiaomu said, cupping his hands in farewell. Fortunately, the news is slow to reach these low-tier disciples. By the time they learn of the fall of those high-tier cultivators, it will be too late. The following afternoon, the wedding, adhering to custom, was to be held at dusk. The capital was under strict martial law, the streets eerily silent and devoid of life. The emperor's carriage rolled along the main thoroughfare. Beside Xiaomu sat a beauty clad in red. Her figure was so alluring it could incite bloodshed, yet her face was shrouded in a light veil, obscuring her features. The unique techniques of the cultivation world made it such that although she wore a transparent veil, her entire visage seemed enveloped in a haze. This piqued even Xiaomu's curiosity about what she truly looked like. Upon arrival, Xiaomu exhaled deeply, breaking the silence. He was about to extend his hand to grasp the red ribbon when Yunran, cold as ice, withdrew the red cord on her own. Very well. After all, this is not the focal point. Soon enough, she too will meet her end. Xiao Mu had no intention of unnecessarily deepening emotions with someone on the brink of demise. As the wedding procession reached the imperial city, a lively atmosphere erupted. Guests entered the grand hall with joyous spirits. The cultivators had long been seated in the reception hall, filling every space. 330 cultivators were present. After the formalities concluded, Xiao Mu and the bride took their seats at the main table. Esteemed immortals, your presence here honors us greatly. Today, we have prepared performances for your enjoyment, and we humbly request your appreciation. Xiao Mu said, a proud smile gracing his lips. As his words fell, the sound of drums and music filled the air. The top courtesans, adorned in sheer garments, emerged, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Beauty requires a certain ambience. In such a setting, its impact escalates dramatically. Excellent, excellent. This time, we truly have exquisite selections. I intend to choose the sixth from the left. What are you talking about? The third from the right is the most beautiful. Children make choices. I want them all. The lecherous cultivators began selecting their favorites. Everyone understood that the emperor's ability to summon such beauties was likely to benefit them. The performances were enchanting, and Xiao Mu nodded in approval. It was time for the Ministry of Rites to bring out the main course. Once the first performance concluded, Xiao Mu's scheme of seduction was only halfway realized. Today was a point of no return. It was time to showcase the true beauties. Clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention, he stood and announced, "My harem beauties, today the queen and consorts have also come to witness the ceremony. Please welcome them." With a confident shrug, Xiao Mu smiled widely. What he anticipated to be a mere formality turned into a hushed silence as the consorts stepped forth. Gasps echoed throughout the hall as countless cultivators took in the sight of the stunning beauties entering the palace. Leading the procession was the queen, Yin Susu, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, even outshining all at the Shintian sect. Following her was a stunning young girl, exquisitely beautiful and full of life. Her large eyes sparkling with energy. The most outrageous was the enchanting Yu Guifei, with a figure that could bewitch and a sweet, innocent smile. Just one glance could ensnare one's soul. The beauty of these women was simply inconceivable. Hidden within this mortal palace. Holy hell, how could you indulge so lavishly? Jean Rengier exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 36. The arrayed Gatlings surround Xiao Mu had brought forth his wives, not merely to flaunt his treasures. The first batch of cultivators from the Great Xia happened to be the beauties of the harem. With them mastering the array-enhanced Gatling guns, the effectiveness would be greatly amplified. The upcoming spectacle was the grand display by the Great Xia's ceremonial troops. Xiao Mu remarked, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. Around the palace, countless heavy Gatling guns were rolled out. In total, there were 20 array-enhanced machine guns, alongside 40 regular ones. A mix of both would allow for crossfire, maximizing the Gatling's destructive power. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Jean Rengier questioned, pulling his gaze away from the beauties. Fear not, these are merely fire sticks. They pose no danger, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Logically, the cultivators had never encountered a Gatling gun and would not detect the impending peril. However, Jean Rengier's expression darkened as he glared at the emperor. Are you attempting to deceive me? That is a Gatling. A weapon of the Great Xia, Jean Rengier exclaimed, recognizing the weapon, plunging the surroundings into silence. In a flash of insight, Xiao Mu made a crucial decision. This was the most vital quality of a battlefield commander, adaptability. Attack, he shouted, shattering his cup as a signal to launch an assault. Seizing the moment while the cultivators were still in confusion, he formed hand seals, activating the illusion array of the 8 gates heavenly lock. The scenery inside the palace transformed dramatically, the surroundings morphing into a basin. The figures of the Gatling guns and the harem beauties vanished from sight. Finally, the cultivators realized what had transpired. Ants seeking death, I will flay you alive and use your soul as a lantern. Jean Rengier roared in fury, shocked that these mere ants dared to challenge cultivators. Swish! The surrounding cultivators brandished their flying swords. The atmosphere charged with tension. Yet, the Gatling guns had yet to power on, requiring several breaths to prepare. Your death is imminent, Xiao Mu shouted defiantly, unperturbed. True strength does not lie in the absence of fear. It lies in the ability to confront fear rationally, and no one embodied this better than Xiao Mu. A warlord forged in chaos, his heart hardened like iron. Ha ha ha, what a joke, mere ants believing they can achieve victory through formations. Fellow cultivators, let us form our own array. Jean Rengia mocked, his rage transforming into laughter. Indeed, the cultivators began to shift positions, their flying swords weaving together into a torrent of blades. With a greater number of cultivators, they could indeed form an array. They were already comrades, and the formation felt natural. Not good, Xiaomu muttered under his breath. Asked the commander. He had to act decisively. He threw a TNT bomb, altering his previously devised strategy. Boom! The bomb exploded instantly, shattering the tables and revealing the TNT spiritual bombs hidden within. This palace had long been transformed into a trap, waiting to annihilate this batch of cultivators. Boom, boom. The tables erupted one after another. The palace itself lifted into the air. Yet, within the illusion, no one could perceive the collapse of the palace. This series of explosions successfully disrupted the cultivators' formation, resulting in the immediate demise of dozens of them. What the hell is this? The power of this explosive talisman is insane. The cultivators were thrown into chaos, shouting in panic. In terms of psychological resilience, cultivators were far inferior to soldiers. It wasn't that their minds were not strong enough, but rather that they lacked training, leading to disarray. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling finally spat forth its fiery tongues, a torrent of bullets forming an unbroken line. Looking out across the illusory basin, it was as if they were trapped in a hellish landscape. Surrounded by the death-dealing bullets of the Gatlings positioned on the hillsides. You dare to kill cultivators? The bride exclaimed in astonished joy. What on earth does this mean? Xiaomu, uninterested in her exclamations, prepared to engage. Unexpectedly, the bride leaped aside, frantically waving her hands. Wait, I'm on your side, Yunran shouted, a mix of excitement and fear. She then casually tossed an explosive talisman towards Jean Rengia in the basin, as if they were sworn enemies rather than siblings. Very well, I trust you, Xiaomu thought, now indifferent to her presence as long as she did not cause trouble. An extra enemy was better than an extra friend. Rat-a-tat! Xiaomu raised the Gatling, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the basin. The beauties of the harem finally took to the stage, capable of operating machine guns. The cultivators were indeed formidable. Despite their delicate appearances, they were far stronger than ordinary mortals. The cultivators in the basin, each with their own agendas, summoned protective treasures. Golden bells, shields, and even the mystic sky silk, all arrayed for battle. The bullets enhanced by formations erupted with explosions upon striking the treasures, filling the air with smoke and chaos. Come out, ants! Jean Rengia bellowed in a rage, unable to break the illusion array. He could only scan the surroundings for weaknesses. However, the 8 Gates heavenly lock was of considerable grade. Even a brute force assault would take hours. Moreover, the cultivators were engaged in their own battles. Screams rang out as the protective treasures dimmed, and the Gatling's fiery tongues would immediately consume their bodies. The fallen cultivators met a gruesome fate. This bizarre weapon was devastating enough to reduce a body to mere pulp. Attack over there, Jean Rengia commanded, directing a flying sword towards a point of fire. Only a few responded, each summoning their own swords for the attack. Buzz! The flying sword was poised to reach the fire point, yet miraculously halted mid-air. This was the trapping formation of the 8 Gates heavenly lock array, effectively safeguarding the soldiers surrounding it. The array comprised of trapping formations, illusion formations, and killing formations. Xiaomu had temporarily refrained from activating the killing formation, aiming to maximize the protection of his troops. Ah, my kidney! A cultivator beside Jean Rengia shrieked in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, wailing in pain. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. It was not merely a kidney that was lost. Half of his body seemed nearly obliterated. Once a bullet pierced through the defenses, it would instantly unleash a horrific lethality. They had devoted their lives to cultivation, yet had never witnessed such a terrifying concealed weapon. I surrender. Spare my life, fellow cultivator. This calamity is all due to that scoundrel Jean Rengia. It has nothing to do with me. Indeed, that villain is treacherous. My hatred for him knows no bounds. Let me go. Spare my life. We are doomed. This is a battle we cannot win. The morale among the cultivators crumbled. Chapter 37. A dangerous stalemate surrender? It was inconceivable to allow them to capitulate. If they were not exterminated today, It would only be a matter of time before the Great Xia perished at their hands. Ignite the oil attack, Xiaomu coldly commanded. The situation shifted dramatically. Countless bottles were hurled from all directions. Upon shattering on the ground, a viscous black liquid spilled forth. The so-called oil was simply crude oil. However, the current technology of Great Xia was not advanced enough to refine gasoline. Whoosh! The palace was engulfed in flames, transforming the scene into a brutal battlefield. Cultivators at the Qi-gathering realm could not withstand fire and water. They could only rely on their protective true essence to hold firm. Zhan Renjie finally broke down. "Spare me, fellow cultivator. The Zhan clan is allied with the Shao clan," he pleaded desperately. Ultimately, cultivators, with their skewed morals, feared death far more than mere mortals. To survive, they could commit heinous blood sacrifices or shamelessly usurp others' bodies. They possessed no ethics. In their desperate bid for survival, they would perpetrate all manner of atrocities. Yet among mortals, some would sacrifice their lives for their nation, while others would perish in the act of saving others. Some who live are already dead. Some who die live on forever. Brothers, eradicate the root. Xiaomu commanded with grandiosity, "I am willing to lay down my life for His Majesty. I vow to ignite the loyal spirit of Great Xia." The soldiers responded in a chorus, the atmosphere fervent. At that moment, the stunning woman in red was inexplicably moved. Yun Ran had spent her life seeking vengeance, and Xiao Mu's words resonated with her innermost thoughts. "Zhan Renjie perish!" Yun Ran roared with righteous fury. As her voice faded, she summoned a large stack of talismans. This frenzied woman was risking everything to assist mortals in attacking cultivators. "You wretch! I only regret not having slain you sooner." Zhan Renjie gritted his teeth, begrudgingly replying. Yet it was all too late. The cultivators had already become charred remains, their protective true essence dimming with each passing moment. Soon, even the screams began to dwindle. Zhan Renjie, the most powerful among them, suddenly summoned a flying magical artifact, intending to make one last gamble. The dark clouds swelled with the wind, almost ready to soar into the skies. However, the trapping formation loomed as an inescapable nightmare. The dark clouds could only rise to the height of the Great Hall, unable to break free. Zhan Renjie's cries echoed relentlessly. The bullets from the Gatling gun relentlessly struck his body, reducing him to mere flesh and blood scattered from the skies. The cultivators were utterly annihilated, yet the Gatling gun continued its frenzied fire. Xiaomu formed seals with his hands, finally dispelling the illusion formation. A glance was all it took to nearly stifle his laughter. There stood a little girl, covered in soot, still with closed eyes, pulling the trigger. "Aluo, you may cease." Xiaomu spoke gently, affectionately stroking her head. "Huh? Have we finished?" The little girl sprang up in surprise, wiping her small face and asking in disbelief. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was now covered in soot. "It is concluded." Xiaomu chuckled, bemused, as he surveyed the area. He noticed Yu Miaoxin was not faring much better. She too was using the Gatling gun with her eyes shut. The positions of these concubines were crucial to the firepower. They need not aim, merely suppress with firepower. Only Yin Susu displayed remarkable composure, calmly smiling at her husband. "Susu, please escort them back." Xiaomu felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Indeed, the primary wife was the most reliable. She was the true empress. Yun Ran hesitated, pondering for a moment before silently following the other women to the rear palace. The great hall was now clearly visible. The reception hall had entirely collapsed, and the soldiers were gradually emerging to clear the battlefield. "Your Majesty, we lost 2 brothers in this battle, and 7 or 8 were injured. The enemy, totaling 330, has been entirely annihilated." The commander of the Imperial Guard stepped forward to report the outcome. The 2 deceased brothers fell victim to the explosion of the Gatling gun. Unfortunate casualties. The injured were primarily harmed by the collapsing palace. The cultivators trapped within the formation caused no fatalities. They shall receive a grand burial. I will issue a decree of commendation. Xiaomu patted his shoulder, instructing. The area was already swarming with people, all engaged in clearing the battlefield, particularly collecting storage bags. However, Xiaomu had no time to linger. He needed to reach the entrance of the secret realm. Without a glance, he would find it difficult to sleep soundly. The entrance to the secret realm was near the East Sea, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the capital. Xiaomu refined the dark cloud magical artifact, and within half a day, he arrived. Upon stowing the dark clouds, he found the soldiers gathered before a sheer cliff. The cliff's wall had collapsed significantly, bearing the marks of an explosion. The cultivators had entered through this very cliff. It was said that when the array was activated, ripples would undulate across the wall, emitting a purple glow. Dr. Yangzhen, what is the situation? Xiaomu approached swiftly, cutting to the chase. The destruction of the secret realm entrance has stabilized. There has been no movement in 2 days, Dr. Yang calmly replied. So, the focal point has been compromised, and the power of the spirit energy bomb is extraordinary. Xiaomu walked along the remnants of the wall. We must not be complacent. This area must be filled with bombs. At the slightest disturbance, we shall detonate them for defense. In the future, a battalion of soldiers shall be stationed here, equipped with Gatling guns and firearms for protection. Xiaomu had long devised a strategy and promptly instructed. In addition, formations must be set here. The discarded 8 Gates Golden Lock formation can be repurposed to safeguard the entrance to the secret realm. The soldiers responded enthusiastically. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The ground suddenly kicked up sand and stones, and the cliff emanated a wave of energy. Xiaomu's eyes widened as he fixated on the fragmented cliff. White mist began to rise from the wall, rapidly swelling with the wind. The mist coalesced into a silhouette, towering as it stood atop the cliff. The apparition, towering 100 feet high, loomed over him like an ant gazing up at an elephant. Clad in flowing white robes, with eyes crackling with thunder, the figure's celestial garments billowed wildly in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. An indescribable weight of pressure approached. The force was akin to a thunderous storm, a force capable of toppling mountains and stirring seas. Xiaomu felt as though the pressure from the figure was akin to a mountain. His legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. The nearby soldiers had all collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to withstand such terrifying pressure. Even the flickering flames dared to contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Once I reopen the entrance, it shall be your demise. Humph! The apparition scoffed coldly. A tempest whipped up around them. Pfft! Xiaomu coughed up blood, gazing up in terror at the imperious giant. His cultivation level was undoubtedly higher than that of Master Uxian. Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? It was unfathomable that someone could wield such terrifying power. When will you reopen the entrance, senior? I wish to be prepared to welcome you. Xiaomu mustered his courage and shouted defiantly. Chapter 38. What direction will the great Xia dynasty take? The apparition's icy gaze flicked towards Xiaomu. The dreadful pressure clung to him relentlessly. Xiaomu felt as though he had been grievously wounded, retreating several steps before regaining his footing. I am the head of the Xintian sect. By Xiao Zhanjun, remember my name. When you encounter me again, the great Xia court shall be reduced to ashes. The apparition declared coldly. Yet Xiaomu discerned the bluster behind his words. If he truly possessed such power, there would already be a massacre. Remember my name as well. I am Xiaomu, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. No one shall harm the great Xia, not even the Xintian sect, Xiaomu roared defiantly. Ha ha ha! Bai Xiao Zhanjun let out a derisive laugh, and the apparition slowly faded from view. He said nothing, yet communicated everything clearly. He mocked the insignificance and impotence of mortals, deriding Xiaomu's audacity. The title of Zhanjun is reserved for nascent soul cultivators, truly befitting the leader of the mighty Xintian sect. Wasn't the entrance to the secret realm sealed? How could he manifest? Xiaomu sighed in relief, turning to inquire. This question left Yangzhen momentarily speechless. Based on current scientific theories, I cannot ascertain how he appeared. If he can traverse star domains to locate this place, perhaps he possesses a means to reconstruct the teleportation array and reappear through spatial folding technology. Yangzhen responded, uncertainty evident in his tone. However, this does not add up. If he had such a method, why did he not employ it centuries ago? Yangzhen quickly recognized the logical flaw in his own words. I recall something. The Great Cultivation Classic states that secret realms are tiered. The mortal secret realm is one of the lowest tiers, imposing cultivation restrictions on entry. Yangzhen's mind sparked with realization. The one who sealed the secret realm was an ancient transcendent being, potentially even a Tao ancestor. In the past, within the Haotian star domain, various worlds could freely enter and exit. In ancient times, the evil cultivators frequently engaged in blood sacrifices, slaughtering millions at a whim. To protect all beings, the Tao ancestor sealed numerous secret realms, restricting high-level cultivators from entering low-level secret realms. Your implication suggests that the Yuan cultivator has always possessed the ability to traverse here, but has been restrained by the power of the interface. Xiaomu suddenly comprehended that in a wonder the last visitor, the Rain Exine Zhenrun, was merely at the golden core level. To put it plainly, those capable of arriving have their cultivation suppressed by the interface power established by the Tao ancestor, rendering their entry impossible. Meanwhile, cultivators below the golden core rank can only utilize the teleportation array. Otherwise, they are unable to come through. According to estimates regarding interstellar travel, both Yuan and golden core cultivators must undergo spatial folding to reach the Ling Yun realm. The distinction for Yuan cultivators lies in their ability to teleport unidirectionally. Yang Zhen pondered briefly before adding, "That makes sense. The distances between stars are measured in light-years. At such vast distances, even if one could travel at light speed, it would still take years to arrive. It seems quite unscientific. Is there any way to study the interface power?" Xiaomu inquired with great anticipation. Based on my current research, it appears that the interface power set by the Tao ancestor is likely akin to the gravitational field of a star. No one can withstand the weight of a star, Zhang Zhen unexpectedly proposed. Goodness! This revelation astonished Xiaomu. The star he referred to is none other than the Sun, which weighs an astonishing 200 billion tons. Far beyond human comprehension, the universe is replete with stellar systems, and any habitable planet possesses a stable sun. The Tao ancestor's secret technique is truly unfathomable, capable of harnessing the sun's gravitational field to form the interface power for suppression. This leads to the question, is there any means to reduce the cultivation restrictions for those entering the Ling Yun realm? Xiaomu inquired, his heart racing with urgency. The Tao ancestors sealed the secret realms to protect all beings. Logically speaking, if it were indeed possible to limit the cultivation levels of those entering, then the switch for the array must be located within the Ling Yun realm. Only in this way could the Ling Yun realm ensure its own safety. Your Majesty, do you recall the bottomless pit? I suggest we excavate it once more. Perhaps it may yield some clues, Yang Zhen added with keen interest. Mortals are akin to headless flies, utterly clueless as to where to begin. The bottomless pit is undoubtedly the best target. I wholeheartedly support the Academy of Taishan, Xiaomu resolutely stated. This matter is exceedingly urgent. The Xuantiang sect's entrance to the secret realm could reopen in as little as 2 or 3 years, or as many as 10 or 8 years. Yang Zhen, ever the scholar, felt compelled to remind them with gravity. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Each must follow their own path. Xiaomu sighed wistfully. The Xuantiang sect looms like a sword above the head of the great Xia, capable of claiming its life at any moment. If the entrance reopens, it would not only allow golden core cultivators to enter, but even a few foundation establishment cultivators could spell doom for the great Xia. After arranging matters, Xiaomu hurried back to the palace. There were too many aftermaths to address, but the immediate priority was dealing with the bride. Unexpectedly, Yun Ran remained quietly in the rear palace. Having not clashed with anyone, upon Xiaomu's entrance, she had already removed her veil, revealing an enchanting visage that could captivate souls. This face perfectly complemented her figure, casting a spell with a single glance. Even the seasoned Xiaomu found himself at a loss, longing to weave a tale with her. Since you have lent your assistance, Great Xia is not a land devoid of courtesy. You may establish your abode here. Xiaomu asserted, making his intentions clear. During the assault on the cultivators, this woman had truly acted with lethal intent. Does your Majesty find fault with my appearance? Yun Ran teased, her smile imbued with alluring charm. What does she mean? Is she truly considering entering the palace? Xiaomu was left speechless, compelled to shift the conversation. Why did you strike so decisively? As far as I know, Zhang Renjie is your brother. Xiaomu probed indirectly. Brother, I have no such beastly brother. Yun Ran scoffed, unexpectedly opening up. According to her, her mother was a furnace vessel, drained of her cultivation by her biological father, leading to her demise. Such a harrowing experience cultivated her sharp, rebellious nature. Suddenly, Xiaomu found himself understanding her. Witnessing the slow demise of a beloved mother is a terrifying childhood shadow for any child. Hatred becomes her sustenance. It's only natural for her to be a bit obsessive. My mother was originally a cultivator from the 100 Flower Valley. However, the Xuantiang sect, devoid of morality, could not tolerate the existence of the 100-Flower Valley's lineage. They annihilated the valley and captured my mother. The so-called righteous sects are, in secret, a den of thieves and harlots, utterly disgraceful, Yun Ran recounted, her voice filled with bitterness. So, you intend to seek revenge? Xiaomu chose to believe her narrative. Whether or not she spoke the truth was inconsequential. What mattered was that she had indeed aided in eliminating the cultivators and had dealt a severe blow to Zhan Renjia. Chapter 39. Even birds of a feather eventually part ways. The Ling Yun realm is now closed. Yun Ran's desire to leave is rendered impossible. I lack the capability for vengeance. Since I have slain that little beast, it can be considered a small comfort for my mother in the afterlife. Yun Ran said, her tone despondent. Could it be that your talents are insufficient? Xiaomu replied incredulously. It is quite unusual for one with her obsessive nature to let go of hatred. This woman bristles with thorns. Embodying a wild rose that evokes a man's desire to conquer, I was originally a wood-fire spiritual body, but that old beast went to great lengths to extinguish my yearning for revenge by forcing me to cultivate the withering and flourishing technique. Leaving me with no hope for cultivation in this lifetime, Yun Ran lamented, her voice tinged with despair. Wood can fuel fire. If a wood-fire spiritual body cultivates fire-based techniques, progress would be rapid. However, cultivating with a wood spiritual root would yield minimal results, while a fire spiritual root would become a burden instead. Many cultivation techniques in the realm conflict with one another, often leading cultivators down an irreversible path. The withering and flourishing technique is one such example. If Yun Ran were to switch to fire-based techniques now, the internal energies in her dantian would immediately clash, leading her to the brink of madness. What do you plan to do next? Xiaomu's mind flickered with a glimmer of insight, yet he quickly suppressed it. According to the Great Compendium of Cultivation, her situation could indeed be salvaged. However, such a remarkable secret was not something Xiaomu intended to share with someone he barely knew. Does your majesty truly find my appearance lacking? Those men who see me would eagerly wish to enjoy my charms. That old beast even had to lock me away to prevent me from attracting trouble. Yun Ran teased, her tone laced with a lingering allure. The mature tone of her voice was captivating. If you wish to remain in the palace, I would certainly welcome you. Xiaomu responded, half amused and half exasperated. She dared to offer, yet he couldn't truly accept. The imperial harem of the Great Xia is not a place for just anyone. The safety of his consorts is paramount. Yet, given Yun Ran's situation, releasing her would be unwise. Once she is free, the world would be her oyster. Who could predict whether she would unleash chaos upon the Great Xia? Unable to keep her nor let her go, he could only temporarily house her in the palace, biding his time until he became more familiar with her before making further plans. I simply adore men like you. Feigning seriousness, Yun Ran remarked, her captivating eyes glinting with unrestrained mirth. Xiaomu promptly arrived at the Fengqi Palace, his demeanor wavering with uncertainty. He hesitated to even cross the threshold. Sighing wistfully, he steeled himself and entered. His primary wife, Yin Susu, sat at the dining table, beaming with joy. It was evident that she had put considerable effort into the preparations. Bathing, changing, and delectable dishes. Susu. Yet, Xiaomu's throat felt choked, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Only when Yin Susu's smile gradually faded did he find the courage to speak. The court had scoured the battlefield and discovered irrefutable evidence of collusion between Zhan Renjia and powerful nobility. Summoning his resolve, Xiaomu declared, as a couple united in heart, Yin Susu's expression shifted dramatically. The nobility you speak of cannot possibly refer to the Yin family, Yin Susu exclaimed, her complexion paling in disbelief. The gazes of the couple seemed to adhere to one another, ensnared in a prolonged silence. It is a letter from the Duke of the Nation. He also leaked information about the Gatling to Zhan Renjia. That is why he recognized the Great Xia weapon, Xiaomu said with a wry smile. The Duke of the Nation is none other than Yin Susu's elder brother, one of the most formidable and affluent capitalists in the Great Xia. 3 years ago, Yin Susu's father passed away, and the title of Duke of the Nation was passed to the legitimate eldest son. Clatter. Yin Susu's celestial visage turned as pale as death, her utensils slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. The sight pained Xiaomu's heart. A man understands his own woman. The Duke of the Nation must have acted on his own accord. Otherwise, Susu wouldn't be reacting so now. When Zhan Renjia was slain, Susu had resolutely contributed her efforts as well. I refuse to believe it, Yin Susu replied, her spirit shattered. Sighing heavily, Xiaomu handed her a large stack of letters. The Yin family had truly become reckless. Even contemplating a change of dynasty, they dared to keep the core of the capital's connections, the Empress Mother, in the dark. The letters were numerous, with evidence as solid as a rock. Susu, I know this has nothing to do with you, but I am the Emperor of the Great Xia. This matter must be dealt with, Xiaomu said, unsure of how to express his feelings. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do about the Yin family? Yin Susu's eyes turned red, tears streaming uncontrollably. She wept. Having ruled the harem for over 20 years, this was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability from the Empress. The Duke of the nation colluded with traitors, stripping him of his title and executing him without hesitation. The Yin family would face collective punishment, their estates confiscated and exiled. The Empress, for her negligence, would be sent to the cold palace and stripped of her title. The Prince of Qin would be demoted to the county king of Shiqin. Xiaomu clenched his fists tightly, enunciating each word with gravity. In this moment, he longed to be a fool. Hurting the woman he loves caused Xiaomu's heart to bleed. The villain. Here is also your son. Why should my here be implicated? Woe is me. Yin Susu's tears flowed freely as she collapsed into her husband's embrace, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Her tears swiftly soaked the emperor's robes. I know it all. Xiaomu could only hold his first wife tightly, gently patting her back in comfort. Though the couple were once like birds of the same forest, at this moment they seemed on the verge of separation. Yin Susu wept for an eternity, unable to cease her lamentations. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Yin Susu's voice was choked and hoarse, yet she finally regained her composure. Treason is a grave crime punishable by exterminating the entire clan. Although the court has abolished such a punishment, implicating the Yin family poses no issue whatsoever. Xiaomu had undoubtedly shown leniency, having no intention of pursuing the matter further. Should this investigation continue, the Yin family would surely face ruin. For now, executing only the Duke of the State and exiling the others could be deemed an act of utmost benevolence. Such a significant affair could not possibly involve only the Duke of the State. You will be confined to the cold palace for a while. I assure you, you will be released in no more than 6 months. We will start anew. Susu, I still love you, Xiaomu whispered softly in her ear. The Yin family is finished. Both were acutely aware that Yin Susu would never again ascend to greatness. The Duke of the State was a crucial minister at the dawn of the dynasty, which is why he was granted the title of Duke in this era of peace. What reason does the Yin family have to be rewarded once more? I do not wish to see you again. Depart, Your Majesty. Yin Susu murmured, her eyes devoid of light, resembling a marionette whose strings had been cut. The silent Xiaomu slowly turned and walked away. I shall create an everlasting peace, starting with capitalism, developing technology, and forging an equitable world. In a few hundred years, my name will be etched in the annals of history, and the world will be free from feudal oppression, with children studying in bright and clean classrooms, and adults working in towering edifices. The dream of the youth in white seemed to drift further away. Chapter 40. The music and the dance continue. The emperor was in a foul mood. When he felt displeased, he longed for war. This was Xiaomu's old habit. The realm was mostly within his grasp, with only a small corner in the southwest remaining. It was not that Xiaomu lacked the ability to conquer it, but the treacherous terrain would lead to great suffering and expense. After ensuring the cabinet was in order, Xiaomu set forth southward with several thousand imperial guards. 10 days later, he arrived at the southwestern border, joining forces with the soldiers of the southern frontier. The emperor himself leading the charge sent the army into a fervor. The legendary war god from history was finally poised to demonstrate his prowess. Inside the main tent, every general wore an expression of excitement, eagerly awaiting the emperor's command. I am willing to take the lead and expand your territory, Your Majesty, the veteran general declared, eager for battle. I too wish to be at the forefront, to personally deliver the head of Qin Yuan to you. The atmosphere in the tent was electrifying. The generals invigorated as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. This was the essence of crony capitalism, tinged with a hint of brigandry. Following in the footsteps of the empire where the sun never sets, was it not akin to a pirate's ambience? Without military merit, there are no titles of nobility. War is merely a celebration for the privileged, my esteemed ministers. It delights me that you are both capable and valiant. However, for this expedition against Chen Yuanan, I shall personally lead the troops. We require only 50,000 elite soldiers to eradicate the threat in the southwest. Xiaomu laughed heartily. 50,000 elite soldiers truly seemed insufficient. Chen Yuanan was one of the primary competitors for supremacy. Having governed the southwest for 20 years, this corner of the southwest had cultivated over 100 million acres of land, with a population exceeding 5 million. Chen Yuanan commanded an army of 200,000. Sharpening his blades in anticipation of a confrontation with Xiao Mu. Your Majesty, could it be that 5,000 elite soldiers are too few? The general on the left pondered aloud. Tio questioned the emperor could easily be misconstrued as ignorance of military matters. The illustrious founder of the dynasty was renowned for his remarkable military feats throughout his life. What is 1,000 men against 10,000, or 30,000 against 200,000, if not commonplace? Is 50,000 insufficient? I find it to be more than adequate, Xiaomu replied with confidence. Laughter erupted in the tent at his words. Everyone was filled with unwavering confidence, harboring no doubts about the emperor's statement. Your Majesty is wise. According to custom, should we not send a letter of persuasion to Chen Yuanan? I suspect that old fellow is trembling in fear. The veteran general retracted his earlier words, opting instead to laugh. This too is an old custom of war. In matters of life and death, one must consider the possibility of the enemy wishing to surrender. We must provide them with an avenue for retreat. I have already anticipated this. I personally wrote the letter, and I believe Chen Yuanan is already perusing it. Xiaomu said with an enigmatic smile. Based on his understanding of this old rival, Chen Yuanan was certainly not a man to yield easily. Those who become overlords are often unyielding in spirit. Southwest, Guiyang City. Within the palace, Chen Yuanan abruptly rose from his sickbed, his imposing presence focused on the messenger who entered to relay news. Read it again. Chen Yuanan nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. The messenger trembled, nearly in tears. No one expected the letter from the emperor of the great Xia to be so audacious. Brother Chen, I hope this letter finds you well. It has been too long, and I miss you greatly. I have heard that you have acquired a peerless beauty, Ensure. Knowing your fondness for beautiful women, why not send her to me for a while, to spare us the need for bloodshed and the suffering of the people? The emperor's letter only mentioned a woman. Chen Yuanan's fury ignited, and he rose from his sickbed in a fit of rage. He was over a decade older than Xiao Mu, a formidable figure, yet his body could not keep pace. This boy, how dare he mock me? I am incensed. Chen Yuanan roared with rage, snatching the letter from the messenger. In a matter of moments, he tore the letter to shreds. Such an unreasonable demand was one he could never accept. Relay my command. Prepare the entire army for battle and await Xiao Mu's arrival to meet his demise. Chen Yuanan bellowed, expelling air from his lungs. His loyal guards swiftly departed to execute his orders. Yet his fury had not abated. He stormed into the harem, directly entering the chambers of Ensure. The beauty standing within the palace was stunningly exquisite, tall and graceful, with waist-length, smooth black hair. Simply standing there, she resembled a beam of moonlight, effortlessly captivating the eye. Like a celestial maiden from the mountains, she was only to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. A vision of moonlight that lingered in one's dreams. Any man who had seen her was forever enchanted. As a warlord in tumultuous times, Chen Yuanan was among the rare few indifferent to feminine charms. Yet even he, a man of few desires, was spellbound upon first laying eyes on Ensure. I have come to pay my respects. Before she could complete her greeting, Chen Yuanan pounced upon her, pushing her onto the bed. The aggrieved Ensure felt her eyes welling with tears. After all, she was merely a 16-year-old girl who dared not resist such a tyrannical overlord. In mere seconds, Chen Yuanan had finished. Age had taken its toll. No matter how beautiful the enchantress, the pleasure was fleeting. Humph! Once I have defeated Xiao Mu, I shall deal with you. Chen Yuanan couldn't bring himself to harm the peerless beauty, leaving behind that parting remark before hastily exiting. In the cold and desolate palace, only the soft cries of the moonlight remained. The gentle and ethereal moonlight caressed her wrist. She was far too young, her skin so delicate it seemed to glisten with moisture. Even a slight roughness left bruises on her wrist. She had no understanding of what had transpired. Chen Yuanan swiftly gathered his forces, preparing to set up defenses at Longmen Pass. The southwest was treacherous, filled with hills. Longmen Pass was indeed the optimal location for ambushing the enemy. Here, the mountains stretched endlessly, making it a vital passage to the southwestern basin. Chen Yuanan had long stationed heavy troops here, and now with the addition of the 100,000 soldiers he personally led, he had amassed a force of 200,000. Truly a conqueror, he understood that the key to victory lay in this location. Behind him, there was almost no defense, merely waiting for Xiao Mu to engage him in battle. Along the undulating hills stretching for dozens of kilometers, sentries, bunkers, and camps were scattered everywhere. Chen Yuanan's command tent was a mere 5 kilometers from the front lines. His previously hunched figure now stood tall. The wrinkles of age seemed to vanish. He could ascend 5 flights of stairs without issue. Indeed, a man remains youthful at heart until his last breath. When it came to war, he felt rejuvenated. Victory is assured. Xiao Mu underestimates us, believing I am still that naive fool from 20 years ago. Chen Yuanan declared with spirited enthusiasm within the tent. In a wonder, he felt prideful. He had learned nearly all of Xiao Mu's tricks. Mining coal, smelting steel, firearms, artillery. He mastered them all in the southwest. Father shall claim victory in this battle, and the world shall be within our grasp. Inside the command tent, his son echoed his excitement. Chapter 41. To what end does one live? Mu or Yuanan? In the dead of night, the camp was illuminated. Chen Yuanan could not find peace and sleep. He remained fixated on the map, contemplating the battlefield. Time was running short throughout his life of conquest. His only regret was never having bested Xiao Mu's age crept in. The ambition to dominate the world waned. Yet, without claiming victory over Xiao Mu, he would find it difficult to rest in peace. How can it be? How could this young man be so foolish? Chen Yuanan pondered endlessly, staring at the sand table before finally murmuring. Those who know you best are often your adversaries, countless days and nights. He had engaged in mental sparring with Xiao Mu. It is no exaggeration to say that he scrutinized even the most trivial rumors about Xiao Mu's daily life. It was this very understanding that left him perplexed as to why Xiao Mu would take such risks. The battle at Longmen Pass was a gamble with no chance of victory for the great Xia army. Could it be that I possess a secret weapon? Suddenly, a voice echoed within the tent. With a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox, Xiao Mu gradually revealed himself. With just a simple invisibility talisman, he had taken the fight to an army of 200,000. The strength of a cultivator was indeed beyond the reach of mere mortals. It makes sense, that rascal. Chen Yuanan's eyes sparkled with realization as he unexpectedly joined the conversation. Suddenly, he became aware, turning sharply, his gaze filled with shock as he stared at his old rival who had appeared in the commander's tent. The atmosphere inside the grand tent sank into a profound silence. Ding! Chen Yuanan hastily drew his sword, yet his movements were far too sluggish. He was no longer the formidable general of 2 or 3 decades past. His hair now streaked with gray, and his body weak. Xiao Mu swiftly dodged, seizing the long sword from his grasp and positioning it against his neck. Ha ha ha! Chen Yuanan let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down his face from the absurdity of it all. Almost immediately, he slumped into a chair, his gaze filled with a profound sense of weariness as he regarded his old opponent. After a lifetime of struggle, he had never managed to surpass this towering figure. You bastard, Xiao Mu! I have learned to mine coal, refine steel, conduct war games, and arrange artillery, and I believed I had excelled. Who would have thought? You have taken to cultivating immortality. Chen Yuanan sighed, caught between laughter and tears. He did not even summon his personal guards, having thoroughly grasped the situation. Tio seized the commander. One must capture the king. So this was Xiao Mu's secret weapon. Brother Chen, I trust you are well. If you have any last words, now is the time to speak. Xiao Mu did not hasten to kill him, granting his old rival a final moment of dignity. Instead of shouting and resisting, Chen Yuanan chose silence in the face of death. Xiao Mu could have dispatched him effortlessly, but chose to bestow upon him a final honor. The respect between rivals is mutual. Treat the common folk of the Southwest kindly, and leave a path for the soldiers. Since you have flourished, what need is there for my existence? In this life, I am entirely convinced. Chen Yuanan closed his eyes peacefully, ceasing all futile struggles. I promise you everything. Brother Chen, farewell. Xiaomu sighed, filled with emotion. With a swift motion, the long sword pierced his heart, and then he swiftly severed his head. Upon awakening, the Southwest Army found the sky had fallen. The head of the three armies' commander had vanished without a trace, plunging the camp into chaos. Inside the grand tent, voices rose in argument. With our father dead, I shall lead the three armies into battle. All must heed my command. Young Master Chun proclaimed passionately, even feeling a slight sense of relief. The pampered young master was oblivious to the hardships his father had endured in building their legacy. He had always believed that his father's longevity obstructed his ascent to power. Now, the timing was perfect. The mournful soldiers were bound to achieve victory. Xiaomu, undefeated in battle, had secured the vast territory of the Great Xia, which now thrived like never before. The old ministers believed it would be wiser to negotiate with him. The veteran generals beside him had already lost their fighting spirit. Unlike the young ones, they understood the prowess of Xiaomu. To put it bluntly, why should they engage in a futile struggle against the Great Xia in this remote corner of the Southwest? Had Chen Yuanan still been alive, they would have had no choice but to follow his lead. Only Chen Yuanan could have maintained the Southwest stronghold. Absurd. You cowardly wretch, I will cleanse the ranks today. Young Master Chen erupted in anger, glaring at the old general. The audacity of youth, akin to a brazen calf unafraid of tigers, was evident. If the young master looks down upon me, then I shall resign today and request you to seek a more capable commander. The old general showed no fear, harboring no intention of submitting to a mere child. He was tough, and everyone respected him. What merit did this young man possess? If you wish to leave, I shall execute you today. Coward, young Master Chen, flushed with rage, truly intended to draw his sword. One of the nearby generals, unable to bear it any longer, swiftly ended the young master's life with a single stroke, spitting disdainfully upon his corpse. The chaos subsided. The old general could now proceed with his plans. What else can be done? If earlier we contemplated negotiation, now we are left with no choice but to surrender. The old general sighed in resignation. Choosing not to pursue the matter of murder, the gathered men severed young Master Chen's head and presented it to Xiaomu's camp, demonstrating their sincerity, which Xiaomu accepted with a smile. The Great Xia army seized Longmen Gate without shedding a drop of blood. The legend of the war god continued, adding another chapter to the myth. Inside the commander's grand tent, Xiaomu smiled gently at the kneeling generals. They had shown their sincerity by delivering young Master Chen's head and binding their hands with thorny branches as a sign of submission. Why not engage in battle? I had thought some blood would need to be spilled. Xiaomu casually inquired. The sinner does not dare. Your Majesty is destined by heaven. We do not dare to resist. The old general's face flushed, his voice resonant. Xiaomu sighed, feeling disenchanted, and stepped forward to assist these remnants of a chaotic era. The old general, having fought all his life and now having contributed to the surrender, was granted the title of Viscount, allowing them all to retire from service and live peacefully. Xiaomu exhibited benevolence, showing no intent to punish. The titles in the Great Xia court were divided into 5 ranks and 13 levels: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The grateful sinners were overwhelmed with emotion, willing to lead the emperor into the city at his command. The old general finally exhaled deeply. Those who surrendered feared suspicion the most. If Xiaomu did not grant rewards, they might find it impossible to exit the grand tent. Even if they returned, they would be racked with anxiety. If the rewards were excessive, that would be a typical case of overpraising, leading to their downfall. Rise. I am not a bloodthirsty person. I trust you all understand this. Xiaomu shook his head with a smile, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. In the struggle for dominance, forming an alliance is the true path to victory. Xiaomu never executed surrendered soldiers, which encouraged more to submit. It was akin to surrounding a city. Leaving an escape route would compel the enemy to surrender without a fight. The royal army advanced victoriously towards Guiyang City. Chapter 42. The influence of connections over a region. The Great Xia army marched unopposed, entering Guiyang City in just 10 days. The autumn winds were chilling, heralding the onset of winter. Surprisingly, within Guiyang City, there was no chaos. The streets were filled with jubilant citizens. Although Chen Yuanan was not a tyrant, his years of militarism had caused the common folk to suffer greatly. Upon hearing that the legendary enlightened ruler had arrived, The populace rejoiced and spread the news, their spirits lifted. The scene was even more absurd than the welcome the Americans received in Iraq. Xiao Mu relished this atmosphere, frequently waving to the citizens from atop his majestic steed. Safety was no longer a concern. As a cultivator, it was exceedingly difficult for mortals to harm him. Soon, Xiao Mu arrived at the royal palace. Qin Yuanan had proclaimed himself king of Guiyang, dominating the region for quite some time. The palace was eerily empty, as most of Qin's close associates had fled. With confidence, Xiao Mu strolled leisurely into the inner palace. There, he encountered the timidly beautiful Insurer, anxiously awaiting him. Anyone from the Chen family would have been wise enough to keep Insurer in the palace to please the emperor. Your servant Insurer humbly greets your majesty with trepidation. I am guilty, willing to serve you as a beast of burden. Insurer trembled, kneeling on the ground in a state of nervousness. She had never encountered such grandeur, merely reciting what she had been instructed to say. Lift your head. Let me see. Xiao Mu's lips curled into a victorious smile. The feeling of competing for dominance returned. After each great victory, he could always obtain exquisite beauties. Your servant does not dare. Insurer was on the verge of tears. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet the emperor's eyes. The captivating beauty, akin to a moonlit glow, piqued Xiao Mu's interest. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and gently lifted her chin. Yes, he raised her exquisitely beautiful face. He had to admit her beauty was striking. Rather than serving as a beast of burden, I believe you can employ a more suitable means to attend to me in a jovial mood. Xiao Mu domineeringly swept her off her feet, striding towards the inner chambers. This trophy was undoubtedly extraordinary. Insurer blushed deeply, finally mustering the courage to gaze up at the emperor. Just one glance captivated her completely. The legendary eternal emperor, so striking he seemed almost unreal. Her heart fluttered, and she suddenly felt a flicker of hope for the future. It was only the following afternoon that Xiao Mu finally roused himself from bed. Insurer tenderly assisted the emperor in dressing, her body trembling as if she could hardly stand. What troubles you, Insurer? I can manage this myself. You should rest well. Xiao Mu could not help but tease. Your servant can manage. Insurer's cheeks flushed, her small hands trembling with nervousness. How do I compare to Qin Yuanan? Xiao Mu watched her anxiously, unable to resist the temptation to tease her further. Your Majesty is stronger than 10 Chen Yuananis. Oh no. Your Majesty surpasses 100 Chen Yuanins. Insurer was so embarrassed she wished to vanish into the ground, her voice barely above a whisper. After becoming a cultivator, his stamina was nearly boundless. You are quite eloquent. I shall grant you the title of Jieyu. Xiao Mu laughed heartily, his spirits lifted even further. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Insurer knelt in tribute, her gaze reluctant to leave the emperor's retreating figure. Only when the majestic silhouette vanished did she succumb to overwhelming joy. For the first time in her life, the young girl experienced the taste of love. This feeling transformed the world into a vibrant tapestry, and she could not help but lift her skirt, twirling joyously around the hall. However, having exhausted herself the previous night, she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The moonlit beauty laughed incessantly, wrapping her arms around her knees. Her eyes sparkling like stars. In the royal hall, Xiao Mu sat solemnly upon the throne, his posture upright. The grand hall was filled with people. The prominent families from the southwest gathered alongside the soldiers Xiao Mu had brought. According to the customs of the Great Xia, Guiyang Prefecture would henceforth be jointly governed by the emperor and the esteemed families. From today onward, a company would be established to allocate the assets of each major family. Xiao Mu adhered to his usual strategy, using capital to gain control over the situation. Iron, coal, textiles, transportation, real estate, and more. The prominent families all dabble in certain affairs, among which the most significant victors are the Yin family. Led by Yin Shuer and Lu Jiyu, the elder brother of Lu Chan as for the marital alliances of other noble families, Xiao Mu has no intention of personally intervening. He plans to leave such matters to his sons. The Yin family does not wield considerable power. At most, they can be regarded as affluent landowners, not quite reaching the status of a prominent clan. Xiao Mu has granted them the textile industry, while Lu Jiyu has secured promotions and wealth. The Lu family has finally risen to prominence, acquiring steel, and Lu Jiyu has been appointed as a commanding officer. Go report to Your Majesty. The southwest region has yet to be tested for spiritual roots. We are eagerly anticipating results, the head of the Yin family said with a broad smile. Everyone aspires to align themselves with Xiaomu, especially these illustrious families. The Southwest has endured hardship in recent years, with many seeking refuge in the Great Xia for a better life. This matter should be addressed promptly, and it is best left to the Yin family and Commander Lu to handle. Xiaomu raised an eyebrow in response. I shall not disappoint your Majesty's grace. Lu Jiyu replied with great joy, cupping his hands in salute. To refer to oneself as this humble official in the presence of the Emperor is indeed a mark of honor. Having earned military merits, I have another matter to discuss with you privately. The rest may disperse for now. Xiaomu remarked with a mysterious smile. In military affairs, there is no room for frivolity. Favoritism is unacceptable. However, Lu Jiyu has proven his capabilities, executing his duties meticulously during the expedition. Once the Grand Hall fell silent, Xiaomu stood and approached Lu Jiyu. Clapping him affectionately on the shoulder, Xiaomu said, Chan Er is faring well in the palace. You need not worry. Upon my return, she shall be elevated to a noble lady. He began their conversation with casual pleasantries. This was not mere courtesy. Lu Chan Er genuinely possesses the qualities to be favored. Who could refuse such an enchanting beauty? Nevertheless, her rise in status is intrinsically linked to the Lu family. This exemplifies the hallmark of crony capitalism. I am deeply grateful, and please convey my regards to the Empress on my behalf. Lu Jiyu responded with a sigh of relief, respectfully cupping his hands. Once she becomes a noble lady, he would be permitted to call her Your Majesty. The Lu family is truly on the brink of ascendance. Speak to her yourself. You shall return to the capital with me this time and be promoted to the position of commander before the Emperor. Xiaomu finally revealed his intentions. With the presence of cultivators, the court must undergo transformations. Lu Jiyu possesses spiritual roots and will undoubtedly be valued in the future. I thank Your Majesty profusely. Lu Jiyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt to express his gratitude. Whispers have already circulated within the army that the Emperor intends to reform the military structure, dividing the royal guards into inner and outer court forces. Female cultivators will form the inner court guards, fundamentally altering the power dynamics of the Great Xia. The era of male dominance and military authority is gradually shifting. Chapter 43. I shall play the foolish monarch. The Grand Army returns to the capital. Marking a significant entry in history, the founding emperor's expedition conquered the continent in just a month and a half. However, upon returning to the royal city, Xiaomu, unable to even remove his armor, was confronted with a distressing sight. The eldest and fourth princes knelt before the Dragon Breath Hall. The two stubborn boys, their gazes resolute, showed no signs of yielding easily, particularly the eldest, Xiao Jiahe, whose obstinate eyes mirrored those of Xiaomu. Have you been kneeling for several days? Xiaomu inquired without turning his head. Go report to Your Majesty. It has been 3 days, Huayan replied nervously. The heavy thuds of military boots echoed as Xiaomu approached the two princes, eliciting their reaction as they prostrated themselves on the ground. We beseech Father to forgive us. Our mother resides in the cold palace, and we empathize with her suffering, willingly accepting punishment in her stead. Xiao Jiahe pleaded hoarsely. This eldest son is commendable in many respects, yet regrettably lacks spiritual roots. Rise. I shall render my own judgment. Xiaomu commanded sternly, mustering his paternal authority. In the past, his dutiful sons would have never dared to defy him. However, times have changed. Their mother is in distress, and they are willing to risk disobeying their father. Please allow us to bear our mother's punishment, Xiao Jiahe insisted stubbornly. Impudent boy. Xiaomu couldn't help but chuckle in anger, unable to suppress his amusement. With that, he swiftly sealed off Xiao Jiahe's acupoints with his true essence. Both princes crumpled to the ground. Huayan, summon the princess consort to take them away. They shall enter the palace to meet me the day after tomorrow, Xiaomu instructed, turning away. Now that Xiao Jiahe has been demoted to a prince, his wife naturally becomes the princess consort. As for the fourth son, he remains unmarried, being only 17 this year. Their brotherly bond runs deep, so it is reasonable for him to be entrusted to his sister-in-law. With that, Xiaomu could no longer contain his emotions, hastily making his way to the cold palace without even removing his armor. In the northwest corner of the palace lies the cold palace, a place that strikes fear into the hearts of many. Although few concubines are actually sent there, It is a known fact that the once revered empress now resides within its confines, in the simple courtyard. Yin Su, clad in modest attire, was brewing tea amidst the falling leaves. Xiaomu entered unannounced. Long live the emperor! The servants in the vicinity knelt, their voices echoing. The fallen leaves danced around the enchanting figure, who resembled a statue, not even glancing at her former husband. To be frank, life in the cold palace is not overly arduous. At least no one dares to make things difficult for her. Even her personal attendants have followed her there. Su, how have you been? Xiaomu's throat tightened, and it took him a moment to utter those few words, as no one commanded them to rise. The palace maids and eunuchs remained prostrated, unsure if they should stand. All of you may rise. Escort the empress outside, Yin Su said coldly. This situation has become quite troublesome. The palace maids and eunuchs trembled, uncertain whether they should stand or remain kneeling. When titans clash, the innocent suffer. Those who navigate the palace fear such scenarios the most. Xiaomu, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward and boldly embraced his first wife. Striding toward the interior of the room, anyone else may enter. I wish to speak with the empress, he declared, instinctively referring to her as the empress. With a resounding bang, he shut the door, leaving the servants outside in stunned silence. Release me, you scoundrel! Yin Su protested, struggling to escape his grasp, her once pure demeanor now filled with indignation. However, Xiaomu knew her too well to let go. Instead, he pinned her against the wall and kissed her fervently. Only when she ceased to resist did he finally breathe heavily, gazing down at her flushed face. Su, you must move out if you don't. Those two little rascals will surely rebel, Xiaomu said with a wry smile. This was not mere paranoia. The Yin family is deeply entrenched, and the influence of the two princes is intertwined. Were it not for Xiaomu's firm control over the military, this situation could indeed pose a risk. Are you truly prepared to play the foolish monarch? Yin Su retorted, her anger flaring. It has barely been 2 months. We are still far from half a year. The Yin family's situation is dire. They have all been exiled to the North Ocean continent. The 3 continents discovered in the Ling Yun realm, traveling north from Shenzhou, leads to the North Ocean continent. Even in the southernmost regions, it is frozen for 6 months out of the year. The harsh environment and sparse population make it a challenging place. The court has invested years in development, and there are only a few 100,000 inhabitants, she continued. For you, I shall play the foolish monarch, Xiaomu whispered softly, his hands becoming restless, igniting a mix of shame and anger within Yin Su. Let us grant the Yin family an opportunity. There are many mines in the North Ocean continent that they could manage, she proposed, not directly agreeing but initiating negotiations. Ever since the incident, all hopes for the Yin family have rested on her shoulders. I am not that easy to negotiate with. If you want the mining rights, it will depend on the performance of my beloved consort, Xiaomu insinuated with a teasing tone. Yin Su burst into laughter. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I shall assist your majesty in removing your armor. Her tone softened, transforming the once bleak cold palace into a warm sanctuary. Xiaomu spent the entire day in the cold palace before returning contentedly to the Dragon Breath Hall. The cold palace fell quiet once more as Yin Su, accompanied by a grand entourage, proceeded to the residence designated for beauties. This time, she truly starts anew. Her title has been elevated to beauty, just one rank above that of a talented maiden. Nevertheless, her personal attendance remained intact, maintaining the standard of 32, consistent with that of the empress. The courtyard buzzed with excitement as the palace maids and eunuchs reveled in the joy of the moment. The Empress Dowager has arrived, the jubilant voices rang out. Accompanied by a retinue, the young empress entered the courtyard, her face radiant with delight. The once boisterous courtyard fell into a deafening silence. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Yin Su inhaled deeply, her smile blooming as she knelt gracefully. Oh my, dear sister, you flatter me. Please rise, the young empress exclaimed, her pride evident as she shook her head, brimming with satisfaction. She had been waiting for this day, finally managing to outshine the illustrious Yin Su. The empress shall be seated in my chambers, she commanded with undisguised triumph. Yin Su's expression remained placid as she gestured for her to enter. Wow! Ha ha ha! The young empress strutted into the room, basking in her victory. Chapter 44. The young empress always longed to win inside the room. Murongzi Luo occupied the main seat, while Yin Su could only take a place to her left. Your servants are all loyal and devoted, yet now they have become a burden, the young empress remarked arrogantly, surveying the room. Her voice was the only sound in the chamber. Others dared not make a peep. Even during your time in the cold palace, I advocated for you. According to protocol, only the master and servants may enter the cold palace. However, I arranged for the imperial kitchen to double your meals. She declared triumphantly. After so many years, she had finally emerged victorious, for it is the one who laughs last who truly laughs best. Yin Su smiled radiantly, showing no signs of anger. Thank you for your generosity. Your Majesty, I am immensely grateful. Yin Su appeared to be oblivious to the taunts of the lowly, her emotions stabilized to a frightening degree. Were it not for the lowly's meddling, no one in the entire palace would dare to trouble Yin Su. Even though she had been relegated to the cold palace as a discarded empress, the meals prepared for 4 could hardly satiate 32 individuals. In truth, His Majesty had long since arranged for Huayan to secretly attend to the cold palace. I mean, why on earth does a mere beauty require 32 servants? If you find it bothersome, shall I assist you in dealing with them? The lowly pressed on relentlessly. Yin Su nearly lost her composure upon hearing this. Your Highness, I appreciate your concern, but these servants have been with me for many years. I cannot bear to part with them. I humbly beseech the Empress to show mercy and allow them to stay. Yin Su bowed her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. Accustomed to the lofty demeanor of the primary Empress, the lowly found herself momentarily unaccustomed to such humility. Very well, if you wish to keep them. Then let them stay, however. The palace does not support idlers. They must fulfill their duties. The lowly laughed triumphantly, relishing her upper hand in the exchange. Indeed, your Highness speaks true. I must fulfill my responsibilities. Should you have any commands, I shall brave fire and water. Yin Su's frustration nearly reached its boiling point, yet her expression remained unchanged. After decades of rivalry, she had never felt so humiliated. Sister, do not feel wronged. This entire family is quite troublesome. Even I, the Eastern Empress, cannot manage them all. The lowly burst into triumphant laughter, rising to her feet with hands on her hips. The intention to depart was unmistakable, prompting Yin Su to rise hastily to bid her farewell. I humbly send off the Eastern Empress. It was only after watching the lowly's figure vanish that Yin Su lifted her head, her anger turning her countenance a shade of crimson woo-woo. The palace maids and eunuchs wept openly. What are you crying for? If you do not wish to remain here, then be gone. Yin Su's mood plummeted to an all-time low. We dare not. The palace maids and eunuchs knelt, pleading for mercy. Upon returning to Yunming Palace, the lowly could hardly contain her laughter, feeling utterly exhilarated. Just as her delight began to settle, His Majesty made his entrance. Now that she held the highest position in the harem, Xiaomu visited more frequently, requiring her input on many matters. As soon as he entered, Xiaomu appeared somewhat taken aback. What has brought you such joy? He inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. However, the atmosphere in Yunming Palace was typically pleasant, and it was not uncommon for there to be lightheartedness. I was fortunate enough to see His Majesty. How could I not be overjoyed? The lowly pouted playfully, maintaining her usual demeanor. Xiaomu smiled gently, not taking her words to heart. Since you have taken control of the palace, have you encountered any difficulties? He asked with a grin. Ever since Yin Su's downfall, the Eastern Empress had dominated the harem. Although Yu Guifei was also powerful, she had little interest in affairs of state, and thus did not contend with the lowly for supremacy. If your Majesty does not permit me to oversee the inner treasury, what difficulties could I possibly face? The lowly pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. The inner treasury held the utmost power, encompassing the palace's finances, procurement, and personnel arrangements. Previously managed by Yin Su, it was now entirely under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Is it not to spare you from hardship? Let me see, oh dear. Arziluo looks rather haggard. Xiaomu quickly interjected, seeking to divert the conversation. Managing the inner treasury was a significant test of capability, and the lowly truly lacked the necessary skills. It was not that Xiaomu was unwilling to grant her authority. Rather, he wished to avoid adding chaos to the palace. Your Majesty, I am trying to discuss serious matters. The lowly exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she had fallen into the emperor's trap. Immediately, she resorted to playful coaxing. However, Xiao Mu was not in the mood to discuss the inner treasury, playfully carrying her off to the sleeping quarters. Before midnight, the lowly found herself overwhelmed. She truly lacked the capacity for such endeavors, being delicate and soft. Ever since marrying Xiao Mu, she had not fully satisfied him since the night of their consummation. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should change your attire." The lowly timidly pushed her husband away. "Ha ha," Xiao Mu chuckled, already accustomed to her timidity. Yet this time was different. Upon arriving at the swimming pool, Xiao Mu unexpectedly discovered a timid young beauty standing there. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his brow slightly furrowed in surprise. If memory served, her name was Murong Wanru, the legitimate granddaughter of the Murong family. Renowned for her extraordinary beauty since childhood, suitors had flocked to her even before she reached maturity. The young maiden standing by the pool, with her freshly blossomed form, possessed large eyes reminiscent of the lowly's. She was indeed beautiful, as if she were the lowly's adult counterpart. "I came to the palace as a guest." The young beauty replied timidly, her voice trembling, clearly nervous. "Ha ha, to be a guest is quite absurd. The royal city has guest quarters. A guest would not be permitted to stay in the harem. By remaining here tonight. Her reputation is essentially ruined. It could be said that she was to be presented as a gift to the emperor. Regardless of whether Xiao Mu desired her, there would be no chance of her leaving." The lowly had grand intentions. Only at this moment did Xiao Mu realize the chaos that had erupted in the harem. "Come here." A characteristic smile graced Xiao Mu's lips, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Should he reject her, the Murong family would suffer considerable humiliation. With the Yin family finished, the Murong family could not afford to be embroiled in further scandals in the short term. "I await your command." Wanru's eyes brightened, her face flushed as she approached. In an instant, her mind went blank as she fell into the warm embrace of the emperor. Sometimes, the emperor found himself ensnared by circumstances beyond his control. The abundance of beautiful maidens became a burden rather than a blessing. The silver lining, however, was that at the very least, this time, a woman from the Murong family would finally be able to fulfill the emperor's desires. The winds of change were once again stirring in the palace. Chapter 45. Establishing a university for all without discrimination. With the harem in disarray, the emperor felt troubled. Within the Qingjing Hall, Xiao Mu's thoughts were complex, yet he quickly regained his composure. Numerous students and teachers streamed into the palace. The sect had identified 2,000 individuals with spiritual roots. Originally, the Xuantiangong intended to take only the best 1,000. But as the emperor of the Great Xia, Xiao Mu decided to provide opportunities for all who possessed spiritual roots. "Your Majesty, the school at Qinfeng Ridge has taken shape and can accommodate students now," reported Minister Murong, his tone bright and respectful. He was the Deputy Minister of Works and also a member of the Murong family, which had long held power within the ministry. "Excellent. Conditions may be harsh, but let the children endure for now." Xiao Mu forced a smile, treating the future heirs of the empire with great warmth. The hall was filled with students, all of whom were top-tier talents, including Yin Yizhen and Yu Haoran. "Thank you, father of the nation." The talented youths, brimming with vigor, all bowed in unison. The Great Xia rarely required kneeling, except in special circumstances. As imperial students, addressing the emperor as father of the nation was an honor, akin to how soldiers occasionally referred to the emperor as marshal in the barracks. "Minister Yu, please take good care of the children. They must not suffer from lack of clothing or food. Should they require anything, they can draw directly from my treasury." Xiao Mu turned to Minister Yu with a kind expression. The minister, Yu Guifei's relative, was the Deputy Minister of Education. "Your Majesty's benevolence is profound. I shall surely live up to your trust." Minister Yu spoke with emotion, his words causing the children to be infected with his fervor. Previously viewing the emperor as an untouchable figure, they now regarded him as both father and mother. "Students, express your gratitude to the father of the nation." The children, filled with emotion, knelt on the ground to thank him. The longest path in the world is the emperor's schemes. The innocent children were unaware that Minister Yu was merely a tool in the emperor's elaborate game. "Rise quickly. If you can study diligently and grow into the pillars of the court, I shall be thoroughly satisfied." Xiao Mu smiled warmly, his tone becoming even more amiable. "To be honest, establishing this university had consumed considerable effort. The spiritual veins were difficult to relocate, necessitating the construction at Qinfeng Ridge. Even the palace was undergoing simultaneous construction, with plans to eventually relocate the capital there. The total investment reached an astounding 100 million taels. I have another matter to report. How shall the students be allocated between the universities of Kunlun and Shushan that your majesty has constructed? Minister Yu shifted the conversation, continuing his inquiry. The entire court was at a loss regarding how to manage this, proceeding as if they were crossing a river by feeling for stones. Even the names Kunlun and Shushan seemed strange, as these mountains did not exist in the Lingyun realm. Let there be a mutual selection. The children's preferences are also essential. As for the school's curriculum, for the time being, they will all focus on cultivating martial arts and learning some cultural knowledge. Xiaomu confidently declared, having already contemplated these matters. As for practical subjects such as weapon forging, alchemy, array formation, and even operating Gatling guns and donning array-patterned armor, those could be developed gradually in the future. Patience is key. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Although the threat posed by Xuantiangong loomed large, Xiaomu was not inclined to hasten the process. I shall obey. The martial arts will follow your majesty's guidance. Minister Yu replied, his gaze lowered. The martial arts for the students had all been deduced by Xiaomu based on the great immortal classics. For those with dual spiritual roots or above, he had devised corresponding martial arts techniques. For those below dual spiritual roots, they could only practice universal techniques like the 5 elements formula. Today's court session ends here. Those with divine bodies and holy bodies, follow me to the study. Xiaomu waved his hand to dismiss the assembly. Given the current productivity of the Great Xia, constructing the palace would take about a year. The 2 universities would gradually improve over time. However, the children could begin their studies now, as dormitories, dining halls, and cultivation rooms had all been completed. In the study, Yanizhan and the others gathered. Xiaomu smiled as he surveyed the room, noticing significant changes in her. Ever since she began cultivating martial arts, the scars on her body had noticeably faded. The shadow of an unparalleled beauty was already discernible. The holy body's spiritual roots not only surpassed in aptitude but also in beauty. The world's inherent inequalities can be infuriating. The favored children of destiny are frustratingly powerful. The martial arts you possess are personally imparted by me. Do you encounter any difficulties? Xiaomu asked straightforwardly. In regard to the divine body and the sacred body, each member of Xiaomu has meticulously developed their own set of techniques. Among these, the method pertaining to the Wuji sacred body is particularly astonishing. Having opened 338 meridians, 8 more than the legendary Yuan Shizhenjing, the student has already attained the 4th layer of the Qi induction realm without encountering any significant obstacles. Yanizhan has also grown considerably bolder, speaking with remarkable fluency. Hiss! The others gasped in astonishment, bowing their heads in defeat. It has only been a little over a month, and she has remarkably reached the 4th realm. To describe her progress as meteoric would be an understatement. Is this truly the Wuji sacred body? It is indeed terrifying. The student has achieved the 2nd layer of the realm. Yu Haoran clasped his hands and continued the conversation. The progress of the divine bodies is relatively similar, with all having reached the 2nd layer. As for those with spiritual bodies and heavenly spiritual roots, most have only attained the 1st layer. Those who can draw qi into their bodies are already considered to possess commendable talent. Indeed, the sacred body effortlessly crushes the competition. This disparity will only grow as cultivation advances, as both divine and sacred bodies seldom encounter bottlenecks, never languishing in any particular realm for half a lifetime. They are all promising individuals. I am exceedingly pleased. Once you enter the university, focus solely on your cultivation. I shall arrange for the eunuchs to oversee the university, so that you may report any troubles to them. Xiaomu kindly instructed in his protection of these prodigies. He truly regards them as his own children. The student must diligently study and strive to serve the court in the future, repaying the emperor's grace. Yanizhan was deeply moved, kneeling in gratitude. As an orphan, she had seldom felt warmth throughout her childhood. Thus, the kindness of the emperor and empress left her tearfully appreciative, truly akin to the love of parents reborn. There is no need to ponder such distant matters. Simply attending school joyfully and earnestly cultivating is the greatest repayment to me. Xiaomu reverted to his imperial rhetoric. His words caused several fervent youths to redden their eyes. Your Majesty, the student has heard that the Empress is residing in the cold palace, and the student that wishes to bid farewell to her. Yanizhan, steeling herself, made her plea at this. The affairs of the Yin family are known throughout the realm, indeed stirring the hearts of the people. Xiaomu gazed at her in astonishment, suddenly smiling in relief. A child who knows gratitude is the most worthy of cultivation. Her willingness to face the emperor's potential wrath to bid farewell to the fallen empress surely signifies her future loyalty to the throne. Fear not, she is well. I grant you permission to meet her. Xiaomu nodded approvingly. It was evident that Yin Yizhen sighed in relief. Chapter 46. The Emperor's Harem Survival. After the morning court session, Xiaomu visited the Miaoxin Palace to spend time with the noble consort Yu. It was time to let the little girl have some space. Otherwise, she might become too lofty. Your Majesty, how do you find this attire? Yu Miaoxin asked proudly as she twirled in her dress. She had finally regained her youthful spirit, becoming utterly enamored with beauty. Today, she wore a fashionable pink dress, innocent yet alluring. Has the great Xia truly progressed to this extent? Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, sensing the charm of his aunt. The enchanting demoness, clad in short sleeves and a skirt, exuded both ancient elegance and sensual allure. To be frank, Xiao Mu was not well versed in fashion. Yet he had removed the feudal constraints placed upon women. In just 20 to 30 years, society had evolved remarkably. The skirts now in vogue possessed a captivating allure, to ensure that men across the realm are visually pleased. Xiao Mu had always encouraged the development of the fashion industry. The women of Great Xia did not disappoint, their beauty increasingly delightful to behold. My beloved consort looks exquisite in anything she wears. Xiao Mu remarked with a teasing smile. What he truly wished to convey was that my beloved consort looks best when she wears nothing at all. Each time he encountered Yu Miaoxin, he could not restrain his desire to engage in something more with her. This woman possessed an extraordinary charm. The two indulged in romantic banter, and time flew by. Just as Xiao Mu anticipated that his desires were about to be fulfilled, a palace maid entered, reporting, Your Highness, the beautiful Yin Susu has come to visit. The maid reported nervously. Susu has arrived. Xiao Mu felt a sudden panic, akin to being caught in an act of infidelity. It was already 10 at night. Why had she come to visit? I shall hide behind the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mu instinctively activated his harem survival instincts. Ha ha ha. The sound of Yu Miaoxin's melodious laughter filled the hall. She found the situation amusing and made no effort to stop the emperor. Even as he hid behind the screen, Xiao Mu felt it was insufficiently secure. Looking around, he soon discovered a new refuge. This must be a partition, a place for the personal maids to keep vigil. The compartment was quite small, barely accommodating a bed. Upon entering, Xiao Mu's eyes widened. He beheld the young Lan, clad in thin garments, gazing shyly at him. She was so fragrant. It seemed she was preparing to warm a bed, and he had coincidentally stumbled upon her. This beauty had long been known to Xiao Mu, having humbly served Yu Miaoxin for many years, never revealing her talents and seldom using cosmetics, quietly fulfilling her role as a personal maid. The servant. Young Lan bit her lip, rising to perform her respectful greeting. However, before she could utter a word, she was embraced by Xiao Mu, who placed a finger upon her delicate lips. Young Lan also possessed spiritual roots, apparently 3 in number. The palace's testing revealed a total of 83 spiritual roots, and young Lan was among them. Some among this group did not wish to become consorts, but rather chose to be elegant figures in the harem. Shoo! Xiao Mu quickly signaled for her silence, pointing toward the palace. The clever and perceptive young Lan soon grasped the situation. Sounds of Yin Susu's voice could already be heard from within the palace. I pay my respects to the noble consort. Yin Susu, radiating with a floral smile, spoke with an air of ease. Anyone unfamiliar with her would never guess that she had recently been the revered empress. Sister, you flatter me. I cannot bear such courtesy. Yu Miaoxin, straightforward and efficient, stepped forward to support Yin Susu's arm. The two sisters exchanged smiles. In truth, Yu Miaoxin had not been fond of Yin Susu, but after recent interactions, she had grown quite affectionate towards her. She simply adored all things beautiful, including admiring stunning women. Coupled with Yin Susu's deliberate efforts to befriend her, Yu Miaoxin felt no psychological barriers in their growing friendship. The weather being dry, I have prepared some body lotion. The fragrance should be to your liking. Your Highness, Yin Susu said, her eyes sparkling with warmth. After a fallout with the little girl, her survival strategy was simple: to align herself with Yu Miaoxin. The queen of palace intrigue was once again showcasing her remarkable prowess. "Oh, sister truly knows my heart. It smells wonderful." Yu Miaoxin was overjoyed, her smile radiant. The woman of great beauty, indeed, is easily swayed. "Shall I assist you in applying it, your highness?" Yin Susu asked affectionately as she approached. "That would not be appropriate, sister, with your delicate frame. How could you engage in such tasks?" Yu Miaoxin blushed slightly, gently declining. "Tisk tiske. Such a beauty as you, only the emperor is worthy of your touch. I, on this occasion, have enjoyed the same fortune as the emperor." Yin Susu was quite the silver-tongued charmer, seamlessly continuing the conversation. The two soon walked intimately toward the sleeping quarters, hidden within the partition. Xiaomu finally exhaled in relief. He could now place his trust in Susu and focus on seclusion for cultivation. And why apologies? It was unavoidable. Xiaomu then released young Lan, offering a rare apology. As an emperor, such words could indeed be startling. Thud. Young Lan knelt on the ground, hurriedly performing a deep bow. "I am terrified, your majesty." Young Lan's face flushed crimson, speaking shyly. This woman? Xiaomu was suddenly captivated. Finding her increasingly beautiful, it seemed she had been hiding her talents all along. Could it be that she feared being favored by the emperor? Observing her at such close quarters, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty would never be deceived. She possessed a figure that was ample and a visage that could topple nations. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Xiaomu's eyes sparkled, as an excellent idea suddenly struck him. "The servant dares not. Your Majesty's decree is such that I would brave fire and water without hesitation." Young Lan lowered her gaze, finally regaining her composure. "I wish for noble consort you to oversee a portion of the inner palace, sharing governance of the imperial city with the Eastern Empress. From now on, the finances and personnel of the imperial city shall be entrusted entirely to noble consort you, and you will act on her behalf in managing these affairs." Xiaomu stated earnestly, with a serious tone. This arrangement would indeed be mutually beneficial, as power lies in balance. Although noble consort you may be somewhat simple-minded, the clever young Lan by her side is certainly not to be underestimated. "I will dutifully comply with your imperial command." Young Lan responded with delight. She genuinely wished to serve her master, dreaming of wielding power within the palace. "This is splendid. From today onwards, you shall be elevated to the rank of a first-class maid. And I grant you the authority of the emperor. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may make decisions independently, as if I were present." Xiaomu conferred upon her unmatched power. Young Lan, previously a third-class maid, had now ascended to the pinnacle of her position. "Thank you for your immense grace. I shall never fail to meet your expectations, your majesty." Young Lan exclaimed joyfully, even forgetting her shyness. Trembling, she accepted the as if I were present token. With this, both noble consort you and she could navigate the palace with ease. With matters settled, Xiaomu could finally rest easy and retreat to Qinfeng Ridge for seclusion. Chapter 47. Exploring Qinfeng Ridge with beauty. Having pacified the realm and organized the harem, Xiaomu entrusted state affairs to the cabinet. The cabinet members were primarily drawn from influential noble families and esteemed officials, supplemented by members of the royal family. Tio stabilized the court, the second prince. The king of Chu was specially recalled. In the depths of winter, the emperor arrived at the imperial city of Qinfeng Ridge. Though it was termed an imperial city, it consisted of only 5 or 6 simple palaces. Yet Xiaomu felt exhilarated. The spiritual energy here was almost palpable. Even the snow in the courtyard was lightly veiled in a layer of spiritual mist, enchanting and dreamlike. "I shall brew tea for your majesty." A breathtaking beauty emerged from the snowy expanse, her smile radiant as she spoke. Lu Chaner had achieved remarkable progress in her cultivation, now at the 3rd layer of the Qi induction realm. The skin of the fairy is so delicate that it captivates one's heart, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Especially with the snow-covered landscape before us, it complements the ethereal charm of the unparalleled school beauty. "Today, Lu Chaner is truly enchanting," Xiaomu exclaimed sincerely. The more tender and delicate the girl, the more Xiaomu delights in teasing her. A mere compliment can make her cheeks flush. "Your majesty has brought me to Qinfeng Ling. I am utterly overjoyed," Lu Chaner responded with affectionate eyes. Heaven knows how much she adores the emperor, dreaming every day of seeing his tall and gallant figure. Growing up, the beautiful girl had never known such happiness in loving someone. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Xiaomu boldly pulled her into his embrace. Lu Chon'er gasped softly, yet dared not raise her voice too high. Her charming face turned crimson, her eyes filled with shyness. At this moment, she was convinced that the emperor must love her deeply. I will soon enter seclusion. You should also hasten your cultivation. As cultivators, we must be together for hundreds, even thousands of years. Xiaomu said with a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf, I will forever serve your majesty, never depart from you. The love-struck girl spoke as if her words were draped in honey, her voice barely audible to just the two of them. Even so, she had already buried her head deep into the emperor's embrace, overwhelmed by cuteness. I prefer serving you over you serving me. Xiaomu whispered teasingly in her ear, ah. The innocent girl stood no chance against the emperor, her face covered in embarrassment as she fled. One could only wonder what thoughts crossed her mind. I shall go cultivate, Lu Chon'er spoke, her tone trembling. Hee. Xiaomu felt quite pleased with himself, pouring himself a cup of tea. This time, he had intended to bring Yin Susu to Qin Fengling for seclusion. However, his first wife had resolutely declined, insisting on staying in the imperial city. Thus, Xiaomu could only bring along two young beauties for his retreat. Lu Chon'er and Yin Shuer's families were closely tied to Guiyang City, so they were included as well. The snowstorm painted a picturesque scene, with sunlight filtering through the white corridors, creating an exceptionally beautiful sight. Overjoyed, Lu Chon'er planned to find the emperor one last time before his seclusion. Yet, she saw someone had arrived before her, a captivating figure whose alluring silhouette was particularly enchanting. Lu Chon'er hurriedly quickened her pace. Why are you here again? Has His Majesty summoned you? Lu Chon'er pouted angrily. Jealousy flared. Yin Shuer, walking ahead, paused nervously, glancing back at Lu Chon'er. I indeed received the emperor's command to accompany him. Yin Shuer replied timidly. This infuriated Lu Chon'er. At her age, love was paramount. If it were the imperial concubines, it would be acceptable, but a mere concubine like her was not worth Lu Chon'er's concern. You vixen, is it not enough that you caused trouble for Chen Yuanan? Now you come to seduce the emperor? Lu Chon'er exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. The venomous words pierced through Yin Shuer's heart. She indeed had her flaws. She had not been the perfect maiden on the fateful night, a fact that weighed heavily on her conscience. I shall take my leave, Yin Shuer said, not daring to compete for favors with Lu Chon'er, lowering her head as she ran away. Upon entering the palace and seeing the emperor, her eyes were still red-rimmed. What troubles you? Xiaomu, with his keen senses, immediately perceived something amiss. Yin Shuer, being an exceptionally rare light spiritual root with a ninefold intensity, was highly sensitive, both physically and emotionally. Nothing. Yin Shuer attempted to compose herself. But upon seeing the emperor, she broke into tears. Her tears flowed like pearls, refusing to cease. Could it be that Lu Chon'er scolded you? Xiaomu pondered briefly and quickly guessed the reason. In this unfinished imperial city, there were only these two beautiful maidens. Aside from Lu Chon'er, no one else would dare offend her. I cannot blame the noble lady. What she said is not wrong. I am indeed not without flaws. Yin Shuer lamented, her voice quivering with distress. Perhaps seeing her beloved man had caused her emotions to spill over. Chen Yuanan is a notorious warlord. I consider him a brother. Outsiders may find it hard to believe, but even warlords can share mutual respect. His wife is also my wife. Xiaomu chuckled at the absurdity of his own words. If Chen Yuanan were to hear this, he would probably be unable to contain himself. Do you know the sixth prince? His mother was taken from me. She was originally the beautiful concubine of the eastern hegemon. Xiaomu, faced with a weeping woman, found his options limited, resorting to reason. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective, as Yin Shuer's sobs gradually subsided. And then what happened? Yin Shuer inquired with curiosity. Regrettably, she was a tragic figure. During the birth of the sixth prince, she faced complications, and the medical knowledge of that era was not advanced enough to save her life. Xiaomu sighed, lost in thought. He had intended to comfort her, but inadvertently revealed his own sorrow. The image of that woman flickered through his mind, evoking a sense of melancholy. Your Majesty, do you not mind that I am not a perfect maiden? Yin Shuer asked anxiously. Of course not. I cherish you dearly. Xiaomu snapped back to reality, playfully brushing her nose. Ancient women were indeed endearing. Despite it not being her fault, she still bore the burden of self-blame. Inshuer wished to say more, but Xiao Mu had already made his move. The snow-draped scenery was delightful, and the beauty was even more enchanting. Starting tomorrow, the seclusion would officially commence. Chapter 48. The uprising of the villagers in Wudedong in the bright and beautiful spring of March. After 3.5 months of seclusion, Xiao Mu finally elevated his realm to the 9th level of qi drawing. With the company of beautiful maidens, his cultivation flourished. Life could not be better. Xiao Mu was somewhat lost in joy, finally liberated from the burdens of state affairs. However, as March began, discordant news reached him from Wudedong. Villagers nearby had actually revolted. This was a rare occurrence. Peasant uprisings had long been extinct in the Great Xia dynasty. The last time a foolish villager attempted rebellion, they had few followers and were ultimately captured by the county officials. After much contemplation, Xiao Mu decided to investigate personally. Inshuer, having contributed to his journey, was conferred the title of Jiaoyi and granted the elegant residence of Suya Garden. Lu Chaner, too, was honored with the title of School Beauty. Xiao Mu meticulously pinned the imperial edict, bestowing rewards upon the two maidens. In dealing with his own women, Xiao Mu was always generous. Although the title of School Beauty seemed humble, it came with many fine silks and satins, if it were just an individual honor. Lu Chaner would be overjoyed, however. In the absence of comparison, there was no harm. Despite the same contribution, Inshuer had received a promotion. I thank your majesty for your grace. Both maidens accepted the edict. Their thoughts clearly divergent. It was evident that Lu Chaner felt aggrieved. Nonetheless, Xiao Mu's deliberate distinction served as a form of punishment, preventing her from causing further trouble for Shuer. Furthermore, now that Lu Chaner was a noblewoman, any further promotions would lead her to the status of a concubine. In the Great Xia harem, women who were not with child found it difficult to receive such honors. You both return to the capital first. I have important matters to attend to, and I will return later, Xiao Mu said with a smile. The two beautiful maidens silently withdrew, and only then did Xiao Mu rise. He planned to make a grand entrance. Summoning the dark cloud, he activated the flying formation. This spectacle was quite impressive, and he quickly arrived at the nearby Wudedong. Indeed, he could see the villagers in revolt. The local populace, wielding hoes and kitchen knives, was confronting the imperial soldiers. The villagers vastly outnumbered the defenders of Wudedong, with over 10,000 against merely 300 soldiers. Suddenly, the dark cloud that appeared in the sky drew the attention of all. Look, an immortal descends. That is not an immortal. It is His Majesty. That not the dragon robe? The common folk exclaimed, realizing that the Emperor of Great Xia was also a cultivator. Your Majesty, you must stand up for the people. The villagers knelt in unison, even forgetting their revolt. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Mu sensed that there was more to the story. All subjects of the realm are my children. What could compel you to revolt? Xiao Mu's voice resonated with authority, strong and clear. His voice, infused with true essence, carried for miles. Once one begins to flaunt, it becomes challenging to rein it in. Xiao Mu decided to go all out. His true essence radiating brightly, his dragon robe billowing majestically. At a glance, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. The effect was remarkable. The villagers bowed deeply, their hoes and knives cast aside. The leading gentry stepped forward, standing beneath the dark cloud. Your Majesty, the commoners dare not rebel. The villagers hold you in utmost respect, wishing to honor you with longevity tablets. The elder spoke with an agitated voice. Nearly in tears, if that is the case, why do you oppose the soldiers? Xiao Mu sternly questioned. Your Majesty may not be aware. Ever since they began excavating Wudedong, the area has been haunted, causing widespread panic among the people. We beseech your Majesty to investigate. The elder explained urgently. Is that so? Xiao Mu furrowed his brow slightly. If this were true, the common folk could not be entirely to blame. While the Great Xia had become more enlightened, many still clung to superstitions. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Villagers, please disperse for now. The court will issue a proclamation. Xiao Mu's tone softened. Regardless of the cause, a gathering of people could easily become emotionally charged. The emperor's authority was profoundly intimidating, and the nearby villagers nodded in agreement. Soon, under the organization of the gentry and village leaders, they dispersed in small groups. Xiao Mu then approached Wudedong and called upon the court officials working there. Where is Dr. Yang Zhan? Xiao Mu looked around, but he did not see the leader. In response to your Majesty, Dr. Yang Zhan has gone down. The person beside him clasped his hands and interjected, "Remarkable. This bookworm truly possesses courage." Xiao Mu leaned forward to inspect the newly unearthed bottomless pit. A chill emanating from its depths. It appeared that only Yang Zhen could elucidate the haunting occurrences. "I shall descend to take a look," Xiao Mu declared, surveying the rudimentary equipment with unwavering resolve. Sturdy steel rings flanked the entrance of the pit, connected by a robust iron chain to a lift. "Your Majesty, you are of invaluable worth. Allow me to summon Dr. Yang Zhen instead," the soldiers nearby urged anxiously. Rumor had it that the bottomless pit was fraught with peril, its dangers unknown. "Nonsense, lower me down," Xiao Mu replied with a confident smile. With the cloud talisman at his disposal, even if the lift malfunctioned, he would have no cause for concern. If learned scholars were unafraid, then as the founding sovereign, he had no reason to fear. Clang, clang, soon, the iron chain began to stir, lowering Xiao Mu into the abyss. Glowing pearls adorned the walls at intervals, illuminating the cavern adequately. Before long, the lift arrived at a depth of over 100 zhang, where voices could be heard below. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Yang Zhen exclaimed, his face and hair covered in dust, evidently having spent a considerable time underground. "I came to see what discoveries await." Xiao Mu responded with a smile. The lift had reached the ground, landing on a platform of rubble. "Your Majesty, please observe." Yang Zhen gestured towards a pit ahead. Following his direction, Xiao Mu quickly made a noteworthy observation. Within the vast pit lay a smooth, mirror-like black surface. Without careful examination, one might mistake it for just a bottomless cavern. "What is this?" Xiao Mu inquired, astonished as he scrutinized the surface. "Hee," Yang Zhen teased, holding up a palm-sized stone and tossing it towards the black mirror. A miraculous event transpired. The stone slowly sank into the surface, vanishing from sight. "If I am not mistaken, this is the entrance to the 9 abysses. This passage leads to the realm of the Nether," Yang Zhen proclaimed shockingly. "The 10 great Nether realms are interconnected." Chapter 49. The terrifying Nether reveals its remains. The Xintian sect has exploited the interconnected nature of the Nether to siphon the spiritual essence of the mortal realm. "Can the formation still be activated?" Xiao Mu inquired solemnly. The ancient formations were unfathomably powerful, truly befitting an era of brilliance. "I am uncertain. However, since someone was able to arrange such a formation, it is possible that the Xintian sect could also access the Lingyun realm through the Nether." Yang Zhen pondered thoughtfully. This hypothesis warranted caution. The path of cultivation was formidable. Now even interstellar travel was a reality. As they conversed, the dark mirror of the bottomless pit suddenly began to ripple. "Not good." Xiao Mu realized something was amiss at a glance. A series of inhuman howls echoed forth. The mirror revealed a human head. It looked eerily familiar. In a swift motion, it floated atop the mirror. Xiao Mu recognized its identity. It was the true essence cultivator slain in the bottomless pit. Logically, it should have been irretrievably dead, yet at this moment, it seemed to have returned to life, albeit in a gruesome state. Its body was severed in half, its abdomen adorned with entrails. Its eyes were entirely white, covered in charred scars. Has it returned from the dead? Or is it a vengeful spirit? The onlookers were horrified. Staring in disbelief, roar, the vengeful spirit suddenly contorted its face, revealing a maw full of fangs as it bellowed. He lunged forward. Xiao Mu quickly summoned his flying sword, but before the spirit could pounce, it transformed into a streak of light. Bang! The dark mirror erupted with black magical light, sending the vengeful spirit hurtling away. No wonder the area had been plagued by hauntings. The formation was capable of expelling these malevolent entities. "I shall confront it. You all ascend promptly. This place is not safe," Xiao Mu declared, summoning the cloud talisman. Ascending from the depths was not difficult. The mere 100 zhang distance was swiftly covered. Upon emerging from the pit, the anguished cries of soldiers reached his ears. "Ah, that ghastly creature is devouring my intestines." One man shrieked in terror. Xiao Mu focused his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. 2 corpses lay on the ground, while another soldier was being consumed by the vengeful spirit. The sight was brutal. It tore open the unfortunate soldier's belly, feasting on his entrails, creating an exceptionally bloody scene. Ding! Xiao Mu summoned his flying sword and rushed forward. The vengeful spirit possessed formidable powers. Mere mortals stood no chance against it. "Quick, set up the machine guns," Xiaomu commanded casually. The soldiers around him snapped out of their stupor, finally liberated from their terror. Witnessing their sovereign bravely charge forward, many were moved to tears. Roar! The vengeful spirit abruptly turned, raising its hand to block the flying sword. The exquisite magical weapon, capable of slicing through iron, failed to sever its arm. Sparks flew as its claws clashed against the sword. It possessed a physical form. Thus, it was not merely a vengeful spirit but a zombie. The ghostly energy from the nine abysses had transformed it into a creature of the undead. No longer a living entity, the charred zombie crawled swiftly along the ground, leaving behind afterimages as it charged toward Xiaomu in life. It had been a true essence cultivator. Even its deceased form was exceptionally formidable. Xiaomu, lacking experience in combat, was forced to retreat step by step. In a moment of desperation, he produced two explosive talismans. Boom! The explosive talismans erupted into a blaze, effectively halting the zombie's advance. This creature feared the power of Yang, and the explosive talismans were its natural nemesis. At that moment, the soldiers' Gatling guns were ready. "Your Majesty?" the commanding general shouted furiously. Xiaomu immediately understood, turning to retreat. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. 6 Gatling guns unleashed torrents of fire, their bullets forming a crimson line, engulfing the zombie in flames. Roar, roar! The bullets exploded in succession, transforming the zombie's body into a fireball as it shrieked in madness. The black, ghostly energy enveloping the zombie gradually dissipated. Its form was soon torn apart by the bullets, reduced to a pile of flesh. Xiaomu finally exhaled deeply, stepping forward to collect the storage ring from the ground. Clack, clack! The lift from the bottomless pit finally ascended, and Yang Zhan leaped down first. "Your Majesty, I have discovered the formation mechanism. The Lingyun realm is saved," Yang Zhan exclaimed joyfully, shouting before even approaching. It turned out that just moments ago, the zombie had triggered the formation's restrictions and was flung away. Yang Zhan, deep in thought, had finally experienced a moment of clarity. The zombie had utilized true essence energy, which activated the restrictions. The bottomless pit indeed housed the mechanism for the interface's power. This zombie's cultivation level did not exceed the golden core stage, thus the formation had not destroyed it. Otherwise, it would have long since been obliterated by the interface's power. Yang Zhan spoke with utmost conviction. After his explanation, Xiaomu's understanding was illuminated. No wonder the recent events were so extraordinary. It turned out the interface's power was involved. "Is there any way to enhance the restrictions?" Xiaomu pressed eagerly. The Lingyun realm represented a secret domain for the Xintian sect, with the cultivation limit set at the golden core stage. Such a high threshold posed a significant threat. Should a golden core cultivator enter, the Daxia dynasty would undoubtedly perish. "Your Majesty, follow me." "I cannot guarantee anything," Yang Zhan replied, excitement etched across his face. Unable to wait for the lift, Xiaomu summoned the cloud talisman once more, bringing Dr. Yang Zhan back to the bottom of the pit. Yang Zhan, familiar with the surroundings, located a peculiar cluster of stone protrusions on the eastern side of the black surface. At first glance, they resembled a grinding disc. "Your Majesty, observe these markings," Yang Zhan said, brushing away the dust to reveal the true form of the disc. It was indeed capable of rotation, with ancient characters inscribed around its perimeter. "What do these characters signify?" Xiaomu inquired, unable to decipher them. "I do not recognize them either. However, if the current limit for the Lingyun realm is the golden core, these two characters likely denote golden core," Yang Zhan replied confidently. A pointer on the disc indicated its current position, inscribed with 2 characters. "Should we rotate the disc clockwise or counterclockwise?" Xiaomu's eyes brightened as he began to piece together the clues. The interface's power formation was established by the Tao ancestor, intended to protect all beings. Thus, the mechanism controlling the interface's power must be located within the world itself, if I am not mistaken. "Your Majesty, you cannot rotate it clockwise. It must be turned counterclockwise," Yang Zhan replied with a sly smile. Scholars can be prideful. He was self-assured and teasingly withheld information. "Ha ha!" Xiaomu chuckled, not holding the scholar's playful demeanor against him. He channeled his true essence, attempting to rotate the disc counterclockwise. Clack, 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 clack. The disc indeed began to move, quickly halting at the next marking. According to their deductions, this should indicate the foundation establishment stage. Xiaomu continued to apply force, and the disc rolled again, stopping at the true essence realm. Why can it not rotate further? Xiaomu asked in astonishment. The Tao Ancestors' restrictions only extend to the true essence stage. There is no need for further limitations. Yang Zhen seemed to have anticipated this outcome well. Xiaomu could only accept this result with a wry smile. True essence cultivators were manageable for Daxia. Chapter 50. A major restructuring of power in the Imperial Palace. The interface's power restriction to the true essence realm signifies that the highest cultivators in the Lingyun realm can only attain the true essence stage. Should anyone break through this stage, the interface's power will be activated. The gravitational field of the sun is insurmountable for any being. I am still curious about how the interface's power detects cultivation levels. Xiaomu asked in astonishment. It is quite simple. Any outsider cultivator must arrive in the Lingyun realm via a teleportation array, which generates true essence fluctuations that trigger the interface's power. Yang Zhen responded succinctly and powerfully. The same principle applies. Breaking through the true Yuan realm will indeed provoke fluctuations in true Yuan. Once our Grand Xia flourishes, it will not be too late to adjust the scale. Xiaomu let out a long breath, finally feeling reassured. Yet, there was more good news. Yang Zhen smiled mysteriously. What does that mean? Before Xiaomu could grasp the significance, Yang Zhen abruptly leapt onto the black mirror-like surface. Xiaomu stood there. Dumbfounded, he saw Yang Zhen standing unscathed on the pitch-black ground, showing no signs of sinking. The line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin. His unwavering belief in his own reasoning enabled such a bold maneuver. Your Majesty need not worry. The entrance to the Nine Abyss should have remained closed. It was merely the Xintian sect's nefarious actions that altered the interface restrictions, thus triggering the entrance to hell. Yang Zhen explained with a hearty laugh. The Xintian sect, in its greed to siphon the spiritual energy of the Lingyun realm, had audaciously modified the restrictions set by the Tao Ancestor. The spiritual energy flowed through the netherworld, inadvertently opening the entrance to the Nine Abyss. Such is splendid news. Yang Zhen, a veritable scholar, was conferred the title of first-class Viscount by Xiaomu, who laughed heartily. In our Grand Xia, military merit is the only path to nobility. Does your Majesty intend to break tradition? Yang Zhen retorted unexpectedly. Truly, a man of character. This scientific magnate spoke unabashedly even before the emperor. This does not constitute a breach of precedent. You three prodigies of the academy have thwarted the Xintian sect. And if we were to speak of military merit, it is already an unprecedented achievement. Xiaomu smiled with a flourish, offering clarification. All were in high spirits. Even the haunting matters had been resolved. After encouraging Yang Zhen, he finally set off for the capital. In the capital, within the imperial palace, two beautiful maidens in white sat drenched in the lotus pond of the imperial garden, their wails echoing incessantly. Upon returning to the palace, Xiaomu discreetly activated an invisibility talisman, primarily to gauge the prowess of Yonglan. When he departed the capital previously, he had bestowed upon her significant authority. Observing the pavilion closely, he noticed that the two drenched beauties bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. These twin maidens, once favored by the enchanting concubine Yin, had fallen into disfavor after her ascension to immortality. Becoming pitiable figures within the palace, their circumstances deteriorating. While His Majesty enjoyed their company, these exquisite twins had endured hardships since Xiaomu's departure. Today was particularly outrageous, as they nearly drowned. Fortunately, they had already cultivated their inner energy. Otherwise, their ability to reach the shore would have been uncertain. Aunt Yonglan must have meddled for the boat to overturn. The twin sister wept, pointing an accusing finger. Following her gesture, a refined lady-in-waiting remained composed. Seated leisurely, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I have been quietly attending to my duties in the Rain Dream Palace. Had you not dragged me here, I would have been oblivious to the happenings. The lady-in-waiting replied calmly. Such palace intrigues are often unsolvable mysteries, making it nearly impossible to uncover the puppeteer behind the scenes. Yonglan had now risen to prominence, commanding respect throughout the imperial city. Who was the last aboard the boat? Yonglan queried with clarity, having no intention of interrogating the trio of women. Frankly speaking, even when faced with victims, she maintained a skeptical stance, suspecting that the twins might have orchestrated the entire affair themselves. The servants have been unjustly accused. The Ministry of Internal Affairs does oversee these small boats, yet no anomalies were detected. A nearby eunuch knelt, crying foul. The primary issue within the harem is the absence of witnesses. Each individual is biased towards their own master. Has the sunken boat been inspected? Yong Lan inquired, neither affirming nor denying, continuing her investigation. A eunuch stepped forward, clasping his hands. Report, my lady. The sunken boat bears signs of being sawed. Indicating that someone indeed tampered with it, the steward eunuch divulged. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaomu felt a headache coming on. Such trivial matters in the harem are rarely transparent, and even if the truth were revealed, who could ascertain its authenticity? Bring forth the schedule of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Yong Lan commanded with confidence, gesturing for the documents. Soon, she began sifting through a large stack of records, her gaze growing colder. The ministry had conducted routine inspections of this batch of boats and found no issues at the time. Thus, the timing of the incident could be narrowed down to last night. Little Deng? Where were you after dinner yesterday? Yong Lan finally lifted her gaze to a young eunuch from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Her piercing stare seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. Thud, Little Deng, panicked, knelt on the ground, and I am wronged. I truly am. He pleaded frantically. Yet, no one around expressed pity for him, all remaining silent in anticipation of his response. Yong Lan was adept at implementing a sign-in management system. The palace's tasks were plentiful, and everyone worked in designated locations, merely needing to sign in at their posts. Only the Ministry of Internal Affairs was privy to whom these small boats were assigned. This effectively narrowed down the suspects. Search their quarters, Yong Lan commanded decisively. Though the palace was not a prison, the items brought within were indeed limited. It was evident that specialized tools would be required to saw through these wooden structures, and such tools could not have been borrowed from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Spare me, my lady. Spare me. Little Deng collapsed in despair, repeatedly bowing in supplication. His gaze flickered toward the lady-in-waiting, yet even in death, he could not shift the blame. Such is the nature of the harem, culprits and evidence intertwined. It merely addresses surface issues without resolving the root cause. Xiaomu, concealed in the shadows, sighed in resignation, slowly revealing himself. Those nearby stood agape, all staring in astonishment at the emperor. Long live his majesty! All knelt and exclaimed. Rise, I am already aware of this matter. Yong Lan has handled it well, which pleases me greatly. Xiaomu commended. Yong Lan hastily knelt, casting a nervous glance at the emperor. Since his majesty has returned to the capital, I dare not overstep my bounds and will leave this matter entirely in your capable hands. She spoke softly, weighing her words. No, henceforth, proceed as you see fit. The palace requires new regulations, Xiaomu declared without hesitation. Without a reshuffling of power within the palace intrigue would never cease. Your Majesty, I nearly did not see you again. The twin sister exclaimed with bright eyes, feigning innocence. Alas! Xiaomu chuckled, realizing that what she sought was not justice but favor. I shall escort you back. I have wronged my beloved consorts. He gently assisted the two maidens. It seemed he would need to indulge the pair for a few days. Chapter 51. The establishment of the inner court guards. The following day, Xiaomu unexpectedly summoned all his wives. The Longxi Hall was vibrant and lively, resplendent with colors, as the ladies vied for attention. In the past, Xiaomu would strive to avoid gathering his wives, fearing potential discord. Ahem, I have called you all today to announce a significant matter. Xiaomu waved his hand, finally calming the chorus of voices. To his left sat Empress Dong, while to his right was concubine Yu. The other concubines could only sit along the sides, with eunuchs and palace maids standing behind them. The spacious Longxi Hall was filled to capacity. Is His Majesty about to announce something momentous? The little girl inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Unfortunately, she was destined for disappointment, as Xiaomu had no intention of elevating her to the position of primary consort. With the emergence of numerous female cultivators, I have deliberated and decided to promote them. Xiaomu interrupted with an awkward smile. In our Grand Xia court, only the palace offers dignified employment, thus I intend to establish the inner court guards. This was a plan Xiaomu had considered for some time, already devising a comprehensive scheme. In essence, it meant that palace maids would become high-ranking workers, forming a guard unit alongside female cultivators. Traditionally, the defense of the imperial city was a male domain. How could it be entrusted to frail women? The little girl pouted, continuing, indeed, it is a shocking development. Those living in this era would find it hard to comprehend. With the perspective of a time traveler, Xiaomu understood that this was a necessary step. Female cultivators with spiritual roots, once they matured, would not be content to play second fiddle. If the court could not satisfy their ambitions, they would rather roam the mountains and forests than remain subservient. Tio stated mildly, they might even align themselves with the Xintian sect. For any dynasty, individuals with untapped potential pose significant risks. Currently, with the city's defensive formations in place, the need for guards had significantly decreased, and it was an opportune moment for female cultivators. Xiaomu had made up his mind. He spoke decisively, his tone unwavering. As soon as he made his declaration, it was clear to see the delight on the faces of the palace maids. Residing within the depths of the palace, those with talent had risen to prominence beside the emperor. Now, among the women in Longxi Hall, the vast majority possessed spiritual roots. His Majesty is wise and mighty. We maidens shall certainly pledge our loyalty to the court. Thus, they would effectively become officials of the court. I wonder what the salary will be. I wish to participate. Some palace maids, feeling hopeless, began to murmur among themselves. The joy was palpable. Moreover, I shall grant authority to the inner court guards. You will represent me in inspections across the realm. Identifying corrupt officials and prosecuting those guilty of malfeasance, Xiaomu continued, smiling broadly as he raised the stakes. This essentially transformed them into a regulatory body, granting them oversight authority. In this way, they would become high-ranking civil servants, firmly tied to the interests of the Grand Xia court. The palace maids, closely aligned with the palace's interests, would likely prove to be the most resilient against corruption. Furthermore, with the power of the cultivators, it is beyond imagination how formidable they will become in the future. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Long live the emperor. Already, some palace maids have eagerly knelt down to express their gratitude. They have truly waited too long, yearning for a path to liberation. Ever since the pursuit of immortality began, the hearts of men have been restless. Do not be hasty in thanking me. There are still grand gifts yet to be bestowed upon you. In the future, palace maids who reach the age of 22 will be permitted to marry, though their spouses may only be the outer court guards or the soldiers of the three armies. Xiaomu Yu proclaimed astonishingly. This is indeed a groundbreaking achievement, shattering thousands of years of feudal tradition. Previously, most palace maids endured until they were 27 or 8, leaving the palace when their beauty had faded. Those fortunate enough might save a small fortune and enjoy a decent latter life. However, for the less fortunate, leaving the palace meant only serving as wet nurses, living their lives in servitude. Your Majesty, I find this unseemly. The young lady could no longer contain herself and stood up indignantly in opposition. In this manner, the power of the three empresses would be significantly diminished. The inner court guards are formally established by the court and cannot possibly serve as a private armed force for the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Opposition is futile. I have more important matters to announce. Ziluo, do not be anxious. Xiaomu Yu remained unfazed, shrugging and smiling. The Great Xia has adopted a case law system. This phrase is typically uttered by judges. Hearing it from the emperor now carries a strangely comedic effect. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted within the Longxi Hall. The adoption of case law was, in fact, a necessity for Xiaomu Yu. The control within the feudal society was too weak, necessitating tailored approaches in various regions. Case law can maximize the reduction of corruption, as the jury comprises local citizens. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards will establish their own luxury goods companies, fully controlled by the respective ladies, allowing them to profit under the royal name. Xiaomu Yu once again dropped a bombshell. This was something he had long desired to implement in the past. Societal development was insufficient, and the common folk had no surplus funds to indulge in luxury goods. However, the situation is different now. The Great Xia is experiencing a prosperous era, and everyone has a bit of money in their hands. When it comes to luxury goods, who can rival the taste of the palace? Just a single proclamation. The ladies of the palace use this, and it will immediately sweep the world. I have no interest in such trifling profits. The young lady was genuinely angered, retorting indignantly, "It seems she has been too pampered and has become unruly." Xiaomu Yu could still understand her feelings. Anyone would be infuriated after being repeatedly rebuffed. This is not a trifling profit. If done well, it could potentially yield even more than the Morong family. Xiaomu Yu's tone grew serious. "I am not skilled in such matters," the young lady pouted. It was evident that his wife was displeased. Do not be fooled by her adorable appearance. She was truly furious. Rest assured, Ziluo, you will be my capable partner, and the royal enterprises will certainly involve your participation. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, having no intention of undermining her dignity in public. The harem has finally risen to prominence. A vast industrial chain, calculated in billions, will be entrusted to the management of the harem. The inner court guards will complement each other, assisting the ladies in eradicating corruption within the royal enterprises. Your Majesty, have you considered who will be appointed as the leader of the inner court guards? Yin Su, having listened intently, finally interjected, "As expected of you." Xiao Yu cast a pleased glance at her. "I have made my decision. Yulan, you are hereby appointed as the commander of the inner court guards. I have even thought of a name for the unit, Fei Hua Wei," Xiao Yu declared with authority. This servant humbly accepts the decree. Yulan's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she accepted this great power. The wind has begun to rise. Chapter 52. The transaction among the birds of a feather. Currently, the inner court guard comprises only 22 individuals, all of whom are palace maids with spiritual roots. After the meeting, Xiao Yu made his way directly to Yin Su's chamber. As soon as he sat down, Yin Su, her eyes sparkling with amusement, had already guessed the emperor's intentions. "What industry does your Majesty plan to bestow upon me?" Yin Su discerned Xiao Yu's thoughts with remarkable accuracy. "Has the Yin family discovered mineral deposits in Baiyangzhu?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. To say they were searching was merely a gift from him to her. The Great Xia had never ceased its exploration of Baiyangzhu and had indeed found numerous valuable resources. The most noteworthy discovery was oil. Unfortunately, the current refining technology is not yet mature, and the extraction techniques have only just begun. Thanks to your Majesty's great fortune, we have found kerosene. Yin Su smiled brightly, finally ending her previous quarrel with her husband. Gently pouring tea for him, then, "Allow me to congratulate Yin Su on her promotion to Jieyu." Xiao Yu spoke with a hint of humor and sincerity. Biffed. Finally, he succeeded in making Yin Su laugh. "Just a mere Jieyu. It seems I must showcase some of my wiles." Yin Su replied with a sly smile. The fairy's charm shifted dramatically. Xiao Yu found it somewhat overwhelming, genuinely appreciating her demeanor. "Once you become pregnant, you can be promoted further. After giving birth, you will ascend another rank. I believe Su will excel, and by that time, you will be a royal consort." Xiao Yu comforted her with a hint of embarrassment. Couples are like birds of a feather. When one wing is clipped, the other must strive to soar. Such trials are undoubtedly arduous for anyone. But fortunately, Su possesses a resilient character. We shall see. I have no desire to become a queen. Whoever wishes to take on that role may do so. However, I am quite interested in your Majesty's business ventures." Yin Su nonchalantly remarked. Given her demeanor, it was apparent that she was faring well in the palace. Yu Guifei is renowned for being fiercely protective. She now treats her like a sister. "Whatever industry Su desires, I shall grant it to you." Xiao Yu replied with grandiosity. "This will truly test one's foresight. Luxury goods encompass clothing, jewelry, furniture, cosmetics, and more. I wish to pursue jewelry. What does your Majesty think?" Yin Su had long made up her mind, responding without hesitation. "I must admit, her choice is indeed wise. From the current perspective, jewelry is undoubtedly the most lucrative venture." However, Xiao Yu slowly shook his head. "Why not explore cosmetics?" Xiao Yu blinked, suggesting mysteriously, if viewed from a forward-thinking perspective, cosmetics surpass other options. It involves the chemical industry, with significant technical content, and if pursued diligently, it will surely lead the market. Moreover, the gold content in the chemical industry is unmatched by other sectors. Furthermore, the Yin family is currently extracting oil in Baiyangzhu. It is truly a path chosen by fate. "Very well, I shall heed your Majesty's advice." Yin Su did not hesitate, smiling as she agreed. This. Xiao Yu, initially intending to show off, was taken aback by his eldest wife. "Do you not wish to inquire about the reason?" Xiao Yu asked in surprise. "It matters not. I trust your Majesty's judgment and believe that you will provide me with the best." Yin Su replied tenderly yet firmly. "The woman who knows how to speak can touch a man's heart with just a few words." Xiao Yu felt a wave of emotion, suddenly realizing how much he owed her. Ahem. Since Su has such faith in me, I must confess, I recently learned a set of bone-setting techniques. Why not let me try it on my beloved concubine? Xiao Yu rubbed his hands mischievously. Huh? Yin Su's face flushed crimson, and she stood up, wanting to escape. We were having such a good conversation. How did it turn to this? The fairy protested weakly. Yet, she could not escape, having already fallen into the emperor's embrace. As night fell, Yunming Palace, however, bore a rather ominous atmosphere. The young lady sat angrily in the main seat, her large eyes occasionally glancing at Murong Wanru. The more she looked at this niece, the more displeased she became. I ask you, can you not exert a little effort? At this rate, the emperor is likely to forget what you look like. The young lady exclaimed in frustration, I am helpless. The emperor cannot be seen at will, Murong Wanru retorted, feeling utterly aggrieved, her eyes red. She was not particularly afraid of the young lady, as she understood her personality well. Tomorrow, dress more attractively, and I shall summon the emperor. The young lady made a firm decision, speaking earnestly. Is my attire not suitable? Murong Wanru weakly inquired. Slap. The young lady turned to glance at her, then helplessly closed her eyes, slapping her own forehead. Are you truly afraid of the cold or just stubborn? Do you not understand, allured? I despise the fact that I cannot compare my figure to those vixens. You are so well endowed. Yet you wrap yourself so tightly. What does that even mean? The young lady scolded in disappointment. While her niece was as beautiful as a fairy, her intellect seemed rather lacking. Is this not how noble ladies from prestigious families dress? Murong Wanru deliberately provoked the young lady, responding in a huff. She did not particularly enjoy dressing this way. She merely held a deep respect for the palace and dared not don the trendy attire of young ladies. It must be said that the women in the palace dress conservatively when outside. However, before the emperor, they would prefer to wear less. Only she, in her ignorance, remained completely unaware. I am utterly defeated by you. Look at Lu Chan'er. She is pure as a budding maiden yet manages to capture the emperor's heart. The young lady's chest heaved with anger. If it were possible, she truly wished to return this beautiful vase of a niece to the Murong family. This pretty flower of a niece seems utterly inept. I have no interest in that little vixen. Speaking to her feels as though she might faint at any moment. Murong Wanru replied nonchalantly. It was clear that the stunning beauty did not take it to heart. Hiss! The young lady was finally so furious that she was rendered speechless. Nearly choking on her anger, she took a sip of tea to quell her rage. In summary, you shall come over tomorrow. I shall prepare garments fit for your majesty. For this time, we must ensure that his majesty remembers you. The young girl, feeling exasperated, could only command with a huff. Understood. Murong Wanru shrugged nonchalantly, responding with indifference. Hurry and disappear. I wish to live a few more years. The young girl waved her hand impatiently. Unfazed, Murong Wanru let out a sigh of relief and skipped out of the palace. Chapter 53. The Great Xia's Cultivation Technology Tree. The Academy of Sciences, a congregation of top-tier scientists, was assembled, presenting their research progress to His Majesty, Niu Dun. Holding a report, began expounding at length. The geocentric spirit vein has revealed an estimated reserve of approximately 100 million spirit stones, with a coexisting reserve of Xian iron amounting to 1 billion tons, of which about 40% is easily extractable. Niu Dun's resonant voice echoed throughout the grand hall, igniting excitement among all present. With this spirit vein mine, the cultivation technology of the Great Xia holds promise for a burgeoning rise. The puppet technique has made groundbreaking advancements. The cultivation realm has long established mature spiritual energy propulsion arrays. Patterns applied to armor also exist but require further integration with dynamics. Niu Dun concluded by discussing the progress in his field of research. During the last exploration of Daoist Qing Shu's cave, Xiaomu acquired a puppet, which has since been entrusted to the Academy for study. Although the puppet technique in the cultivation realm has matured, it still falls short of the powered armor. Is there a way for the soldiers to don puppet armor? Xiaomu inquired eagerly. If this were feasible, one could envision a formidable cultivation dynasty. My apologies, Your Majesty. For now, it can only be powered by the true essence of cultivators. Should spirit stones be employed, mortals would be unable to harness the spiritual energy and would instead become a burden. Niu Dun replied with palpable regret. The puppets are also driven by spiritual energy. However, they do not require the extraction of true essence, but rather guide spiritual energy into the array. The resulting puppets exhibit very poor flexibility, far inferior to soldiers clad in arrayed armor. Has there been any progress on Dr. Ein's True Essence spiritual power extraction project? Xiaomu asked, gazing expectantly, He could only hope that these eminent scientists would produce groundbreaking innovations. Spiritual energy is formless and intangible, possessing characteristics of anti-gravity and infinite compression. This substance does not exist in nature. Through 10 atmospheric pressures, I have successfully compressed spiritual energy, but curiously, the compressed energy does not exhibit the characteristics of true essence spiritual power. Dr. Ein responded, furrowing his brow. True essence is refined through the human body's meridians and acupoints. Simulating it externally poses an extraordinary challenge. A spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Mu's mind as he recalled the grand cultivation ceremony. Could the trajectory of spiritual energy, which forms a triangle through the acupoints, signify that this is an array? Dr. Ein, if we could attempt to guide it along a fixed path, perhaps it could succeed. Xiao Mu said excitedly. Regardless of Dr. Ein's formidable intellect, he has never practiced cultivation and is unaware of the trajectory of true essence spiritual power. I am eager to try this immediately, Dr. Ein declared. Filled with enthusiasm, these scientists, known for their straightforwardness, were quick to implement any groundbreaking methods they conceived. I shall accompany you. Xiao Mu responded with even greater excitement. After many years, he would finally contribute once more to the realm of science. Ever since the founding of the dynasty, after compiling foundational mathematics and physics, Xiao Mu had been hailed as a pioneer in the scientific community. However, the ensuing period had seen the stage taken over by scientific giants. Leaving him with little involvement, a throng hurried to the laboratory, where various instruments flashed with light. Among them, a compressor stood out prominently, surrounded by dozens of spirit stones. Unlike other cultivators, Xiao Mu did not hoard the resources of cultivation but donated them entirely to the Academy for research. Dr. Ein, operating with remarkable efficiency, configured the flow tubes into 4 triangles. As the compressor whirred to life, one could clearly see spiritual energy transforming into ethereal mist, subsequently changing into liquid water within the compressor. As it flowed through the flow tube valves and passed through several triangles, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The liquid water vanished, yet the end of the flow tube was filled with intangible matter, true essence, spiritual power. It was indeed the refinement of an array. Perhaps the triangle serves as the heavenly array, capable of converting the forms of spiritual energy. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for once again etching your name into the annals of history. This achievement is worthy of a Royal Science Award, Dr. Ein exclaimed with fervor. Sometimes, a breakthrough in science merely requires a flash of inspiration. Xiao Mu felt a swell of pride. With this technological tree, the advent of powered armor for the Great Xia is imminent. All hands on deck, Xiao Mu declared grandly. Your Majesty, with the refined true essence spiritual power, all soldiers can ascend to the realm of Qi gathering. Rendering the Great Xia invincible, Dr. Ein pondered with greater foresight. Indeed, the reason mortals cannot cultivate is due to the absence of spiritual roots to extract spiritual energy. However, anyone possesses a Dantian and Qi Si. Is this not clear? However, even so, mortals can only cultivate to the Qi gathering stage. The complexity of the human body cannot be fully simulated, even in the era of artificial intelligence. Is there a way to manufacture a powered carriage using the puppet technique? One driven by spiritual energy, Xiao Mu pondered, suppressing his excitement as he began contemplating funding issues. The Great Xia now possesses a spirit vein, but such endeavors are purely a drain on resources. The royal treasury has invested over 100 million taels without seeing a return. It is time to monetize technology to better support its development. If relying on arrays, it is indeed feasible to power carriages. Hypothetically, a 1-ton carriage could travel over 10,000 kilometers with a single spirit stone. Dr. Ein remarked with a lack of interest, almost dismissively. Please, Dr. Ein, spare no effort. Expedite the development of spiritual energy propulsion, and I shall employ you with a title. Xiao Mu, overwhelmed with joy, declared earnestly. Thus, the automotive industry unexpectedly emerged. Originally, Xiao Mu had intended to wait for the advent of steam-powered trains before developing internal combustion engines. Cultivation truly is omnipotent, allowing for a direct leap forward. Given the current mechanical engineering capabilities of the Great Xia, manufacturing automobiles has become feasible. Does Your Majesty intend to enhance the mobility of the army by creating such carriages? Dr. Ein, lacking economic acumen, inquired casually. Of course, moreover, the Royal Flying Horse Automobile Company shall sell spiritual carriages. Xiao Mu laughed heartily, genuinely amused by his naivety. Perhaps it is their lack of financial concept that allowed these academicians to become super rich. After encouraging them, Xiaomu left the Academy of Sciences with satisfaction. Chapter 54, Murong Zilu's Ambition. Upon returning to the palace from the academy, Xiaomu went directly to Yumeng Palace. He believed it necessary to uphold the promise made to the young girl. "Your Majesty, peace be upon you," the young girl greeted, accompanied by a throng of attendants, kneeling in reverence. Today, she donned an exceptionally splendid attire, her exquisite little face resembling that of a perfect doll. The atmosphere within the palace remained as warm and joyous as ever. Lifting Xiaomu's spirits, it is said that heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. Xiaomu conceded this truth. The enchanting young girl possessed a unique charm that no other woman could rival. "Might Zilu be bestowing upon me a delightful surprise today?" Xiaomu remarked with a flirtatious smile. Eagerly, he wished to engage in dual cultivation with the charming young girl. "I have crafted a garment." "Your Majesty, please take a look," the young girl said with a mysterious grin, leading the emperor toward the dressing room. Such a fortunate occurrence. Has the young girl finally awakened to the game? He pondered. Though he knew she was likely apprehensive about such playful antics, unable to withstand too much output. Xiaomu entered the dressing room with anticipation, yet his smile faltered upon seeing a strikingly red long dress hanging on the rack. Most crucially, the garment bore an indistinct image of a colorful phoenix. This was attire reserved solely for the empress, the colorful phoenix and dragon symbolizing imperial authority. "What do you think of this garment?" "Your Majesty, does this vermilion bird resemble a phoenix?" The young girl hinted nervously. If he failed to discern her intentions, he would have wasted years as an emperor. "If you do not try it on, how could I possibly judge?" Xiaomu replied nonchalantly, concealing his inner fury. The young girl had grown increasingly audacious, openly reaching out to the emperor. If her arrogance remained unchecked, the Murong family would undoubtedly rise. "Wanru, come quickly, help me into this," the young girl exclaimed with delight. Oblivious to the emperor's displeasure, a figure moved behind the screen, and a graceful silhouette emerged. Today, Murong Wanru was dressed provocatively, her trendy youthful dress revealing long legs. Her alluring figure was accentuated by the fitted garment, captivating all who beheld her beauty's scheme. Xiaomu raised an eyebrow, realizing the young girl's trap. After years of palace intrigue, she had learned little. Such a young girl could never assume the role of the empress. The authority of a true matriarch requires a wise and cunning strategist. Murong Wanru was already assisting the young girl into the dress, and as she was about to don the phoenix gown, Xiaomu could no longer contain his frustration. He stepped forward from behind the screen and embraced the young girl in his arms. "I still believe that Zilu looks better without it," Xiaomu teased playfully. Hey, let go of me," Murong Zilu protested, struggling to break free, defiantly exclaiming. Yet, how could Xiaomu allow her to escape his grasp? He swiftly pulled Murong Wanru along as they made their way to the bedchamber. Intent on delivering a thorough reprimand to the young girl, with Wanru's presence serving to temper Zilu's audacity, as dawn broke, Xiaomu took his leave, trousers in hand. Yet, he refrained from uttering a single word regarding her elevation to the position of empress. The young girl on the phoenix bed pouted in frustration, turning to glance at Wanru, who lay beneath the covers, her irritation mounting further. "I saw you enjoyed yourself quite thoroughly last night, yet you accomplished not a single task." The girl questioned discontentedly. "I forgot," Murong Wanru replied, bewildered, as she curled deeper into the bedding. "Forgot? How could you forget something so significant? What do you even remember?" The girl was left utterly speechless, her cheeks flushed with both shame and anger as she exclaimed. Recalling the events of the previous night made her want to sink into the ground. "I helped the empress satisfy his majesty. Who would think of anything else at that moment? If the empress does not commend me, must she then reproach me?" The carefree Murong Wanru could no longer contain the young lady's temper, and soon they found themselves embroiled in an argument. Xiaomu, however, had little interest in the inner palace intrigues and returned once more to the Taishui. The refined essence of true energy was ready, and today marked the commencement of live experiments, a pace that could hardly be deemed slow. In the laboratory, the white mice and monkeys were all prepared. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, every living being possesses a dantian and qi. It is not uncommon for animals to attain spiritual awareness or for beasts to transform into demons. Dr. Ein, with utmost caution, injected the refined true energy into a mouse's body. The dosage was merely 1 unit, and theoretically, the mouse should be able to endure it. Dr. Ein exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could finish his sentence, the mouse within the glass cage exploded, its belly bursting and flesh splattering. This was rather awkward. Perhaps it had not opened its meridians. Xiaomu pondered briefly and began to piece together the puzzle. The most crucial aspect of the qi gathering stage was the opening of the meridians. Only upon the opening of the dantian and qi could one be considered a first-layer practitioner of this realm. What does His Majesty mean by opening the meridians? Dr. Ein inquired with a frown. Lacking a spiritual root, he could only theorize about cultivation. However, Xiaomu was different. The process of breaking through the meridians was vividly etched in his memory. Why not continuously channel the spiritual energy into the Tianling vein? Perhaps it will trigger the meridians to open on their own, Xiaomu suggested thoughtfully. The refined true energy, in theory, could also stimulate the opening of the meridians. The Tianling vein was the main artery, directly connecting to the dantian and qi. Given the mouse's diminutive size, they decided to use a monkey for the experiment instead. Dr. Ein accepted this advice. And soon everyone's gaze was once again fixated on the scene. As Dr. Ein injected the true energy, the monkey became exceedingly active, leaping and bounding within its cage. It was alive. However, success remained elusive. Upon inspection, Xiaomu discovered that the monkey's qi and dantian remained as stable as ever, utterly unopened. Continue the infusion. Xiaomu discerned a glimmer of insight and commanded. As the true energy was injected once more, the monkey grew increasingly agitated. Boom! The monkey exploded again, its belly a gruesome sight. It's done for. The prospects appear grim. Xiaomu stepped forward to investigate, his eyes gradually brightening. The dantian and qi had indeed opened. Yet the rejection reaction was severe, leading to the explosion of the qi. Ultimately, it is not the monkey's own cultivated true energy, making it difficult for it to adapt to its dantian and qi. Xiaomu realized, I shall refine it further. The experiment must cease here. Dr. Ein expressed his regret. This time, we made significant progress. Once we resolve the rejection reaction, success is certain, Xiaomu encouraged. Rejection reaction? The term sparked a wave of excitement in Dr. Ein, who suddenly gazed at His Majesty with great joy. True energy possesses a characteristic. It can dissolve the blood of the heart. Perhaps the rejection reaction is related to this. If we attempt to integrate the heart's blood, it should resolve the rejection issue, Dr. Ein exclaimed with delight. Chapter 55. The future warriors of Daxia. The atmosphere in the laboratory became taut with anticipation. All eyes were wide as they observed the experimental monkey within the glass enclosure. The true energy, now infused with the heart's blood, had been administered to the monkey's body, and thus far, it appeared to be thriving. Suddenly, the monkey leaped, delivering a punch that shattered the thick glass. Ha ha! Xiaomu reacted with unexpected elation. Moving forward to knock the monkey out, it was evident that the monkey's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary one, having broken through to the qi-gathering realm. Next, arrangements had to be made for human trials, and this matter needed prompt attention. The Xintian sect may come at any moment. Daxia cannot rely solely on the Emperor's strength, Xiaomu declared with urgency. While the Gatling gun was formidable, the power of cultivators encompassed many dimensions. Once they experienced the might of the Gatling, they would not stand idly by. Practitioners of the true energy realm could fly with their swords, moving at speeds that left mortals bewildered. Ants wielding cannons would always remain ants. The only way to fundamentally address the issue was to enhance the strength of the army. What about the experimental subjects? How should we arrange this? Dr. Ein pondered, his expression contemplative. You overthink it. Qi-gathering practitioners can live for 200 years. Even if you offer the experiment for free, many would eagerly sign a death waiver. Xiaomu chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. Such experiments are undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Many mortals would be eager to seize it. It is best to select experimental subjects from the army. Very well. I shall provide the experimental subjects. You need only focus on conducting the experiments, Xiaomu concluded decisively. The scientists at the Taixue could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Additionally, there was another matter. The experimental model of the powered armor had been developed, inscribed with formations, and powered by spirit stones. According to the theory of cultivation puppets, the armor should be able to harness true energy. However, finding cultivators to where it was currently a challenge, making it impossible to validate the experimental model, Dr. Nyoduin finally spoke up. This is a significant matter. The powered armor, or what could be termed puppet armor, operates on the principles of puppet techniques from the cultivation world. Mortals cannot wear it, of course. However, the number of cultivators in Daxia is limited, and those with spiritual roots are still studying at the university. I shall personally try it on, Xiaomu declared, thumping his chest. The thought alone was exhilarating. Who did not dream of a powered exoskeleton? It was perplexing how the cultivation world had stagnated despite thousands of years of puppet technique development. No one had thought to utilize it for the benefit of the populace. After millennia, not only had they failed to invent automobiles, but they had not even created protective armor for people. Such armor could serve not only military purposes but also have extensive civilian applications. Dangerous jobs like firefighting, diving, and mountaineering all desperately needed such technology. Perhaps, to cultivators, the lives of mortals were worth little. The cultivation world looked down upon mortals, missing out on a significant opportunity for the advancement of cultivation technology. Your Majesty's precious life cannot be treated so lightly. Dr. Nyoduin hastily gestured in refusal. His original intention was to recruit a few students from Kunlun University, never expecting His Majesty to be so generous. Dr. Nyoduin, there is no need for such reluctance. What danger could there be in donning armor? I am far sturdier than those students, Xiaomu replied dismissively. Upon reflection, this reasoning appeared quite sound. The scientists at the Taishue were not well versed in the subtleties of human relationships. Soon, someone was dispatched to retrieve the armor. This set of armor was crafted from mysterious iron, weighing 78 kilograms, with a strength equivalent to a low-grade magical artifact in the cultivation world and a melting point of 5,000 degrees. Akin to the so-called earthly fire of the cultivation realm, Dr. Ein proficiently detailed the parameters of the armor. Xiaomu took one glance and immediately fell in love with it. It was stunning. The entire suit was a dark golden hue, adorned with intricate formations that occasionally shimmered with light. The joints were constructed with interlocking scales, allowing for fluid movement. Upon wearing it, one could distinctly feel the exceptional weight of the armor. Your Majesty can activate the formations, theoretically reducing the armor's weight by 99%, as the spiritual energy carries an anti-gravity function. Dr. Ein confidently explained. Is that so? Xiaomu attempted to activate the formations. And indeed, he felt himself grow lighter. A mere leap sent him several zhang away. Incredible. This is truly a remarkable item. It was entirely powered by his own physical strength and true energy, making it feel utterly unencumbered. A vision of future warriors, the advancements in mechanical dynamics within Daxia were astounding. Your Majesty should attempt to summon true energy, Dr. Ein added excitedly, continually directing the experimental procedures. As the true energy was summoned, the iron hands gleamed with magical light. Boom! With a casual punch, Xiaomu created a massive crater in the ground. The power surpassed even his own efforts, as the puppet technique astonishingly amplified his strength. The experiment had succeeded, yet they had only mastered the basics of puppet techniques. To achieve more advanced technology, they would need to await theoretical breakthroughs. Dr. Ein chuckled amiably. Whether it was the relics of Taoist Qing Shu or the great texts of cultivation, the records of puppet techniques leaned heavily towards the foundational as for those fallen practitioners of the Qi-gathering realm, it was even less likely they possessed any advanced puppet techniques. For the time being, they could only proceed as such. Can the mysterious iron be mass-produced now? Xiaomu inquired, shifting the topic. This was indeed a matter that had not been given due attention, and it suddenly seemed crucial. The spiritual vein mine at Qin Fengling had already commenced extraction, but the melting point of mysterious iron generally exceeded 5,000 degrees. This posed quite the challenge, surpassing Daxia's steel-making capabilities. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The cultivation world utilizes earthly fire to refine mysterious iron, and I have already analyzed the necessary temperatures. Our steel mill merely requires some adjustments to achieve mass production of mysterious iron. Dr. Nyoduin assured confidently. Given that a scientific expert had proclaimed this, Xiaomu naturally placed his trust in him. The reserves of mysterious iron, or within the spiritual vein mine, exceeded 10 billion tons, with 4 to 5 billion tons being extractable. With a ratio of 10 tons of, or yielding 1 ton of mysterious iron, that amounted to several million tons of mysterious iron. The establishment of a cultivation steel flow was just around the corner. I am exceedingly satisfied. Regarding the armor, there are 2 more points for improvement. First, it must be fully enclosed. utilizing a gas mask for breathing. Furthermore, it is essential to isolate oneself from external noise, lest the cultivators employ sound-based attacks. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mu put forth several suggestions, all of which held military significance. Niu Dun nodded in agreement. Additionally, the research findings from the Tai Academy need to be swiftly transformed into theoretical frameworks. Both Kunlun University and Shushan University shall impart these courses, and I shall arrange professorships for you. Xiao Mu, with an open mind, was determined to establish a premier school of cultivation. If the cultivation world truly possessed such vision, it would not have stagnated for tens of thousands of years. In fact, it could scarcely be said that the cultivation world has remained stagnant. It has been in a state of continuous decline. Many ancient techniques and texts have been lost to time. Chapter 56. The Emperor's assassination outside the palace gates. The Tai Academy is merely a street away from the imperial city. Accompanied by a procession of over 100 guards, Xiao Mu made his way from the academy towards the palace. As he stepped onto the main street, he was suddenly taken aback, sensing something amiss. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Dozens of commoners suddenly surged forth from both sides of the street, moving with alarming speed. "Halt! His Majesty approaches. No one is permitted to obstruct," bellowed the captain of the guards. However, the citizens on either side appeared oblivious, instead rushing forward with unnatural, stiff movements. Enemy attack. Engage. Xiao Mu swiftly deduced that these bizarre commoners were devoid of life. The keen senses of a cultivator allowed him to discern the truth. These individuals were unmistakably the undead, yet they continued to move. The sorcery of the cultivation world was indeed unfathomable. The guards reacted swiftly, raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage, yet a chilling realization dawned upon them. The commoners were not slain. Fearless, they pressed on, even as their bodies were ravaged by gunfire. Corpse refinement technique? A flash of insight struck Xiao Mu, who recognized the sorcery at play. If someone was employing animated corpses to assassinate him, it was certain that even more formidable adversaries lay in wait. Urgently, Xiao Mu donned his armor hastily. This was the array-patterned armor from the Tai Academy, which he had appropriated to assist in testing the formations. Insect, perish! A piercing shriek resounded from the street. Almost immediately, a chilling light shot forth, accompanied by a terrifying surge of thunder. Wherever the flying sword passed, the ground was cleaved open. It was too swift. Xiao Mu barely managed to raise his shield before he was sent hurtling backward. As if struck by a tremendous force, the blade pierced through the shield with alarming ferocity. This shield had been acquired from a true essence cultivator, classified as a superior-grade artifact. To be pierced so easily suggested that this flying sword might indeed be a spirit artifact. Only a spirit artifact could diminish the efficacy of a magical tool. With a whoosh, the flying sword, having missed its target, spun back with lethal intent, decapitating a soldier in its wake. The hilt was then grasped once more by a powerful arm. Only then did Xiao Mu catch a glimpse of the assassin. Clad in azure, with eyes like frozen ice, the figure stood several dozen paces away, instilling fear with a mere glance, a true essence realm master. To his astonishment, remnants of the Shintian sect still lingered in the Lingyun realm. It was only logical. The Shintian sect had no reason to account for a mere mortal emperor. When the portal to the secret realm had opened, countless cultivators had sporadically entered. Attack! The azure-clad cultivator roared. On the rooftops flanking the street, a dozen or so spirit-drawing realm cultivators emerged. The flying swords began their merciless harvest. "Ah!" the soldiers cried out in despair. This group had come prepared, having thoroughly assessed the strength of the Great Xia. They first employed animated corpses to deplete ammunition, followed by a surprise assault from the true essence realm. If they did not secure a kill, they would return for a full-scale onslaught. Furthermore, they had meticulously mapped Xiao Mu's route to the Tai Academy. He had underestimated the cultivators. They were indeed superhuman. Clang! Xiao Mu deflected a flying sword with a flick of his hand and gritted his teeth. Sprinting towards the imperial city, the palace was fortified with the 8 gates of locking heaven formation. As long as he could reach the palace, safety was assured. "Bug, you dare flee!" the azure-clad assassin bellowed in rage. Charging towards Xiao Mu with remarkable speed, leaving afterimages in his wake, "I will fight you." Xiao Mu pretended to shout defiantly, as he hurled 2 explosive talismans behind him. His feet, however, were sincere in their haste towards the palace gates. The azure assassin, wielding his flying sword, effortlessly traversed the flames of the explosive talismans unscathed. A true essence realm cultivator's power far surpassed that of the spirit-drawing realm. Protect His Majesty. The Imperial guards atop the palace wall had detected the anomaly. 2 rows of Gatling guns immediately opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets. Humph! Yet the azure assassin remained undeterred, releasing his sword, which hurtled directly towards Xiao Mu's back. Boom! The flying sword struck Xiao Mu's armor, producing a tremendous explosive sound. Xiao Mu was sent spiraling towards the palace gates, akin to a kite severed from its string. Fortunately, the flying sword had pursued him in the same direction he fled, its force insufficient to fully capitalize on the impact. Even so, the armor sustained significant damage, with the blade piercing his left shoulder and blood gushing forth. With no time to assess his wounds, Xiao Mu rolled and dashed through the city gate. He quickly formed seals with his hands, activating the 8 gates of locking heaven formation. The Dog Emperor is fated to survive. How frustrating, the azure assassin begrudgingly ordered. The 10 or so cultivators on the street, disdaining the remaining soldiers, promptly vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A mere few breaths had passed. Xiao Mu, on the brink of death, miraculously salvaged his life. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? The Imperial guards rushed to his side. Without hesitation, Xiao Mu retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He gestured for the soldiers to remain calm, then sat down to meditate. The healing elixirs in the cultivation world were remarkably effective. His wounds quickly ceased bleeding. After circulating his true essence through several cycles, he could visibly see the wounds scabbing over. When Xiao Mu finally opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by people, including the Imperial physician. Although his injuries were not severe, he still allowed the physician to bandage him. By the time everything was settled, the lanterns had begun to illuminate the evening. Exhausted, Xiao Mu made his way to the inner palace. News of the assassination attempt had yet to reach the inner palace, and no one had the audacity to report such grave matters without permission. Upon encountering Consort Yu, she was still radiant with delight, languidly reclining on her couch. Upon seeing His Majesty, she did not bow but instead approached with joyous surprise. I have something to share with you. Xiao Mu began carefully, intending to discuss the assassination attempt to prepare her, especially since Consort Yu and Empress Dong wielded power in the inner palace. I have good news for His Majesty as well. Consort Yu replied, raising her brows with a proud demeanor. Xiao Mu's previously gloomy mood was instantly lifted by her words. Gazing at her alluring figure, he found himself contemplating matters of dual cultivation. My beloved, please do share, he replied with a smile that I am with child. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you are to be a father again. Consort Yu beamed, her voice tinged with pride. She had previously been pregnant, but due to the tragedy involving Tang Minghai, she had suffered a miscarriage from overwhelming sorrow. Since then, there had been no further news until misunderstandings between them were resolved. Wonderful! You are truly my most beloved woman. Let me kiss you, Xiao Mu exclaimed joyfully, cradling her face in his hands. Naturally, the assassination attempt would no longer be mentioned. Chapter 57. An unmentionable secret. With the joyful news of Consort Yu's pregnancy, Xiao Mu dared not pursue dual cultivation any further. Reveling in happiness until the late hours, he finally coaxed the jubilant Consort Yu to sleep. Feeling aflame with desire, he quietly sidestepped the screen and entered a small chamber where the night watch was kept. On the bed, Yulan sprang up immediately, kneeling in greeting. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Yulan's heart raced with trepidation as she gazed anxiously at the Emperor. I have sustained an injury and cannot bathe. I require your assistance, Xiao Mu said with a mischievous smile. The palace maid could not refuse the Emperor's request. Yulan clenched her fists, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. The wound, now scabbed, itched unbearably as they entered the bathing chamber. Xiao Mu soaked in the warm spring water while Yulan carefully unwrapped the bandages. The wound had indeed scabbed over. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for a wound to scab. Yet a cultivator needed only half a day, their constitution vastly superior to that of mortals. I shall assist Your Majesty in cleansing the wound, Yulan said, regaining her composure. She was gentle and handled the injury with great care, even fetching fresh bandages to rewrap the wound. Splashing water, Xiao Mu stepped onto the shore. Yulan, her face flushed, hesitated but ultimately brought forth a towel. Only after drying herself did she let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Xiaomu suddenly reached out, grasping her delicate hand. Yulan trembled in shock and hastily withdrew from his grasp. "I am guilty. My humble self dares not serve the monarch," she declared, kneeling fervently on the ground. "How intriguing, truly fascinating," Xiaomu mused, amused by the existence of such a woman in the palace who was unwilling to serve the emperor, each individual's thoughts so distinct. Seeing the emperor's lack of objection, Yulan cautiously rose, preparing to retreat. However, just as she reached the door, Xiaomu finally spoke. "You harbor feelings for Consort Yu, do you not?" he stated boldly, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yulan froze, her body tensing as she turned in shock to face the emperor. This was the secret she held deep within her heart, now revealed by the emperor's words. "It is a pity, she can satisfy your spirit, but not your body." Diske. Xiaomu teased with a sly grin. With tears in her eyes, Yulan collapsed to the floor. If Consort Yu were to learn of this secret, she was certain the consort would no longer allow her to approach. "I am deeply remorseful for my transgressions, and I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon me. However, I assure you that my heart and soul are devoted solely to the esteemed concubine. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I would never dare harm a single hair on her head," young Lan, with tear-stained eyes, implored. From the moment she laid eyes upon the breathtakingly beautiful enchantress, she fell hopelessly in love with her. This woman, so utterly perfect, caused young Lan to lose herself in her adoration. She cherished the fragrance of the concubine, delighted in the sight of her form, and even the very breath of the concubine intoxicated her like a fine aged wine. She often fantasized about transforming into the concubine, emulating her, becoming her. Such was the depth of her infatuation. "You wouldn't want the concubine to discover your secret, would you?" Xiaomu teased with a seductive smile. "Hiss!" Young Lan gasped in shock, trembling as she rose to her feet. Her nightgown slipped helplessly from her shoulder. This. Xiaomu widened his eyes, realizing he had taken the jest too far. Initially, he merely intended to engage her in conversation, but the sight of her frightened demeanor led her to offer herself willingly. With such a beautiful woman surrendering, Xiaomu found it impossible to refuse. A physical relationship, after all, is a rather reliable bond. Young Lan controlled the inner court's flying flower guards, which was vital for the empire. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomu, with a gentle smile, pulled her into his embrace. As night descended, exquisite ingredients require only simple preparation, and a refined woman only needs slight guidance. The following morning, Xiaomu kissed the slumbering concubine Yu and turned to exit the palace. Young Lan remained humbly bowing as she bid him farewell. "Do you know what I intend to do?" Xiaomu, without looking back, asked softly. "Your Majesty wishes to utilize me to control the inner court's flying flower guards." "I would face fire and water without hesitation," young Lan replied, her gaze lowered. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 13, she had only just witnessed her first night of falling petals, yet never sought the rank of concubine. "You are exceptional. Feel free to express any desires to me. Whatever I can provide, I will certainly grant." Xiaomu solemnly assured her, "I only wish to remain by the side of the concubine. I believe she deserves the position of Empress of the West." Young Lan stated calmly, "Is this true love?" Xiaomu paused, gazing deeply at young Lan. "As you wished, in addition, I shall bestow upon the flying flower guard some properties." "Congratulations on becoming a little wealthy lady," Xiaomu teased, his signature smile in place. "I humbly accept the decree." Young Lan knelt, expressing her gratitude. This time, Xiaomu did not linger, striding toward the palace exit. There remained many significant matters to address, and the absence of a confidant left Xiaomu feeling unsettled. Within the entire imperial palace, only one woman could engage in discussions with the emperor. Xiaomu sought out Yin Susu. The breathtaking fairy in the garden was watering the spirit herbs. Genuine spirit herbs, seeds from the realm of cultivation, reputed to bloom all year round, their fragrance nurturing the body. "My beloved, you are truly elegant." Xiaomu could not help but smile. Before he could finish his sentence, he embraced his first wife from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Your Majesty seems to be in high spirits." Yin Susu pouted in protest. She swiftly turned and struck his shoulder, inadvertently hitting a wound. "Hiss!" Xiaomu winced in pain, releasing his improper embrace. What is the matter? Yin Susu rubbed her shoulder, her expression turning grave as she inquired. It seems I can no longer hide it. Xiaomu could only smile wryly as he recounted the assassination attempt. Let me see the wound. Yin Susu's face darkened, urgency evident in her voice. It's nothing serious. Xiaomu truly wished to avoid causing any trouble. Yet, Yin Susu remained insistent, firmly pulling Xiaomu's hand toward the palace. Upon seeing the sword wound, Susu's eyes reddened instantly. I had thought once you gained the world, you would never be harmed again. Yin Susu spoke with a tone of heartfelt concern, cautiously caressing the area around the wound. Xiaomu, initially intending to dismiss the matter, found himself at a loss for words, his lips sealed. She was so wonderful, so good, that at times Xiaomu felt a pang of inferiority, questioning whether he truly deserved such a remarkable woman. I wish to take you to Qin Feng Ridge for secluded cultivation. Please prepare, and we shall depart tomorrow. Xiaomu shifted the conversation, revealing his intentions. He had desired to invite her previously, but she had steadfastly refused, choosing to remain in the capital for the Yin family. Your Majesty seeks to advance to the true essence realm? Yin Susu, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the implications. Yes, this time I may need to seclude myself for half a year. Xiaomu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Only by enhancing my strength can I adequately confront the Shintian sect. Chapter 58. Ants constructing a throne. After once more covering the wound, Yin Susu finally exhaled in relief. Before entering seclusion, doesn't Your Majesty wish to accomplish something? A cold glimmer flashed in Yin Susu's eyes. Truly, she is the woman of a king. An idea sparked in Xiaomu's mind, and he realized he had indeed been reminded by his first wife. Before we leave, we should at least intimidate these scoundrels, lest they become even more brazen. Xiaomu and his first wife were of one mind. It is not the thieves we fear, but the thieves with ill intent. If we do not teach them a lesson, this matter will never conclude. The leading green-clad cultivator, though possessing true essence realm cultivation, did not dare to storm the palace, indicating his apprehension regarding the palace's formation. Yin Susu began to pace slowly, analyzing the assassination attempt. He may also be terrified of death. These cultivators value their lives immensely. Xiaomu quipped mockingly, cultivating is essentially about prolonging life. As cultivation levels rise, so too does one's lifespan. After perusing various records from the cultivation world, Xiaomu noted the warped worldview of cultivators. On one hand, they pursue immortality, yet on the other, they squander their time. High-level cultivators often enter seclusion for decades, even centuries. Some even resort to blood sacrifices of mortals to enhance their cultivation, ruthlessly taking countless lives. To extend their own lives by a few hundred years, they deprive thousands of the hope of survival. One wonders what meaning such a life holds. Regardless, as long as the palace's formation exhibits no vulnerabilities, he would never dare to risk an assault. Yin Susu's red lips curved into a smile. The couple exchanged knowing glances. My beloved truly resides in my heart. There's nothing I can conceal from you. Xiaomu replied with an alluring smile. The two were aligned in thought, luring the enemy deeper. 2 days swiftly passed. The green-clad assassins remained undeterred, continuously surveying the situation within the imperial city. As the lanterns were lit, on the rooftops beneath the night sky, a dozen cultivators stood like phantoms. The leading green-clad cultivator produced a mirror. As the true essence light flickered, the mirror emitted a subtle glow. Through its reflection, the palace could be seen enveloped in a protective barrier. This is the formation of the imperial city, the 8 Gates Heavenly Lock formation. However, amidst the vast barrier, one area appeared particularly weak. The formation's light flickering intermittently. Elder Liu, this must be a flaw in the formation. The Dog Emperor has only recently begun to harness his qi. He could not possibly comprehend such a profound formation. The nearby dog-headed strategist asserted with conviction. Everyone had discerned the flaw in the palace formation, and excitement stirred among them. However, after several hours of observation, none dared to take action. What if it isn't a flaw? That would be a grave mistake. If you are certain it is a flaw in the formation, then you shall lead the charge. The green-clad cultivator commanded coldly. The dog-headed strategist's face fell, wishing he could slap himself. Let us pretend I didn't say anything. He forced a laugh, declining. What are you afraid of? If the Dog Emperor dares to show himself, we can unleash a flurry of flying swords to cover you. Elder Lu insisted, not allowing for refusal. Wouldn't tea that mean my demise? The dog-headed strategist hastily waved his hands. It's not easy to be gravely injured, let alone die. Elder Lu was determined to send him to his doom. Resolutely assuring, this was indeed awkward. The dog-headed strategist felt a chill run down his spine, never anticipating that a mere slip of the tongue would lead to such a predicament. Perhaps we should wait until the sect opens the secret realm. The Dog Emperor has slain so many, clearly not easy to deal with. The dog-headed strategist weakly sought an excuse. They were remnants of the Xintian sect, trickling into the Lingyun realm. Only after the sect's disciples faced misfortune did they gather together. Elder Lu, being a true Essence Realm cultivator, naturally became their leader. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for merit. They could potentially earn rewards from the sect, such as spirit stones and techniques. Elder Lu encouraged. The arrow is on the bowstring and must be released. Bolstered by courage, the dog-headed strategist cautiously approached the imperial city. I'll accompany you. Elder Lu grumbled irritably. After saying that, he gave him a kick, sending him soaring toward the palace's floor. Whoosh! As luck would have it, the dog-headed strategist landed clumsily in the imperial garden, finding himself utterly alone. Not even the formation had been triggered. Elder Lu. IVE struck gold. This place is the Imperial Garden, and indeed, the Dog Emperor's formation has a flaw. The dog-headed strategist excitedly activated a communication talisman. In recent days, they had speculated on how Xiaomu managed to slay the Xintian sect cultivators. They had indeed stumbled upon a clue. It must be due to the palace's formation that he was capable of such feats, as long as they could evade the Eight Gates Heavenly Lock formation. They were confident in their ability to eliminate Xiaomu. Hee. Fellow disciples, our opportunity for merit has arrived. Let us storm the palace, capture the Dog Emperor's head, and the concubines of the harem shall be at your disposal. Elder Lu exclaimed with unbridled joy, his eyes glinting. The others' eyes sparkled, eagerly awaiting this chance for wealth. Just the dead wealth of Xiaomu alone could secure their comfort for a century. In their view, since Xiaomu had slain hundreds of cultivators, he must have amassed all their resources. This would be a tremendous fortune. With a swift motion, Senior Lu summoned a flying artifact, successfully bringing everyone to solid ground. The crowd nodded with excitement, their gazes drawn to the majestic palace beyond the Imperial Garden. Stepping outside would lead them to the inner court, where the Emperor surely resided. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Countless torches suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and the brilliance of the array in the sky rapidly sealed off any vulnerabilities. Your time of death has come. Xiaomu's resounding voice echoed through the darkness. Immediately following, the relentless sound of a Gatling gun erupted. Flames danced in the shadows, crossfire engulfing an area of several dozen feet. They had fallen into a trap. Senior Lu's scalp tingled with dread as he anxiously looked around. The air was filled with cries of agony. This cursed hidden weapon has shattered my kidney. Retreat, there is an ambush. The cultivators were thrown into a panic, their first instinct to flee. However, it was too late. The firepower of the Gatling gun could not breach their protective shields immediately, yet it swiftly consumed their protective true essence. It was only at this moment that they realized the area was already enveloped by a formation. Ensnaring them within. As per the old rules, Xiaomu had activated the entrapment but refrained from unleashing a killing array or an illusion array. Good steel is meant to be used on the blade. Focus on perfecting the crucial points. Why must you pursue total annihilation, my friend? Since you can draw energy into your body, you are a cultivator, fundamentally different from mere mortals. I can offer you a radiant path to immortality. We are on the same side. Senior Lu grit his teeth, pleading loudly. You are mistaken. I am the Emperor of Mortals, my throne built upon the backs of millions of ants in this chaotic world, which has forged my glory. Protecting the Great Xia is my mission. Those you call ants are my subjects, as their king. I shall safeguard my people, even at the cost of my life. Xiaomu replied with grandeur. Chapter 59. Seclusion to break through to the true essence realm. The character for king, in pictographs, resembles an axe. A true ruler uses force to pacify the world and protect their kin, while also weeding out the strong to aid the weak and maintain fairness. From the very first day of assuming the throne, Xiaomu felt the weight of history pressing down on his shoulders. This is a sense of responsibility that no cultivator could comprehend. The entrapment surrounded the cultivators, ensnaring them in a dire situation. "Assist me in breaking this formation," Senior Lu bellowed through clenched teeth. At this juncture, there was no choice left for the others. Without breaking free from the formation's control, they could only passively endure the assault. United in purpose, they directed all their true essence towards a single point of attack. A chorus of screams erupted as cultivators continued to fall around them. Should their protective true essence falter, the hail of bullets would instantly reduce them to mere dust. As the annihilation loomed, the formation was finally breached. Senior Lu, accompanied by 5 or 6 remaining cultivators, soared into the sky, vanishing into the night in an instant. This outcome was one Xiaomu had anticipated. Although the 8 gates locking heaven formation was formidable, the mastery of the formation could not be too low. As a minor cultivator in the energy-drawing realm, controlling the formation was insufficient to imprison those at the true essence realm. Long live the Emperor! The surrounding guards shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Perhaps moved by Xiaomu's declaration of kingship, they were all stirred with fervor. Xiaomu approached Yulan. The Feihua Guard had made significant contributions this time, and all shall be rewarded. With a grand gesture, Xiaomu declared, "This servant expresses gratitude for your Majesty's grace." Yulan sighed in relief as well. The Feihua Guard's debut performance had been commendable. After calming the soldiers, Xiaomu hurried to meet Yin Susu. Upon seeing the fairy elegantly seated on the couch, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Even Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that after each great battle, he instinctively sought her out first. Once, he believed his heart belonged solely to Yu Miaoxin, yet at this moment, his resolve wavered. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on another victory." Yin Susu approached with a radiant smile, gently helping her husband remove his armor. "We shall depart tomorrow for Qinfeng Ridge to cultivate in seclusion." Xiaomu's heart softened as he spoke in a gentle tone. "I don't wish to." Yin Susu hesitated, wanting to refuse. The Yin family needed her too much. If she left the capital, they might become disoriented, and no refusals. "I will look after the Yin family. I only have one request up from now on. My beloved must hold absolute control over the Yin family." Xiaomu assertively interrupted her. "This servant obeys." Yin Susu complied dutifully. Just then, she gasped as the emperor swept her into his arms. The two made their way toward the sleeping quarters. For this journey to Qinfeng Ridge, Xiaomu specifically chose to travel by carriage, bringing along a beautiful companion to relish the splendid scenery of spring. The path was adorned with blooming flowers, and both were in high spirits. The Kunlun University and Shushan University, established by the emperor, had nurtured countless cultivators. How would the court arrange for them in the future? Yin Susu always knew the right moments to bring up suitable topics. Following the emergence of cultivators, the world underwent tremendous changes. The inner court's Feihua Guard and the outer court's Tianjin Guard. "Once I stabilize matters with the Xintian sect, I will surely ensure that cultivators remain distanced from mortals. Transcending the mundane is what cultivators ought to pursue," Xiaomu stated emphatically with a smile. Cultivators are far too dangerous, an undeniable factor of social instability. The appearance of any rogue cultivator could lead to the slaughter of countless mortals, leaving them utterly defenseless. Have you ever considered that cultivators cannot be on equal footing with mortals? Yin Susu's words, gentle as water, nonetheless rendered Xiaomu unable to smile. He had vaguely contemplated this, yet never considered allowing cultivators to supersede mortals. However, upon reflection, looking at the issue from a realistic standpoint, Xiaomu could only smile wryly. Cultivators, strictly speaking, were indeed another species, or rather, they were superhumans. It was akin to placing a human in the realm of monkeys. Unless that human were a saint, they would inherently struggle to accept the world of monkeys. Humans can create fire and cook, looking down upon the raw existence of monkeys. Humans wield weapons capable of apocalyptic destruction, dismissing the claws and stones of monkeys. Born unequal, I am powerless to change that, Xiaomu admitted dejectedly, acknowledging that even the emperor could not resolve this matter. The overwhelming power of cultivators assured their elevated status. Your Majesty's system of aristocratic capital, I wholeheartedly agree, if that is the case. Let cultivators possess wealth and power. What the emperor can do is safeguard the lives and properties of the common mortals. Yin Susu exhaled like an orchid, leaning closer to the emperor's gaze. Seeing her so near was breathtakingly enchanting. Xiaomu embraced her, remaining silent for a while as the carriage rolled forward. Perhaps it was destiny, for the aristocratic capital was indeed the ultimate answer for the great Xia. Xiaomu nodded, filled with sentiment. Only in this manner could cultivators coexist peacefully with mortals, distancing themselves from mundane life. There exists no absolute equality in this world. Even on a planet where all are born equal. Some are born as the privileged children of wealthy nations, while others emerge from impoverished slums. Places like Lowly Island and Daddy's Party are merely manifestations of the wealthy's dominion over the poor. Are they not? Moreover, in the inherently unequal realm of cultivation, achieving equality is but a fool's dream. Regardless of the circumstances, Your Majesty is undoubtedly the greatest emperor in history. When the time comes for the immortal dynasty, Your Majesty shall also be the most illustrious immortal emperor, Yin Susu teased playfully. The beauty's jest stirred Xiaomu's heart. Shouldn't the beloved consort bear an heir for the greatest immortal emperor? Xiaomu teased suggestively. This is a carriage. What is there to fear? I have set up a barrier. No sound can be heard from outside, though not, beauty, you cannot escape. The sounds of their playful banter echoed within the carriage. Upon arriving at Qinfeng Ridge, Xiaomu promptly arranged for seclusion. The gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the energy drawing realm is but a hair's breadth, to be precise. The 10th level is not significantly stronger than the 9th. It merely signifies readiness to break through to the true essence realm. Qinfeng Ridge boasts a Dezong spiritual vein, abundant in natural spiritual energy. Xiaomu did not prepare any elixirs, opting instead to rely solely on his own cultivation to break through. This path is the most arduous in the realm of cultivation, yet the rewards are equally immense. Achieving a breakthrough through one's own cultivation solidifies the foundation, free from future concerns. Elixirs, after all, carry the risk of poison. Excessive use would muddle the true essence. Yin Susu also commenced her cultivation. She had already reached the 3rd level of the energy drawing realm. With the ice root talent, her prowess would explode with diligent practice. Moreover, the technique Xiaomu prepared for her was hailed as the world's strongest ice root technique. Chapter 60. The young woman of the Mu family blossoms. Time flew by, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Within a palace on Qinfeng Ridge, the surroundings were shrouded in spiritual mist. Xiaomu sat in meditation. He slowly opened his eyes. After 6 months of arduous training, he had finally ascended to the true essence realm. The true essence realm signifies the transformation of spiritual energy into essence, with the starry clouds of the energy sea now circulating with primordial force. Strictly speaking, there is no qualitative change between the true essence realm and the energy drawing realm. It is merely that the spiritual essence has grown significantly stronger. This seclusion involved a month of nurturing his physical and spiritual state, followed by another month to advance to the 10th level. Subsequently, he spent 3 months striving for the true essence realm, and the final month was dedicated to solidifying his cultivation. It had been remarkably smooth. Finally, he could emerge from seclusion, and Xiaomu felt a surge of mischief. Whoosh! As he summoned his true essence, he swiftly appeared at the palace entrance. His speed was akin to lightning, an unparalleled presence even among early true essence realm cultivators. It seemed that training in all 360 acupoints had allowed his foundational cultivation to reach its zenith. Xiaomu arrived at the plaza, releasing his divine sense. Within a Tinjiang radius, not even an ant could pass unnoticed by his probing senses. Truly, true essence realm cultivators were extraordinary. An average true essence realm cultivator could only detect within a radius of 3 zhang. Tinjiang was already the limit for the true essence realm. Furthermore, divine sense differs from cultivation. Its enhancement through training is negligible. Only by breaking through to a higher realm can one achieve a qualitative change in their divine sense. Xiaomu was exceedingly pleased with his cultivation. Yet he harbored a singular regret. His spells remained rather feeble, up to this moment. Aside from the basic techniques of water condensation, shielding, and sword control, he was unable to wield any other offensive spells. Not to mention the formidable secret arts. Strolling leisurely, Xiaomu arrived at the palace where his elder wife was in seclusion. Upon discreetly probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that Su Su was still deep in meditation, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. However, after his advancement, his restless heart found no solace. Xiaomu affixed an invisibility talisman and made his way to the nearby Kunlun University. with the enhancement of his true essence realm cultivation. He could practically traverse the campus unimpeded, as no one could penetrate his invisibility technique. In the square, a throng of students had gathered. Enough, today. I shall not teach you the respect due to your teachers. This mathematics class is beyond salvaging, echoed a voice from afar. As Xiao Mu inched closer, he discerned an agitated teacher reprimanding a young girl. The girl's cunning gaze and mischievous grin revealed her as a troublemaker. While the teacher scolded her, she nonchalantly bounced her leg, treating the situation with utter disregard. Were it not for her striking appearance, even the bystanders would have been tempted to chastise her. The adage beauty is justice held a grain of truth. Teacher, the Princess Mu is bullying us, causing us to fall into the latrine, a male classmate, with damp hair, indignantly reported. Fell into the latrine? Such a grotesque predicament. Xiao Mu could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. Observing the boy's wet hair, he believed his claim to be somewhat credible. Such a misfortune would leave a lingering stench that could not be washed away easily. Oh dear. One may eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. You ventured into the men's restroom. How could I, a lady, be responsible for your fall? The girl retorted with a dismissive tone, inciting the unfortunate boy's fury. You used a talisman to blow up the latrine's wooden seat, he exclaimed, his voice rising in fervor. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and even the invisible Xiao Mu nearly broke his composure. The situation was simply too comical. Without evidence, do not speak recklessly, the princess replied with an air of confidence. A princess by the name of Mu? Xiao Mu had a hunch about her identity. In all of Great Xia, only the Mu royal family bore that surname. He had a long-standing acquaintance with the esteemed Lord Mu, a formidable figure who aspired to dominate the realm but had faltered in his ambitions. The Mu family had reigned supreme for many years, yet their power had grown at a sluggish pace. Eventually, after Xiao Mu had swept through the territories, the Mu family made a bold move and surrendered without a fight. Grateful for the fewer casualties, Xiao Mu conferred upon them the title of prince. In Great Xia, there were but 4 families of foreign princes, all of whom were dukes. The Mu family, originally of the rightful Wu lineage, had been astute enough to petition the emperor to downgrade their title to duke after only a few years. Xiao Mu, not one to eliminate entirely, granted the Mu family the privilege of hereditary nobility. As he pondered, the teacher and students resumed their quarrel. Silence. Our university is open to all, whether a princess or a commoner. I treat everyone equally. Since you claim the restroom was tampered with by the princess, I shall go and investigate, the teacher declared. Feeling a headache coming on, it was a formidable challenge to discipline the princess. A true wild card. I shall not enter. The teacher has ordered me to stand here. I am quite obedient, the princess protested, her eyes darting around as she mumbled. With no other option, the mathematics teacher led the unfortunate boy into the restroom for inspection. The architectural technology of Great Xia had advanced significantly, and the restroom was robustly constructed of concrete. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from within, followed by a cloud of black smoke. What on earth? How many explosive talismans did this mad girl bury in the latrine? Even Xiao Mu found himself laughing at the absurdity. Mu Qianqian, I shall not let you off easily, the math teacher shouted, his hair singed and his body covered in filth. The unfortunate boy beside him was even worse off, having evidently fallen into the muck, rendering him unrecognizable. It wasn't intentional, the princess exclaimed, her eyes wide as she waved her hands in denial. Before she could finish her sentence, she took off running. If the teacher caught her, she would be in serious trouble. Her cultivation was commendable, even surpassing that of the teacher, and she swiftly evaded capture. Soon, she dashed out of the school gate, leaving no trace behind. What a talent! Xiao Mu sighed quietly. There was no other choice for him. He had to pursue her. With his true essence realm cultivation, he was on her heels in mere breaths, quickly spotting the princess's figure. This cunning girl had run along the wall after exiting the gate, losing her pursuers in an instant. The Qin Feng Ridge was still underdeveloped, and beyond the school gates lay desolate mountains. Xiao Mu was in no rush, following her at a distance. It was not until they entered a hidden valley that he saw the wild girl pause. She casually plucked a tuft of grass and hung it from her mouth, finding a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. What a stroke of luck! I stumbled upon a beautiful maiden in this wilderness, Xiao Mu remarked, revealing himself with a teasing smile. The princess, reclining on a large stone, quickly straightened up, pouting. She scrutinized Xiao Mu from head to toe. "Whoever you are, disappear quickly. Do not disturb me," Mu Qianqian retorted indifferently. Xiao Mu also plucked a piece of grass and placed it in his mouth, lying beside her on the stone. "Are you also a student of Kunlun University?" he asked casually. Mu Qianqian shrugged, dismissively. With thousands of students at Kunlun University, it was not surprising that she had never seen him before. Xiao Mu smiled broadly, neither confirming nor denying his status. Given his youthful appearance, he could easily be mistaken for a student. The students at Kunlun University were all individuals with spiritual roots, ranging in age from 6 to 60. Those too young had to be nurtured while being taught, and those too old found it difficult to cultivate further. According to the Xintian sect, cultivators found it exceedingly challenging to cultivate after the age of 36. However, Xiao Mu was undeterred by such notions and offered them a chance. "I personally witnessed you setting the explosive talismans," Xiao Mu boldly asserted, embarking on a shakedown. "Indeed, the princess is still rather naive," he thought, as a fleeting look of alarm crossed her youthful face. Hey, do you really want to incite my wrath? You might want to keep your mouth shut," Mu Qianqian shot back, rising to her feet, her beautiful eyes narrowing down on Xiao Mu. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu gestured at his mouth, mimicking a zipper. He then gazed at the princess with a mischievous smile. "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall not pursue any grievances for your offense," she declared, nonchalantly resuming her seat on the ground. It was evident that her mood was less than delightful. "Why not just return and apologize? The school is hardly a terrifying prison. A few words of reprimand from the teacher would soon pass," Xiao Mu suggested, raising an eyebrow, nearly bursting with laughter. "What do you know? School is far worse than a prison. If it weren't for that foolish monarch creating this dreadful institution, I would still be enjoying life at the Mu estate." Mu Qianqian pouted, her frustration palpable, spoiled and unruly. Xiao Mu discerned that this princess was even more difficult to handle than his own headstrong daughter. "Is it appropriate for us to criticize the emperor?" "The current emperor is a paragon of greatness," he interjected, unable to resist defending the sovereign. Mentioning the phrase paragon of greatness filled him with pride. "Nonsense. If I were to meet him, I would surely make him call me sister," the princess boasted, pointing to herself with an air of arrogance. Well, strictly speaking, that would be an act of treason against the sovereign. Such words would certainly earn you a whipping. Although Great Xia is relatively open in expression, slandering the emperor is not without consequence. "What grievances do you harbor against the emperor?" Xiao Mu pressed, his curiosity piqued while trying to suppress his amusement. And my grandfather was also a hero who dominated his region. After the establishment of Great Xia, he was ultimately granted the title of duke. "I see that infuriating," the princess declared boldly. Truly, she was a fearless young lady. Should Lord Mu discover her audacity to speak such words in front of the emperor, he would likely contemplate his demise. Mu Qianqian's grandfather was a generation older than Xiao Mu, having passed away shortly after the founding of the dynasty. The current Lord Mu was her father. These were matters of old. Yet wasn't he the princess living quite well in her opulence? Xiao Mu remarked, "You seem to enjoy your life of luxury." The reason he established Kunlun University was to ensure I was sent to this godforsaken place. "I have shown remarkable loyalty to my country by not blowing it up," Mu Qianqian insisted defiantly. Indeed, she was quite the headstrong princess, utterly unreasonable. "Let us refrain from discussing that foolish monarch and return to the school," Xiao Mu concluded, unable to continue the conversation, rubbing his nose in resignation. "Return? You may go back, but I plan to wander around a bit. I might even check out the ghost town," Mu Qianqian replied, her tone tinged with defiance. She was evidently contemplating running away from home, dismissing the idea of returning to that wretched school. "The ghost town you speak of wouldn't happen to be Qinling City, would it?" Xiao Mu remarked, pinching his brow in exasperation. The spiritual veins of Qin Feng Ridge were situated at the cuts of the mountains on either side, making it a strategic location. During the years of contention for supremacy, Xiao Mu had traversed this area multiple times. Originally, there had been a city here, but it had long since crumbled into ruins. "Are you interested? I have heard that this place is often haunted," Mu Qianqian whispered conspiratorially. If Xiao Mu were truly a fervent youth of 20, he might have indeed fallen under her spell. few young men can resist the advances of a beautiful princess. As for the haunting occurrences, did the court not issue a proclamation? It is all the doing of the bottomless pit, which has now been sealed off. Xiaomu calmly declined. Beneath the pit lies a formation that connects to the 9 abysses. And it has indeed caused several significant disturbances. The court has already taken measures to address this issue. What I am referring to is not this. Hundreds of years ago, in Qinling City, tens of thousands perished in a single night. I have heard that it was the king of hell's spectral soldiers who borrowed a path, and it was precisely because Qinling City obstructed their route that such a calamity befell them. The princess speaks with an air of mystery that is utterly captivating. Xiaomu, however, is not swayed by such ghostly tales. The more credible account of Qinling City's sudden disappearance is that it was a massacre amidst chaos. Perhaps the forces behind the killings concocted a grand deception for their own reputation. I refuse to go. Xiaomu stated with an impassive expression. His patience had worn thin. Remaining with this eccentric girl would surely drive him to madness. Just as he planned to restrain her and compel her return to school, footsteps echoed from the valley. Immortality. I knew you would be here. The voice belonged to a familiar face, Yan Yizhen, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Upon their reunion, she appeared as a vision of beauty. Xiaomu was nearly left speechless. She was as enchanting as a deity, pure and ethereal. Like a fairy atop a mountain, her demeanor as cool as the moon in the 9th heaven. Her features seemed sculpted by divine hands, exquisite beyond compare, especially her enchanting peach blossom eyes, glistening with starlight. Had she been more developed, her mere presence might have ensnared the very souls of those who beheld her. She was a beauty worthy of poetry. Mind your own business. Do not presume that being the school belle makes you remarkable. This princess has no interest in beauty, Mu Qianqian retorted, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Yet Yan Yizhen seemed unfazed, gazing in astonishment at the princess's side, where the emperor stood. Your Majesty? Yan Yizhen intended to speak. Xiaomu, quick as lightning, gestured behind the princess, signaling her to refrain from revealing his identity. The princess had already divulged too much treasonous information. He dared say the emperor would not take kindly to hearing such things. It would be politically perilous for the Mu family, as a misstep could incite turmoil. Chapter 62. The Missing Scholars of Daxia. Yan Yizhen comprehended. I referred to him as classmate Junshang. Do you not recognize him? Yan Yizhen spoke with an ethereal tone befitting a celestial being. Such a demeanor undoubtedly marked her as the school belle. Young men often lose their wits. The more aloof and elevated the fairy, the more they yearn for her. Junshang. Your name is rather unappealing. Mu Qianqian shrugged nonchalantly. Well, what else could one expect? Hoping the princess would utter something kind is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Have you seen Yu Haoran? He has been searching for you with several male classmates. The heartlink talisman has extinguished. Only then did Yan Yizhen broach the matter at hand. What? The heartlink talisman is a mutual sensing talisman. A spell learned by Daxia from Xuantian Gong. Its extinguishment is a serious matter. That broken thing loses its efficacy beyond 10 miles. What is so surprising about it being extinguished? Perhaps that infatuated fool has wandered off to Go City. The princess placed her hands on her hips, offering a tenuous excuse. Not only would others find her words hard to believe, but even she felt unconvinced after speaking. Why Yu Haoran was not a reckless individual. He was known for his steadiness in the genius class, serving as the class leader. As for the princess calling him a licking dog, it was due to his infatuation with Yan Yizhen, rendering him immobile upon seeing his goddess. If he were to perish, you would bear the consequences. Yan Yizhen spoke coldly, her words laced with a subtle threat. Impressive. This child, deprived of affection since childhood, has developed a personality as unyielding as stone. Hey, what are you saying? Speaking of death so casually. Besides, what concern is it of this princess if a licking dog meets his end? Mu Qianqian pouted in discontent. The situation was escalating. Xiaomu furrowed his brow, sensing that things were amiss. Only a few hours had passed since the princess escaped from school, and already another had gone missing. Let us follow them. The school must be searching for them. Xiaomu pondered briefly before making a decision. The sooner, the better. These children might be in danger. Qinling Ridge is desolate, with the nearest village over 10 miles away. The last signal from the Heartlink talisman should have come from the direction of Go City. Yan Yizhen turned her head to speak. Her words were clearly directed at Xiaomu, providing detailed information. However, the princess appeared quite pleased. See, this princess has long said that those unfortunate children have ventured into Go City. Mu Qianqian declared triumphantly. Our cultivation is relatively high at school. We cannot rely on others. We must hasten there ourselves. Xiao Mu mused. Yu Haoran is also related to the Yu concubine. It is only fitting that we check on him. Kunlun University has a distinctive trait. The teachers are often outmatched by the students. Especially in the genius class, each possesses remarkable cultivation. For instance, Yin Yizhen, whose Wujing sacred body has reached the 8th layer of Qi induction, possesses a speed that could astonish the heavens and elicit tears from ghosts, nearly matching Xiao Mu's own pace. Very well. This princess does not wish to hear another word. Let us hunt ghosts. I mean, let us search for people. Mu Qianqian's eyes brightened. Her mood inexplicably lifted. She had figured it out. This was a troublesome spirit. Xiao Mu's lips twitched, ultimately remaining silent as he followed her towards Go City. The journey of several miles was swiftly traversed, the trio moving with a grace akin to gliding across the grass. However, the deeper they ventured, the more apprehensive they became. The heart-linked talisman in Yin Yizhen's possession had not sensed their missing classmates. Halt! If we proceed any further, we will reach Go City. Xiao Mu had to intervene and stop them. Gazing into the distance, the crumbling remnants of the city walls were visible. At that moment, the sun was setting, casting a particularly melancholic beauty over the desolate city. The heart-linked talisman remained dormant. Entering the city recklessly would be perilous. We shall return tomorrow. Yin Yizhen's brow quirked slightly. Cold-hearted and aloof. Poor Yu Haoran. To be infatuated with such an ice goddess is indeed unfortunate. It was evident that Yin Yizhen did not care much for Yu Haoran's fate. Now that we are here, shall we not venture inside for a look? The princess, eager for adventure, urged, if you wish to go, you may. I shall return with Jun Shang. Yin Yizhen offered no concessions, refusing without hesitation. Shu? Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. As a cultivator in the true essence realm, his senses were far superior to that of those in the Qi induction realm. He had already discerned something amiss. The two beautiful girls quickly fell silent. After a brief moment, several figures appeared near the dilapidated city gate. Thanks to his extraordinary hearing, Xiao Mu could even make out their conversation. Hang that unfortunate soul up. Heh. Just wait for the big fish to bite. This young master is delicate and tender. Even I, a man, am tempted to try. Heh. College girls are truly delightful. I have already marked a few enticing ones. Ha ha ha. This group of individuals laughed and talked shamelessly. They were still at work, binding a young man with ropes and slowly hoisting him up to the city tower. Yu Haoran? Xiao Mu recognized the unfortunate soul being bound. It was the very person they were seeking. He. The licking dog has met his match today. This princess shall save him, and he must call me senior sister. The princess even managed to laugh, speaking with carefree abandon. Having said this, she intended to charge forward. But Xiao Mu caught her arm, nearly causing her to tumble. What are you doing? The princess grumbled in annoyance. Be cautious. It is a trap. They are clearly setting a bait, waiting for someone to come to the rescue. Xiao Mu's calmness was unnerving. His voice had taken on an eerily tranquil tone, devoid of any fluctuation. This was a habit formed from years on the battlefield. We are cultivators. If we can fight, we shall. If we cannot, we shall flee. The princess retorted defiantly. She had trained for over half a year, eager to showcase her skills. The princess was not one to shy away from trouble. There are ambushes atop the city tower. Xiao Mu's keen sight caught sight of the danger, pointing towards the tower. The tower had collapsed significantly. Shadowy figures flitted through the broken doors and windows. What then? The princess replied, her enthusiasm waning. Only Xiao Mu recognized the perilous nature of this place. Even the ropes binding Yu Haoran were forged from unbreakable dark iron chains. I know of a route that can lead us into the city. Let us first ascertain the situation, which may allow us to rescue him unexpectedly. Xiao Mu said with a mysterious smile, if anyone in this world knows Qinling City well, it is undoubtedly Xiao Mu. He had once attacked this crumbling city and had even garrisoned it. As the commanding general, one must be intimately familiar with the terrain. The trio concealed themselves in the underbrush, cautiously approaching the city. Before they could draw near the city walls, Xiao Mu circled a few times and located a secret passage into the city. You are quite capable. the princess exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Once again, they had arrived at her favorite moment of adventure, and the princess was undeniably thrilled. Chapter 63. The Carnival of Corpse Puppets. Most cities possess secret passages, typically leading directly to the Lord's manor. With a crack, a floor tile was pried open, and Xiaomu emerged first from the dilapidated Lord's manor. How thrilling! As soon as the princess stepped out, she exclaimed with glee. The other two could hardly suppress their desire to cover her mouth. The Lord's manor was modest, consisting of only 3 courtyards. Let us explore the inner courtyard. Xiaomu, having already devised a plan, eagerly suggested. At this moment, the sun had set, and the lights were just beginning to flicker on. Qinling's city lay shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere exceedingly eerie. This small town, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, has stood empty for centuries. Suddenly, upon entering the inner courtyard, the sharp crack of a whip pierced the air. A man was seen relentlessly striking a woman with a whip. Strangely enough, the woman appeared utterly unresponsive, standing there as if resigned to her torment. The force of the blows was substantial, leaving her in tattered clothing, yet she remained silent. 3 individuals concealed within the foliage watched this bizarre spectacle with widened eyes. From within a dilapidated building in the courtyard, another man emerged. "Brother, why are you beating a corpse?" he mumbled. "At a corpse? The woman is clearly standing. Why call her a corpse?" Xiaomu scrutinized the scene more closely, indeed finding no signs of life in the woman. Unfortunately, her back was turned to them, making it difficult to discern her condition. "I have a taste for this sort of thing. When the Master of Heaven emerges from his retreat, it would be time to procure some fresh corpses for my enjoyment," the man wielding the whip replied nonchalantly. "What kind of perversion is this? There are even those with a penchant for whipping corpses. We must hurry and drive the corpse puppets to the city gate. We might capture a few female university students in the next couple of days." Heh. The man, who referred to himself as Little Brother, grinned with an ambiguous smile. "I have no interest in the living. Let us kill them first, and then they are mine." Ha ha ha. The older brother burst into mad laughter. The two quickly returned indoors, illuminating the space. Following closely, a steady stream of corpse puppets emerged from within. This time, Xiaomu observed more clearly. Most of these corpse puppets were already decayed, moving with stiff, unnatural strides. The methods of cultivators are indeed terrifying. Back when he was in the capital, Xiaomu had encountered such corpse puppets before. At that time, a cloaked assassin had used them to attempt an assassination. These horrifying creations were crafted through brutal means. The art of corpse refinement often required torturing the living to death, allowing vengeful souls to cling to the corpses. Then, the bodies would be transformed into puppets, controlled through corpse-driving spells. "Let us deal with these 2 fools first," Xiaomu's gaze darkened, decisively commanding. "Only by taking them down one by one do we stand a chance to save the woman. If we wait until they gather at the city gate, it will only complicate matters." And no sooner had he spoken, Xiaomu charged forward, drawing his flying sword and thrusting it at them. Clang! Both men possessed some cultivation. The older brother narrowly managed to block Xiaomu's attack with a shield. However, the overwhelming power of the true essence realm swiftly overwhelmed him. "What the hell?" the older brother screamed in terror. His body hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. His bones shattered, he struggled to rise. Seeing this, the younger brother turned to flee. Unfortunately, he ran directly into the path of the princess and Yan Yizhen. His cultivation was pitiful, merely at the first level of qi induction, making him no match for them. "Ah!" he cried out, his head severed in an instant. "I say, woman, you are rather ruthless," the princess exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Having missed her chance to strike, Yan Yizhen barely acknowledged her, turning her gaze toward Xiaomu. "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these corpse puppets?" Yan Yizhen inquired calmly. "Lock them inside the building and set it ablaze. This way, those at the city gate will undoubtedly come to rescue them, and we can take advantage of the chaos to save the woman." Xiaomu regarded her with appreciation, remarking, "Individuals like Yan Yizhen, with such a temperament, are naturally suited for the battlefield. A splendid idea. Did not expect you to possess some wit. You qualified to be this princess's aide." Yu Qianqian's eyes sparkled, smiling as she chimed in. The 3 swiftly took action, employing their true essence techniques to herd a dozen or so corpse puppets back into the house. They then transported all the dry kindling from the courtyard inside. The cultivators worked with remarkable speed, finishing the task in a mere quarter of an hour. Only then did the princess leisurely crouch down, observing the older brother, who was gasping for breath. You enjoy corpses? Do you not? This princess, in her benevolence, is allowing you to join them. The princess grinned mischievously, revealing her pearly teeth as she spoke. Coughing, the older brother attempted to speak but could only splutter blood. No need to thank me. This princess is truly a good person, Mu Qianqian declared, infuriatingly. As soon as she finished her sentence, she seized the older brother by his collar and threw him into the room filled with corpse puppets. Do you think he is grateful to you? Yan Yizhen observed, her lips twitching in disbelief at the mad girl's antics. Between beauties, most of the time. It's a battle of wits, of course. He will thank me. He loves corpses, and I have thrown him into a pile of them. There's no fault to find. The princess shrugged, pouting in response. Whoosh! Xiao Mu had already ignited a fierce blaze with his true essence. The house was immediately engulfed in flames. The fire, being a manifestation of yang energy, caused the corpse puppets to become agitated, quickly spiraling out of control. Ah! The older brother's screams echoed from within as he realized that the corpse puppets had been reduced to their primal hunting instincts. Countless corpse puppets surged forward, tearing him apart mercilessly. The three quickly fled, making their way through a narrow alley toward the city gate. The sounds of footsteps were audible on the street. The Qinling city was in chaos. Unexpectedly, there were still quite a few of them, as they encountered at least a dozen cultivators along the way. However, the trio skillfully avoided detection as they navigated the alley, successfully slipping past them. The city gate was just a few miles away, and they arrived swiftly. There are still corpse puppets. Xiaomu scanned the area, finally identifying the figures moving atop the city walls. Dozens of corpse puppets lingered there. These utterly depraved beings had undoubtedly engaged in nefarious practices for an extended period. Aid, what shall we do now? The princess inquired, her excitement palpable, showing no signs of panic. This mad girl seemed to revel in the prospect of chaos. While the cultivators are away, let us first eliminate these evil entities, Xiaomu resolved quickly. The three dashed forward at full speed. Two cultivators remained stationed on the city wall and immediately spotted their presence. Hudat came a loud inquiry from atop the wall. Xiaomu remained silent, unleashing his flying sword in a flurry. The rigid corpse puppets were swiftly cut down, two collapsing to the ground. Chapter 64. Qinling Ridge has experts. The cultivators had rushed to extinguish the fires. Leaving the corpse puppets without direction, the trio sliced through the remaining foes as they ascended the inner staircase of the city wall. What level of cultivation do you possess? This is simply too formidable. The princess exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Xiaomu. At this moment, Xiaomu was clad in armor, his flying sword gleaming with a half-foot-long blade of cold light, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Wherever he went, the limbs of the corpse puppets flew in all directions. I am, of course, a bit stronger than you, little girl, Xiaomu replied with a nonchalant smile. His words struck a nerve with the princess. Frustrated, she stepped forward, her flying sword severing the neck of a puppet. In the midst of their banter, the trio had already reached the top of the city wall. Halt! You are trespassing on the domain of the Black Cloud Rogue. Intruders will surely meet a grim fate. Two cultivators emerged from within the wall, the leader shouting a menacing warning. Black Cloud Rogue? I have never heard of it. Are there other cultivators in the Lingyun realm? These individuals do not resemble members of the Xintian sect at all. Oh dear. What is this Black Cloud Rogue? I have never even heard of it. You have offended this princess. You might as well surrender. Mu Qianqian retorted boldly, hands on her hips. Eliminate them. The leader's face contorted with rage as he spat the command through clenched teeth. Instantly, corpse puppets surged forth from all around. These puppets moved with remarkable agility, clearly under the control of the two cultivators. Such petty skills dare to flaunt themselves here. Watch my mighty celestial dragon, Xiaomu declared confidently, feeling assured of victory. He conjured dozens of explosive talismans, unleashing them toward the corpse puppets like a rain of flowers. Boom, boom. The city wall was engulfed in explosions and flames. Xiaomu's cultivation far surpassed theirs, and the explosive talismans left them no room to evade, sending the puppets flying in all directions. Whoosh! Xiaomu moved like lightning, effortlessly breaching the city wall. With a single stroke, He severed the leader's neck, his flying sword poised at the throat of the other cultivator. The latter was instantly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "I did not expect you to be a practitioner of the true essence realm," the cloaked cultivator stammered, pleading for mercy. "I was merely following orders." "Following orders? Whose command have you been obeying? Who instructed you to act this way?" Xiao Mu inquired coolly, slightly rotating his sword. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through. Xiao Mu abruptly turned, gazing toward the rooftops within the city. A shadow flitted across the remnants of the broken walls beneath the moonlight, resembling a bat in flight. Such an imposing presence. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, quickly entering the city wall and standing a mere 10 feet away. "There is another expert." Xiao Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing that the individual's cultivation was formidable. This one, too, was at the true essence realm. Foolish, without hesitation, Xiao Mu swiftly cut the throat of his captive, ensuring no complications arose. The shadow opposite him appeared momentarily stunned, before its eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. "How foolish, if I am not mistaken. You must be the Emperor of Daxia," the shadow declared, revealing Xiao Mu's identity. Standing in the moonlight, cloaked in black and enveloped in swirling dark mist, it was evident that this individual practiced sinister arts. A ruthless demeanor palpable even to the naked eye. "I am Xiao Mu. May I ask how to address you, my friend?" Xiao Mu inquired, maintaining his composure, as a fellow practitioner of the true essence realm. Victory in battle was uncertain. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own situation. He had few spells at his disposal and limited chances of success in a duel. "I am called the Black Cloud Rogue. In the Lingyun realm, I am the true sovereign." "Ha ha ha!" The shadow laughed maniacally, its arrogance palpable. Black Cloud Rogue, that name sparked a realization within Xiao Mu. Once, the Taoist Huiro had mentioned that records from the sect spoke of 2 true essence realm predecessors entering the Lingyun realm. Aside from Taoist Qingshu, there was another rogue cultivator known as Xiao Yun Sanren. "What is your relationship with Xiao Yun Sanren?" Xiao Mu inquired calmly. "You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. I never imagined you had even heard of the name of my ancient and immortal master." A cold smile crept across the lips of the Black Cloud Hermit. "So it is. Xiao Yun Hermit must have already passed into the void. Yet he left behind a disciple. This fellow is clearly no good, and I can only wonder how many lives he has harmed over the years. The Lingyun realm is merely a mundane world. Since you have achieved success in your cultivation, why not simply depart from Lingyun realm?" Xiao Mu replied indifferently. "Why should I go to the realm of immortals? Here, I am the king of the night. I can kill whomever I wish, and those I command to kneel cannot stand. Why should I venture to the realm of immortals to become a mere shrimp?" The Black Cloud Hermit retorted with arrogance. It must be said that his sentiments indeed echoed those of a segment of cultivators. Alas, the common folk are doomed, mere ants in their eyes. Now that the Daxia dynasty is established, it would be wise for you to exercise some restraint. Xiao Mu countered unexpectedly. "That is precisely why I deem you foolish. What joy is there in becoming the emperor of those ants? They are but humble insects, born solely to amuse me." The Black Cloud Hermit dismissed him with disdain. Mid-sentence, his gaze flickered with lust as he set his sights on the 2 beautiful maidens who had followed along. "Oh, not blame me for not providing you with a way out. Offer me these 2 young ladies, and after I have had my fill, perhaps my mood will improve." The Black Cloud Hermit spoke shamelessly. This infuriated the monarch. Hey, is there something wrong with your mind? What do you intend to do? Have you consulted this princess for her opinion?" Mu Qianqian declared, hands on her hips, raising her voice. "How amusing. Once I capture you, it will be even more entertaining to toy with you." "Ha ha ha ha," the Black Cloud Hermit shamelessly proclaimed. 666. The worldview of this wicked practitioner is indeed twisted. Xiao Mu was nearly amused by his arrogance. "I shall never allow you to act recklessly and harm my people." Xiao Mu said coldly, "Disque, a foolish mortal, with a foolish emperor. For the sake of those ants, your path to immortality shall meet its end." The Black Cloud Hermit pointed at Xiao Mu with arrogance. "Words will not suffice. Only battle will do." Xiao Mu summoned his flying sword, his gaze locking onto the shadowy figure opposite him. His consciousness extended outward, monitoring every movement of his opponent. The 2 exuded combat intent, their spiritual energies intertwining like fine threads. probing for weaknesses. Eh? The Black Cloud Hermit murmured in surprise. It was only at this moment that he realized Xiao Mu's spiritual consciousness was terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing his own. Step back. This is a battle you cannot interfere in, Xiao Mu commanded without turning back. He had expected them to show some restraint, at least to express their loyalty with fervor. To his utter astonishment, the princess quickly retreated. You go first. I will provide cover from behind, Mu Qianqian declared brazenly. Pfft. Xiao Mu burst into laughter, momentarily breaking his composure. That is a line I would typically say. You are quite something, Xiao Mu responded, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 65. The true dragon pulsed. Both sides were on the brink of confrontation. Whoosh! Xiao Mu's flying sword traced an awe-inspiring arc as it launched the initial attack against the Black Cloud Hermit. The latter snorted coldly, his figure suddenly vanishing. Black mist enveloped the city walls, his strange movement rendering him inscrutable. Xiao Mu had little experience in combat and lacked suitable magical artifacts. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he infused his eyes with true essence, enhancing his vision significantly. Uncertain of the Black Cloud Hermit's secret techniques, he moved swiftly in erratic patterns, leaving behind countless afterimages. Ding, with eyes like lightning, Xiao Mu was still able to discern the true location of his opponent. His sword struck the Black Cloud Hermit's summoned Black Soul banner, producing a crisp sound. Is that all you can do? I have overestimated you. The Black Cloud Hermit sneered arrogantly. As he spoke, the soul banner billowed in the wind, rapidly growing to a height of 10 feet. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the banner. The anguished wails of the tortured souls echoed throughout the city walls. It was unclear how many souls this wicked practitioner had refined. In an instant, black specters swirled around the battlements. Xiao Mu hurriedly enveloped himself in true essence, his armor gleaming. However, unlike previous battles, these malevolent spirits could penetrate his armor. The Black Cloud Hermit's secret arts were unfathomable. A chilling sensation coursed through him. The spirits began to possess him, a cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Xian Tian. Calm the mind, remain thoughtless. Absolute purity. Xiao Mu recalled the heart-clarifying chant of the Xian Tian sect. Reciting it silently to prevent his mind from being eroded, boom. Some spirits radiating red light crashed against Xiao Mu's armor, producing explosive sounds. This tactic was indeed vicious, combining both spiritual and physical assaults. Though Xiao Mu possessed limited spells, his adaptability was remarkable. He decisively crushed 2 explosive talismans, triggering explosions beside him. The possessed spirits were momentarily dispelled, and the true essence enveloping his armor ignited, leaving the spirits at a loss. You do possess some skill. Now submit to me, and I may spare your life. There are many ants in the Daxia dynasty. There is room for both of us to enslave them. Why should we seek each other's death? The Black Cloud Hermit's voice echoed ominously from all directions. The ants you speak of are my subjects. Xiao Mu firmly rejected him. Naturally, he would not be swayed by the other's deceptive words. Humph! Then go to your death. The Black Cloud Hermit roared in fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He halted on one side of the city wall and summoned his second treasure, a mountain-toppling seal. This artifact was simple yet brutal, relying purely on weight to crush opponents. The mountain-toppling seal swelled in size, soon resembling a room, floating ominously in the air. Wow! Xiao Mu's eyes widened with amazement as he finally witnessed the myriad treasures of the realm of immortals. While those in the Qi attraction realm might not grasp it, cultivators at the true essence realm could project their consciousness outside their bodies, and the treasures they wielded became increasingly complex. Boom! The mountain-toppling seal crashed against the city wall, sending dust and debris flying. Xiao Mu rolled to evade the attack, narrowly escaping as a large section of the wall collapsed where he had just stood. The power was terrifying. Boom! The mountain-toppling seal came crashing down once more. Xiao Mu intended to leap aside as before, only to find the surrounding spirits swarming towards him. This cursed wicked practitioner, with no avenue of escape. Xiao Mu exerted his legs and leaped toward the base of the city wall. The bricks flew in all directions, and a section of the crumbling wall collapsed amid clouds of dust. Xiao Mu found himself buried under the rubble, uncertain of his fate. Ha 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 ha! The Black Cloud Hermit laughed maniacally as the mountain-toppling seal attacked again, crashing heavily against the ruins. Amidst the billowing dust, Xiao Mu's figure shot out swiftly. He was covered in dust, blood pouring from his face, having sustained considerable injuries. "Kneel now, and I may yet allow you to live." The black cloud hermit spat this with a face twisted in terror. "I bear the weight of history upon my left shoulder and the burden of my subjects upon my right. I am the emperor of Dacia. From the day I ascended the throne, there has been no retreat. If I must die, I seek only to leave my name in the annals of history." Xiaomu countered fiercely. "Then accompany those ants to your demise, cursed being." The black cloud hermit glared with murderous intent. The mountain-toppling seal soared high once more, hurtling towards the ground with incredible speed. Roar! A distant and resonant dragon's roar echoed from all directions. The area around Xiaomu erupted as the surrounding debris scattered. A seven-colored golden dragon shielded him, akin to a deity descending. A dragon pulse as protection? How is this possible? The black cloud hermit exclaimed in shock, staring in disbelief at the emperor amidst the ruins. The emergence of a mortal with a dragon pulse was utterly astonishing. Even among the emperors of the Dongtian and Haotian realms, few could claim such a blessing. This was the recognition of the heavenly path, granting the true dragon's luck. Roar! The golden dragon soared, its claws striking the mountain-toppling seal away. Its disdainful gaze, coldly fixed on the black cloud hermit, was reminiscent of a giant looking down upon mere ants. Xiaomu, equally astonished, gazed up at the imposing golden dragon. The wind began to stir, whipping the edges of his armor. "Ha ha ha ha! Your demise is nigh," Xiaomu exclaimed joyfully, suddenly realizing that the golden dragon felt as if it were an extension of himself. Moving with perfect harmony, whoosh with a thought, the golden dragon charged toward the black cloud hermit. Cursed! The black cloud hermit paled in terror. The soul banner quickly acted as a shield, while countless vengeful spirits flew towards the golden dragon. These malevolent spirits, encountering the radiant golden light, instantly disintegrated. The protective energy formed by the soul banner rippled violently. "Ah!" The black cloud hermit screamed in agony, immediately enveloped by the golden light. Boom! The golden dragon struck the ground, producing a resounding explosion. The golden light illuminated the heavens, its power utterly terrifying. The fierce winds abruptly ceased, and the golden dragon vanished with the explosion. Only then did Xiaomu stroll leisurely to the edge of the crater left by the blast. The black cloud hermit lay bloodied and gasping, barely clinging to life in the pit created by the explosion. His face was nearly obliterated, yet he had not yet perished. What is the name of this technique? The black cloud hermit transmitted weakly with his consciousness. I call it the great might of the celestial dragon. Would you care to learn? I shan't teach you, Xiaomu replied, in high spirits, taunting him. The black cloud hermit finally drew his last breath, a shadow escaping from within him, his soul attempting to flee, seeking rebirth in the underworld. Xiaomu waved his hand, directly extinguishing his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Such a thoroughly depraved individual did not deserve to traverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 66. The truths concealed. As the dust settled, the city walls lay in utter ruin. Mu Qianqian and Yin Yizhen charged forward once more. "To my surprise, you possess quite a remarkable prowess," the princess exclaimed with palpable excitement, offering a rare compliment. "Seems this muddled monarch of mine is not as inept as he appears," Xiaomu shrugged. Teasingly laughing, it suddenly dawned on the slow-witted Mu Qianqian that she had quite audaciously berated the emperor upon their first meeting. Ahem. The princess awkwardly lowered her head, clearing her throat twice, her eyes darting about. "What muddled monarch? How was I to know you were a muddled monarch?" Mu Qianqian jested, attempting to gloss over the matter. "Enough of this. You all go save him. I shall search for his belongings." Xiaomu, disinterested in further banter, waved his hand dismissively. "As of now, Yu Haoran still dangles at the city gate. This lad seems to have a charmed life, appearing quite sprightly." Xiaomu cast a glance before retracting his gaze, remotely retrieving the storage ring of the black cloud hermit. The contents of the ring were a chaotic mess, filled with numerous journals of observations. Indeed, it belonged to the black cloud hermit, merely passed down to his closed-door disciple. This black cloud hermit was originally an evil cultivator, having paid a hefty sum of spirit stones to the Xintian sect, which allowed him to retire in the Lingyun realm. Heh, as Xiaomu perused the journals, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Did the Xintian sect remain oblivious to the black cloud hermit's sinister nature? They likely cared little for the lives of mere mortals, solely driven by the allure of spirit stones. Xiaomu casually flipped through the entries, gradually piecing together the events. Years ago, when the Black Cloud Hermit faced insurmountable obstacles in his cultivation, he resorted to blood sacrifices for advancement. After infiltrating the Lingyun realm, he wreaked havoc upon mortals for over a century. Yet, he ultimately failed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. In the last decade of his life, he unwittingly sought a spirit root disciple to inherit his teachings. His disciple, the Black Cloud Hermit, surpassed him in wickedness, employing blood sacrifices in his own training. Even the fall of the previous dynasty was inextricably linked to this master-disciple duo. The harem of the previous dynasty became their playground. Indulging their whims in recent decades, the Black Cloud Hermit had secluded himself, tirelessly refining corpses and puppets, inflicting untold suffering upon countless mortals. The contents of the journals were harrowing, leaving Xiaomu with nothing but a heavy sigh. After perusing the journals, he discovered several letters within the storage ring. Most were correspondences between the Black Cloud Hermit and members of the Xintian sect. Upon glancing at them, Xiaomu felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The cursed Xintian sect, it turned out, had secretly been preying upon the mortals of the Lingyun realm. Before the closing of the secret realm, the Xintian sect had been covertly employing malevolent practices. The handsome and beautiful mortals of the Lingyun realm, as well as the common folk, had all been exploited as resources. Mortals, too, held value, such as serving as test subjects for elixirs or being harvested for their souls and skins for alchemical materials. Even some cultivators within the Xintian sect, stuck at a bottleneck, would resort to desperate measures, utilizing mortals for blood sacrifices in their cultivation. Could it be that the Qingyi assassins were actually the hidden faction of the Xintian sect? This made sense. Their existence was unbeknownst even to figures like Jean at the very least. The women accompanying the cultivators had transmitted a wealth of information without ever mentioning the Qingyi assassins. While Xiaomu was deep in thought, Yu Haoran was finally rescued. The three gathered around. Student pays respects to His Majesty. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Yu Haoran bowed deeply, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Hey, Dad, I am also your savior. Why do you not thank me? Mu Qianqian retorted sulkily. This infuriated the princess, who had been eagerly awaiting her turn to bask in glory. I only saw you hiding far away. Yu Haoran shot back, ahem. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. In any case, I was present too. From now on, you shall call me senior sister as a token of gratitude for saving your life, Mu Qianqian protested. Pouting defiantly, no one wished to engage with the madcap girl, and the others chose to remain silent. Now that the person has been found, you may return. Xiaomu, disinterested in lingering with them further, casually instructed. Without waiting for the three to react, he took off on his sword. I always thought he was an old man. Yet, he appears quite young and rather handsome. The princess muttered. The three? All cultivators were not hindered by the night and swiftly made their way toward the academy in the Qin Fengling Imperial City. The main structures were nearly complete, though details such as the Imperial Garden, pavilions, and artificial hills remained to be refined. When Xiaomu returned, Yen Susu had been waiting for quite some time. I have heard that your majesty has come to see me. Congratulations on your successful advancement. The first wife remained as virtuous and graceful as ever. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Xiaomu discerned her cultivation level and congratulated her on reaching the 5th layer of the Qi induction stage. My husband intends to return to the capital? Yen Susu, sensing her husband's intent, responded with a radiant smile. Sigh. Xiaomu sighed inexplicably, then recounted the events of the day to his first wife. As their conversation deepened, their expressions grew increasingly grave. My husband suggesting that the Xintian sect regards the Lingyun realm as a livestock pen? Yen Susu's face paled, her anger palpable. Anyone who learned such news would find it deeply unsettling. To kill or to toy with, and to invoke blood sacrifices at will, are we not mere livestock? The path of cultivation is devoid of compassion. All beings are reduced to ants. Thus, we must swiftly locate those Qingyi assassins. It would be best to eradicate them before the secret realm opens again. Xiaomu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within. Your Majesty, I shall forever stand by your side in this battle. We shall prevail. Yen Susu seemed to possess renewed confidence, her tone reassuring. For you, I must not falter, Xiao Mu declared passionately, grasping his wife's hand in promise. Bift. Yin Susu lowered her gaze, a bashful smile gracing her lips. She gently caressed her belly. And for our child, congratulations, Your Majesty, you are to be a father once more. Yin Susu's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Wonderful, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled. This was indeed splendid news. Congratulations, Lady Susu, we shall have a princess this time, Xiao Mu exclaimed with unrestrained joy. They had long agreed that upon Susu's pregnancy, her status would be elevated. Once she became a noble lady, the next step would be to become a consort. Let us return to the capital. I must take good care of our child. Yin Susu playfully winked. Yes, I shall comply with the Empress's wishes. Xiao Mu, overwhelmed with excitement, lost his composure, allowing his jokes to become more audacious. Have you gone mad? If someone hears, it will be disastrous. What is there to fear? Even if they do hear, they can only pretend to be deaf. The sweet exchange between the two warmed the night air ever so slightly. Chapter 67. The decision of the elegant cultivator. Xiao Mu returned to the imperial capital with Yin Susu, the imperial city still towering majestically. However, Xiao Mu had resolved to relocate the capital. The Qin Fengling possessed a spiritual vein, a fact that destined the great Xia's capital to settle there. The harem was already bustling with activity, over 60 concubines, alongside nearly 1,000 palace maids and eunuchs. With the issuance of the imperial decree, chaos ensued. Xiao Mu's first task was to seek out Yunran. Having trained at the Xintian sect since childhood, she was likely privy to its sordid affairs. The voluptuous Yunran maintained a low profile in the harem. While Xiao Mu feigned indifference, palace maids and eunuchs periodically reported on her circumstances. You need not dress so provocatively, Xiao Mu remarked, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow as he entered. The languid beauty reclining on the couch was undeniably alluring, clad in a low-cut garment reminiscent of Tang Dynasty court beauties. This enchanting lady exuded sensuality in every way. Her fair skin, accentuated by the crimson dress, appeared as delicate as jade. I heard that Your Majesty wishes to see me. Did I not dress up for your sake? Yunran purred, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Her tone decidedly unrefined. I had heard from the palace maids that you, Taoist Yunran, are quite a respectable person, Xiao Mu replied, bemused. The palace maids indeed spoke thus. Yunran rarely left her quarters and dressed conservatively. Though she rarely spoke, she was keenly interested in news about the other concubines. Your Majesty does not fancy, she continued. I had thought all men favored a saintly maiden's allure. I can be high and mighty before others. Yet unfasten my garments before you. Yunran's words were almost a whisper. Who could withstand such temptation? Xiao Mu's lips twitched, and he settled into a nearby seat. I wish to inquire if you are aware of the clandestine dealings of the Xintian sect? Xiao Mu shifted to the crux of his inquiry, probing cautiously. Of course I am aware. They even sell longevity meat elixirs, and many disciples of the sect discreetly procure them, Yunran replied without hesitation. Cursed be their existence. Xiao Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent brewing within. Longevity elixirs can extend a cultivator's life, worth a fortune. What resource could be more precious than time? However, acquiring longevity elixirs is exceedingly difficult. Not everyone is fortunate enough to procure them. Longevity meat elixirs, however, are different. Their production cost is minimal, requiring merely 1,000 lives to create one. A high-grade longevity meat elixir can grant an additional century of life. Fortunately, such elixirs can only be consumed in limited quantities. Exceeding that would render them ineffective. The mortal realm has become a pen for livestock. The Xintian sect has lost all sense of morality. Xiao Mu clenched his jaw in anger, empathizing deeply as the emperor of the Lingyun realm, who could truly comprehend the experience of being treated as livestock. What I appreciate about you is that you are unlike other cultivators. You always regard mortals as human beings, Yunran responded nonchalantly. The elegant woman grew even more seductive as she gently perched herself upon Xiao Mu's lap, exhaling sweetly, a dreamlike beauty. She exuded an intoxicating fragrance. A blend of feminine allure that was irresistibly enticing. What is it that you truly desire? Xiao Mu's rising anger dissipated into helplessness. It was evident to all that she was attempting to seduce him. Your Majesty has attained the realm of true essence, and the majority of the concubines in the imperial harem have already begun to draw energy into their bodies. What secret does Your Majesty harbor? Is there no inclination to save this humble girl? Yun Rant's delicate hands are already entwined around the emperor's neck. She is quite adept. She has managed to uncover the palace's secrets and is convinced that her cultivation method holds the key to salvation. Due to the shadows of her childhood, Yun Ran harbors a deep-seated animosity towards her father. A dignified wood-fire spiritual body has been compelled to cultivate the withering and flourishing technique, leaving her path to immortality in disarray. Now, she has placed her bets on Xiao Mu. Indeed, I possess a way to assist you, but I can only aid my own woman, Xiao Mu said with a hint of suggestive amusement as he controlled her slender waist. What else can be done? Having nurtured her for so long, it would be better to fully possess her. Letting her go is certainly out of the question. Hee. Yun Ran smiled alluringly, already swept into the emperor's embrace. Heading towards the inner chambers, the next morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Mu rose from the arms of the beauty. I did not expect it to be your first time, Xiao Mu teased with a laugh. Indeed, it was unexpected that such a charming and affectionate woman still possessed her purity. Oh dear, your majesty truly wounds my heart. Do I seem like the kind of woman who is frivolous? Yun Ran responded, seemingly unperturbed, her tone languid. She gently assisted in dressing him, her movements exuding an elegance that was beyond compare. You are remarkable. I shall bestow upon you the title of Jieyu, Xiao Mu chuckled in amusement. The title of Jieyu is of little consequence. When shall your majesty fulfill the promise made to me? Yun Ran replied nonchalantly, alluding to the rectification of her cultivation method, which was also her motivation for willingly offering herself. Beloved, try circulating your true essence, Xiao Mu said mysteriously. As soon as Yun Ran began to channel her spiritual energy, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Within her, the wood's spiritual energy had begun to transform into fire's spiritual energy. An unfathomable transformation. Once fully converted into fire spiritual energy, her dantian would no longer require the withering and flourishing technique. If she were to revise her cultivation method to focus on fire, her wood-fire spiritual body would undoubtedly shine brightly. How did you accomplish this? Yun Ran asked in astonishment. Naturally, through dual cultivation, as long as my beloved engages in dual cultivation with me a few hundred times. Your cultivation method will be saved, Xiao Mu said, leaning in suggestively. Swish! Even the heart of this alluring woman was tinged with shyness at that moment. Dual cultivation a few hundred times would surely lead her to a state of complete surrender. How vexing! Yun Rant's cheeks flushed, and she even resorted to a playful tone. Ha ha ha! Xiao Mu laughed heartily, gently pinching her cheek. I shall prepare the cultivation method for you. My beloved shall henceforth be my woman. Xiao Mu readily affirmed. The five-element mixed spiritual root holy body from web literature actually holds quite a bit of significance, enabling the cycle of the five elements. Last night's dual cultivation capitalized on this trait, forcefully reversing the true essence within her. Moreover, there is one matter my beloved must assist me with. The green-clad assassin has gone missing, and I intend to seek him out and eliminate him swiftly. Xiao Mu attempted to place his trust in Yun Ran. Trust always requires a first step, and this opportunity was undoubtedly auspicious. If he were indeed a practitioner from the dark sect, he would certainly concoct longevity flesh pills. All your majesty needs to do is pay attention to where large numbers of commoners are disappearing. Perhaps it will lead to a clue. Yun Ran analyzed with rare seriousness. My beloved has thought along the same lines. Let us proceed thusly. If there are any leads, I shall accompany my beloved. Xiao Mu stood and walked towards the palace exit. Yun Ran's cultivation was quite commendable, already at the 9th level of the energy-drawing realm. Had it not been for the flaws in her cultivation method, she would have long since advanced to the realm of true essence, given her aptitude. I bid your majesty farewell. Yun Ran imitated the concubines. Kneeling respectfully, it was not until Xiao Mu's figure vanished from sight that Yun Ran broke into a carefree smile. At that moment, she felt as if the world had transformed into a vibrant tapestry. And her mood could not have been better. Not only was the path to immortality in sight, but she also recalled the emperor's tenderness from the previous night. Chapter 68. The natural essence of humanity having acquired a stunning beauty. Xiao Mu was in high spirits. Upon returning to the Academy of Sciences, he awaited the scientist's reports with a breezy demeanor. Your Majesty, the first batch of powered armor has entered the equipment phase. With 1,000 sets produced, its defensive strength surpasses that of low-grade magical artifacts. though it falls slightly short of mid-grade ones, Dr. Nyo Dun reported first. Having seen the verification model of the armor emerge 6 months prior, it was finally time to put it to use. Are there any requirements for the wearers? Xiaomu inquired with delight. At the very least, they must be able to draw energy into their bodies and possess the ability to activate the formation. The armor weighs nearly 100 kilograms, and without the formation's support, the anti-gravity properties cannot be achieved, making it difficult for ordinary people to adapt to such weight, Dr. Nyo Dun explained, turning to Dr. Ein with eager anticipation. This was a cue for Dr. Ein to take the stage. His spiritual energy laboratory must have made significant breakthroughs. Your Majesty, the purification and transformation experiments of spiritual energy have been very successful. The purified spiritual energy we produce achieves a purity of up to 90% within a practitioner's body, and human trials have been successful, allowing warriors to advance to the energy-drawing realm. Dr. Ein reported in a formal tone. This completes the cycle. We can produce energy-drawing realm practitioners in bulk, perfectly suited for wearing the powered armor, Xiaomu mused. Has the rejection reaction been completely resolved? He asked pensively, understanding the gravity of the situation. The fusion of vital blood is flawless. However, true essence spiritual energy is still not cultivated by them, so the energy-drawing realm remains the limit for modified warriors. The complexity of human genes and functions makes it impossible for us to unravel the mysteries of the human body with our current technological capabilities. Dr. Ein adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Indeed, the complexity of the human body cannot be resolved in the STEAM age. Even with the aid of artificial intelligence, the composition of the human body remains an enigma. This is the true law of nature. The most intricate system evolved over endless time. Nevertheless, as long as technology progresses, there shall come a day when the mortal frame can rival that of the divine. Humanity has risen to its current state by utilizing tools, hunting in teams to eliminate creatures far stronger than themselves. With sufficiently advanced tools, we shall one day be able to contend with the Xuantiangong, Xiaomu declared with grand ambition. Such was the essence of humanity, the ultimate means by which they stood atop the food chain. His words left Dr. Ein, an academic at heart, utterly captivated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Your Majesty is indeed a genius. I have recently been researching evolution. After humanity emerged from the wild, they hunted mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. In ancient times, they even dared to confront dragon serpents, relying on teamwork and tool usage. Dr. Ein's discourse meandered far and wide. Having grown accustomed to the erratic nature of these scientists, Xiaomu chuckled nonchalantly. This was the most absurd aspect of practitioners. They placed too much faith in their abilities and had forgotten humanity's inherent instincts in the face of feline beasts. A mere mortal stood no chance. Yet, if 100 individuals banded together, even 100 ferocious beasts would be easily vanquished by humanity. The greatest strength of humankind lay in their mastery of this natural law. I wish to mobilize 100 sets of armor and Gatling guns for a covert operation, Xiaomu said with a slight smile, shifting the topic. Your Majesty, currently modified warriors are still not up to the task. After entering the realm of true essence, they require 6 months to a year to adapt, Dr. Nyo Dun interjected urgently. Xiaomu had already anticipated this. Of course, the mortal frame needs ample time to digest such immense power. No matter. I shall prepare the personnel. He waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. In truth, he intended to employ the inner court's Feihua Guard alongside the students of Qin Fengling. He had no intention of explaining troop movements to the scientists. After consulting with the Academy of Sciences, Xiaomu returned to the imperial city. For such significant matters, it was only natural to discuss with his primary consort in the palace. Yin Susu approached with her attendants. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Yin Susu knelt gracefully. Oh dear, my beloved, be cautious of our daughter. Xiaomu quickly stepped forward, carefully supporting the hand of his primary consort. This remark elicited laughter from Yin Susu, who covered her mouth with her sleeve to stifle her giggles. In truth, my belly isn't too noticeable yet, but your Majesty is quite anxious, she replied, chuckling. There was a feeling akin to a first-time father. This time, who knows, they might give birth to a child with spiritual roots. How can your Majesty be so certain it will be a daughter? Yin Susu teased with amusement. I desire a daughter. Having sired so many rascally boys, few have proven useful, Xiaomu shrugged with a smile. Once seated, the atmosphere became remarkably relaxed. Is your majesty planning to go to war? It seems you have found a clue. Yin Susu shifted the conversation back to serious matters. Indeed, they have taken too many lives. It would be difficult not to notice. Xiaomu sighed in exasperation. The production of longevity flesh pills often necessitated the slaughter of thousands, making it challenging to conceal from the authorities. If they had been unaware of this lead before, it would be one thing. But once they began to pay attention, the clues swiftly became apparent. How does your majesty plan to mobilize the troops? Yin Susu's expression grew solemn as she calmly probed. The green-clad assassin is a practitioner of the true essence realm, and it is uncertain how many underlings accompany him. Despite the vast numbers in the Great Xia dynasty's army, ordinary soldiers are of little use. I wish to recruit the students of Qin Fengling and the inner court's Feihua Guard for the capture. Xiaomu shared his thoughts. If that is the case, the palace can only rely on the concubines for defense, which is somewhat perilous, Yin Susu cautioned. She was undoubtedly the best candidate to lead the harem. Neither the lowly nor Yu Guifei could withstand such pressure. The students are the future of Great Xia. Your Majesty's actions are overly risky. Yin Susu pondered, attempting to dissuade him. I shall venture forth, for both the present and future of the Great Xia shall require my services. With a faint smile, Xiaomu explained. Your Majesty, with such a precious life, how can you act on a whim? Yin Susu's eyes darkened as she hastily retorted. This is not like leading an army in battle. This is a genuine clash of cultivators with real weapons. The Great Xia can do without anyone, but it absolutely cannot do without Emperor Xiaomu. Susu, sometimes, offense is the best defense. Every life has its price, including mine. For the long-term peace and stability of the Great Xia, I am willing to risk my life. Xiaomu gently grasped the delicate hand of his wife, speaking in soothing tones. Alas, Yin Susu sighed in distress, her eyes reddening. The elderly couple held tightly to each other, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. With internal strife and external threats looming over the Great Xia, it is indeed of utmost importance to eliminate those lurking cultivators in the Lingyun realm. Otherwise, once the gate to the secret realm reopens, these individuals will undoubtedly reveal many secrets. Chapter 69. The Enigma of the Miao Village in Shaanxi in Chunan Prefecture, Shaanxi. The Qianjia mountain range extends endlessly, interspersed with streams and forests. This place is seldom visited by humans, mostly consisting of barren mountains and wild hills, with occasional Miao villages. Both the Great Xia and previous dynasties have maintained a weak control over this area, rendering it almost a no-man's land. As night fell, two figures gradually emerged from a mountain hollow and soon crouched on a hillside. Gazing down, the foot of the mountain was ablaze with light. This should be a Miao village. However, the comers and goers were not Miao people. This must be the place. Xiaomu leaned closer, nearly whispering into Yun Rant's ear. Newlyweds, perfectly in the sweet embrace of love. Yun Rant's cheeks flushed. The villagers of the Miao should have been wiped out, with tens of thousands missing from the Shaanxi prefecture, likely all becoming restless spirits here. Yun Ran gazed up at His Majesty, her words unconsciously laced with mirth. Love is an undeniable glow in her eyes. Allow me to take a closer look. You wait here, Xiaomu, drawing upon his experience as a scout, decisively stated. The more accurate the intelligence, the better. It would be even more advantageous to observe the enemy's defenses. Normally, such reconnaissance should not fall upon the emperor, but alas, the Great Xia court had only Xiaomu as a true Yuan realm cultivator. With Yun Rant's cultivation just below his, she did not wish to part from him. The capable woman knew how to seize the opportunity, and at this critical moment, she even acted it was deliberate, absolutely intentional. This was undoubtedly a test of a man's patience. Xiaomu saw through her ploy in an instant and, without hesitation, bestowed upon her a fervent kiss. Be good. I shall return shortly. Xiaomu smiled suggestively, gently brushing her nose as he spoke. Leaving those words behind, he approached the mountain village alone. The enchanting woman indeed refrained from following, having fallen into the emperor's romantic trap. On a protruding boulder halfway up the mountain, Xiaomu peeked out. Although his divine sense could not cover the village, his vision was quite clear. He saw that the cages for raising chickens and pigs were now filled with mortals. Faint cries of anguish drifted on the wind into his ears. Spare me, O divine one. I promise to burn incense for you upon my return. Woo-wooed, please let me go. I am about to give birth. Grant my child a chance at life. Ah, do not strike me, please. The wretched screams of mortals were punctuated by terror. As he looked down the mountainside, Xiao Mu's eyes brightened as he quickly discovered an excellent vantage point. Elite scouts often require only simple maneuvers. Xiao Mu's figure melded into the darkness, swiftly reaching the side of the Miao village, climbing a towering tree. This place was merely a foot away from the village's walls. Providing an unobstructed view of the activities within, he observed that various corners of the village were filled with iron cages. Mortals were treated like livestock, locked away. More horrifyingly, within the bamboo houses of the village, people were enduring inhumane torment. The nearest house to the tree was ablaze with light, and the scenes inside could not escape Xiao Mu's divine sense. Inside, a man and woman were bound to a post. Beside them, a vicious-looking cultivator was toying with a young girl. "Brute, you beast! Let go of my daughter!" The father, tied up, cried out hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. His voice was hoarse, clearly having shouted for a long time. The girl on the bed wept, her cries growing weaker. Perhaps bored with the game, the cultivator suddenly drew a flying sword. "Show some reaction, you little wretch," the cultivator maniacally threatened, thrusting the sword into the girl's shoulder. "It hurts, uncle, spare me." The girl finally reacted, yet her body was on the brink of collapse. Her cries, filled with despair, soon fell silent. "Ha ha ha, delightful, a wretched woman should be treated this way. They are all livestock, born solely for my pleasure." "Ha ha ha," the cultivator boasted, adjusting his belt with reckless laughter. "Brute, I shall fight you to the death." The father struggled in fury, no longer wishing to live, only hoping to take a piece of the beast with him. "Ha!" the cultivator sneered, spitting in the man's face. "Next will be your wife. So old, I have no interest." Cackling, the cultivator moved to the other side of the post, his cold gaze sizing up the woman. The mother, bound to the post, was so terrified that she was laughing maniacally. She could not comprehend how someone could be so cruel, overturning her understanding of humanity. "Don't move. I find your intestines quite suitable for a necklace. To hang around your husband's neck, it would surely be quite a spectacle." The cultivator's perverse eyes gradually shifted downwards. "Ah!" the woman screamed as her belly was brutally sliced open. Her bloody intestines were pulled out. Wrapping around the post, he truly hung the intestines around the man's neck. Rage, hatred, and fear completely shattered the man's nerves. "Ha ha ha!" The man went mad, laughing maniacally, tears streaming down his face, his entire being evoking sorrow. "Enough! This dog can now be taken to be turned into a puppet." The cultivator finally ceased the torment, casually shrugging. Two emaciated figures entered the room, resembling soulless beings, untying the man's ropes and leading him into the darkness beyond the door. No wonder the mortals in the village were crying in terror. Such horrific events made it remarkable that anyone remained sane. Fear permeated the entire Miao village. Xiao Mu observed for a long while and chose not to act immediately. Stealthily returning to the mountaintop, the two made their way down the mountain path, racing towards the other side. Once a safe distance away, Xiao Mu flew on his sword, bringing Yun Ran back to the gathering place of the army. This location was a large courtyard, requisitioned from local affluent families by the court. The courtyard was bustling with fully armed soldiers. Among them were 20 members of the inner court Feihua Guard and 80 students. Their cultivation was sufficient to don powered armor, wielding Gatling guns. Regardless of their combat capability, they certainly looked impressive. "I have ascertained the enemy's situation. Tomorrow we shall advance on the Miao village. I will lead 50 men as the main force to attack, while Yan Yizhen will serve as the reserve force, following my lead into the village. You, Yulan, will command the inner court guards to block the village's escape routes. The Miao village is surrounded on 3 sides by sheer cliffs, with the hills on either side being relatively low. We will deploy 5 Gatling guns each to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. We shall commence the march at dawn, attacking at the crowing of the rooster tomorrow night. Is that clear?" Xiao Mu's voice was cold and resolute, military orders as steadfast as a mountain. "We shall obey your majesty's orders." Everyone responded in unison. Chapter 70. Tactical Assault Team. The following day, just past midnight, the group had eaten and rested well, now less than 3 miles from the Miao village. Xiao Mu inspected the troops, conducting a final check. These fresh recruits had trained for less than 10 days. If morale faltered, the military operation could fail. Approaching Mu Qianqian's side, Xiao Mu's demeanor turned serious. Your armor is not fastened properly. Xiao Mu struggled to contain his frustration. Sternly reprimanding her Dai in the military, there is no room for jest. Even the slightest oversight is intolerable. I report to your majesty. I wish to follow you. Yin Yizhen, evidently unaware of the situation, continued to speak as she pleased. This provoked Xiao Mu, his eyes flashing with cold light. This is my final warning to you. The military formation of 18 strikes is no trifling matter. If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall invoke military law. Xiao Mu's voice was laced with killing intent, startling the princess. She pouted, feeling aggrieved, glaring at Xiao Mu defiantly, yet ultimately dared not utter another word. Only then did Xiao Mu relent. Personally helping her secure her armor. 5 men in a group, 3 Gatling guns require no aiming, providing fire suppression. The other 2 may freely fire their submachine guns. The 2 groups must coordinate. If one group needs to reload, the other must cover them, Xiao Mu reiterated patiently. Once all nodded in acknowledgement, Xiao Mu took the lead. The full-scale assault was about to commence. As they approached the thicket before the village, they encountered the enemy. The Xintian sect's cultivators were no ordinary opponents. They were quite formidable. The forest was teeming with wandering corpse puppets. These undead abominations were sensitive to the breath of the living, driven by a bloodthirsty instinct. Da-da-da. Xiao Mu had long been prepared, firing the first shot. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. As long as they reached the village entrance before the enemy could react, they would have succeeded halfway. The terrifying Gatling guns unleashed a fierce barrage, resembling a red beam of light in the night. Roar! The nearby corpse puppets fell like wheat, lacking the guidance of spells. Their movements were exceedingly slow. The combined firepower of dozens of Gatling guns made for an effortless harvest. Dang dang! The sound of bells resonated throughout the village, indicating that the enemy had evidently detected something amiss. After a lifetime of warfare, Xiao Mu had managed to seize the initiative. A team of dozens reached the entrance within mere breaths. The village gate, constructed from massive timber, was also equipped with arrow towers. Enemy attack! Shouted the sentry atop the tower in a panic. Xiao Mu and Yun Ran responded swiftly, raising their weapons to fire. The arrow tower was instantly engulfed in flames, and the sentry's cries morphed into agonized screams, which soon fell silent. His death was horrific. As a mere practitioner at the first level of Qi gathering, he was utterly powerless. The Gatling gun pierced through his protective true essence, reducing him to a pile of mangled flesh. By my mother. Quickly, shut the gate. The village remained wide open, and the 2 sentries hurriedly pushed to close it. Boom! Xiao Mu hurled a bomb, obliterating the gate into countless splinters. Kill! The 50-member vanguard surged forward into the village. Most of the buildings within were elevated bamboo structures, designed to withstand the many snakes, insects, and vermin of Xiangxi. The first floor of these bamboo houses was originally meant for the Miao people to raise livestock, but now it housed mere mortals. However, this facilitated the assault team's advance. The Gatling gun indiscriminately sprayed fire at the bamboo buildings, which could not withstand the onslaught. Soon, flames erupted throughout the village. Should anyone dare to show themselves, the submachine guns would immediately follow up with fire. Xiao Mu remained near the gate, personally directing the various teams' incursions until Yulan and the Imperial Guards arrived at the entrance. Yulan's group will hold the gate. The rest follow me, Xiao Mu commanded loudly. After issuing the order, he led a dozen individuals towards the inner sanctum. A dozen corpse-refining puppets charged forward. But Xiao Mu's marksmanship was commendable as he expertly shot the leading puppet in the head. The Gatling gun followed suit, reducing the corpse-refining puppets to mere remnants. The assault team advanced as if in a no-man's land, encountering little in the way of resistance. Spare me, fellow cultivator. I am merely trying to make a living, not a disciple of the Xintian sect. When Xiao Mu reached the village square, he heard a plea for mercy. Glancing down, he recognized the scoundrel who had tormented a family the previous day. Bang! Without hesitation, Xiao Mu delivered a kick that sent the man's head flying, the remains rolling several times on the ground. So brutal. In front of the square lay the village's only large courtyard. If the Qingyi assassin were present, he would undoubtedly be hiding within. Things were proceeding too smoothly. Xiao Mu began to harbor suspicions. Scanning his surroundings, the enemy offered almost no resistance. The cultivators within the bamboo houses were all of low rank, Their only desire was to escape. Wait for the reserve team to arrive before proceeding. Xiao Mu's battlefield instinct sharpened, and he slightly narrowed his eyes, issuing the command. The soldiers who had initially intended to charge halted in shock. Looking around, the Miao village resembled a hellscape, ablaze in flames. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, gunfire finally erupted from the left side. Yin Yizhen performed admirably, showing no delay in military matters. Just as Xiao Mu turned to look, a cultivator suddenly leaped out from the bamboo house on Yin Yizhen's side. This individual was cunning, having grabbed a mortal as a shield. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him," the cultivator threatened fiercely, gripping his flying sword, which was already drawing blood from the mortal's neck. It was evident that he was not lying. "Then, let us die together." Yin Yizhen didn't even blink, raising her gun to shoot. The bullet pierced through the mortal's body, turning the cultivator into a sieve. "What the hell?" The cultivator's eyes bulged with terror as he gazed at the stunning fairy before him. He could only utter a curse before meeting his demise. However, the nearby princess was displeased. Hey, you're too cruel, woman. You even killed the hostage," Mu Qianqian exclaimed in her signature lively tone. Yet the icy-cold Yin Yizhen disregarded her prattling. Up to this point, Yizhen had done nothing wrong. Xiao Mu waved his hand, silencing the princess's incessant chatter. The surrounding soldiers gathered, all watching the courtyard's entrance, awaiting their sovereign's command. "Those at the 5th level of cultivation and above, follow me. The rest stand by and remain vigilant." Xiao Mu's gaze darkened as he made the decision. Only a mere 12 individuals stepped forward, while the others exchanged bewildered looks. With no time for explanations, Xiao Mu strode forward. Bang! The courtyard door was kicked down, and the 12 followed Xiao Mu inside. The courtyard was relatively well maintained, with stone slabs covering the floor. The outer courtyard remained devoid of people, and they soon reached the entrance to the inner courtyard. The atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 71. The Xintian 18 linked formation one by one. They entered the inner courtyard. As the last person stepped inside, the surroundings abruptly transformed. The once visible blue bricks and black tiles morphed into a dense bamboo forest. "This is an illusion formation. Everyone, keep your minds sharp," Yun Ran remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Due to her disillusionment with her own cultivation, she had turned to studying formations for several years and unexpectedly discovered a talent for it. Recognizing the signs of the formation, Xiao Mu had refrained from allowing low-ranked cultivators to enter. A gentle breeze swept through, and Xiao Mu's mind eased slightly. A violent urge to kill surfaced inexplicably in his mind. Xintian Wunyan. Naturally, there are no delusions. Xiao Mu hurriedly recited the calming incantation to prevent himself from being misled by the illusion formation. Yet someone was still affected. The princess, who had followed closely behind, appeared dazed, her big eyes seemingly losing focus. Suddenly, her delicate face contorted into a fierce expression. She abruptly raised the Gatling gun, aiming it at Yin Yizhen. Bang! Xiao Mu reacted swiftly, recognizing the danger, and tackled the princess to the ground. "Wake up!" he shouted, striking her helmet several times. Looking down, he could clearly see her large eyes gradually regaining their clarity. Mu Qianqian's first reaction was to scream, but her cheeks soon flushed with a suspicious hue. She stared dumbfounded at the sovereign before her, his handsome face exuding an oppressive aura. The girl's heart raced. "You nearly shot a teammate." Xiao Mu, uninterested in the princess's ramblings, calmly reminded her. Rising to his feet, the princess followed suit, brushing off the dust from her attire as if nothing had happened. "That's not true. I was clearly shooting at a monster," she protested defensively. The others exchanged incredulous glances, choosing not to engage her further. Yun Ran had already discerned the formation's core and pointed to a large stone within the bamboo grove. "This should be the formation's eye. If we destroy it, the illusion will dissipate," she asserted confidently. "Aim and fire." Xiao Mu decisively issued the command. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun's flames instantly engulfed the massive stone. Chunks of stone flew, and the boulder soon crumbled into dust. Mere ants, daring to resist the Xintian sect's dominion. "You little wretch who betrayed the sect, the punishment hall will flay you alive when you return." The voice of the Qingyi assassin echoed ominously from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. The scenery shifted again, reverting to the original blue bricks and black tiles of the inner courtyard. "We must find the entrance to the cave. He must be hiding inside." Yun Ran paid no heed to the threat. Maintaining her alluring demeanor, the group continued forward. The cave entrance was conspicuously located within a room in the inner courtyard, complete with descending stairs for easy access. The previous illusion was merely a facade. Should they enter the cave, it would undoubtedly be filled with trapping and killing formations. Be extremely careful. Yun Ran finally adopted a serious tone, offering a solemn warning. However, Xiaomu mysteriously smiled, no need to worry. I already have a plan, he replied confidently, carefully retrieving a massive object from his storage ring, a spirit bomb weighing hundreds of kilograms. Under Xiaomu's direction, the group retreated from the inner courtyard. Yun Ran set up a simple defensive formation and then produced a golden bell treasure, enveloping everyone within. The moment Xiaomu dropped the bomb into the cave, he darted away. Just as he concealed himself within the golden bell, a tremendous explosion erupted from the inner courtyard. Boom! A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens. The inner courtyard collapsed, creating a massive pit. Clouds of dust and debris nearly buried the golden bell. Cough, cough. Your Majesty truly lacks martial ethics. This is too overwhelming, Mu Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Maintain a state of vigilance and fire. Xiaomu disregarded her, issuing commands for the troops. Though the bomb's power was utterly devastating, the enemy was concealed within a formation. The methods of cultivators were inscrutable. They might very well withstand such an explosion. Indeed, figures began to emerge from the ruins. The first to crawl out was a charred figure. Flames still flickering on his body. The group focused their fire, turning him into a sieve. Bang! Suddenly, the rubble exploded, and a figure soared into the sky. Xiaomu, you truly are insidious and cunning. The Qingyi assassin roared in fury from above. Before his words faded, 8 sharp sword glimmers descended upon them. The sword lights were nearly 10 feet long, accompanied by a dreadful slicing sound. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling guns quickly adjusted their aim and fired upward. However, the bullets, restrained by gravity, lost much of their power when targeting an aerial foe. Die! Xiaomu shouted, seizing the opportunity. Golden light surged from his body, and a golden dragon coiled around him. Great might heavenly dragon. This was the only secret technique Xiaomu possessed, its power utterly unhinged. The golden dragon expanded with the wind, charging towards the sword lights. Wherever it passed, the sword lights dimmed and faltered. This unexpected maneuver left the azure-clad assassin in the sky utterly flabbergasted. With the protection of the dragon vein, the Emperor of Humanity stood supreme. The assassin could scarcely believe his eyes. In this mere realm of mortals, how could there be someone adorned with a golden dragon? It was utterly inconceivable. Boom! The sky was engulfed by an explosion of golden light, momentarily obscuring the assassin's figure. However, the sword light had its casualties. Swoosh! The terrifying sword radiance descended with devastating force, cleaving one of the team members in twain in an instant. There would be no escape. With a furious roar, Xiaomu surged skyward. Amidst the golden brilliance, he vaguely discerned a figure. Raising his hand, he unleashed a punch, the true dragon's energy transforming the apparition of his fist into a golden hue. Yet upon striking the figure, it felt as though he had hit mere air, and the apparition vanished like smoke. A doppelganger illusion technique. The methods of the cultivation world were endlessly varied. Xiaomu quickly came to the realization that this foe had certainly not fled far, and he hastily scanned the ground below. Soon, he discovered the whereabouts of the azure-clad assassin. He was already gravely injured, his right shoulder and arm reduced to mere pulp by the might of the great heavenly dragon. This cunning individual had anticipated Xiaomu's next move. Dog Emperor, I shall eventually have your skin. Cough, cough. Enraged, the azure-clad assassin could not suppress his coughing fit, blood spilling forth. With that, he vanished from sight, just before Xiaomu could dive down. As Xiaomu landed, the scenery around him changed dramatically. The formation had not yet been breached. Before him lay a vast cavern. Chapter 72. The dazzling young maiden of the Great Xia. The formation was unfathomable, and the group found themselves within a hidden lair. Nearby, individuals gathered in clusters, all exchanging bewildered glances. No need to panic. This is the Xintian 18 linked formation. One ring connected to another, Yun Ran explained calmly. The spirit energy bomb had not completely dismantled the 18 layers of the formation. Its core still functioned. The azure-clad assassin's sudden dash was not an attempt to engage the others in battle, but rather to manipulate the formation and lead them in. Little did he expect that Xiao Mu, devoid of martial ethics, would severely wound him in a single encounter. "What layer of the formation are we on?" Xiao Mu inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. All eyes turned to Yunran. She methodically formed a seal, causing the ripples of the formation to shimmer. There should only be 3 layers remaining. "Let's see who is missing," Yunran remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The primary function of the linked formation was to isolate enemies and take them down one by one aside from the fallen team member. Yin Yizhen was nowhere to be seen. "Where has Yin Yizhen gone?" Xiao Mu exclaimed, alarmed. This talented young woman was undoubtedly the most valued prodigy of the court, the singular saint body of the great Xia. She has likely been ensnared in another layer of the formation. We must break through quickly, or else. Yunran's tone turned icy. Before she could finish, Xiao Mu understood. The linked formation operated on the principle of isolating and conquering one by one. Yin Yizhen was in grave peril. Within the innermost layer of the formation lay another expansive cavern. Clad in full armor, Yin Yizhen revealed only her strikingly clear eyes, which were fixed intently on the azure-clad assassin before her. "I will transform you into a corpse puppet," the assassin sneered with a chilling laugh. Yet the cold words did not instill fear in the young maiden across from him. Yin Yizhen slowly removed her damaged helmet, ensuring it did not obstruct her vision. The breathtakingly beautiful maiden appeared almost unreal, as if she were a masterpiece sculpted by the goddess Enwa herself, every inch of her skin exquisitely crafted. "Just in time. I was looking to slay you and present your head to His Majesty and Her Highness." The corners of the cold maiden's mouth curled into a cruel smirk. "Just you?" The azure-clad assassin scoffed, his charred visage appearing ghastly, particularly with the shredded flesh of his right arm, giving him the appearance of a malevolent specter. "Just me." The beautiful maiden articulated each word with grave seriousness. Clang! She tore off the armor from her right arm, revealing a delicate arm as smooth as jade. This hand was nothing short of exquisite, and she slowly drew forth her flying sword in the natural order. The more beautiful a being, the greater the danger they posed. Colorful venomous snakes, vibrantly hued mushrooms, and the peerless saint body all exemplified this truth. Ding! As the flying sword was unsheathed, the sound of its ringing echoed like a dragon's chant. Resonant and distant, the terrifying battle intent surged higher, an arcane rhythm beginning to emanate. "You possess the true essence of the saint body." The azure-clad assassin's pupils constricted sharply, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the enchanting maiden before him. The saint body was akin to the path itself, capable of transforming the true essence within into the formidable saint body true essence. She undoubtedly harbored the potential for a level-up kill. Paired with an unwavering cold heart akin to solid rock, "Today, I shall slay you." Yin Yizhen's eyes erupted with an unyielding conviction, and the sword intent suddenly expanded in the outer cavern. Rumble echoed as the bomb detonated, causing the cavern walls to collapse. Xiao Mu, in a frenzied state, rushed inside. The 18 caverns were intricately linked, making it exceedingly difficult to bring down the walls. Fortunately, the spirit energy bomb's power was immense. However, upon casting a glance, Xiao Mu's eyes could not help but darken. This cavern was still devoid of any presence, meaning that Yin Yizhen had been pulled into the innermost cavern. "Your Majesty, she is likely lost." Yunran sighed. Faced with a true Essence Realm opponent, even if the azure-clad assassin was gravely wounded, Yin Yizhen's chances of victory were slim. "We cannot give up. I still have bombs." Without looking back, Xiao Mu charged toward the stone wall once more. For reasons unknown, that stubborn girl lingered in his mind, particularly her uniquely captivating eyes, as if imprinted in his consciousness. Acting like a frenzied father, Xiao Mu disregarded everything as he continued to set the bombs. Boom! The bomb exploded, yet the wall did not collapse as anticipated. The bombs were insufficient, and the other side of the wall only yielded a small hole. Xiao Mu, in a state of desperation, brandished his flying sword and charged forward, relentlessly hacking at the wall. His true essence realm cultivation allowed stone shards to scatter. Without the formation's protective barrier, the wall could not withstand Xiao Mu's onslaught. At last, he breached the core cavern of the formation. Yizhen, Xiao Mu, enveloped in debris, surged inside with a thunderous roar. He was immediately struck dumb. Within the cavern stood the exquisitely beautiful maiden, her face and armor splattered with blood. The enemy's blood adorned her visage, imbuing her with an alluring yet sinister beauty. In her right hand, she held a severed head. The azure-clad assassins, I have slain this wanted criminal, presenting his head to your majesty and her highness. A faint smile graced Yin Yizhen's lips, a rare expression of joy. She offered the head, her eyes as striking as ever. Next time, there's no need to fight so fiercely. Xiaomu exhaled, a look of tenderness washing over his face as he playfully remarked at her youthful countenance. Is this the true essence of the saint body? Utterly formidable. Paired with the world's most elite saint body cultivation technique, she seemed poised to ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle. Oh my, could it be? This cold-blooded woman has actually slain a true essence realm cultivator. The princess entered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, a genuine feat of slaughter. It's a pity you are too young to be granted a title. Xiaomu laughed heartily, responding he was genuinely elated. Looking at Yin Yizhen felt akin to gazing upon his own daughter, a sense of indescribable pride swelling within him. I seek no title. Loyalty to the emperor and love for my country is my duty. All I desire is for your majesty and her highness to enjoy peace and happiness, living as long as the heavens. Yin Yizhen spoke calmly. This was the second time she had mentioned her highness. If Xiaomu failed to comprehend this, he would be on the precipice of becoming a tyrant. This child was remarkable in every way, yet her stubbornness was her flaw. Her gratitude towards Su Su had seemingly morphed into an obsession. I understand. I shall convey your words to Su Su. Xiaomu chuckled softly. The others had all entered, marveling at Yin Yizhen's valor. The cavern concealed numerous treasures, including the core of the formation and various alchemical apparatuses. Xiaomu approached slowly and retrieved the storage ring from the azure-clad assassin. After a brief glance, he handed it to Yin Yizhen. According to the customs of the cultivation world, this is your spoils of war. Xiaomu smiled, his eyes crinkling. The beautiful maiden looked up in astonishment, then finally smiled in understanding. Her smile radiated from the heart, captivating and breathtaking. Chapter 73. A reunion with reigning immortal Yin Yizhen refined the storage ring and approached Xiaomu once more. Your Majesty, I wish to report that everything within the ring shall be donated to the Academy. Yin Yizhen's awareness was astonishing. The techniques, artifacts, talismans, and elixirs contained within held immense value. However, Xiaomu had anticipated this outcome. This was the warmth of the Great Xia, uniting good-hearted individuals and allowing everyone to feel a touch of warmth. Grateful and conscientious, this child's affection for her country far exceeded ordinary expectations. In essence, the court was her home. It was the court that had rescued this orphan and taught her to read and write. In this rapidly changing era, such a system had unleashed unimaginable potential. You may keep the spirit stones. Should any findings arise from the other items, I shall certainly present them to you. Xiaomu replied, touched, his tone gentle. I humbly accept your decree. Yin Yizhen bowed respectfully. There is one matter I do not quite understand. What secret method allowed you to slay him? Xiaomu inquired cautiously. This child's cultivation techniques were entirely self-developed. By reversing the acupoints, she had opened 338. Surpassing the legendary primordial true scripture by 8, the question remained. Who had ever taught her spells? Let alone more powerful secret techniques? Your Majesty, do you not know? The techniques you imparted to me enabled me to comprehend the secret method of the saint body. Yin Yizhen responded, astonished, her large eyes reflecting disbelief, as if she suspected she had misheard. This is a bit awkward. Xiaomu found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the extraordinary insights she possessed. If one could truly grasp the essence of a technique, then why had he, with his 360 points of enlightenment, experienced no such revelations? Could it be that the formidable Great Wei Tianlong was indeed derived from such insights? This was a mystery that eluded Xiaomu, leaving him with no choice but to accept the situation for the time being. He had already conducted a thorough inspection of the cave. Preparing to take anything of value, however, one particular wall stood out, its surface unnaturally smooth, resembling a mirror. Yun Ran had been standing before it for quite some time. Xiaomu approached her quietly, taking his place beside her. Have you discerned anything of significance? He inquired with a gentle smile. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of the Mirror of Heaven? Yun Ran finally responded, without waiting for Xiaomu to reply. as she was acutely aware that none present could recognize this artifact. The Mirror of Heaven was a legendary artifact of the Xintian sect, possessing astonishing power that allowed it to peer into all things and communicate across spatial barriers. With a raised eyebrow, Yunran continued, "Incredible, isn't it? You don't mean to suggest that this is the Mirror of Heaven, do you?" "Certainly not. For the Mirror of Heaven to establish a connection within the secret realm, it must first create a barrier of observation within that realm, allowing it to resonate with the artifact itself." Yunran replied with a charming smile. "Magical tools, spiritual devices, treasured artifacts, and celestial instruments, such artifacts could never possibly fall into the hands of mortals. Are you implying that by activating the formation, we could connect with the Mirror of Heaven?" Xiaomu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering her words. This notion was indeed plausible. The Qingyi assassins belonged to the Dark Door and undoubtedly harbored many secrets that needed to be reported. "Would your Majesty care to give it a try?" Yunran suggested with a captivating smile, her expression embodying the type of alluring mature woman that Xiaomu favored. "Let's not rush. We shall discuss it once everyone has retreated. We should strive to keep the secrets of our Lingyun realm intact," Xiaomu responded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The pursuit of intelligence was reciprocal. The more one could uncover, the more advantageous it would be for future conflicts. Standing before the mirrored wall, Xiaomu and Yunran stood side by side. The others had already withdrawn, leaving no trace of suspicion. Even their armor had been stowed away to prevent the Xintian sect from discerning their secrets. As Yunran activated the formation, the mirror began to ripple. A violet glow surged forth, gradually revealing a scene on the other side of the mirror. To his astonishment, it was a familiar figure, real person Uxian, who appeared as proud and aloof as ever. However, upon catching sight of Xiaomu, her expression soured considerably. Xiaomu now understood that her cultivation level was at the golden core stage, marking her as the most formidable genius disciple of the Xintian sect in a century. At merely 100 years of age, she had achieved the later stages of the golden core, earning her the title of the sect's unparalleled prodigy throughout history. "It has been too long. I have missed you, dear fairy. I hope you have been well," Xiaomu said with a deliberately nonchalant grin, which only served to further infuriate the fairy, who clearly had little patience for jest. "Once I capture you, I shall turn you into a puppet." Real person Uxian threatened furiously, incredulous that the ant before her had managed to accomplish such a monumental feat. The Xintian sect had suffered tremendous losses, and her pride was deeply wounded. "I fear you shall never capture me, for I am not particularly keen on this encounter," Xiaomu replied with a smirk. "How dare you endure this?" Uxian seethed. Enraged at being belittled by someone she regarded as insignificant, "In no more than 3 years, I shall show you true power," she declared, her anger palpable. Having spent her life atop the mountain as an extraordinary fairy, she was entirely unacquainted with the intricacies of the mortal realm. Yet her words sparked a glimmer of insight in Xiaomu's mind, providing him with valuable information. 3 years? Why 3 years? Do you possess such confidence? He probed, though regrettably. "I am quite content here in the Lingyun realm and have no intention of delivering myself to the Xintian sect." "Humph," Uxian scoffed, her demeanor abruptly cooling. This time, she chose not to elaborate. Yet Xiaomu could still glean useful information from her unwavering gaze. Her eyes were resolute, betraying her certainty concerning the 3-year time frame. It was as if she were akin to a crooked-mouthed war deity, confident that when the time came, the Xintian sect would reclaim its position. "If you are so assured, perhaps we should wager. If I remain alive 3 years hence, what will you say then?" Xiaomu persisted, unwilling to relent, eager to draw out her intentions. Yet this time, disappointment awaited him. Real person Uxian narrowed her beautiful eyes, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from her. "I lack the patience to converse with an ant like you." "Just wait," she declared, abruptly severing the connection of the Mirror of Heaven. It appeared she had not anticipated encountering Xiaomu, hence her lack of preparation for such an exchange. Xiaomu pondered for a moment. "Why would she be in contact with the Dark Door?" he asked, turning to Yunran. "Impossible. Your Majesty must be mistaken. Xie Yusin is extraordinary and unlikely to engage in such dealings. The Xie family is one of the 3 great families that maintain their integrity," Yunran asserted, well versed in the Xintian sect's affairs, firmly refuting Xiaomu's theory. The adage one person's success leads to the rise of their kin often holds true among higher-tier cultivators, who invariably tend to care for their own bloodlines. Over time, cultivation families came to dominate the sect. The Xie family, the Zhan family, and the Nangong family were the three most prestigious families within the Xintian sect. In Chapter 74, The Inspiration of Corpse Puppetry. The recent expedition to eradicate the Shangxi Demon Cave had resulted in the loss of 3 students. Meanwhile, an estimated 5 or 6 Xintian sect cultivators had fled, all of whom were now wanted. The gains were substantial, particularly in the realms of corpse puppetry and alchemy. Upon returning to the capital, Xiao Mu's first order of business was to deliver the findings to the Imperial Academy. Previously, he had also acquired knowledge of corpse puppetry from the Black Cloud Recluse. The Academy had already established a project team to conduct research on it. Your Majesty, the core technique of corpse puppetry lies in employing the 3 souls to control the cadaver. Yang Zhen reported with evident enthusiasm. The 3 souls consist of the celestial soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. The human soul is reincarnated, the celestial soul is born of the heavenly Tao, and the earthly soul is the spirit that enjoys offerings from descendants after death. The integration of the 3 souls is quite intricate. Particularly for controlling the corpse puppets, the souls must transform into vengeful spirits, eternally barred from reincarnation. This is dark sorcery. The great Xia would never engage in such heinous acts. Are there any other findings? Xiao Mu had already established some ground rules, asserting with certainty, I initially intended to explore puppet techniques. But during the experiments, I made an unexpected discovery. The use of consciousness to control formations, Yang Zhen replied, his face alight with joy, even teasingly withholding some information. Controlling formations with consciousness? Xiao Mu pondered, furrowing his brow. Before suddenly his eyes gleamed. Are you suggesting that consciousness can function like radar? Wouldn't that mean the armor could see? His excitement was palpable as he grasped the implication of Yang Zhen's words. Currently, the Great Xia's radar was mechanical and primitive, lacking even sonar technology. Its detection range was too limited, often proving less effective than the human eye during daylight. Indeed, a consciousness radar can accurately probe details, making it the most formidable radar available. Regrettably, apart from activating the sea of consciousness within the human body, we have yet to find alternative means of acquisition, Yang Zhen explained, brimming with excitement, in other words. We must still rely on the warriors to activate their sea of consciousness. It's better than nothing. The consciousness of those at the Qi gathering stage is too weak, even incapable of leaving their bodies. However, Your Majesty, do not lose hope. The consciousness of corpse puppets can enable them to more accurately locate living beings, and this research direction will surely lead to breakthroughs in time, Yang Zhen added. Having synchronized with Xiao Mu's thoughts, then I shall entrust this matter to you, my dear minister. I have another announcement to make. In our recent assault on the Demon Cave, we have acquired numerous techniques and methods. Among them, the technology for crafting longevity meat pills is something I wish to classify as a top secret for research, ensuring that no information leaks, Xiao Mu declared solemnly. Should this alchemical technique become public knowledge, it would spell disaster for the Great Xia. Those wealthy individuals, upon learning they could extend their lives by a century, would likely risk everything to pursue it. The creation of a single longevity meat pill requires the sacrifice of 1,000 lives. Given our limited population, we cannot afford such waste. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we are scientists, not wicked cultivators devoid of morality. By the way, the technique for introducing qi into the body is already applicable in medicine, and I believe it will yield considerable profits, Dr. Niu Dun replied enthusiastically. Introducing qi into the body can similarly extend life by over 100 years, but it does require the consumption of spiritual energy. The Great Xia has only one spiritual vein mine, and the supply of spiritual energy is indeed limited. Thus, we can only market it as a luxury item for successful individuals in society. Dr. Niu Dun continued, that sounds splendid. I happen to be contemplating the issue of monetizing gold and silver, and this medical trend provides an excellent opportunity to promote standardized gold and silver currency. Xiao Mu concurred with a nod and a smile. The Great Xia was unlike ancient China, as it was rich in gold and silver mines. Silver and gold coins could be shaped into square forms, with 100 copper coins exchanging for 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins for 1 gold coin, and 10 gold coins for 1 spiritual stone. The weight of the currency could be controlled. Spiritual energy bombs can already be applied to artillery technology, Though we currently lack a name for them, I humbly request your majesty to bestow a name, Dr. Nyodun suggested. Let us call them spiritual energy cannons, simple and straightforward. Xiaomu replied, adopting a naming convention reminiscent of Earth. The military most despises extravagant nomenclature, preferring straightforward terms. Rockets would be called rockets, howitzers would be called howitzers, and thus, the spiritual energy cannon would naturally bear that name. All ministers, remember that henceforth, all military research and development must adhere to a 3-year timeline. I am determined to establish a complete combat capability within that period, Xiaomu declared with great ambition. Since real person UXIN has mentioned a 3-year time frame, let us see who truly is the Dragon King in return. Upon returning to the palace from the Imperial Academy, the sky had already darkened. Yu Guifei is now over 7 months pregnant, and Xiaomu directly went to Miaoxing Courtyard. I had anticipated your arrival, your majesty. I have prepared the pastries, Yu Guifei boasted with a sense of pride. Xiaomu understood these types of women all too well. The charmingly simple-minded ones could be quite endearing, as their world is uncomplicated and pure. Such words, more often than not, were merely fishing for compliments. Xiaomu picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, smiling as he took a bite. The delicacies made by my beloved are exquisite, just like you, both beautiful and sweet. His words, imbued with a soft and flirtatious tone, instantly warmed the atmosphere between them. The child in my womb is a boy. Does that please your majesty? Yu Guifei gently caressed her belly as she inquired. Cultivators were different from mortals. Their divine sense could clearly perceive the gender of the child within. Months prior, Yu Guifei had already discerned the child's sex. However, Xiaomu's insistence on wanting a daughter had made her a tad anxious. Isn't that even better? When this little rascal is born, my beloved shall ascend to the throne of the Western Empress. Xiaomu remarked, playfully brushing her nose. Why Yu Guifei was easy to coax. After enjoying the pastries, she soon fell asleep. Only then did Xiaomu rise and find Yulan in the side hall and the quiet space. Their breaths were distinctly audible. Yulan nervously gazed at his majesty, her little hands tightly clenched. She did not wish to serve the emperor. It was an instinctual aversion, just as she contemplated how to refuse. Xiaomu had already leaned in close. Sure. He gestured for her to be quiet, then drew near to savor her red lips. In that tranquil room, only the sounds of their kiss remained. You have feelings for me, do you not? Xiaomu inquired, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Such a rarity. She had never liked men, yet she had succumbed to the emperor. Please don't spare me, your majesty, Yulan said, her eyes reddening with shame, longing to disappear. Though she resisted, her body was undeniably honest. Once a season, Xiaomu chuckled softly, leaning into her ear. The blushing Yulan weakly nodded in response. Thus, the night descended in blissful happiness. Chapter 75. The chaotic 9 transformations technique. The relocation of the palace was bustling. Yet the emperor felt increasingly at ease. The cabinet continued its governance without interruption. Xiaomu only occasionally attended meetings. Originally, he had intended to form a council to better represent public opinion. However, with the emergence of cultivators, the parliamentary matters had to be indefinitely postponed. In this ever-evolving world, a system that keeps pace with the times needed to be designed. In the imperial garden, the chill of early winter rendered the flowers and grasses desolate. Yet Xiaomu wandered about with great enthusiasm. After navigating a rocky outcrop, a breathtaking figure caught his eye. It had been a while since he had seen Lu Chon'er, who still exuded pure beauty. However, her large eyes appeared somewhat haggard and anxious. The pink dress she wore suited her youthful age perfectly, enhancing her stunning innocence. Your Majesty, Lu Chon'er began, hesitating as her face flushed. I know. I was just about to seek you out. Xiaomu gently replied, understanding the young maiden's heart. What fault could a beautiful girl possess? Her only error was falling in love with the emperor, who could never bestow his affection solely upon her. Does your Majesty not blame me? Lu Chon'er's eyes lit up, finally dispelling her tension. How could I ever blame you, my beloved? You look magnificent today, Xiaomu reassured her, skillfully taking her small hand into his. He pondered who had instructed her to wait for the emperor. Such a poorly conceived idea was hardly commendable. I have made some desserts. Would your Majesty care to try? Lu Chon'er said, exhaling with relief. I'll dine in your palace. Let us go. Xiaomu perceived her subtle intentions, but chose not to address them. One could only blame the overwhelming number of women the emperor had. It was a perfect opportunity to spend time with her, while also delving into the secret techniques he had acquired. During the encounter with the Qingyi assassin, he had utilized a technique of duplication to escape. He had found this secret technique in his storage ring, and it piqued his interest. Within the palace, Lu Chon'er joyfully presented the pastries. Having prepared the dishes exquisitely, it was evident that the lovely maiden had put great effort into this. "This is lotus root cake. I have adored it since childhood," she said, her voice now light and buoyant. Once back in the palace, her worries about the emperor's absence dissipated. "Let me see," Xiaomu smirked, fully aware of what these young girls desired. Before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into his embrace. Lu Chon'er gasped, her cheeks immediately flushing. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness, akin to a ton of sugar mixed with a ton of lotus root cake. It was a sweetness that could be overwhelming. Yet it was precisely this feeling that the maiden cherished during the rainy season. "Such beauty is delectable. Looking at our Chon'er, even the cake has become sweeter," Xiaomu remarked, taking a bite and speaking suggestively. He could distinctly feel the shyness emanating from the girl in his arms. So tender. "The beautiful maiden is no match for the emperor. As long as your majesty is pleased," Lu Chon'er murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wish to stay in my beloved's presence for a month, visiting each afternoon. However, I must study my techniques, and Chon'er must not disturb me." Xiaomu smiled. "Really?" Lu Chon'er replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. This was a treatment reserved for those favored in the harem, a privilege that even the legendary Loli Dong Empress could not attain. Since the founding of the dynasty, only Yu Guifei had reached such heights, inciting envy among her fellow concubines. "Chon'er, do try the cake," Xiaomu said with delight. Nodding, he then offered the lotus root cake to her lips. The lovely maiden's red lips parted to take a bite. She realized the emperor had begun to taste her lips as well. As night fell, bliss enveloped them. Since beginning his study of this secret technique, Xiaomu found himself increasingly captivated. The jade slip contained a fragment of the technique, its full name likely being the Chaotic 9 Transformations Technique. The transformation technique can only be executed after refining the infant into the God stage. This secret technique can defy the heavens and mimic the powers of the God stage. A guaranteed life-saving skill. The opening lines left Xiaomu astounded. The external transformation technique was indeed a top-tier secret skill, achievable only by those at the God stage. Each external transformation was both a true self and a false self. As long as one of the duplicates survived, the original would not perish. One could only imagine how extraordinary such a life-preserving spell was. Even top-tier experts like those at the God stage could only manifest 1 or 2 duplicates. Yet, this secret technique boldly claimed to allow earlier manifestations. Unlike other God stage techniques, the transformations in this one possessed only half the true essence cultivation of the original. The technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level allowed for 3 duplicates. The second level resulted in 9, while the third level was astonishingly powerful, permitting a staggering 81 duplicates. The only drawback was that the more duplicates created, the weaker they became. Nonetheless, Xiaomu was thrilled to the point of nearly jumping. This was akin to gaining additional lives. The only regret was that the duration of the duplicates was too brief, lasting only a few dozen breaths in the mortal realm. However, that was sufficient. In moments of life and death, as long as one duplicate escaped, the original would survive. To simultaneously slay 3 duplicates would be an exceedingly formidable task. This secret technique places great emphasis on the opening of meridians. If one has fewer than 180 openings, they can only cultivate the 9 transformations duplicity technique. Only those with over 300 openings have hope of mastering the transformation technique. If one can open 360, cultivation will be effortless. The subsequent description of the technique made Xiaomu beam with joy. After reading, he understood why it was a fragment. The founder had only speculated. However, one thing was certain. The cultivator who created this technique was undoubtedly of extraordinary caliber, above the realm of celestial beings. No wonder the Qingyi assassin could only employ illusion techniques. The duplicates Xiaomu struck were not true transformations. Xiaomu began to practice, gradually grasping the principles of this secret technique. The human body's limit was 360 meridians. When all meridians resonated, it was as if the great numbers had found their 50th. The wonders of creation were indeed miraculous. Any talent that reached its peak could possess astonishing divine laws. Xiaomu remained in Lu Chon'er's palace for over a month, dedicating ample time to his cultivation while indulging the beautiful maiden only sparingly. As the 49 days came to an end, while engrossed in his training, Xiaomu suddenly felt all his meridians tremble. He vaguely sensed his vision blur, and then, to his astonishment, he stood up to find two identical versions of himself beside him. "Wonderful, who else?" they exclaimed in unison. "Ha ha ha!" The duplicates, sharing a mind and spirit, laughed heartily together. Fortunately, the lovely maiden was fast asleep and remained undisturbed by the spectacle. Chapter 76. The Blissful Life in the Harem in Yiming Palace. The lowly and Yu Guifei sat side by side at the forefront, the hall filled with a multitude of voices. The atmosphere was particularly tense, as recent times had been exceedingly sensitive. The court was reforming the medical system and planned to mint gold and silver coins. The interests involved were worth tens of billions of taels of silver. I have heard that the Yu family is constructing a large medical establishment, even naming it the Daxia Hospital. You sister, please be cautious. The Yu family has long established itself in the Jiangnan region. The Jiangbei area is not like Jiangnan. Opening a medical facility is not as straightforward as it is for your family. The lowly, unable to contain herself, finally spoke bluntly. The medical facilities in Daxia operated in both public and private realms, with the royal hospital being public, while those of the nobility were private. With over 10,000 hospitals in Daxia, they had essentially been divided among the powerful. The Yu family was gaining momentum, extending its reach into the Jiangbei territory of the Morong family. Your Majesty has misunderstood. The hospitals established by the Guifei in Jiangbei are in collaboration with the Yin family. I am terrified. I beseech the Eastern Empress to forgive me. Your Highness, the esteemed concubine, and I are now with child, blessed with the dragon's seed, a matter that has received your Majesty's special endorsement. Yin Susu's countenance remained as unyielding as a mountain, as she explained lightly, a true master of palace intrigue can not only sit regally upon the throne of the queen, but also discern the opportune moments when the humble shield their superiors from harm. Yin Susu, at ease and self-satisfied, did not cower despite her diminished status. Bang! The little one was not to be trifled with, slamming her hand upon the armrest, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. This group of sisters was becoming increasingly troublesome. Your Highness, does it hurt? Murong Wanru, seated beside her, gasped in surprise and asked loudly. The little one nearly laughed at her niece's audacity. Was this truly the moment to inquire about pain? Such a mere noble girl daring to oppose me. You must be tired of living. Conceiving the dragon seed is indeed your fortune, yet it does not guarantee your Majesty's favor. The little one spoke with a humorous air of feigned adulthood. Pouting as she scolded, no one in the palace dared to laugh. All exchanged glances in silence. Frankly speaking, the little one was not difficult to get along with. The sisters in the harem had long accustomed themselves to her pretense of sternness. The timid Inshuer, however, was oblivious to this and hurriedly shrank back her sleeves. On her delicate arms lingered the marks of the emperor's favor, a faint purple hue. Most feared an abrupt silence. The little one glanced around, seeking her next target. Injiaoyi, you are late today. Do you not wish to pay your respects to me? The little one's gaze lingered on the prize, her tone casually probing. Speaking of Inshuer, many sisters in the harem held her in low regard. The factions within the harem were clearly defined, with the Eastern Empress and the noble consort Yu holding the most power. Following them were the twin sisters and the likes of Lu Chaner, the new generation of influential families. Yet, Inshuer remained impervious to all attempts to sway her, never aligning with any faction, and rarely stepping outside her door. Only on the 1st and 15th days of the month did she appear to pay her respects. I am guilty. Inshuer whimpered, feeling wrong to the point of tears. The emperor had been in her quarters last night, which was why she was late today. However, her timid nature prevented her from voicing this. At such a tender age, it is understandable to be sleepy. Why must your highness make a fuss? Noble consort, you interjected boldly. To be honest, Yu Miaoxin hardly knew Inshuer at all. However, her nature was such that she spoke without much thought. Am I making things difficult for her? Is there a valid reason for her lateness? The little one, now angered, rose to confront the consort beside her. This reasoning seemed to hold water, leaving noble consort Yu speechless, merely shrugging and falling silent. I report to your Majesty, Queen, and noble consort. His Majesty has issued an edict for Injiaoyi to proceed to the Lungshi Hall to meet him. Huaiyan suddenly poked his head in. announcing he had long received the emperor's decree, intending to keep a hand hidden for critical moments. Once those words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, failing to comprehend the situation regarding Ensure. It was not until Huayan led Ensure out of the palace gates that the hall remained silent. The little one exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Susu, then pouted. "Let us disperse. This has infuriated me." The little one had no desire to linger among the chatter, leaving her words hanging as she walked away. The unspoken rule of the harem was to contend without breaking. In the Longxi Hall, Xiaomu looked on with keen interest at Huai, and the subsequent arrangements were to be kept from others. Only Huai and could not be kept in the dark. "Huaiyan, how have I treated you?" Xiaomu inquired, his tone fluctuating between joy and anger. This question startled Huaiyan greatly. The palace survival expert's instincts kicked in. "His Majesty treats me as a second father. As the sun warming the earth, as the moon soothing the heart." Huaiyan replied without a moment's hesitation, launching into a series of flattery. "I have a secret to share with you. It must not be leaked." Xiaomu hurriedly interrupted his flow of words. "A secret? Who would want to know the emperor's secret?" Huaiyan thought to himself. "I do not wish to hear it. Indeed, I truly do not want to listen. Your Majesty, please speak freely. Any secret that enters my ears, even if it costs me my life, I shall not divulge a word." Huaiyan vowed earnestly, "I intend to entrust the minting of gold and silver coins to the Yin family." "Huaiyan, you shall serve as the royal independent director," Xiaomu said with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, both men knelt in unison. "Your Majesty, I wish to continue serving you for several more years. Please spare me," Huaiyan pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. The gravity of minting money was evident. How many eyes would be watching? Originally, Xiaomu had intended for it to be a royal monopoly. Yet there was a significant issue. From an economic standpoint, without an independent central bank, inflation cannot be controlled. I am terrified. The Yin family cannot handle such a matter." Ensure trembled, utterly unable to accept such a burden. This was indeed a display of self-awareness. The Yin family was merely a prominent landlord, having only recently risen to prominence, relying entirely on Ensure's status in the harem. "Stand and speak. I do not mean for you to mint money at your discretion. You must create an appropriate currency based on the national production value. I entrust this to you because I value the Yin family's independence and their lack of deep ties with other influential families." Xiaomu explained, bemused. "Even on Earth, the authority of a mint is quite limited. The central bank is the true controller of the economy." What Xiaomu desired was merely that the Yin family could balance the matter of minting. After this round of education, he finally managed to convince the two. This matter must be kept confidential to prevent interference from other noble families, Xiaomu added as a final reminder. Both men nodded in agreement. Chapter 77. The Great Xia's precaution against future threats. Since mastering the chaotic 9 transformations, Xiaomu had become invigorated. He now attended court promptly every morning. After court, he occasionally inspected the guard camps or visited the Tai Academy. Under Yangzhen's leadership, the research team on the bottomless pit had made academic progress. Within the Tai Academy, Xiaomu furrowed his brows, listening intently as Yangzhen reported the latest research findings. "I believed, since the Shintian sect can siphon spiritual energy, perhaps the passage to the underworld can also flow in reverse." Yangzhen expressed his concerns gravely. The 10 realms of the underworld are interconnected. All souls ultimately undergo reincarnation in the 6 paths. All beings in the vast universe eventually return to the underworld for rebirth. It is this characteristic that allows the Shintian sect to extract spiritual energy from all mortal realms. We, the Lingyun realm, have already restricted the power of the realm to the true essence realm. Could it be that even those in the true essence realm can come through? Xiaomu questioned in astonishment. The underworld is an advanced concept. For a mere true essence realm practitioner to breach it would be exceedingly difficult. Spiritual energy is compressed into spiritual springs, utilizing the repulsive properties of the ghostly energy and spiritual energy found in the 9 abyss. Allowing the spiritual springs to lead smoothly to the Shintian sect is not impossible. That the sect possesses secret techniques enabling practitioners to navigate along the route of the spiritual springs. Yangzhen hesitated as he explained. His latest discovery was the repulsion between ghostly energy and spiritual energy. This finding alone was worthy of the Royal Science Award. As far as I know, the 9 abyss is shrouded in ghostly mist. How did they break through the fog of the ghostly walls? Xiaomu recalled the records from the immortal cultivation grand ceremony, unable to resist inquiring further. The Nine Abyss cannot be considered the underworld. Rather, it serves as a transitional area leading to it, a part of the underworld. I boldly speculate. The Xintian sect must have utilized the properties of spiritual consciousness. If they can refine their spirit and draw threads, the spiritual consciousness can extend over considerable distances, Yang Jin asserted with confidence. The technique of refining spirit into threads is not uncommon. It exists within the methods of training spiritual consciousness. It is said that accomplished practitioners can use their spiritual consciousness to attack others. Moreover, spiritual consciousness can breach the ghostly mist barriers, accurately locating a specific distance. You speak wisely. This must be guarded against. I have decided to fortify the bottomless pit. We shall fill the walls of the cave with spiritual bombs and deploy an artillery battalion and a firearms battalion for defense. Xiaomu finally made a decisive resolution. Taking precautions against future threats, an artillery battalion consists of 100 spiritual cannons. Even if Yin Shuangying were to come, he would be blown to bits. Thus, this matter was settled in the Xintian cave. Towering and ancient, the legendary path of the Xintian sect. The sprawling Xintian mountain range rises majestically, with the sect's gates standing tall in the middle. 72 floating peaks are perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist, their summits blanketed in snow. Within the hall of the sect master, 2 rows of elite practitioners lined the sides, exuding an extraordinary oppressive aura. Their bodies radiated true essence's law light. The pressure felt both palpable and intangible. Cloaked in spiritual mist, not even ordinary mortals, let alone earth-level practitioners, could discern their true forms. It is time to put an end to the antics of the clowns from the Lingyun realm. If this matter were to be known by other sects, my reputation would be tarnished. The sect master spoke first. Humph. The real person Yusin is blind. After visiting the Lingyun realm, she discovered nothing. The genius of the Xie family is nothing but ordinary. The nearby Yuanying Zhenjuan coldly reprimanded. The Lingyun realm is merely one of the 60 mortal realms under the Xintian sect's jurisdiction. To be honest, the sect does not hold it in high regard. However, this incident is too embarrassing. I indeed found no practitioners. The elder's words are somewhat harsh. Yusin retorted indignantly. In the realm of immortal cultivation, strength is paramount, yet she was not afraid of the elder from the Yuanying stage. For the Xie family had a transformation ancestor cultivating within the Xintian sect. Just as tensions began to rise, enough. The ants of the Lingyun realm have found the mechanism of the realm's power. Restricting true essence cultivation. It is certain that among these ants, the highest cultivation level is merely the true essence realm. Crushing them is as easy as pie. The sect master had to intervene to quell their quarrel. The realm of true essence, this trifling calamity, does not even warrant the privilege of a mere encounter. The sect leader, the true sovereign, is hardly concerned. I report to the sect leader that the sky-peering mirror can pinpoint the location of the Lingyun realm. And within a span of 3 years, we can reconstruct the portal. We shall discreetly send cultivators to extinguish their arrogance, declared Master Yusin, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. She had been vigilantly stationed by the sky-peering mirror during this time. Devoted to this monumental task, there is no need for such convolutions. I have already probed the spiritual energy channel. The divine awareness incense can still be ignited, and we can simply traverse the 9 abyss to eliminate them, asserted the true sovereign with a decisive wave of his hand. The so-called spiritual energy channel refers to the conduit through which the Xintian sect channels energy from the Lingyun realm. This channel ignites a divine awareness incense every 100 zhang, allowing the divine consciousness to resonate between the incenses once they are unraveled. This is the secret of the Xintian sect's energy theft, known to but a few within the sect. This is splendid. I am willing to handle this matter. Master Yusin's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she volunteered. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xiaomu and intended to teach that man a lesson. This matter rests with the sect. The Lingyun realm seeks to defy the heavens. Once we conquer them, the sect shall impart an unforgettable lesson upon them, a blood sacrifice of millions to serve as a warning. The true sovereign's words were startling. The lives of millions of mortals were merely a lesson in his eyes. Such actions are akin to those of malevolent cultivators, Master Yusin retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Xintian sect, after all, is a reputable sect. Blood sacrifice is a method of dark cultivators. Do not confuse the two. The reputation of the righteous path is only relevant to cultivators. Mere mortals are akin to livestock. Mere beasts to be raised, I intend for them to remember for millennia, never daring to resist the Shintian sect's dominion again. The true sovereign admonished, displeased. But they are also human. Xie Yusin's anger flared as she countered. Such a notion was beyond her imagination. While she accepted that mortals were inferior, occasionally taking lives was not unreasonable. Yet, this involved millions. It was utterly outrageous. Outrageous. The realm of mere mortals is but a pasture for the Shintian sect. Populated solely by livestock, they are unworthy of being called human. They exist merely to serve as cattle for the sect. The true sovereign shot her a disapproving glare. No high-ranking cultivator in the hall supported Xie Yusin's stance. The fate awaiting the Lingyun realm was indeed grim. Chapter 78. The abyss awaits. Snow fell in flurries, painting the Qinfeng Ridge in a stunning winter landscape in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mu had been stationed here for over a month. In matters of war, life and death are of utmost importance. One cannot afford to be careless. Xiao Mu approached military operations with unwavering seriousness, leaving no detail overlooked. Rest assured, Your Majesty. All fortifications have been completed, with trenches expertly dug and concrete poured above, reported the commanding general, chattering incessantly as they inspected the military facilities. Soon, they arrived beneath an arrow tower. The tower stood over 10 meters tall, armed with a cannon atop and flanked by 2 heavy machine guns. The 6th arrow tower is ready. If necessary, we can add 6 more by year's end. The general noted, following the emperor's gaze towards the tower. Have there been any drills? Xiao Mu asked, noncommittally. Is there a need for drills? 100 cannons firing will reduce the area near the abyss to rubble. The general replied, eyes widening, the implication clear. No drills had been conducted. We must conduct a live-fire drill. Prepare a similar basin for the troops to simulate an enemy assault, Xiao Mu instructed sternly. I shall obey. The general quickly straightened his demeanor and replied respectfully. All right, you may go about your duties. I wish to speak with Dr. Yang Zhan. Xiao Mu waved him off and approached the abyss. Yang Zhan had been waiting for some time. Your Majesty has arrived. Ahem. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, he said, somewhat awkwardly. Such scientific geniuses often lost their focus, a common occurrence. Xiao Mu bore no ill will towards him. The explosives are set along the walls of the abyss, Dr. Yang. What do you think will happen if cultivators from the True Essence realm charge in? Xiao Mu asked with a smile. The walls of the abyss are rigged with explosives every half zhong. If detonated, the power would be unimaginable. Yang Zhan replied, I estimate the explosive yield exceeds 20,000 tons of TNT equivalent, and given that the abyss is a confined space, the temperature and pressure will exponentially increase the lethality. I believe we can calculate it as 100,000 tons of equivalent. Dr. Yang pondered briefly, but soon realized that the emperor might not grasp the concept. Ahem. The protective true essence of a first-layer true essence realm cultivator is approximately 5 Ein units. Under such explosive force, their shields would be shattered in an instant, and their physical forms would vaporize. Since the Ein units were established by Dr. Ein, the measurement carries his name, Yang Zhan explained. The average value for a 6th-layer Qi gathering realm cultivator is roughly equivalent to 1 Ein unit. Xiao Mu did not quite understand why Dr. Ein chose this value, but as long as they deemed it scientific, that sufficed. In short. No one will emerge alive, Xiao Mu remarked, feeling somewhat dizzy. No true essence realm cultivator can survive. Yang Zhan affirmed. However, this statement was contingent upon the cultivators being inside the abyss. Excellent. I shall also deploy 8 golden lock formations around the perimeter to primarily restrict their flight, Xiao Mu said, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. The formation is too complex. The Academy has yet to fully study it. This formation, acquired previously, is of too low a grade, so I shall use it for defense. The formations for the Qi gathering realm can only trap true essence cultivators for 10 to 20 breaths. Yang Zhan confirmed. That will suffice. The soldiers can take advantage of the opportunity to strike. War cannot be fought on all fronts, Xiao Mu replied with a confident smile. After surveying the camp, he returned home, satisfied. For this defensive arrangement, Xiao Mu had deliberately moved in advance. The imperial city of Qinfeng Ridge was nearly complete. He had initially planned to relocate in the spring of the following year. Many concubines had accompanied him. As for the dangers, Xiao Mu held a relaxed view. If the Shintian sect truly breached the defenses of the abyss, then no matter where one fled, it would lead to death. Moving nearby, fighting for survival, might even provide a glimmer of hope. The imperial city of Qinfeng Ridge was built against the mountains, incorporating several small hills into the inner palace. Its area was approximately 10 times that of the Forbidden City, making it the most opulent palace in history. Majestic and grand, it bathed in the snowy landscape, resembling a celestial realm. The main structures were constructed of reinforced concrete, and the floors were adorned with marble. The main hall of the dynasty was named the Tianjin Hall. Instead of a single layer, it boasted a 5-story structure. Adjacent to the Qingjin Hall are the Litian Hall and the Imperial Study. Further in lies the Longxi Hall, a name steeped in tradition. Beyond the Longxi Hall is a plaza, flanked by imperial gardens. Following is the magnificent Sand Palace, home to the 3 most esteemed women of the Great Xia. Currently, only the Eastern Empress and the Western Empress resided in the left and right palaces, while the main palace awaited the rightful consort. In Xiaomu's heart, it seemed he had determined that only one woman could justifiably assume the role of the world's matriarch. Unfortunately, her family had fallen from grace. Your Majesty, I absolutely adore this new imperial palace, especially this floor-to-ceiling window. It is exquisite. The lively and playful girl from Yumeng Palace rushed over, tugging at the emperor's sleeve. After adopting cutting-edge technology, the palace became astonishingly beautiful, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows, glass partition screens, luxurious gold-inlaid jade furnishings, and more. The Yumeng Palace was spacious and bright, also boasting a 4-story structure. Among the entire inner palace, only the Fengqi Hall reached 5 stories, mirroring the emperor's esteemed position. If you like it, that's splendid. How about letting Wanru stay with you? You can chat together when you have the time. Xiaomu suggested subtly. Happiness must be actively pursued. To be frank, indulging in revelry without Wanru felt like a loss of soul. Coincidentally, the Yumeng Palace was exceedingly large, 3 times the area of their previous residence. Mainly due to its transformation from a 2-dimensional layout to a 3-dimensional structure. That is precisely my intention, the girl replied, her eyes brightening with excitement. It seemed she also favored the idea. Zilu's cultivation must not lag behind. She remains at the 4th layer. It appears I must train you diligently, Xiaomu remarked with a double entendre. The girl blushed suddenly but nodded affirmatively. She desperately needed to conceive a dragon's offspring and was compelled to yield to the emperor's wishes. As night fell, happiness descended. Chapter 79. The presumptuous assault in the blink of an eye, the year-end approached, and heavy snow blanketed the earth. Due to the differences in orbital and rotational patterns, the Lingyun realm had a year comprising 368 days. The calendar was meticulously drafted under Xiaomu's leadership, ensuring remarkable precision. The soldiers stationed at the abyss could only spend the new year within the military camp. Fortunately, the court provided subsidies, ensuring ample provisions of fish and meat. In the Great Xia, it was customary to feast on large chunks of meat, each weighing over half a pound. Sipping rice wine and savoring copious meat, the festive spirit was nothing short of indulgent. However, within the cavern, beneath the mirrored surface of the Nine Abyss, the situation was starkly different. In the fog-laden Nine Abyss, a group of 50 true Essence Realm cultivators stood gathered. Even the most ignorant would recognize the absurdity of such an assembly. What need had the mere Lingyun realm for 50 true Essence Realm cultivators? A few would suffice to sweep through effortlessly. Among the crowd was an old acquaintance of Xiaomu's, in the present day. The enchanting Guifei, now a disciple of the Xuantiangong, timidly stands amidst the crowd. She is the sole practitioner at the Qi-invoking realm, tasked with guiding the way. After all, she is the only one from Xuantiangong who has made the journey from the Lingyun realm. Reporting to Master Uncle, if we ascend from this location to Qinfeng Ridge, it is approximately 600 miles to the capital, Qianlu Yin cautiously relayed. The leading male practitioner smirked lewdly, his gaze scanning her curvaceous figure like a radar. One should not be deceived into thinking that the sect is a sanctum of purity. In reality, various unspoken rules prevail. It is commonplace for attractive young men and women to ascend to the beds of higher-level practitioners in pursuit of cultivation resources. Do not fear, Yinner. With me here, no one dares to act out of line. Once we have eliminated the wretched emperor, I will take you on a nostalgic journey, the lecherous male practitioner replied with a glint in his eyes. The notion of a nostalgic journey was merely a pretext. He was eager to sample the allure of this breathtaking beauty. However, Qianlu Yin was a true disciple, having studied under the esteemed Master Yusen, making it quite challenging for him to make a move. Xiaomu is not as bad as he seems. If Master Uncle permits, I could persuade him to yield, Qianlu Yin said, her tone tinged with urgency. The Lingyun realm was her home, and the Qianlu family had thrived under the Emperor's patronage. How could she not harbor feelings? Oh, I have heard that you were once a beloved consort. Could it be that you still have feelings for that wretched emperor? If you find yourself lonely, I assure you, Master Uncle is far superior to that insignificant insect. Heh. The leading male practitioner chuckled lewdly. Abandoning all pretense, his gaze fixated on Qianlu Yin, lingering on the most enticing parts of her form. Indeed, it is quite ample. How brazen. How dare you sully my disciple so freely? Before Qianlu Yin could respond, the jade bracelet on her wrist emitted the ethereal image of Master Yusin. The Taoist projection could only be wielded by those in the nascent soul stage. Master Yusin, being in the late golden core stage, could only manifest through her disciple's magical artifact, following her like a shadow. Forgive my disciple's indiscretion, Master. The leading male practitioner hastily corrected himself, bowing in apology. Although his words were filled with trepidation, his resolve remained steadfast. This place was the Jiyuan region of the Lingyun realm, where the interface's power was equally formidable, rendering golden core practitioners incapable of crossing over. However, the Jiyuan region was a no-man's land, allowing Taoist projections to find loopholes. Humph! You must safeguard the forbidden spirit pearl. Remember, do not lose it, or regardless of the mission's success or failure, you shall meet your demise. Master Yusin's voice softened slightly, though her anger lingered. The forbidden spirit pearl is a transcendent spiritual treasure, a unique artifact that exists between spiritual treasures and immortal artifacts. Generally, those artifacts that can be deemed transcendent must be of the highest quality and possess some of the powers of immortal artifacts. In a prestigious sect like Xuantiangong, such treasures are not regarded as the ultimate treasures. Nevertheless, this artifact is particularly special, proving remarkably effective in dismantling restrictions, formations, and illusions. The sect holds this treasure in high esteem. Rest assured, Master, in this mere mortal realm, no one could possibly steal the treasure, the leading male practitioner replied with utmost respect, speaking humbly. Then let us commence, Master Yusin finally commanded. After a moment's thought, her concern resurfaced. Yenner need not charge into battle, remain within the formation, and wait for us to secure Qinfeng Ridge before proceeding. Master Yusin exhibited a protective nature, her tone gentle, I shall obey. Qianlu Yan's eyes brightened. She was more than eager to avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn. Her cultivation was too weak, currently at the 3rd level of the Qi-invoking realm, rendering her ineffective. The leading male practitioner summoned the forbidden spirit pearl. Only such a treasure could loosen the barriers between the Jiyuan region and the Lingyun realm. As the forbidden spirit pearl shimmered with Taoist resonance, the black wall above the group began to ripple gently, finally unveiling a passage. Those from Juqin Peak may proceed first. The disciples from Kuishing Peak, follow me, the leading male practitioner commanded. Within the sect, various factions existed, and Juqin Peak and Kuishing Peak were 2 of them. Why should we ascend first? Each side shall send forth 5 individuals. The Juqin Peak practitioners were no pushovers, their expressions darkening instantly. According to the agreement, 50 individuals would ascend in 3 batches, with the vanguard consisting of merely 10. The most perilous group. An argument ensued between the 2 sides, and after a prolonged dispute, the leading male practitioner was compelled to concede. In the palace of Qinfeng Ridge, Xiao Mu, nestled beside Lu Chon'er in slumber, was abruptly awakened. A thunderous roar echoed, unmistakably emanating from the direction of the bottomless pit. Your Majesty, what is the matter? The stunning school beauty rubbed her drowsy eyes and asked weakly, something has occurred. My beloved consort, continue your rest, I must head to the military camp, Xiao Mu replied hastily, dashing out without looking back. The snow fell heavily that night, posing no hindrance to the practitioners of true essence. Xiao Mu soared through the air on his sword, reaching the military camp in just a quarter of an hour. The sporadic sounds of machine gun fire emanated from the front line, yet there was no sign of a large-scale conflict. What is going on? Xiao Mu inquired directly. Your Majesty, the explosives in the bottomless pit have detonated, creating a massive crater several hundred feet deep nearby. Our brothers have been vigilant. There have been no new discoveries since the explosion. The leading military commander succinctly reported. It was no wonder there were only sporadic gunshots. They had not detected any new threats. Xiao Mu soared into the air, surveying the scene. The explosion had created a vast crater in the snow, rendering the bottomless pit unrecognizable. The powerful shockwave had obliterated the surrounding forests and snow. The soldiers' camp was separated from the explosion site by a hillock, and they had all hurriedly taken refuge in the bunkers, anxiously observing the gaping hole in the snow. The enemy was oblivious to their peril, and Xiao Mu's heart raced with concern. Just then, a sudden anomaly unfolded as a shadow shot up from the rubble. Chapter 80. The truth lies within civilization. The shadow had barely risen a few feet when it collided with the air defense barrier. That damned wretched emperor, I shall slay you. The leading male practitioner roared in fury. His anguished cries echoed through the night sky. Their situation was dire. They had barely set out before suffering heavy losses, with half of their practitioners perishing before they could even exit the cave. In this mere mortal realm, it was terrifying indeed. All units, unleash artillery fire. Xiao Mu focused intently, issuing military orders at once. What the hell? Artillery fire? The leading male practitioner was momentarily taken aback, before he could regain his composure. Explosions erupted all around. 100 cannons unleashed a torrent of fury upon an area of just a few dozen square meters. What the hell? The leading male practitioner could barely utter half a curse before being engulfed by the barrage. To make matters worse, he had no time to alert the others. The shadow continued to emerge, one after another. They had just been clearing the rubble from the explosion, struggling to break free, only to be met with the equal treatment cannon. A cacophony of anguish echoed through the night sky. Is this truly the mortal realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did we not come to the wrong place? Damn it, Master Yusin deceived me. This is undoubtedly the demon realm. If this is the mortal realm, I shall publicly perform the most humiliating act. The furious roars reverberated all around. The meager protective essence of the true essence realm could not withstand for long. Before they could breach the air defense barrier, they were all reduced to mere pulp. The leading male practitioner, although the first to be hit by the cannon fire, was at the 9th level of the true essence realm. Somehow managing to endure, with a swift motion, he finally broke through the formation's defenses, seizing the opportunity before his protective essence was depleted. Countless machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets, locking onto his figure. Yet, he was enveloped by an indestructible golden bell projection. Sparks flew as he charged towards Xiao Mu. This time, Xiao Mu was no longer confined. Such petty tricks dare to challenge me. Great Majesty, Heavenly Dragon. Supreme Law Spell. Earthly Buddha, I shall smite you. Xiao Mu's heart surged with confidence, soaring into the air to meet the challenge. It had been years since he had felt such exhilaration. It was truly delightful. The last time he had been this flamboyant was during the final battle for unification. Damn. You truly possess the dragon's protection? How are we to proceed? The leading male practitioner felt despair creeping in. Muttering in disbelief, he had initially intended to capture the king first, turning the tide of battle. Never did he expect that the mortal emperor would be so devoid of martial ethics, possessing the lineage of a dragon and the protection of a true dragon. Such a situation was said to occur once in a millennium in the realm of cultivation. It was an unfathomable misfortune to encounter it now. To make matters worse, his protective essence crumbled upon impact, leaving him with little strength to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, a golden dragon surged forth with an overwhelming presence, soaring toward the shadow. The sky exploded with golden light, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The leading male practitioner could not utter a sound before the golden bell projection shattered, crashing heavily to the ground. The air erupted with the cheers of the onlookers. Long live! Your Majesty is the true dragon of destiny. The great Xia shall endure forever. Oh my heavens, the Emperor truly is the incarnation of the golden dragon. What incarnation of a golden dragon? Your Majesty is the true dragon. The soldiers stared in awe, utterly astonished by Xiao Mu's display. Thousands bore witness to this miracle, and it would be strange if it were not recorded in history. Bathed in radiant golden light, Xiao Mu slowly descended before the leading male practitioner. This fellow had not yet drawn his last breath, but he was close. How dare the mere Xuantiangong challenge me? I do not even regard them, Xiao Mu remarked, his performance commendable as he coolly regarded the practitioner. If you do not put on a show, you shall perish. The leading male practitioner finally drew his last breath, truly dying from indignation. After collecting the fellow's storage ring, Xiao Mu led his soldiers to clean the battlefield. As they advanced, they encountered a scene of desolation. The cultivators are formidable, with an indomitable vitality. Many who are missing limbs still cling to life. "Spare my life, fellow Taoist," pleaded one cultivator, who was left with only half of his body. Panic-stricken, with a swift motion, Xiao Mu ended his suffering without so much as a blink. After surveying the area, he finally stumbled upon someone who might survive. "Do not kill me. I surrender," the man cried, his spirit shattered and his voice trembling with terror. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu summoned the binding immortal rope, securely ensnaring him. This individual had merely lost both arms. There remained a chance for him to survive. The Academy's laboratory was in need of a living specimen, and a true Essence Realm cultivator was a rare find. Contributing to science was a noble endeavor, and perhaps he might indeed endure. After all, scientists rarely resort to taking lives. "How many of you came?" Xiao Mu inquired coldly. "If you answer truthfully, I may spare you," he added ominously. After a prolonged silence, the male cultivator finally regained his composure. 50 true Essence Realm cultivators came. 28 perished in the explosion, and the rest have ascended, he answered, his voice thick with emotion. It seemed he had no intention of concealing the truth. Xiao Mu was well versed in the art of interrogation. When a person's mind is in ruins, they often respond to inquiries without hesitation, free from concerns of reprisal. He scanned the surroundings, counting carefully, and matched the numbers in his mind. The senses of cultivators are exceptionally keen, and he had a rough estimate of how many shadows had fled. That said, it was imperative to eliminate any remaining threats. Should even a single fish slip through the net, future endeavors would become exceedingly troublesome. "Yinjin, follow me. Let us descend and take a closer look," Xiao Mu decided, contemplating the situation before opting to lead the charge himself. The only true Essence Realm cultivator in the Great Xia Empire was the Emperor, and the only one capable of putting up a fight was Yin Yizhen. Others would be of little use in the narrow passage. There was only one way forward. The two led the way, followed by a small squad of armed soldiers. The cultivators had already excavated a path directly to the interface wall of the abyss. Their progress was remarkably smooth until they reached the interface wall. Having faced no obstacles along the way, the black mirror leading to the Nine Abyss was cloaked in a layer of array light. Within the formation stood a quivering figure, an old acquaintance. "Ah, it has been too long, my beloved," Xiao Mu teased with a smile. Who else could it be but Qin Luyin? Upon reflection, it made sense. The Xintian sect must have sent her to guide them. "Your Majesty, you have one?" the favored concubine exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She had considered many possibilities but never imagined that the mortal court could emerge victorious. After all, they were facing 50 true Essence Realm cultivators. "My dear, you truly are something. You have become a guide for them," Xiao Mu remarked, a smirk on his face. "Your Majesty, I had no choice," Qin Luyin hurriedly explained, flustered. "No need for explanations. Betraying me comes with a price. Witness how I will punish you." Xiao Mu's expression turned serious as he stepped forward to reprimand her. Without further ado, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and led the team out of the abyss. Chapter 81. Research on the speed of the cultivation world. Upon returning triumphantly, the night resonated with celebration. Inside the Dragon Breath Hall, Xiao Mu donned the dragon robe with great satisfaction. Qin Luyin, her eyes red and swollen, gently assisted the Emperor in adjusting his attire. Last night had been particularly arduous for her, as the Emperor had been insatiable, leaving her little time to rest. The marks of his affection were evident across her body. "This is merely the interest. For leading the enemy astray and betraying the Great Xia, I shall not easily forgive you," Xiao Mu declared, his mood fluctuating. With a thud, Qin Luyin fell to her knees, clutching the Emperor's trousers in a pitiful manner. "Your Majesty must believe me. They forced my hand, leading me to commit a grave error. Woe is me, I recognize my mistake. Please spare me," she pleaded, her voice trembling with despair. "How clever," Xiao Mu mused, glancing down and recognizing that her theatrics were quite pronounced. Even in such circumstances, she was aware enough to accentuate her curves, her alluring figure undeniably captivating. He had to admit that the favored concubine knew precisely how to plead her case to the Emperor. "You may avoid the death penalty, but you will still suffer. Consider yourself a mere showgirl. If you serve me well, Perhaps I might find it in my heart to forgive you, he thought, feeling a twinge of softness within him. His tyrannical tendencies momentarily subdued. Being an emperor was no easy feat, especially when faced with such enchanting temptations. One misstep, and he could easily fall into their traps. This time, he could not wholly blame Qian Luyan. In the Xintian sect, where foundational cultivators abound and golden elixirs are as plentiful as dogs, she had little choice as a mere ant. I thank your majesty for your mercy, Qian Luyan said, her beautiful eyes brightening as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Sighing softly, Xiaomu slowly exited the Dragon Breath Hall. He had been exceedingly busy lately and was scheduled to meet Yang Zhan today. The academy had naturally relocated, and the one in the capital had now become an affiliated research institute. As he departed the palace, Qian Luyan finally felt lighthearted. Ha ha ha! She lifted her skirt and twirled joyfully within the opulent hall. Her spirits inexplicably lifted. Yet before she could revel in her newfound joy, the ethereal figure of Master Yusin emerged from her bracelet. The projection of her Dao intent was becoming increasingly faint. Seemingly on the verge of collapse, that wretched tyrant, my dear, you suffered last night. Master Yusin gritted her teeth in anger. She had witnessed the entire ordeal last night, and even now, the memory caused her to blush. One had to admit that the Emperor of Great Xia was quite the character. He was merely in a foul mood. Please do not take it to heart, Master, Qian Luyan replied, her expression turning serious as she recalled the burden she carried. I left you a teleportation talisman. Follow my method, and you may escape. Once I open the secret realm, I shall ensure that the wretched emperor meets his end without a burial place, Master Yusin instructed coldly. However, Qian Luyan did not share the anticipated excitement. Instead, her expression grew hesitant. Master, I beg your pardon, I have reconsidered. I shall not go to the Xintian sect. I cannot endure such hardships. I would rather remain in the inner palace and enjoy wealth and glory. Perhaps I can repay your kindness in our next life, she declared, her words sincere. This was undoubtedly a heartfelt sentiment. As the daughter of the Qin family, she had lived a life of luxury and indulgence since childhood. And her time in the palace had only amplified her excesses. Her desire to join the Xintian sect had stemmed from youthful curiosity. However, that so-called immortal mountain felt more like a hellish prison. With its meager sustenance and arduous training, compounded by the incessant harassment from lecherous old men, the favored concubine had long since had her fill. With a wavering heart, how can one achieve immortality? Master Yusin exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded, before angrily reprimanding her. I simply wish to remain by the emperor's side, Qian Luyan replied meekly. Such a statement, especially after last night's events, left Master Yusin perplexed. You enjoy being treated this way? Master Yusin asked, incredulity etched upon her face. As a transcendent figure raised within the sect, she had no understanding of romantic entanglements. Witnessing the previous night's events, she had mistakenly thought Xiao Mu was abusing Qian Luyan. In any case, farewell. Or rather, may we never meet again, Master, Qian Luyan stammered, her heart racing. With a sudden motion, she shattered the bracelet, sighing in relief as she did so. The Qinfeng Ridge Academy, when Xiao Mu encountered Yang Zhan. He struggled to suppress his laughter. Dr. Yang Zhan, with dark circles under his eyes, was still engrossed in studying the forbidden spirit pearl. Noticing his intense focus, Xiao Mu patiently waited for him to regain his awareness. After a quarter of an hour, Dr. Yang Zhan finally exhaled deeply and turned in surprise. Your Majesty, when did you arrive? I apologize for my rudeness, he greeted absent-mindedly. He merely offered a polite acknowledgement, his bookish demeanor rendering him somewhat impervious to the emperor's authority. Have there been any advancements with this pearl? Xiao Mu, not wishing to cast blame, smiled and redirected the conversation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yang Zhan became animated. Your Majesty, through laser refraction experiments, I have determined that this treasure is of the highest grade. What intrigues me most is the Dao rhythm it possesses, which seems to have the ability to break formations and restrictions, he explained excitedly, due to the similarities between spiritual energy and light attributes. Both being weightless, the Academy had developed laser refraction experiments to assess the quality of treasures. As for the underlying principles, only the Dao ancestor and Dr. Einstein might comprehend them. The Dao rhythm is irreplicable. Even if thoroughly understood, it may lack practical application, Xiao Mu advised thoughtfully. These scholarly scientists had a tendency to become overly fixated, often spending excessive time on theories with little value, which few could comprehend. Your Majesty, are you aware of the flight speed of true essence realm cultivators? Dr. Yangzhen swiftly shifted topics. Approximately 20 meters per second, or 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, Xiaomu mused, responding with the scientific units he had coined. Indeed, if my theory holds, foundational cultivators reach around 80 meters, golden elixir cultivators can attain 240 meters per second, and infant soul cultivators approach the speed of sound, between 300 to 350 meters per second, comparable to bullet speeds. Dr. Yangzhen asserted confidently. Are true essence cultivators being underestimated? Xiaomu queried in astonishment that I absolutely do not underestimate them. Based on the cultivation level of infant soul cultivators, theoretically, they can exceed 800 meters. However, breaking the sound barrier would result in sonic booms, with air resistance akin to a steel wall, which would hinder their speed to some extent, Dr. Yangzhen insisted emphatically. Wait, how does this relate to the forbidden spirit pearl? Xiaomu chuckled, bemused by the abrupt deviation from the topic. Chapter 82. The value of the forbidden spirit pearl within the experimental glass vessel ahead. There lay a dreamlike white pearl, quietly emanating wisps of ethereal charm. Yangzhen, confident and composed, fixated on this fist-sized treasure. If the speed of cultivators could be calculated, then the lethality of bullets could similarly be deduced. According to my estimations, with the acceleration of spiritual energy patterns, bullets could exceed 1,000 meters per second. However, they would still fall short of injuring a nascent soul cultivator unless inscribed with forbidden array patterns. Dr. Yangzhen made a startling declaration. 1,000 meters is approximately 3 times the speed of sound, far surpassing the flight velocity of nascent soul practitioners, such as the unassuming nature of a top-tier scientific luminary. While Xiaomu remained troubled by the true essence realm practitioners, he was already contemplating strategies to contend with the nascent soul stage. Yet, those practitioners were adept in spatial secret techniques, capable of traversing inches with the blink of an eye, and we were utterly ignorant of such evasion techniques. Xiaomu listened, utterly astounded, feeling a profound reverence for science in that moment. Evasion techniques are beyond the scope of my consideration. The so-called heavenly principles can also be described as the mysteries of the universe. Does your Majesty believe in science? I hold an unwavering conviction in it, replied Dr. Yangzhen, with a scholarly arrogance. I in the realm of science, he is akin to a deity. You believe, thus I believe. Our collective faith shall one day convince the world to embrace science. Xiaomu responded with grandiloquence. Ha ha ha! The two men erupted into laughter within the laboratory. Utilizing the principles of optical imaging, I can project the patterns and then inscribe them en masse onto bullets, provided sufficient spiritual energy is infused. Their power can be unleashed. Dr. Yangzhen finally revealed his plan. The principle of optical imaging involves using special materials to create images through exposure. Once this technology matures, cameras will soon emerge. The laboratory is perpetually a step ahead of its time. The inscribed patterns. How much power can they unleash? Xiaomu inquired with keen interest. Patterns cannot be replicated. The engraved lines are better referred to as law patterns. Many formations in the cultivation world originated in this manner. Evolving from the ethereal resonance of heaven and earth, Dr. Yangzhen had delved deeply into the study of formations. The patterns resemble quantum states, existing within the realm of Schrödinger's cat theory. The forbidden spirit pearl will be entrusted to the Academy. Should any resources be lacking, you may inform me, and I shall ensure science is not disappointed. Xiaomu assured with enthusiasm. Excellent. Acquiring the forbidden spirit pearl will propel the scientific advancements of the great Xia once more. It seems that as long as the methodology is sound, any path taken will lead to the soaring of science. Talent is forever the most precious resource. In the imperial city, within the inner palace. Revitalized, Qin Luyin eagerly prepared to navigate the treacherous waters. She was intimately familiar with the inner palace, having once commanded authority therein. Upon entering the palace, her first task was to seek allies. For she was now merely a lowly showgirl, devoid of even a maid or eunuch by her side. As she approached the main palace gate, she spotted Yen Su leading 2 palace maids her way. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Qin Luyin hastily knelt, her voice laced with deference. This scene felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of her first entry into the palace years ago. Filled with trepidation, the queen. Do you think I resemble a queen? Yin Su chuckled in disbelief. With that remark, she turned on her heel, showing no inclination to reminisce. What? Qian Lu Yin was taken aback. Watching as Yin Su walked away, she could hardly believe that Yin Su was no longer the queen. In her ambitious past, she had strived to become the Western Empress, never once considering that Yin Su would fall from grace. Regaining her composure, Qian Lu Yin hastened towards the Fian Palace. This was the dwelling of the twins, and she had learned from the eunuchs that her former companions had now ascended to the status of noble ladies. If one of them bore a dragon seed, the title of concubine would soon be within reach. Inside the palace, the twins lay languidly upon a couch, and upon seeing their former sister enter, neither made an effort to rise and welcome. Greetings to my two younger sisters. Qian Lu Yin greeted them with a radiant smile. Ahem. We all entered the palace in the same year. Who knows who is older or younger? The elder twin, Yang Xiyin, pouted. Indeed. We never did clarify that back then. The younger sister, Yang Xiya, chimed in almost in unison. This. Qian Lu Yin's lips twitched, struggling to maintain her smile. She never anticipated that the once timid sisters would exhibit such boldness today. My dear sisters, you have wounded my heart. I used to often invite you to serve His Majesty alongside me. Qian Lu Yin feigned distress, clutching her chest. How swiftly the tides have turned, from younger sisters to elders in an instant. We shall no longer assist you in entertaining His Majesty, the pair declared in unison. The memories of their previous daring escapades brought an unbidden blush to their cheeks. My lady has only just returned. How could I dare impose on my two elder sisters for entertainment? However, should you require assistance, I would gladly lend my support. Qian Lu Yin said with a disarmingly innocent smile. Bing Er, see them out. The sisters, in perfect harmony, issued the command together. Bing Er? Qian Lu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her former personal maid. Even she had joined forces with the twins. This life had become unbearable. My lady, please. Bing Er's expression turned serious as she gestured for her to leave. Hey, have you lost your mind? I am your mistress. Is this how you treat me? Qian Lu Yin protested, indignant. Times and people have changed. I have not gone mad. I am now a second-rank palace maid, just beneath Aunt Yulan, and also a guard of the inner court's Fei Hua Wei. You, a mere showgirl, are not worth my time. Bing Er shrugged nonchalantly. With only two first-rank attendants in the palace, the only ones above her were Aunt Yulan and Gong Huai, and being a second-rank palace maid was indeed an impressive status. With a generous salary to match, moreover, as a member of the Fei Hua Wei, she was considered a trusted confidant of His Majesty. Qian Lu Yin, chattering endlessly, was finally ushered out, and the twin sisters shared a knowing smile. Clap! They exchanged a synchronized applause, finally rid of her. As long as we run fast enough, trouble will never catch up with us. Come give me a kiss. The two pouted playfully, bursting into laughter. Qian Lu Yin's return undoubtedly posed a significant dilemma. No woman in the inner palace wished to draw near her to ask for the two queens, it was needless to say. In the past, Qian Lu Yin had offended the lowly and also the favored concubine Yu. As for the newly risen noblewomen like Lu Chanair, she was a complete stranger to them. After a fruitless circuit, Qian Lu Yin despondently realized that she was the only showgirl in the entire palace. Every other woman held at least the title of beauty. Chapter 83. Revisiting the abyssal pit of Jiuyuan in just 7 days, the abyssal pit was once again cleared, on the third day of the new year. Xiaomu braved the snowstorm, leading a grand army to the entrance of the cave. This passageway cannot remain unsealed. Otherwise, the New Year celebrations will be in vain. Yin Er, discuss the situation with Dr. Yang Zhen, he instructed, facing the biting winds and exhaling white mist in this bitter cold. I thank everyone for their efforts, though the cultivators seem quite at ease. Even those at the Qi induction stage are not easily frozen in such weather. Indeed, the land of Jiuyuan is filled with ghostly mists, and the Xintian sect has been tracing the direction along the Spirit Spring Channel, with a long-lasting fragrance of divine consciousness every 100 zhang. Qian Lu Yin recounted. She was the only one who had ventured inside, and thus she was brought along, providing her a chance to atone for her past misdeeds. What is this everlasting fragrance? Dr. Yang Zhen inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. I am uncertain. It should be a treasure crafted through the spirit extraction technique. Qian Lu Yin replied, pouting. When we go to seal the passage, Your Majesty, please remember to bring back some of this everlasting fragrance. It may be the key to breaking through the divine consciousness radar, Dr. Yang Zhan stated casually. Qian Lu Yin stared in astonishment. This bookish man seemed to have a death wish, to her surprise. Xiao Mu exhibited the same nonchalance, showing no signs of reproach. I shall keep this matter in mind. Rest assured, Doctor, Xiao Mu replied with a grin. The army had already begun its movements. The terrain of the abyssal pit had drastically changed, transforming into a sloping cave, facilitating military maneuvers. Before long, Xiao Mu, accompanied by Qian Lu Yin and Yini Zhan, arrived at the boundary wall of Jiuyuan. The dark, ominous wall was quite unsettling. Soldiers continued to vanish into the wall, leaving behind rippling waves. This time, they had brought tens of thousands of troops, including 1,000 university students, in the mortal realm. Only such clumsy methods could prevent them from getting lost in the land of Jiuyuan. Yin heir, should you succeed this time, I shall elevate you to the status of a beauty, Xiao Mu promised in advance, to deter any tricks she might play. The cunning of concubine Yin was renowned. For His Majesty, I would do anything, Qian Lu Yin responded, her eyes shining with joy. She cared not for the title of beauty, but rather for the fact that His Majesty truly intended to forgive her. Let us proceed, Xiao Mu chuckled, stepping first into the wall. Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and they were enveloped in a space thick with fog. Here, distinguishing east from west was impossible. The entire area was a haze of confusion. Xiao Mu attempted to sense the sun star and the moon star, but his consciousness remained unresponsive, rendering him directionless. Even cultivators could become lost. How much more so the mortals? Your Majesty, this is the spirit channel I mentioned. Qian Lu Yin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pointed ahead. Before them lay a dried-up trench stretching into the distance, disappearing into the fog. Occasionally, light flickered across the channel. Previously, the Xintian sect had utilized this channel to siphon spiritual energy. All soldiers, heed my command. Position yourselves along the channel, with one person stationed every 10 zhang, and do not act without orders, Xiao Mu declared loudly. His abundant true essence amplified his voice, reaching the ears of the thousands who had already entered Jiuyuan. The soldiers quickly took the initiative, forming a line along the edge of the channel. This was the makeshift solution that Xiao Mu had devised. As long as there were enough people, they need not fear the ghostly walls of Juan. Each soldier held a rope, grasping each other's hands, maintaining a distance of merely 2 or 3 meters, thus clearly perceiving the positions of their comrades. The army advanced in an unending stream. Xiao Mu, accompanied by Qian Lu Yin and others, traversed the human wall formed by the soldiers. After toiling for the better part of the day, they finally covered 30 kilometers. Your Majesty, will you not collect the everlasting incense? Qian Lu Yin could not help but remind him. Indeed, at the bottom of the spiritual energy channel, there was a flickering light every 100 zhang, resembling a stick of incense, with its smoke rising in a straight line, precisely connecting to the next stick. No need to rush. We can collect it on our way back, Xiao Mu replied, feeling considerably more at ease. His tone softened. The soft sand beneath their feet emitted peculiar sounds as they walked. The land of Jiyuan was barren, a desolate desert. They finally reached the end of the line, where a stick of everlasting incense stood not far away. Let us begin here, Xiao Mu decided, intending to sever the spiritual energy channel. As he approached to pull up the incense, Qian Lu Yin exclaimed, Your Majesty, you are worth a fortune. Let me assist you. Her enthusiasm was palpable as she volunteered. What danger could there be in a mere 10 zhang? Xiao Mu chuckled, realizing her intent to please and conceding to her wishes. Yet, unexpectedly, disaster struck. The moment Qian Lu Yin pulled up the incense, the consciousness threads on either side suddenly snapped. The thick fog around them engulfed her figure. Your Majesty, where are you? Qian Lu Yin cried out in alarm, her surroundings cloaked in an impenetrable mist. Her voice became ethereal, echoing from all directions. Do not move. I will find a way to save you. Xiao Mu urged, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The treacherous realm of Jiyuan was indeed unpredictable. Even a distance of 10 zhang could lead to disappearance. He could not discern the direction of her voice. Xiao Mu attempted to extend his consciousness, which should have encompassed a radius of 10 zhang, but here it faltered. His consciousness could barely extend a single zhang before it could stretch no further. Ejin. Hold the rope. I will rescue her, he declared urgently, summoning the binding immortal rope. As it unfurled in the wind, Xiao Mu grasped one end and charged into the fog. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Qin Luyan panicked. Scanning her surroundings, at that moment, a warm hand enveloped her, pulling her into an embrace. Woo-woo, that I thought I would never see you again. There are ghosts here, she sobbed. That in truth, her courage was rather limited. Her bold demeanor was merely a facade. Nonsense, where would ghosts come from? Xiao Mu chuckled, gently wiping away her tears. Woo-woo. Just as he spoke, a faint, mournful wailing echoed from all around. Within the thick fog, it seemed that countless terrifying entities lurked. Heavens, there really are ghosts. This was indeed the land of Jiyuan, where malevolent spirits and ghostly cultivators existed. Previously, the presence of the spiritual energy channel repelled the malevolent spirits, but now, with the incense severed, the wandering ghosts began to approach. We must go, Xiao Mu urged, seizing Qin Liuyan's delicate hand and hastily retreating. Following the binding immortal rope, they swiftly located Yin Yizhen. The soldiers in line were already in a state of panic. Gripped by fear from the sounds of the malevolent spirits, hear my command. Everyone remain still and prepare your submachine guns, Xiao Mu ordered loudly. In such a bizarre place, once they lost their sense of direction, all would be lost. The sound of His Majesty's voice swiftly steadied the troops. The line of soldiers ceased their frantic movements and began to retreat in an orderly fashion along the spiritual energy channel. The wails of the malevolent spirits grew increasingly numerous. Roar, the occasional roar of a ghost, seemed to resonate right beside them. We cannot continue to retreat in such a desolate manner. Otherwise, they will inevitably pounce upon us. Form ranks and prepare to confront them, Xiao Mu decisively commanded. Nearby, over 100 soldiers stood ready, their firepower sufficient. Your Majesty, how can we fight when we cannot see the enemy? A lieutenant beside him queried. Bewildered, no need to aim. Just fire and suppress their firepower, Xiao Mu replied firmly. He then lifted his submachine gun and began to unleash a barrage of bullets into the ghostly mist. Da-da-da. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of gunfire. From 3 directions, dozens of guns fired in unison. The chilling wails of the malevolent spirits echoed from within the fog, and ghostly flames could even be seen flickering. The spiritual energy bullets proved effective. And within mere moments, the ghostly cries subsided. Xiao Mu gestured for the soldiers to cease fire. Engineers, bury the channel. Let us put an end to this, he ordered, exhaling a sigh of relief. In this haunted place, devoid of direction, once they lost the guidance of the spiritual energy channel, no one would find their way back to Lingyun realm. The soldiers hurriedly began to dig sand to fill in the channel. However, before long, the faint cries of ghosts resumed nearby. Must they never cease? Xiao Mu remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Just as he was about to issue orders to repel the malevolent spirits once more, an unforeseen event transpired. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and a terrifying aura descended from above. Your Majesty, look at the sky. Qin Luyan shrieked in fright, her delicate finger trembling as she pointed upward. The crowd looked up, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In the sky, 2 enormous, crimson ghostly eyes shone brightly, resembling 2 full moons hanging in the firmament. The eyes were blood-red, with vertical pupils, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The winds are rising, a fierce gale howled, and the surrounding ghostly mist roiled violently as if boiling. The nearby malevolent spirits shrieked in terror, and the thick fog began to clear. The entity in the sky finally revealed its true form, a colossal black bull's head, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over all. Those terrifying eyes surveyed the crowd with a condescending gaze, exuding an aura of dominance akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami surging forth. All present, including the encroaching malevolent spirits, instinctively knelt to the ground. No one could stand before such a being, save for the resolute Xiao Mu. Facing this celestial presence felt akin to an ant confronting an elephant. Yet Xiao Mu stood firm. The approaching pressure felt like a mountain descending upon him, awakening the true dragon within. Golden light enveloped him, and a phantom of a true dragon spiraled gracefully around him. This realm of Jiyuan belongs to the realm of Forgetful River. Living beings are not permitted to enter. The celestial entity spoke, its tone unexpectedly gentle. The realm of Forgetful River is one of the 10 ghostly realms. It is said that within this realm flows the river of forgetfulness. Drinking its waters will cause one to forget their past lives. I do not wish to intrude upon this place. But the Shantian sect has been siphoning spiritual energy from the mortal realm, and I have no choice but to act. Xiaomu exhaled deeply, responding, "It seems that the earlier disturbances were too great. Alarming such a terrifying presence, as for how you detected it, only you would know. The 6 paths of reincarnation are the immutable laws of heaven. The Earth Mother Ancestor has decreed the laws of reincarnation, which are the eternal truths of the universe. I, the Lord of 7 Kills, guard the forgetful river, adhering to the Earth Mother Ancestor's edict." The celestial being's voice resonated with ethereal wisdom. The Earth Mother Ancestor. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. The 3 great ancestors of myth, Taichu, Earth Mother, and Daowu, possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and reshape the universe. The full title of the Earth Mother Ancestor is Supreme Virtue of the 8 Directions and 6 Harmonies, Wheel of Destiny, and Eternal Life. The Lord of 7 Kills is said to act in accordance with the Earth Mother Ancestor's decree, forbidding living beings from entering. Since this is the decree of the Tao Ancestor, we shall retreat immediately, Xiaomu replied without hesitation, having no illusions of victory. Surveying the surroundings, everyone remained kneeling. They seemed unable to rise. "You carry the aura of the Emperor, and I shall not make things difficult for you. The entry of countless living beings into Jiyuan is indeed dire. As for this channel siphoning spiritual energy, I shall erase all traces. The mortal realm is not my concern," the Lord of 7 Kills stated casually. A king does not kneel. It dawned on Xiaomu. Just as the words of the Lord of 7 Kills fell, the heavens and earth trembled once more. The surrounding fog gradually dissipated, revealing the spiritual energy channel and the human wall of soldiers. Quick-witted, Xiaomu swiftly plucked a stick of consciousness incense nearby. The sand and stones swirled as the spiritual energy channel was rapidly submerged. The ethereal figure in the sky began to fade away. "Hurry, retreat quickly." Xiaomu knew that the Lord of 7 Kills had granted them leniency, and he promptly issued commands. The crowd hastily retreated. Xiaomu's mind was in disarray, feeling an inexplicable sense of insignificance. How vast is the universe? The number of stars far exceeds the grains of sand in the Lingyun realm. The 3,000 mortal realms, along with the Haotian realm, are almost as insignificant as grains of sand in the face of the universe. The Earth Mother Ancestor governs the entire cosmos. One could only imagine the power she wields. The trifling matters of the Shantian sect were hardly worthy of her attention. The crux of the matter was, she truly existed. Originally, Xiaomu believed that the Tao Ancestor was merely a conceptual figure akin to a deity. As the soldiers moved slowly to enter, they retreated swiftly. When Xiaomu finally emerged from the abyss, it was just in time for the setting sun. Yang Zhan had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance and rushed forward upon seeing His Majesty emerge. The forbidden spirit pearl, the consciousness incense. "All for you." Xiaomu managed to force a smile. "Your Majesty, did something happen?" Dr. Yang Zhan inquired, his emotional intelligence shining through. Even he could tell that Xiaomu's expression was not quite right, revealing the profound impact this incident had on him. "Hutu Tianzuan exists, and I have encountered her subordinate." Xiaomu, at a loss for words, could only half-jokingly explain. He had never felt so helpless in the presence of an immortal cultivator. What is so strange about this? The universe is home to trillions of galaxies, each containing countless stars, and each star is surrounded by numerous planets. The Lingyun realm is utterly insignificant. Even our star domain is merely a speck of dust in the cosmos. Who, other than the Tao Ancestor, could possibly be the one to establish the laws of the universe? Yang Zhan offered a comforting remark at this. Xiaomu was left both amused and exasperated, having no choice but to accept the theological consolation of the scientist. Chapter 85. The small must strive for progress. The taciturn Yin Yizhen slowly approached. "I seek to advance to the true essence realm, Your Majesty," she stated in a calm and cold tone. Is she really about to advance? Truly, the Wujis is remarkable in its astonishing cultivation speed. Xiaomu was filled with mixed emotions, casting an admiring glance at the beautiful young woman. "That is splendid. The court will assist you in preparing all the necessary resources," he declared grandly. It seemed he too needed to hasten his own cultivation, lest he remain a mere minor character forever. having witnessed the existence of the incredible. He found boundless motivation to ascend. I yearn to advance. Upon reaching the true essence realm, a cultivator with a mixed spiritual root would require 20 to 30 years to progress a level. A dual spiritual root would take 10 to 20 years. Should one become stuck at a bottleneck, they might remain there for a lifetime. 500 years of lifespan is truly insufficient. A heavenly spiritual root could advance a level in 8 to 9 years, which is already a commendable speed. A spiritual body could further shorten this to 5 to 6 years, while a divine body might take 2 to 3 years, and a holy body would require just over a year. Xiaomu estimated that even opening all 360 acupoints would take him at least half a year to advance a level. I thank your majesty for your grace. Yin Yizhen's beautiful eyes flickered with a barely perceptible emotion. She was not one for words, merely etching her gratitude deep within her heart. The abandoned orphan seemed to be scaling the heights, all thanks to the benevolence of the sovereign and the empress. Mission accomplished, the army returned to the capital. Upon returning to the palace, Qian Lu Yin was still shaken, the shadow of the 7 killers Yama lingering in her mind. She arrived at the Shuxiu Palace in a daze, only to find someone waiting for her. Inside the room, a stunning beauty in red, her figure exquisitely alluring, wore a smile that could make even women falter. Sister Qian Lu, it's a pleasure to see you. Yun Ran greeted, her crimson lips curving into a delightful arc. Years ago, when Qian Lu Yin returned to her sect with Master Uxin, they had met once. Later, Yun Ran accompanied Zhang Renjie to the Lingyun realm. And now, by a twist of fate, they had crossed paths once more. Yun Ran, you've become a Jiaoyi, how fortunate. Qian Lu Yin sighed, a hint of regret in her tone. I truly regret going to the Xintian sect. Wealth and honor are one thing, but I find my cultivation has lagged behind. Upon her return, she discovered that her sisters in the harem were all cultivators, their skills surpassing hers. Where could she voice her grievances? Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. We should consider how to please His Majesty. The title will come easily, Yun Ran said, maintaining her confident tone, unwilling to beat around the bush. The harem of the great Xia is a fierce competition. Sister, do not be overconfident. Qian Lu Yin replied with a tone of despondency. It was not a lack of confidence, but the beauty of the great Xia harem offered no respite. I understand His Majesty well. He favors mature women, and it seems we are both his preferred type. If we unite our strengths, we could bring him double the joy, and I assure you he will be captivated, Yun Ran teased. Raising an eyebrow alluringly, double the joy. Qian Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the potential in such a plan. The most favored one in the harem was that voluptuous yet dim-witted woman. And with Yu Guifei currently pregnant, it was the best time for them to step forward. Sister, you truly are a timely blessing, Qian Lu Yin said as she moved closer, gently taking the beautiful woman's hand. To her surprise, their personalities harmonized quite well. The two exchanged seductive glances, feeling an inexplicable connection. His Majesty will visit me tonight. Yun Ran boldly extended an invitation. Sister, you must welcome me tonight. Qian Lu Yin became increasingly animated. The two burst into triumphant laughter. Inside Miaoxin Palace, Yu Guifei, with her prominent belly, was enjoying a shoulder massage from Yulian. It would be best if this child possesses a spiritual root. If not, I would like to bear another for His Majesty. Yu Guifei said breezily. There are indeed limitations for cultivators giving birth, especially for female cultivators. The woman's egg cells are finite, diminishing with each ovulation. Thus, once a woman reaches a certain age, she can no longer conceive. Even cultivators cannot alter this fate, as it is the natural order, unless one's cultivation is extraordinarily remarkable, enabling them to reverse genetic intricacies. Rest assured. This child will undoubtedly possess a spiritual root, Xiaomu replied resolutely. This was not mere conjecture. It was a conclusion reached through divine insight. The presence of a spiritual root can be inferred through the use of spiritual energy, but without testing, certainty cannot be established. I have indeed been fortunate, nurturing this child diligently, and I anticipate advancing to the true essence realm soon, Yu Miaoxin declared proudly. She was a person who enjoyed lively company. Were it not for her pregnancy, she would have little desire for arduous cultivation. I plan to enter seclusion, but rest assured, it will be a living seclusion. I will only dedicate half a day to cultivation, Xiaomu replied with a smile. Were it a dead seclusion, he could likely advance a level in just half a year. However, Haste makes waste. His body needed time to adapt to the growing strength. Heaven had already made its arrangements. The limit for the holy body was 1 year, and Xiao Mu intended to progress steadily. After a brief conversation, Xiao Mu took his leave. Yu Guifei remained in high spirits. Yulan, peel some grapes for me. She commanded cheerfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Yulan replied obediently, her eyes sparkling. The way she looked at the Guifei was enchanting, filled with affection. Xiao Mu caught a glimpse, suddenly realizing his previous worries were unfounded. Yulan's love was pure and beautiful. She was simply content to see the Guifei. Thus began Xiao Mu's period of seclusion. Aside from attending a cabinet meeting once a month, he was virtually oblivious to all else. The Great Xia experienced a technological explosion, a transformation unprecedented in history. After half a year of seclusion, Dr. Ein published his theory of relativity, including the mass energy equation. This astonishing scientific paper asserted that during nuclear fission, mass is lost, releasing energy beyond imagination. This energy surpassed that of a Yuanian cultivator, rivaling that of a Huashan cultivator. The theoretical basis consisted of 2 points. First, even with the true fire of the sun, a Yuanian cultivator could not match the core temperature of the sun, which is 15 million degrees, while nuclear fission can reach 200 million degrees. Secondly, the energy released during fission occurs instantaneously, whereas a Yuanian cultivator cannot mobilize their entire essence for a single, overwhelming attack. Upon reading this paper, Xiao Mu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Although he did not fully understand it, he was profoundly shaken. Even more astonishingly, the paper asserted that if nuclear fission were catalyzed with spiritual energy, its power could be amplified tenfold. This was indeed the correct way to harness the energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 86. Cultivation Accelerated Science. Xiao Mu rushed to the Thai Academy at once. Not even pausing to admire the allure of the two beautiful women, he headed straight for Dr. Ein's office. Dr. Ein, is there hope for the creation of a nuclear fission bomb? Xiao Mu inquired directly. The Great Xia desperately needed progress, especially in the face of potential extinction. Regarding this matter, I was just about to discuss it with Your Majesty. This paper of mine was inspired by you? Your Majesty, it would be unjust to attribute it solely to Ein, Dr. Ein suggested. However, he did not provide a direct answer, instead proposing that the foundation of Great Xia's scientific advancements stemmed from Xiao Mu's drafts over 20 years ago. Encapsulating the essence of compulsory education, it was precisely for this reason that Great Xia's technology was continuously surging. Please, this is your honor. I am unworthy of it. If it cannot be helped, you could add a hypothesis before the paper. Stating that I merely proposed a conjecture, Xiao Mu hurriedly declined. It is not an honor. Even the emperor deserves it. Then let us proceed this way. For the nuclear fission bomb, I believe it is best to use uranium, which we can mine in Great Xia. Dr. Ein finally broached the main topic. In truth, Xiao Mu had long been prepared for mining. This was the confidence of a time traveler. Once science advanced to a certain degree, many engineering preparations were already in place. The question was how to concentrate and purify it. Xiao Mu pondered, pressing for answers. Rest assured, the formations of cultivators are remarkably effective. With a few modifications to the formations for purifying true essence, they can be adapted for the purification of uranium, Dr. Ein replied confidently. Cultivation truly is all-powerful, directly accelerating the technological explosion. How long until we can produce a prototype? Xiao Mu asked anxiously. If all goes well, it can be completed in 2 years, Dr. Ein responded with a smile, seemingly unfazed. As if victory were assured. I will leave everything in your capable hands. Whatever you need, I will provide. Xiao Mu promised with a pat on his chest. Ha ha ha, Dr. Ein laughed heartily, showing no signs of the fear brought by the Xintian sect. Your Majesty need not worry. Even if the nuclear fission bomb is not completed, the Xintian sect will leave empty-handed. Our power armor technology and spiritual radar technology have made groundbreaking advancements. Dr. Ein's words were astonishing. Really? Xiao Mu replied, incredulously. He then felt overwhelming joy. Indeed, surprises abound when one is among such formidable scientists. The spiritual radar harnesses the property of spiritual energy merging with light, resulting in a laser spiritual radar capable of precisely locking onto enemies, making it exceptionally suitable as a fire control radar with a detection range of 11 kilometers. Furthermore, another model utilizing the principle of light wave diffusion has been developed. Functioning as a warning radar with a detection range of 300 kilometers, Dr. Ein explained with clarity that this, can it truly compare with the spiritual awareness of a transformation realm practitioner? Xiaomu found it hard to believe his ears. While it may not rival Earth's radar systems, it certainly does not fall behind when compared to the spiritual awareness in the cultivation realm. Are there any countermeasures against practitioners above the foundation establishment stage? We must not underestimate them. Caution is paramount, Xiaomu remarked, still in disbelief, overwhelmed by the shocking revelations. Your Majesty is overthinking it. The practitioners in the cultivation world are as foolish as pigs. They understand the what but not the why. Do they comprehend the temperature of the true sunfire? Do they grasp the principles behind formation arrays? Are they aware of the chemical components involved in alchemy? Dr. Ein retorted, visibly agitated. Bookworms have this flaw. Doubting their theories feels like a desperate struggle. Surely someone is attempting to conduct research. Xiaomu interjected with a forced smile. These scientists are indeed spoiled by the emperor's indulgence. Research? Do they comprehend philosophical reasoning? Do they understand methodology? Are they familiar with experimental principles? Do they grasp mathematics and physics? Dr. Ein's face flushed with anger as he found himself in a heated argument with the emperor. Yes, practitioners know nothing. They are even oblivious to aerodynamics and flight. Let us cease this argument. Your Majesty should go see the latest model of power armor. Yang Zhen could no longer bear to watch the dispute and stepped in to intervene. Does the emperor not care for his dignity? Such an enlightened sovereign. If he were to offend anyone, he may never encounter another wise ruler like this again. Xiaomu, following Yang Zhen's lead, proceeded to the testing grounds. Inside the spacious hall, rows of power armor were displayed. Their dark golden sheen was remarkably alluring, embodying the very designs men adore. Just a glance ignited a surge of adrenaline. Each suit of armor stood 2 meters tall, capable of standing upright even when unoccupied, exuding a formidable presence. This is the latest model of the Daxia Imperial Guard 2 armor, powered by a flight formation array, weighing 248 kilograms, with armor strength comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact, equipped with a rapid-fire laser gun and 6 personal spiritual energy projectiles, Yang Zhen introduced with enthusiasm. It can fly. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, if practitioners can fly, why can't it? It employs an anti-gravity spiritual energy flight formation and the spiritual radar for targeting, Yang Zhen continued, filled with pride. The only drawback is that due to material limitations, the armor's strength is only at the level of a top-tier magical artifact. Let me give it a try, Xiaomu exclaimed eagerly. Who doesn't dream of a mech suit? Your Majesty can connect with the formation using your spiritual awareness to operate the armor, Yang Zhen replied cheerfully. Without hesitation, Xiaomu initiated the ritual for a suit of armor, instantly establishing a spiritual connection. The armor seemed to come alive, moving as if it were a magical treasure. It transformed into several components, swirling around Xiaomu's form. Clank, clank. Soon, it automatically equipped itself, adjusting its size to fit perfectly. Whoosh! With a mere thought, the flying sword mounted on the armor's back appeared, akin to a practitioner's flying sword. Here I come. Ha ha ha! Xiaomu was overjoyed, at that moment truly understanding Dr. Ein's disdain for the cultivation world. Both are crafting magical treasures, yet look at the heights these scientists have achieved. Whoosh! The armor soared into the air, darting towards the great hall's exit. Floating several dozen meters above ground, it felt surreal. Filled with playful spirit, Xiaomu charged towards a large tree. Boom! The tree was instantly shattered into splinters. Activate the laser spiritual radar. Lock on. With a flick of his spiritual awareness, a beam of red light shot forth from the armor's mask. Bang! Bang! Several bullets soared skyward, obliterating the birds in the sky. Chapter 87. Leading through system advantage. Ha ha ha! Xiaomu gleefully stored the armor. The once imposing armored suit rapidly shrank, vanishing into his storage ring. However, the right arm sprang forth. What's going on? Xiaomu asked in bewilderment. Each suit of armor is equipped with a storage space, and due to the principles of spatial arrays, they cannot fold into each other, hence your Majesty cannot store the right arm. Yang Zhen explained. The inclusion of storage space in the armor is essential, akin to possessing infinite energy and ammunition. The storage bags commonplace in the cultivation world have reached new heights. Is the raw material for the storage space sufficient? Xiaomu suddenly recalled this matter. The storage bags in the cultivation world mostly originate from the stomachs of demon beasts, which have spatial arrays within to accommodate their prey. Later, the crafting method for storage rings was discovered, with the raw material being the Nanyuan stone from spiritual veins. The yield of Nanyuan stone is exceedingly low. Daxia extracted 100,000 spiritual stones, but only unearthed 80 kilograms of Nanyuan stone. Each storage ring roughly consumes 50 grams. Currently, we can forge 1,600 storage spaces. Yang Zhan provided precise figures, showcasing his exceptional intellect. I will pay attention to this matter. In the future, Nanyuan stone mines will be prioritized for the Tai Academy. Xiao Mu declared, assigning priority to the power armor. If nuclear fission represents the upper limit, then power armor signifies the baseline. Excellent. The bullets Your Majesty just used are inscribed with the forbidden spirit pearl runes. Sufficient to hunt golden core practitioners. Daxia's technology is beyond the comprehension of those primitive folk. We are filled with confidence. Yang Zhan attempted to mediate, his smile sincere. This statement was clearly a gesture of support for Dr. Ein that he understood. Stepping forward to address the Emperor with utmost respect, I hold deep admiration for Your Majesty. Without the Daxia system, scientific miracles could not be created. What I argue for is the glory of Your Majesty. For I profoundly resonate with Your Majesty's ideals, which are incomparable to those so-called practitioners. Dr. Ein offered a respectful apology. Indeed, the competition among groups fundamentally boils down to a competition of systems. Xiao Mu wholeheartedly agreed. The advancement of systems enables the barbaric folk, dwelling in isolation, to effortlessly surpass ancient civilizations that have thrived for millennia. Weakness is not an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is, let us go. Time for a meal. This one is on Dr. Ein. Xiao Mu teased. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the imperial city. At the Rain Dream Palace, the first thing Xiao Mu did upon returning home was to see his son. The son of Empress Yu Miaoxin, the first prince with spiritual roots, was born, and as expected, Yu Miaoxin became the empress. If this lad possesses even half of his mother's talent, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Xiao Mu joked, cradling his son. The months-old child could only be confirmed to have spiritual roots, but his precise talent could not yet be discerned. Spiritual roots develop by the age of 12. While most children begin cultivation around 7 or 8, Your Majesty, have you thought of a name for my son? Empress Yu Miaoxin inquired with a gentle smile, filled with maternal affection. Let us call him Xiao Helen. Xiao Mu replied without hesitation, having already decided on the name. However, this name caused Empress Yu to pout in discontent. Why isn't he named after the Jia character? She protested, her voice filled with indignation. She thought the Emperor was deliberately slighting the child. I have long thought it through. We shall follow the conventions of cultivation families from now on. Children with spiritual roots will have their own lineage, while those without can only be granted a noble title, ensuring a lifetime of wealth and glory, Xiao Mu said, feeling a sense of loss. It was painful for a father to be so biased, knowing that both palm and back of the hand are flesh. However, in a world where inequality is inherent, one must adapt. If that is the case, then the child will be the emperor's firstborn. Yu Miaoxin's eyes brightened as she boldly remarked, such a thought, however naive, was not suitable to voice in front of the emperor. Xiao Mu couldn't help but glance at her impressive figure, the phrase big-breasted. Brainless flashing through his mind. Indeed, he is the firstborn. Once we transition into an immortal dynasty, he will become the emperor's son, Xiao Mu replied, both amused and exasperated. In the cultivation realm, the hierarchy of practitioner dynasties often surpasses that of secular emperors. The emperor himself is referred to as the Great Emperor, while sons with spiritual roots are designated as emperor sons, and daughters as emperor daughters. Yonglande, quickly write this down. I fear I might forget. Yu Miaoxin exclaimed excitedly. Hee. Xiao Mu couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. Why, beloved consort, why not go bathe and change? Tonight, you must attend to me, Xiao Mu urged, filled with urgency. Every time he saw Yu Miaoxin, he felt an overwhelming urge to share a bed. She possessed an irresistible charm. I will sleep holding our son tonight. Your Majesty, I apologize, Yu Miaoxin candidly declared. Hearing this, Yonglan nearby trembled slightly, her little hands quivering. She really I'm going to cry. Xiao Mu was taken aback, then shifted to a state of helplessness. When a woman reaches a level of innocence, she can often appear quite endearing. Even a refusal to the emperor seems somewhat acceptable. Xiao Mu made no further demands. heading instead to the Yin Susu Palace. She too had given birth to a boy, yet the atmosphere in her palace was rather dismal. While Yin Susu was still nurturing her health, upon seeing His Majesty's arrival, she suppressed the bitterness within her eyes and turned it into a radiant smile. "Your Majesty, have you decided on a name for our son?" she inquired with a beaming expression. "What do you think of Xiao Jiabua?" Yin Susu continued, her smile unwavering. Xiaomu stepped forward, taking her small hand in his, responding to her thoughts. Fate can sometimes be exceedingly cruel, treating this ethereal beauty with undue harshness. Throughout, Yin Susu committed no wrongs yet found herself ensnared in the mire of destiny. They had both given birth to a son, yet Xiao Jiabua lacked a spiritual root. It suits him perfectly. Yin Susu maintained her cheerful demeanor. However, Xiaomu felt a pang in his heart, reading a tinge of desolation within her smile. The weight of the Yin family's burdens pressed heavily upon her delicate shoulders, which were ill-equipped to bear such a load. "I wish to appoint you as my imperial concubine. I implore you, Susu, do not refuse." Xiaomu's heart stirred, unable to suppress his sovereign nature any longer. The fairy upon the bed was visibly taken aback. "Is your Majesty intending to become a tyrant?" Yin Susu responded with a hint of melancholy. She had grown accustomed to striving for that which was easily attainable, yet found herself unprepared for this turn of events. Transitioning from the refined daughter of the Yin family to the revered empress was a path fraught with hardship. When glory adorned her, fate played a cruel jest, stripping her of everything once more. "For you, I am willing." Xiao Mu's voice quivered slightly. With that, he rose to depart, wishing to avoid hearing a rejection. It was only after watching His Majesty's figure fade away that the fairy on the bed succumbed to silent sobs. Chapter 88. The Xintian sect strikes again. Xiao Mu resumed his seclusion. 6 months later, he broke through to the second layer of the true essence realm. After another year of secluded cultivation, he advanced to the third layer of the true essence realm. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The 3-year deadline was approaching, and no one knew when the Xintian sect would launch their attack. Xiao Mu had no choice but to conclude his seclusion and prepare for battle. "Father, father," as he entered the imperial garden, a horde of small children rushed towards him. The concubines were all in the prime of their youth, and in the past 2.5 years, they had given birth to over 20 children. Regrettably, only 3 of those children possessed spiritual roots, a ratio that was still quite commendable. "Huayan, bring the candy," Xiaomu exclaimed with a broad smile, rewarding each child with sweets and embracing them for a moment. Just as he was about to entertain the children, Huayan approached him again. "Your Majesty, there is trouble." The court spies had relayed intelligence that something noteworthy had been discovered near Qin Fengling. Huayan whispered. The previously smiling Xiao Mu's expression stiffened. Indeed, the Academy's predictions were correct. The Xintian sect intended to reconstruct the teleportation array and would surely select a spiritually rich location. "I shall go and take a look," Xiao Mu decided, abandoning his plans for the harem and stepping out of the palace. After hearing the report from the messenger, Xiao Mu soared into the sky on his sword. Within 100 kilometers, he reached the unusual site. It was a stone wall, surrounded by desolate mountains and wilderness. Had it not been for a hunter's chance discovery, it would have likely gone unnoticed. Over a year ago, Xiao Mu had issued an order that any sightings of surging magical light should be reported to the court, promising substantial rewards. With a crash, stones fell from the wall, which gradually became smooth. Accompanied by the wall's movement, it occasionally emanated white light. This was the site for the reconstruction of the teleportation array. Once the wall became mirror-smooth, the array patterns could be inscribed. In the distance, a group of people rushed over, with Yang Zhen being carried by armored soldiers, flying hurriedly towards the ground. "How long has it been since the discovery?" Yang Zhen jumped down from his armor, adjusting his glasses as he asked. He appeared comically out of place, yet no one laughed. This matter was serious. 5 days had passed since the hunter's discovery of this location. "It is imperative," Xiao Mu replied earnestly. The Xintian sect can only remotely reconstruct the teleportation array, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. It cannot be completed in less than 2 to 3 months. Yang Zhen observed carefully before speaking. The remarkable aspect of the sky-viewing mirror is that it can pinpoint this planet and can even draw upon its spiritual energy. The array patterns have yet to be inscribed, Dr. Yang. "How much longer do you estimate?" Xiao Mu pondered. "This teleportation array will take at least 2 months to complete. If we destroy this wall, They will have to start anew elsewhere, Dr. Yang quickly proposed. No, if they change locations, we may not be able to detect them. Xiao Mu's gaze hardened as he decisively rejected the suggestion. To know oneself and one's enemy is victory in every battle. The spiritually rich areas around Qin Fengling span several hundred miles. Even if we dispatch patrols, they may not timely detect any signs. If not for the hunter's timely report, the Xintian sect could have infiltrated unnoticed. Then I shall immediately deploy the array to ensure the complete annihilation of the Xintian sect's cultivators here. Yang Zhan responded eagerly. The Dasha's advancements in array techniques were significant, although they lacked extensive knowledge of killing formations. The patterns for containment arrays had already been upgraded. What is the status of Dr. Ein's nuclear fission project? Xiao Mu inquired. However, Yang Zhan merely shrugged, indicating he was also unaware of the situation. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Dr. Yang. I will check on Dr. Ein's project. Xiao Mu, unable to spare the time, entrusted the matter to him. If a nuclear bomb could be developed, success would be all but assured. The Xintian sect was not foolish. They certainly learned from their previous mistakes and would come equipped with remarkable treasures this time. Dr. Ein's project was being conducted in the wilderness. When Xiao Mu finally met him, he was nearly unrecognizable. His hair was unkempt, and it seemed he had not bathed in ages, appearing somewhat eccentric. Your Majesty has arrived just in time. You need to draw some true essence spiritual power. I have grand plans, Dr. Ein spoke in a disjointed manner. Upon seeing the Emperor, he appeared as though he had encountered a windfall. Xiao Mu could hardly contain his amusement. What is the progress on Dr. Ein's nuclear fission bomb? He asked, forcibly redirecting the conversation. Nuclear bomb? It's already completed. I am now considering integrating array patterns and spiritual energy into the fission process to enhance the explosive power, Dr. Ein replied, astonished. Such a top-tier expert is so unassuming. The project is complete, yet he speaks of it as though it is trivial. Remarkably, it had taken only 2.5 years to achieve this milestone. In contrast, the United States had taken 5.5 years. But Dacia had the advantage of array refinement, effectively overcoming the most critical technical challenges. The nuclear fission bomb was sufficient. Discussions about array patterns could wait. Xiao Mu chuckled in disbelief. However, Dr. Ein disagreed. The array technology is mature. It is merely a matter of convenience to enhance the explosive power, Dr. Ein insisted. Now that the Xintian sect has begun constructing the teleportation array, how much longer will you need? Dr. Ein? Xiao Mu asked directly, without intending to negotiate. The explosion experiment can be conducted in 3 days. The bomb's power is equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT. The remaining enriched uranium can produce 2 more bombs with a yield of 30,000 tons. Your Majesty can rest assured, Dr. Ein guaranteed, patting his chest. After waiting a whole year, 3 more days were inconsequential. Xiao Mu nodded in agreement. The detonation site had long been selected, in an uninhabited desert over 1,000 kilometers from Qin Fengling. For cultivators, this distance posed no challenge. 3 days later, Xiao Mu personally took command, armed with a telescope, concealed within a rocky outcrop. In the distance, the desert was symbolically populated with pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep to simulate the presence of living creatures. The crowd within the outpost was bustling with activity. 3.2.1 Detonate, Dr. Ein commanded. The principles behind the nuclear bomb's detonation were not complex. Xiao Mu raised the telescope, eagerly looking towards the horizon. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, engulfing the heavens in flames that seemed poised to pierce the firmament. Unlike a conventional nuclear bomb, this nuclear fission spiritual energy bomb radiated a circle of white magical light. The ground trembled violently, and the earth was thrown into chaos. The devastating power was terrifying, inducing a stunned silence among the crowd within the outpost. After a long pause, they erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 89. The saintly maiden blossoms with the nuclear bomb prepared. Xiao Mu felt confident, channeling all his energy into training the mecha warriors. Daxia now had 12 true essence cultivators, 4 of whom resided in the palace. Aside from Xiao Mu, Yin Susu, Yu Miaoxin, and Yun Ran had all successfully advanced, while the young girl remained in seclusion. The remaining 8 true essence cultivators were university students, all summoned by Xiao Mu to the imperial city on standby. As graduation approached, Yin Yizhen had reached the age of 16. The time for her coming-of-age ceremony. Xiao Mu issued a decree for Yin Susu to personally oversee her ceremony. Inside the ritual hall, Yin Yizhen appeared somewhat uneasy, unaccustomed to such lively gatherings, Your Majesty. Perhaps we should skip it. As a mere orphan, it hardly warrants such pomp, Yin Yizhen murmured. What nonsense is that? You are the pride of Daxia, an outstanding graduate of Kunlun University. It is an honor to assist you in your coming-of-age ceremony. Yin Susu replied with utmost tenderness, gently stroking the beautiful girl's hair. Such a perfect maiden was a rarity even for Yin Susu. The saintly aura radiated from her, reminiscent of a flower on the verge of blooming. Exuding a delicate beauty, with her hair simply styled, she embodied the essence of beauty, needing no extravagant embellishments. Any silks and satins would merely serve as a backdrop to her exquisite presence, failing to overshadow her brilliance. The pinnacle of beauty is often characterized by its simplicity. As Yin Susu carefully adorned her, placing flowers in her cascading hair, gasps of astonishment echoed from nearby maidens. Is this the visage of the sacred body? The unparalleled beauty of the sacred body is enough to outshine all else. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison, and the bright moon in the 9 heavens loses its glow. The term perfection is tailored for such a stunning beauty, capable of leaving one entranced. The infinite, by its very nature, embodies the utmost. The sacred body indeed possesses the most exquisite form. A stroll outdoors, and I can assure you, all men will be utterly captivated. Yin Susu exclaimed in admiration. At long last, the elaborate coming-of-age ceremony was complete. Yin Susu gazed at the blossoming young lady before her, her face brimming with satisfaction. Your Highness jested. If I could possess even half your beauty, my life would be worth it, Yin Yizhen earnestly replied, astonished, beautiful yet oblivious. This left Yin Susu both amused and exasperated, as she chuckled softly and shook her head. In that moment, she felt a sense of disorientation. The once scarred, ugly duckling had indeed transformed into a breathtaking swan. Clad in a resplendent red gown, with long legs elegantly striding forth, wherever Yin Yizhen went. An audible silence fell, as if a pin could be heard dropping, clang. The once lively atmosphere of the outer hall fell into an involuntary stillness, punctuated by the sound of shattered wine glasses. The newly blossomed sacred body young lady immediately became the talk of the great Xia dynasty. Xiaomu, seated on the throne, stared in disbelief. Yizhen has grown. It took Xiaomu a while to regain his composure. Offering a stiff smile of praise, Your Majesty, due to personal matters, I have already delayed for half a day. Let us hasten to the mecha training, Yin Yizhen respectfully reported. Watching the beautiful young lady's earnest demeanor, Xiaomu found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had planned to grant her a day off, but it seemed that would not be necessary. Hey, woman, could you refrain from dampening the mood? This princess has just managed to take a half-day break, and what you say is rather disheartening, Mu Qianqian, from one side of the hall, retorted animatedly. Having attended university for 3.5 years, the princess had always been overshadowed by Yin Yizhen, leading to a strained relationship between the two. Stop. Starting today, we will conduct team combat training, and we shall also change the venue to closely resemble real combat. Xiaomu hastily interrupted the princess's banter. This reckless young lady, if allowed to run amok, would undoubtedly prolong the session indefinitely. Once he saw the princess had quieted down, Xiaomu continued, in just a month, the cultivators from Xintian's sect will strike again. I should disclose some confidential information. This matter can only be known to our 10 special operatives and must not be leaked, Xiaomu solemnly cautioned. We shall follow Your Majesty's decree. The entire hall quickly responded. This time, 10 cultivators at the true element level were gathered specifically to prevent the enemy from escaping, besides the 8 true element students. There were also Xiaomu and Yunran. The foes we are likely to face may very well be Foundation establishment cultivators. Hence, maintaining formation is crucial. Should our secret weapon fail to annihilate them, we must be prepared to intercept. Xiaomu finally divulged part of the mission details. At his words, the entire hall was taken aback. Faced with Foundation establishment cultivators, it could be said that none present were truly prepared. They were all but fodder. Did we not limit their cultivation through interface power? How could Foundation establishment cultivators possibly come? Yunran exclaimed, startled. Having witnessed Foundation establishment cultivators firsthand, she was well aware that true element cultivators stood no chance. I intend to lift the limitations of the interface power, catching them off guard, and seizing more advanced cultivation knowledge, Xiaomu replied mysteriously. With nuclear weapons in our possession, not even Foundation establishment cultivators could withstand it. A temperature of 200 million degrees is not to be trifled with. Even a stubborn spirit transformation cultivator would find their head melted. However, despite the advanced weaponry, practical combat remained uncertain. After all, spirit transformation cultivators could fly and would not be foolish enough to withstand such temperatures. Your Majesty plans to lift the restrictions on Foundation establishment? This cannot be permissible, Yuan Ran urged, alarmed. This is no jest. If a Foundation establishment cultivator were to enter, it could spell doom for the great Xia dynasty. Do not fret, my beloved. I have made arrangements. Should they dare to come, I shall ensure they have no place to rest. Xiaomu declared with unshakable confidence. Originally, he had intended to lift the restrictions on golden core cultivators to reap great rewards and further enhance the cultivation experience of Great Xia. However, given the current formation, he lacked complete confidence in restraining a golden core cultivator. For safety's sake, Xiaomu opted to maintain the Foundation establishment threshold. Your Majesty underestimates Foundation establishment cultivators. While our mechas are formidable, perhaps 3 of us could contend with one. Yuan Ran continued to counter. Unaware of the nuclear weapon matter, she assumed the Emperor was underestimating the threat. The cultivators of Xintian sect were rich, most equipped with spiritual weapons far superior to exquisite magical armors. Even if the powered mechas had the advantage of long-range attacks, victory was far from guaranteed. Do you trust me, my beloved? Just wait and see. From today onward, our training target will be Foundation establishment cultivators. None shall be lax, Xiaomu remarked, not intending to reveal the secret of the nuclear weapon, thus explaining his stance. Understood. The students were invigorated, all responding enthusiastically. Fresh and fearless, they had yet to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator. And thus, fear was foreign to them. Sighing inwardly, Yuan Ran chose momentarily to remain silent. She planned to persuade the Emperor during more intimate moments later. Chapter 90. The overbearing CEO fell in love with me. Royal hunting ground. Everyone was prepared and ready. The Imperial Guard 2-type mechas imposing. Dr. Yang Jian enthusiastically provided the final briefing. Controlling a mecha requires not just true element spiritual power, but the utilization of one's consciousness. Consciousness can be categorized into 9 levels based on strength, sensitivity, and integration. Currently, the strongest are Your Majesty and classmate Yan Yizhen, both at the first level. Dr. Yang rambled on, supplementing a plethora of lessons, until impatience began to seep into the crowd. Hey, uncle, enough already. We are tired of these outdated topics. Moreover, why is that woman a first level and I am a second level? Mu Qianqian finally interrupted the doctor's discourse with a loud exclamation. Several male classmates chuckled at her outburst. Although the princess was vexing, her tone was inexplicably charming, always managing to evoke laughter. Loyal subjects, heed my command. Team 1 will be led by me, while Team 2 will be led by Yan Yizhen. Xiaomu finally prepared to commence the final training, issuing orders loudly. Whoosh! 10 mechas soared into the sky, racing toward 2 distant targets. Their movements were swift as lightning, powered entirely by spirit stones. Breakthrough. Xiaomu issued the first military command. 5 team members launched their missiles together, shattering the stone wall ahead. The 5 members sped through the thick mountain wall with ease. A new target emerged before them. A simulated Foundation establishment cultivator's unmanned armor. Crossfire, attack. Xiaomu commanded passionately. Rat-tat-tat rat-tat. The 5 members lined up in formation, their bullets forming a triangular crossfire. The simulated Foundation establishment armor was indeed struck. Regardless of its forward or backward movement, it was caught within the triangular crossfire zone. In just a few breaths, the first team had successfully downed the simulated armor. Meanwhile, the other smaller group struggled significantly. The princess and Yu Haoran failed to hit their mark entirely. Whoosh! The simulated Foundation establishment armor ultimately managed to escape after 3 minutes. Stop! Xiaomu, filled with fury, bellowed for both teams to cease training. Do you understand crossfire? Yu Haoran and Mu Qianqian, you have hindered progress. Xiaomu admonished sternly. In the military, there is no room for frivolity. Training must be taken seriously. I want to be in the same group as Your Majesty. Surprises await strong individuals. The princess pouted defiantly. Xiaomu nearly burst into laughter, finding himself utterly exasperated. What to do with this reckless young lady? One more time. I will be watching you closely, he replied firmly, not intending to engage with her further. The subsequent training proceeded much more smoothly. The princess behaved as if she were a child. Whenever someone kept an eye on her, she would perform exceptionally well. It was not until dusk descended that they finally completed the day's training. Royal Hunting Ground Hot Spring Pavilion. The minimalist yet luxurious design was crafted by royal landscape architects. Infused with some of Xiao Mu's ideas, anyone who came to soak in the hot springs would inevitably fall in love with the place. Xiao Mu frequently visited, especially relishing the company of beautiful women and young maidens. Splash, within the emperor's private facility, Xiao Mu finally shed the fatigue of the day. While the armor was well designed, it lacked breathability, inevitably leading to discomfort. Huayan, have all the arrangements been made? Xiao Mu casually inquired. The attendant Huayan appeared significantly younger, resembling someone in their 20s. After undergoing a treatment involving true element infusion, many in the palace could now expect to live for a century, while mortals who opened their dantian could hardly hope to reach 200 years. Achieving a lifespan of 150 years was already a cause for excitement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have arranged for palace maids and eunuchs to attend to each individual, ensuring everything is flawless. Huayan responded with a beaming smile. He understood the emperor's high regard for these true element cultivators and always provided meticulous care for talent. Just as his words fell, Huayan was caught off guard. The sound of footsteps and snippets of conversation echoed from the hot spring pavilion. Hey, did you take a wrong turn? I can't believe I followed you. Mu Qianqian's lively voice rang out. This time, the jest had gone too far. Soaking in the hot spring, Xiao Mu stared in shock at the two beautiful maidens who had entered. Their conversation ceased abruptly, their wide eyes fixed upon the handsome emperor in the water. Swish! The princess's face instantly flushed crimson, her wide eyes fixed and unblinking. The emperor's inverted triangle physique left a striking impression, particularly on the innocent maiden, who had never witnessed such a scene before. There was nothing ahead. The princess saw nothing at all. Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson like an apple, and it took her quite some time to regain her composure. She hastily covered her face, her heart racing like a drum, as if a startled deer were bounding within her. Tap tap. Yin Yizhen raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, and smoothly retreated. The princess hurriedly followed suit. The atmosphere had become palpably tense. In the hot spring, Xiao Mu's lips twitched, his mind awash with dark thoughts as he glanced at Huayan. Was this what they called a well-orchestrated plan? The lost maiden had wandered into the emperor's hot spring pavilion. The servant deserves death. Huayan's expression soured as he knelt, pleading for mercy. He would accept the punishment himself, kneeling in reflection for a while. Xiao Mu replied, speechless. The hot spring pavilion was indeed magnificent, yet far too vast and intricate. It was understandable to lose one's way. T long last, Yin Yizhen, who had found the correct location, felt her originally serene demeanor flush with embarrassment. Her mind was in disarray, as the heart of a young girl stumbled into something extraordinarily peculiar. The emperor's alluring physique seemed to have been imprinted in her consciousness, a vision she could not dispel. This is all your fault. If the emperor were to lay blame, I, the princess, certainly will not take the fall for you. Mu Qianqian continued to chatter, hands on hips and voice raised. Silence. Unable to endure any longer, Yin Yizhen finally uttered those two words. Huh? The princess's eyes widened in discovery, gazing at the flushed Yin Yizhen as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Diske. You saw it too, pretending as if nothing had happened. I almost believed your deceit. Mu Qianqian laughed triumphantly. Her personality was lively, and her shyness came swiftly and departed just as quickly, in stark contrast to Yin Yizhen. Splash! The late-to-realize maiden suddenly leaped into the hot spring. It was only when her damp hair clung to her face that Yin Yizhen finally escaped the clutches of overwhelming allure. I warn you. Not a word of this shall escape your lips. Yin Yizhen regained her composure and issued her warning. Hey! What kind of attitude is that? I, the princess, am not afraid of you, Mu Qianqian retorted indignantly. Yet, the icy beauty fell silent thereafter. Chapter 91. The tricky mortal secret realm at Xintian sect, within the Master Hall, the Grand Palace was enveloped in swirling white mist. Countless formidable phantoms flickered, radiating with true essence and magical light. Report to the Master True Monarch. The teleportation array will be completed in no more than 5 days, announced real person Yusin. Excellent. This time, We shall seize the Lingyun realm and reclaim the forbidden spirit pearl. The Master True Monarch exhaled with relief. I asked the Xintian sect, not concerned about its reputation, to lose the sect's treasure to mere mortals. Fortunately, this matter has not spread. Otherwise, it would surely become a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. If the Lingyun realm employs the mysterious tactics it used last time, we would be akin to meat buns thrown to dogs, interjected a true monarch of the Yuaning stage. To this day, no one understood how the Lingyun realm had managed to slay over 100 true essence realm cultivators. The hall fell into a profound silence. If all else fails, we can deploy the chaotic infinite bell. With this celestial treasure as our bulwark, the Lingyun realm cannot hope to prevail, the Master True Monarch proclaimed boldly. The chaotic infinite bell was the Xintian sect's most prized possession, on par with the celestial mirror. More importantly, the chaotic infinite bell was a defensive celestial artifact, the only one of its kind in the entire Haotian realm. Humph. I see you have lost your senses. What face do they have to face the chaotic infinite bell? A nearby true monarch could no longer contain himself and mocked. In truth, he only spoke half the truth. Should the chaotic infinite bell be lost, the Xintian sect would not only lose face, but its strength would also be diminished. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, it was evident that the Xintian sect was not a monolith. Various factions within would tug at each other. Just then, a disciple in white rushed into the hall. Report to the Master True Monarch. The dimensional forces of the Lingyun realm have shifted, raising the cultivation limit to the foundation establishment stage, the white-clad disciple exclaimed joyfully. The high-ranking cultivators in the hall exchanged glances, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Heaven has aided us. This time, we shall catch the Lingyun realm off guard, the Master True Monarch declared with exuberance, as long as foundation establishment cultivators can enter the secret realm. There is no need for the chaotic infinite bell's protection. I shall make preparations at once. Real person Yusin also let out a sigh of relief. Yusin, you should prepare to enter seclusion. Do not involve yourself in this matter, the Master True Monarch unexpectedly instructed. As a peerless genius of the Xintian sect, Yusin was nearing her advancement to the Yuan Ing stage. Understood, Yusin acquiesced after much contemplation, ultimately deciding to withdraw from the affair. In the capital of the Daxia dynasty, Xiaomu, accompanied by Yunran, had completed all their training and planned to deploy the teleportation array the following day. Are we going a bit too early? Yunran casually inquired. Now, conversing with the emperor, she felt increasingly at ease. In no more than 5 days, the teleportation array will be ready. It's best to go early as it concerns life and death. Xiaomu replied with a confident smile. She was not at all anxious. In fact, she was eagerly anticipating it. These past few years alongside the emperor have truly made me feel alive, regardless of the outcome. I have no regrets, Yunran said earnestly. Genuine emotion? Xiaomu was somewhat taken aback and caught a glimpse of the moving glimmer in the corners of the beautiful woman's eyes. Her life had indeed been tragic. Her mother was a furnace vessel, drained of life by her father. Her original spiritual potential was nearly wasted by others. Such a childhood would cast shadows over anyone's life. Some spend their entire lives healing from their childhood traumas, and Yunran was undoubtedly one of those unfortunate souls. Fortunately, Xiaomu was quite adept at healing the hearts of beauties. Get some rest. We shall rise early tomorrow, Xiaomu said gently, caressing her cheek. Just as she intended to turn away to check on Lu Chon'er, the exquisite school flower, who was sensitive and in need of the emperor's comfort, Yunran leaned in closer, her voice a soft whisper. Is His Majesty not coming with me? Yenner has been waiting for us. With a sweet, innocent smile, she urged. How could anyone refuse the invitation of two big sisters? Xiaomu nodded cheerfully, following Yunran along. At the teleportation array's stone wall, the surface had become as smooth as a mirror, with intricate patterns beginning to emerge. It was through observing these patterns that Dr. Yang Zhen could accurately predict the timing of the Xintian sect's assault. Xiaomu had laid out an elaborate trap nearby. First, 2 nuclear fission spirit energy bombs were prepared, one as a backup to ensure absolute safety. Surrounding the teleportation array's exit, 200 mechanized soldiers were stationed, each battalion comprising 300 men, their firepower truly astonishing. Even if Yin Shuangying were to arrive, it would be impossible to break through the encirclement. The final safeguard was a strike team of 10 true essence realm cultivators. ensuring that no fish escape the net. Is the confinement formation in place? It must be capable of restraining Foundation establishment cultivators, Xiao Mu inquired once more. The formation was crucial, primarily to prevent escaping cultivators and to keep them within the explosion range of the nuclear bombs. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the confinement formation not only contains restrictions but has also locked the spatial patterns. Regardless of whether it's a cultivator's escape technique, teleportation talismans, or spatial shrinking methods, they all rely on spatial patterns. Dr. Yang Zhen replied with conviction, having made significant progress in the formation techniques. It was precisely for this reason that many places in the realm of cultivation could lock spatial movements. Those cultivation cities not only prohibited flying but also disallowed the use of escape talismans. How long until Foundation establishment cultivators can break free? Xiao Mu continued to inquire about the timing. This was also crucial. If it only took a few breaths, it would surely be insufficient. If even one Foundation establishment cultivator managed to escape, the Lingyun realm would become exceedingly difficult to subdue. If 5 or 6 Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces, they might break through the confinement in about 3 hours, Dr. Yang pondered. Upon hearing the word hours, Xiao Mu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was time to deliver a shock to the Xintian sect from the mortal realm. After bidding farewell to Dr. Yang Zhen, Xiao Mu took a tour of the fortified front line, accompanied by the chief of the Imperial Guards, Lu Jiyu. This young man was thriving. With his cultivation and his sister favored in the harem, the Lu family was indeed flourishing. Are the brothers equipped with Type 2 mechanized armor smoothly? Xiao Mu inquired warmly. In response to Your Majesty, the Type 2 mechanized armor requires higher spiritual consciousness, and the Imperial Guard has selected a new batch of soldiers who meet Dr. Yang Zhen's requirements. Lu Jiyu replied respectfully. The Emperor was affable, and he could not afford to be ungrateful. Well, after this battle, the court will surely reward the Imperial Guard, Xiao Mu praised, offering a sweet promise. I, for one, would brave fire and water, facing death without hesitation. Lu Jiyu declared excitedly, bowing in salute. A teachable child. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, appreciating the young man. The great battle was on the horizon. Chapter 92. The War of Blind Men Groping an Elephant Outside the Secret Realm. There was a complete lack of knowledge regarding the opponent's capabilities. Nevertheless, the cultivators of the Xintian sect remained confident. This time, we shall send 20 Foundation establishment cultivators to seize the Lingyun realm and bring back the forbidden spirit pearl. The Master True Monarch proclaimed with unwavering confidence, "We shall obey the Master's decree." The 20 Foundation establishment cultivators responded in unison. The gap between the True Essence realm and the Foundation establishment stage was indeed significant. In the realm of cultivation, it was said that True Essence realm cultivators were still mortal beings. Only after establishing their foundational base did they resemble the ethereal immortals who consumed the essence of heaven and earth. Last time, a large number of True Essence realm cultivators had ventured forth, yet no one knew how those mortals had managed to kill them. We find ourselves in quite a predicament, uncertain of their methods. Fear not, this mere mortal realm. The cultivators murmured among themselves, their anxiety palpable. The unknown has always been the greatest source of fear. In a war akin to blind men groping an elephant, none can claim certainty. Observing the unsettling atmosphere, the sect leader, the True Monarch, quickly spoke again, though not panic. The last time, the True Essence realm cultivators emerged from an abyss in a narrow terrain. Those ants, although scheming, may falter if they set up a formation. It is not impossible for us to secure victory. This time, however, is different. Our teleportation array is exceptionally concealed. Our passage will undoubtedly be safe. The sect leader reassured them with unwavering confidence. The effect of his words was minimal. Yet the cultivators nodded in agreement, finding this explanation the most reasonable. In this assault on the Lingyun realm, women from the royal palace, medicinal pills, talismans, and spirit stones will all be your spoils of war. Provided the sect acquires the forbidden spirit pearl. Beyond that, every individual will receive a reward of 3,000 spirit stones from the sect. The sect leader, having invested heavily, urged them on. The cultivators' eyes indeed gleamed with excitement. They relished the prospect of seizing riches, provisions, and women. Everyone knew the great Xiao royal palace could not possibly be impoverished. Having slain countless cultivators from the Xintian sect, they were bound to have amassed a wealth of treasures. Rest assured, Master. We, the brothers of the sect, shall not spare the treacherous emperor for the glory of our sect. One of them asserted. Indeed, I am a person of modest desires, primarily driven by loyalty to seek vengeance in the Lingyun realm. As they were about to enter the secret realm, one individual made a rather inappropriate request. Could all the women from the harem be mine? I happen to be practicing a mirage formation and require beautiful maidens. The morale was high, the cultivators brimming with enthusiasm. The first batch of 10 Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly entered the teleportation array. In a flash, they found themselves within the Lingyun realm. The 10 cultivators exchanged glances, surveying their surroundings, yet found no mysterious artifacts. There's a confinement formation. Everyone be cautious, the leading male cultivator warned with a slight frown. Humph. This mere mortal realm is nothing but a confinement formation. With a bit of effort, we can break through it in no time, scoffed another cultivator disdainfully. Laughter erupted around them. Prior to their arrival, they had felt apprehensive, but upon seeing the confinement formation, they felt a sense of relief. Such trivial tactics were hardly commendable. Hidden within the bunker, Xiao Mu observed the situation with a solemn expression through his binoculars. Your Majesty, shall we detonate now? Yang Zhen asked nervously. He was indeed a remarkable scientist. Yet unfamiliar with warfare, in a rush. Let us lead them into a trap. Once their reinforcements arrive, we shall send them off together, Xiao Mu replied, calm and composed. Indeed, not long after, ripples began to undulate across the walls of the teleportation array. A steady stream of cultivators emerged, all at the Foundation establishment level. Only after the leading cultivator confirmed safety did he allow the others to follow. There seems to be something amiss here. At that moment, a cautious cultivator raised a question. It turned out that his spiritual sense had swept the area and had indeed detected the bombs. .2 nuclear fission bombs were concealed on either side of the teleportation stone wall, originally buried underground. However, the cultivator's extraordinary spiritual sense had uncovered the clues. The crowd gathered around. With a flourish, the leading cultivator unleashed a spell, causing the area where the bombs were buried to erupt in a cloud of dust, revealing a significant portion of metallic sheen. What is this? They remarked, gazing at what appeared to be some sort of artifact, pulsating with spiritual energy. All eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging glances. We can't wait any longer. A smirk played on Xiao Mu's lips as he waved his hand, ordering the detonation. Boom! A mushroom cloud surged into the sky, blinding light dazzling the eyes. Both bombs detonated simultaneously. Even if one were to fail, the other would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. The terrifying mushroom cloud soared to 1,000 feet. The earth trembled violently, and the nearby peaks shook. Along the walls of the teleportation array, the ground appeared as if it had been scraped clean. Charred black, the stone walls of the teleportation array vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive crater. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless treasures whizzed through the sky, the equipment of the Foundation establishment cultivators exploding in all directions. Indeed, Dr. Yang Zhen's hypothesis proved correct. The storage spaces had insulated against heat. The horrifying temperatures at the center of the explosion obliterated all storage artifacts, yet the items within the storage spaces experienced a time-lag protection. Once the storage spaces were destroyed, everything inside erupted forth. Those still alive, follow me. Xiao Mu was not concerned with such matters. Bellowing loudly, it turned out that the teleportation array continued to bring people in, and 2 individuals happened to be within the array, narrowly escaping the nuclear explosion. The spatial area within the teleportation array was entirely separate from the Lingyun realm. The 2 fortunate souls had dodged a disaster. One merely glanced back and without hesitation returned to the remnants of the teleportation array's light. The other, however, was not so fortunate. After a brief moment of hesitation, the light of the teleportation array vanished completely. Kill, Xiao Mu commanded. Hovering in the air, bullets immediately rained down. One approached the nuclear blast site. As the radiation there was lethal. Even with radiation-resistant clothing and true essence protecting them, it was difficult to evade the invisible threats. Ants. Perish, the remaining Foundation establishment cultivator roared, gritting his teeth. He still had some flair, attempting to show off even in such dire circumstances, wielding his flying sword with style. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to nuclear radiation, unaware that his life was hanging by a thread. Ding, ding, ding. As the Foundation establishment cultivator soared into the sky, bullets struck him,
Sparks flying, he summoned a black shield, protecting himself thoroughly. Yet soon, he discovered the shield's protective glow dimming rapidly. These mortal weapons possess the power to break through defenses. I'll take my leave first. Just wait and see. The Foundation establishment cultivator began to contemplate retreat. He rapidly descended, quickly covering several miles. Just then, a flurry of bullets suddenly erupted from a nearby thicket. Chapter 93. The sect's unyielding struggle. Hidden within the forest, Lu Jiyu was ecstatic, watching the Foundation establishment cultivator approach as if military glory was beckoning. The dense hail of bullets sliced through the air like countless tongues of fire. Damn it! The Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback, utterly bewildered. These mortal weapons seemed a tad formidable. The shield protecting him had now dimmed to nothing, losing its protective capability. If he didn't flee now, when would he? The Foundation establishment cultivator quickly composed a spell, raising a mysterious talisman in his right hand. This was a teleportation talisman, capable of transporting the cultivator a considerable distance. Originally, there were restrictions on teleportation due to the confinement formation, but the nuclear explosion had obliterated the formation entirely. Whoosh! The Foundation establishment cultivator transformed into a streak of light, escaping over 10 miles in an instant. However, his cultivation level limited the talisman's effect, compounded by the significant depletion of his true essence. Activate the radar. Xiaomu remained as composed as ever, hardly concerned about his escape. Frankly, this fool was already a dead man walking. He had been exposed to nuclear radiation for too long. He would not survive much longer. Even if he managed to escape now, he would inevitably die in some corner. Your Majesty, the radar has detected a high-speed target at the 15 o'clock direction. Almost immediately, a team member spotted the target. Ha 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 ha! Xiaomu laughed heartily, leading the charge. Shortly after taking flight, he spotted the Foundation establishment cultivator soaring on his sword. Standing upright, his aerodynamic profile created considerable drag. Though he looked impressive, he was undeniably slow. Crossfire, attack. Xiaomu commanded with authority. Rat-a-tat-tat. It was as if a rehearsal was unfolding. The firepower of the five was distributed with remarkable precision. Dog Emperor, let us see if you dare to face me in a duel. The Foundation establishment cultivator fumed with rage, his protective true essence flickering. Boom! He was met with a cannonball from Xiaomu, which sent him hurtling through the air. The Foundation establishment cultivator fell from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Xiaomu surged ahead, hovering above the fallen cultivator before gently landing. The Foundation establishment cultivator lay motionless on the ground, appearing lifeless. Just as Xiaomu approached within several yards, he suddenly erupted into action. For sharp sword lights formed around him, radiating a terrifyingly sharp glimmer. The Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed formidable. He had relied on this very technique to slay countless foes, yet Xiaomu was quicker. A surge of golden light erupted from his right hand. Behold my mighty celestial dragon, Xiaomu proclaimed dramatically. This display had a certain effect. His loud and confident voice momentarily stunned the enemy. A golden dragon coalesced into a massive fist, hurtling towards the prone Foundation establishment cultivator. Boom! Just as the sword intent took form, the golden dragon struck the dead Foundation establishment cultivator without mercy. This time, he was truly doomed. His right chest was obliterated, and every bone in his body shattered. How did you know I was feigning death? The Foundation establishment cultivator asked, bitterness lacing his voice. I have no idea. But safety first is my principle. Whether you're dead or not, I'll give you a punch first. Xiaomu shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. What a good habit. The Foundation establishment cultivator finally breathed his last. The Xintian sect was engulfed in despair. Reporting to the sect leader, of the 20 disciples who entered, 19 soul lamps have extinguished, a cautious disciple reported. Silence fell in the sect leader's chamber. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. What was once deemed a certain victory had once again been shattered by the mortal realm. The sole survivor trembled as he stepped forward. The disciples were teleported to the scene and beheld the earth scorched and charred, with not a single corpse in sight. With a lingering sense of dread, he remarked, at that moment, 2 individuals remained within the teleportation array. I was among the fortunate few who merely glanced and returned. I shall employ the soul reading technique, but you must not resist, the sect leader commanded. The true monarch had no intention of listening to his description. As he conjured his true essence with both hands, the soul-reading technique, the soul-searching technique, and the soul-confounding technique were all arcane methods of advanced practitioners, capable of probing the secrets hidden in the hearts of others. The soul-reading technique bore the least side effects. As long as both parties cooperated, it would not harm the consciousness at all. With a low hum, as the memories of the Foundation establishment disciple were extracted, a scene unfolded within the Grand Hall, an image of the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Could it be the true fire of the sun? The patriarch of the Jean family questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. In such a diminutive mortal realm, the true fire of the sun has appeared. How utterly unfathomable! It may also be some other extraordinary flame. This fire is capable of melting top-tier defensive spiritual artifacts. Its power should not be underestimated, the sect leader interjected, his brow furrowed. While a nuclear explosion is formidable, its duration is too brief. Certain high-grade spiritual artifacts, bolstered by protective true essence, can withstand that fleeting moment of destruction. From the imagery, it was evident that several protective treasures had been reduced to mere ashes. That moment, the Foundation establishment disciple being read suddenly bled from all 5 orifices. Strangely, he remained blissfully unaware. Maintaining his composure. This is dire. You may have been afflicted by accursed poison, the sect leader remarked, his mood darkening as he swiftly enveloped the disciple in protective true essence. The cultivators were oblivious to the concept of nuclear radiation, concluding instead that the mortal realm had become host to a formidable cursed poison. But what manner of curse could be so terrifying? To be poisoned merely by a glance. Could it be transmitted through eye contact? Following the disciples' teleportation, the atmosphere among the ancient figures in the hall grew tense. The Shintian sect had indeed stumbled upon a formidable obstacle, seemingly at a loss regarding the mortal realm. The sun of the Lingyun realm has several planets. Let us establish a teleportation array to Mars. I shall personally go forth to eliminate them, the Jean family patriarch declared, his words shocking. He could no longer contain himself. The Jean family had lost many talented youths